how many hours passed? The question dragged itself out of the haze of Gabriel's mind as he came to in the dark depths of the desert. Sand pressed down on his body, leaving him with no other option but to squirm against the sand. Trying to move a limb resulted in nothing more than pointless strain on his muscles, even if the desert shifted above him bit by bit. He took a slow breath behind his mask to think things through. If he worked his feet and fingers carefully, he might be able to dig his way out. It might take hours of work, but it was better than waiting to die. Exertion demanded oxygen. Strong as his mask's filtration system was, it could only pull so much through the sand piled on top of him. Gabriel worked until the strength began to fade from his body, stopped to catch his breath, then started all over again. Is this how I'm going to die? Buried alive? In Gabriel's top 10 lists of ways to die in the Crucible, being buried alive had never even registered. Falling to his death or getting shot to pieces by arrows, though, those were always vying for the number 1 spot on that list. There was a crunch of sand above him, then another. This time extra weight pressed down on his chest. Gabriel grunted, trying to struggle free at the sound of frantic digging over his silent tomb. If that was a wild animal, he didn't want to end up its meal. Suddenly a hand grasped Gabriel's shirt and jerked him out of the sands. His mask was swiftly torn from his face before he knew what was going on. Gabriel gasped for breath, letting the cool evening air fill his lungs. A beautiful purple-orange streaked sky hung above him, but someone was still holding on to his shirt. He swung his head down to see Zachary. The thin wrinkles on his smiling face faded. "Damn it, wrong kid," Zachary grunted. He dragged Gabriel to his feet like a rag doll as he stood. "Guess you'll have to do. You're with me, pup. We're hunting down Hartford and the crew." Gabriel coughed and sputtered, his desperation to fill his lungs' precious air shunting saliva down the wrong pipe. "Pup? With you? What?" He blinked a few times at Zachary. "Took that dust devil a little hard, didn't you?" Gabriel dusted himself off as best he could. He was caked in sand, his arms and head stained in blood from the rough landing. Wincing, he reached for the side of his skull where a large bruise fit the palm of his hand. "Maybe a little bit." He winced. "Oh, that stings. Ah." He glanced around the vast desert. It was completely devoid of life, as the sun was already well into its plunge beyond the horizon. Wait, aren't you with Alexander and his people?" "Definitely took a hard hit to the head," Zachary muttered. "Yes, I'm Zachary, and I'm with Hartford's crew. Those damn devils threw us all over the place. I thought you were the kid when I saw that boot of yours sticking out of the sand, but—" Zachary chuckled. "Well, we all make mistakes." "The kid? You mean Alexander?" "That'd be the kid in question, pup." "Uh-huh." Gabriel's head throbbed with pain, and he wasn't sure if Zachary was calling him pup or his injury was the cause. His wrist comp's light flashed with notifications waiting to be read, probably a litany of warnings, too. "Well, thanks for digging me out, but I'm heading back to the Crucible." Zachary spread his arms out. "Come on, pup. Is that any way to treat the man that just saved your life?" Gabriel grimaced. "It is pretty ungrateful of me not to help him out, huh?" He shook that thought out of his head. He was still one of Alexander's people, and he didn't hold a high opinion of any of them. More importantly, Gabriel's friends might be buried alive out there. "Look, Zach, I'd love to help you, but I gotta look for my friends. You understand, right?" "Oh, I understand." There was a hint of offense to his words, mixed with sarcasm. Zachary pulled up his wrist comp, and a holographic map appeared. Dots were scattered across the inverted projection of the desert landscape, with text hovering beside them. It was near impossible to decipher the text from the back of the projection. "They're back at the barracks, just waiting for their dear old friend to come back." "Are they now?" Gabriel narrowed his eyes on him. Zachary dropped his arm and smiled. "Yep." Gabriel frowned. "Look, I appreciate your help, but Alexander and I don't really get along, and that Titus guy really hates my guts. So I'll be going back to the Crucible." "Seems reasonable." Zachary smiled nonchalantly. Gabriel shook his head and took a few steps from him, then stopped. "Did we go east or west when we left?" He racked his mind for the details, but the day's brutal training regimen left his memories filled with little more than a detailed map of the obstacle course and how to tackle each challenge. He glanced back to Zachary. "You don't happen to know the way back to the Crucible, do you?" "Gee, I sure would love to help you out, pup, but my hands are tied looking for Hartford." He chuckled, holding on to his biceps. "I'm sure you understand." "Real funny." Gabriel pulled up his wrist comp. If Zachary had access to a map, then surely there was one he could use to get his bearings as well. Sure enough, there it was. But like almost every other application on the wrist comp, it was locked. The only apps he had access to were those tracking his progression, the recruit field manual, information on his fellow recruits from his company and beyond, a weather app, and a journal he never bothered to use. Gabriel turned to look at Zachary with a frown. Zachary's smile grew from ear to ear in a cheeky grin. "Come on, little pup. If we hurry, they might still have leftovers for us at the commissary." He headed off into the desert, following his map to a yellow dot on the blue hologram. Gabriel shook his head in annoyance and took off after the man, scooping up his mask on the way. "Why are you calling me that?" "Because you're a kid. You know there isn't a single soul out here that's under 18, right? Hell, the oldest recruits outside of you guys are 21. Yeah, you're all growed up." Zach mocked with a rough pinch and a tug of Gabriel's cheek. "But you're still just a kid." Gabriel rubbed at his cheek with a glare. "So what's your deal, old man? You Alexander's dad or something?" Zachary howled with laughter. Oh, no. No. I thank my lucky stars every day I'm not related to those two." He paused for a breath. "But it's not my place to speak of them." "That bad, huh?" Zachary tilted his head down to give Gabriel the side-eye. Gabriel took the hint and moved on. "Well, what's your deal, then? You seem pretty relaxed compared to the rest of Alexander's people. How's a guy like you end up here with them?" "Me? I'm just a humble mercenary that wanted to retire from a life of war. Go somewhere peaceful, start a farm." He snickered. "Little hard to do that on a dying world." "You're here to be a farmer?" It sounded like the least glamorous job in the world for a retiring merc of all people. Zachary grinned. "That's the dream, baby. So Mr. Hartford made me a deal a few years, a little over a decade ago now. I helped train his grandson for this mess in the future to come, and my seat in Atlas Station is guaranteed." "Guaranteed?" "There are great perks to working with the Hartfords, pup." Zachary swung his wrist comp toward Gabriel. The map on full display. There were names along with those dots. Like having unlocked wrist comps to play with in this mess. Gabriel caught a glimpse of a few names on the map before Zachary pulled it away. Titus, Alexander, and Vargas were all there, but there wasn't a hint of the Crucible's location or his friends. Maybe they really are back at base, Gabriel thought. "Why did you dig me out of the sand first?" "What? Me? Never. Zachary wasn't bothering to hide anything. His responses were hilariously over-exaggerated. Gabriel frowned. Zachary wasn't taking him seriously at all, or he just enjoyed messing with him. I just saw the names on the map, Zachary. We're almost on top of Titus, and Alexander's way off over there somewhere. He pointed to the northeast. Sharper than you look, huh? Zachary chuckled. What can I say? I'm a sucker for an underdog. But this underdog seems to have a problem with my charge, and I need to know just how big of a problem that is. Gabriel pursed his lips. That was a pretty good reason to try and talk to him alone, but this didn't seem like the best time or place for it. Unless Zachary was planning on making the problem disappear. You were there when me and Hartford fought. You saw everything. Sure, we can call that a fight, he laughed. Well, I'm not looking to kill him if that's what you're asking about. We're all supposed to be on the same side here, Gabriel admitted. Zachary pursed his lips up with an approving nod. Good. I'd hate to see such potential squandered on a petty fight. No, that's a Phase 2 thing, Gabriel said. Until then, I'm going to have to work to beat him in the obstacle courses and mazes. You heard what Hartford and his grandfather said in the barracks. They don't care about anyone in the company. They probably don't care about anyone else in the whole program. So this little puppy's an idealist. Zachary grinned from ear to ear. That's why you two have so much friction. Hell, maybe that's why the kid thinks you're so much fun. Gabriel furrowed his brow. What? My boy Alexander is a realist, a pragmatist even. He appreciates that helping the weak may feel good, and he even thinks it's the right thing to do from time to time. But training for where we're heading? He shook his head. Nah, not the time or place. Gabriel grit his teeth and locked his eyes forward. It was not the time to fight about this. See, at the end of the day, it's just going to be us out there in the wilderness, alone in the world, with no one but each other to rely on as we carve out our place in the world. Zachary looked down at Gabriel. So tell me, who would you rather have? Those strong enough to hold their own, or a bunch of slackers that can't even put the effort into their own training? They're doing their best, damn it, Gabriel hissed. Some of them are. Zachary dropped to his knees and started digging through the sand. But not like you, pup. You might actually make it out of this mess alive if you stop worrying so much about everyone else. Gabriel joined Zachary in digging. What's the point of living if you're just doing it for yourself? Zachary paused to plant a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. Poor, sweet, innocent pup. Keep talking like that, and this place is going to break you long before the real world gets a chance. Gabriel didn't say anything. He just kept digging. Zachary probably had a point. The death of those recruits in the first obstacle course tore at him. The loss of his friends Okumura and Albrecht drove him to the edge. He was seeing things out in the desert earlier. Gabriel wasn't entirely sure he wasn't already broken. But that was just part of training, wasn't it? To build someone up, they first had to be torn down. Between the two of them, they dug Titus out of the sand. It took Zachary and Gabriel to drag the huge man out of the sand. Jesus, what is this guy made of? Gabriel grunted. Zachary huffed as they got Titus upright. Too damn much muscle. He tore Titus's face mask off. Still alive, Titus? Or did we just dig up a pretty corpse? Zach. Titus pulled Zachary into a hug like he was a toy. Good to see you, my friend. Thought I was going to spend the night digging my way out of there. The smile faded from his face as he realized Gabriel was there. You're not picking up strays again, are you? Who, me? Zachary waved off his concerns with a laugh. No, never. Uh-huh. That's the same thing you said when we got stuck with Vargas. Titus pushed Zachary away and towered over Gabriel. Not that this little doughboy could keep up like him. He was doing pretty good for someone hauling dead weight today. Maybe you could show him the path to the swall. Zack laughed and started down the desert again. That pup needs all the help he can get. I'm not wasting my time with this waste of air. You saw his file? What was he? Like 300 pounds of blubber before he joined up? An F0. A damn F0. I'll bet his ranking would have been even lower if the system allowed it. Titus glared back at Gabriel over a muscular shoulder, his fatigues ripped up from his encounter with the Dust Devil. That was before I got my act together. If anything, I was festively plump when I got here. Calling himself chubby or pudgy would have been more accurate, but he was trying to diffuse the situation with some self-deprecating humor. Now I'm an E1 after 1 month of training and climbing higher every day. Congratulations. Want a cookie? Titus sneered. Gabriel had a vague feeling Titus was giving him more lip, but his stomach growled at the mere mention of food. Chocolate chip cookies would be great right about now. And here I had you pegged for a peppermint bitch boy. Titus scoffed and tore his gaze away from Gabriel. Zachary threw his arms up in protest. Whoa, you leave my cookies out of this, Titus. Gabriel snorted, not sure what to laugh at more, Titus's insult or Zachary's reaction to it. Still, Gabriel decided it was better to minimize his interactions with the giant before Titus decided to introduce him to his fist. Titus shook his head, refusing to even glance back at Gabriel. How damn desperate were they to let this waste of air in? Pah. It's the same story with this whole lousy company. They could have at least thrown us in one of the military companies. Those guys know what's up. Please, the last thing I need is a bunch of tryhards trying to flex on me every day. Got enough of that with you around. Zachary slapped Titus's bicep. It was bigger than Gabriel's head. How does that man even move? Gabriel wondered. Can't be helped, little Zach. Titus flexed, and somehow his straining fatigues managed to hold together. It's what good eating and a strong regimen'll do. So you're a cook and gym trainer? Gabriel had to ask. Learned to cook from my mama's side of the family. Got huge from my time making problems disappear for the Hartford family, thanks to my papa bringing me in. Titus looked down his nose at Gabriel. And I made sure my little king got good and powerful, so he doesn't have to deal with nobodies like you. Zachary chuckled. Yeah, but the kid refuses to get as big as you, Titus. Titus shook his head with a feigned sniffle. Children can be so hurtful sometimes, but he's a good kid. Right, the best kid. Gabriel forced a smile. Titus snapped back to Gabriel. You got a problem with my little king? No? Titus's lips curled into a disgusted sneer. Don't even got the spine to be honest about how you really feel, huh? Gabriel gulped. I'd just like to keep my spine if that's cool with you. That sneer broke into a boisterous laugh. You're funny. Gabriel shifted to Zachary's side, opposite of Titus. Zach, are we there yet? Zachary fought down a laugh. Vargas is just up ahead. A hand erupted from the sands in front of them and began to claw at the desert. A second hand joined soon after. Vargas rose from the desert like some long-buried monster. And there he is, Zachary said. Gabriel rushed over. Vargas coughed and sputtered, tripping over himself until he crashed into Gabriel. Hey, Gway, how you doing? Vargas wheezed, leaning on Gabriel for support as he pulled off the mask. Vargas looked past him with a broadening smile. Looky here. It's Zach and Titus. Where's the boss? Further ahead. Zach raised his wrist comp. Stuck in the same spot, it looks like. You good to walk, Emmanuel? Titus grinned. Don't call me that, fool. Especially in front of the Chiquito here, he protested, pulling away from Gabriel to dust himself. Name's about as hard as that gut of his was a while back. Titus and Zachary laughed. Gabriel couldn't help but join in as they took off into the desert. Hey, Zach, you want to tell the doughboy Vargas's story? Titus asked. The one about how he wound up with us? I like how Vargas tells it better. Very classy. Zachary laughed and looked back at the shorter of the two men. Got enough air in your lungs to tell it? Of course I do. Vargas tore a ruined sleeve off his fatigues. Titus smirked. Go on, then. Gabriel decided to roll with it and looked at Vargas. So listen here, Gabriel, Vargas began. I was living in Mexico about 10 years ago-ish. And I was trying to set up a business, right? A gun shop, so I can provide for my people, you know? But getting the chingado permits down there is a pain in the ass. They basically only have one gun shop for the whole country down there. It's ridiculous. It sounds like they don't want any more gun stores down there, Gabriel replied. Right? But I'm a legitimate businessman, and I ain't gonna take no for an answer. So I talked to my aces on the other side of the wall. They got me hooked up with some supplies, so all I had to do was get it across. Vargas waved his hand through the air. Over, under, around the water. Grease some palms and get my goods through the gates. Whatever I had to do to get my supplies, I did, Gabriel. And I started selling to the people, so they could defend themselves and stuff. Until the cartels found out and you started selling to them. Zach interjected with a grin he couldn't contain. Hey, you want me to tell the story or not, cabron? Zach and Titus erupted in laughter. I swear, every time these pendejos always interrupt my stories. Vargas straightened out his collar with a huff. So, like I was saying, legitimate businessman. Gabriel couldn't help but picture Vargas in a business suit at that moment. His face twisted into a smile, but he fought it down. Titus and Zachary almost fell over laughing, while the frustrated Vargas continued his story. So, yeah, the cartels came up to me all like, hey, Goey, we need some of them guns to fight the pack crazies moving in on our turf. And I know they's bad for business, so of course I help out. They paid good, too. And I didn't have to do any of the messed up stuff to get into business with them, so it was a win-win. Gabriel raised a brow. Don't the cartels also mess with the people? I mean, yeah, Goey. That's why I started my perfectly legitimate business to begin with. But the pack were moving in. I had to do something. Vargas's arms waved about the air as he talked. And it was good, too, until the pack got fed up with getting shot up all day every day by the cartels, so they made me a deal. That couldn't have ended well, Gabriel thought. So estos pendejos start trying to pay me in garbage pack credits, like they're worth anything. Then they started letting the pack in on their operations. Like, what the hell? Vargas throws his hands in the air. So I turned down future work with them. They started hunting me down, but I'm too sneaky for them. I ran off to the Badlands, where it's a pain in the ass to survive in. Navigating that place ain't no joke neither. Gabriel nodded along to his story. How long were you out there? A couple of months. That's about as long as it took for the pack to start cleaning up the cartels. Vargas laughed. Moral of the story, kid? Don't ever trust anyone giving you nothing for free. He latched onto Gabriel's shoulder and pointed under his chin. They always want something from you. Until I found you, anyway. Zachary chuckled. Vargas snorted in outrage. That wasn't free, Gwey. It was a fair business transaction. What did you need Vargas for? Gabriel asked. We didn't, Titus said. Zach just wanted someone with connections to score some quality equipment. It's pretty hard to get quality guns and ammo through legal channels with the war hogging it all. Zachary shrugged. Besides, our totally legitimate businessman over there knows a lot more about wilderness survival than the two of us. Useful skills for Alexander. Gabriel furrowed his brow. But Hartford's uncle is the armory chief here. Zachary sighed. Those two have a complicated history. Gabriel waited for Zachary to continue, but the conversation died there. Even Titus seemed hesitant to talk about the man. Gabriel wondered how bad Alexander's family was, that his grandfather hired mercenaries to raise him. Then again, that man wasn't the angel he pretended to be. For all Gabriel knew, James was no angel either. It would certainly fit the pattern. Vargas broke the silence. Speaking of useful skills, you seem cool, Gabriel. Why don't you hang out with us? Gabriel laughed. Alexander doesn't seem the type to play nice with others. Vargas threw an arm around Gabriel's shoulders. He's just busting your balls. Don't gotta take it personal. We all do it. Yeah, maybe. It was a nice thought, but not one Gabriel believed for a second. Besides, just check your little wrist comp there, Guy. You ain't shit yet, but you're getting there, Vargas said. Gabriel wasn't sure how to respond to that praise, but it gave him the excuse he needed to check out his notifications. Ranking assessment update. Willpower. Base ranking updated to 3. Charisma, +1. Awareness, +1. Athletics, +1. New rank, E3. It wasn't the amazing spread of increases he received after the maze, but at least it was an improvement. His athletics skill was now at a whopping 3, which made it his highest ranked one. Awareness followed behind at rank 2. He had expected agility, endurance, and strength to be pushed over the edge after repeatedly running that obstacle course. But once again, the difficulty spike in ranking up proved it was nothing to laugh at. Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, E3. Strength, 2. Progress toward next rank, 68%. Warning. Progression reduced due to severe exhaustion. Agility, 2. Progress toward next rank, 41%. Warning. Progression reduced due to severe exhaustion. Endurance, 2. Progress toward next rank, 87%. Warning. Progression reduced due to severe exhaustion. Willpower, 3 to 4. Factored as 3 for ranking purposes. Intellect, 1. Progress toward next rank, 93%. Charisma, 2. Progress toward next rank, 1%. To Gabriel's surprise, the warnings weren't as serious as he'd suspected. Exhaustion was always a negative factor when it came to progression. It slowed things down and even dragged things back if a recruit, or really anyone, pushed themselves too hard. Gabriel was still trying to fine-tune the balancing act required to maximize his gains without losing any. He may not be progressing as quickly as he'd like, but that was no excuse to sacrifice his progress. Strangely enough, though, the odd warning about whatever this suppression business was gone again. Vargas was looking over Gabriel's shoulder, though. It seemed those odd messages only showed up for his eyes, which meant Gabriel was being very closely monitored, or he was slowly going insane. After what he saw in the desert, his money was firmly on insane. See that? Doing real good, Chiquito. Vargas shot a glance across to Zachary. Hey, Zach, I was thinking, why don't we ask the boss if we can drag the kid along with us? No, Titus answered without hesitation. Doughboy's nothing but a distraction, not even a worthwhile one. Zachary laughed. The pup's got potential, but our flight's already full. Besides, that decision is up to Alexander. He dropped to his knees and began to dig anew, along with Titus. Before long, Titus scooped Alexander out of the sand into his arms. There's my little king. You doing okay, kid? Titus, I was starting to worry I had lost you in that damned whirlwind. Alexander beamed, embracing the huge man. He glanced around. Zachary, Vargas, you are alive as well. Excellent. Are the rest of the men all right? Zachary raised his wrist comp. They're fine, kid. Digging each other out as we speak. We lost a couple more recruits, but our people are fine. And we didn't lose anyone important, unless... Alexander spotted Gabriel. His smile was replaced with a predatory grin. Alexander dropped to his feet and approached Gabriel like a wolf approaching its prey. He tilted his head toward Zachary. Picking up strays again, old man? Titus burst out laughing. Zachary shrugged like he did nothing wrong. Figured you'd appreciate me digging out your entertainment, kid. No matter how much Captain Buzzkill says to ignore our company. He glanced back at Gabriel with a cheeky grin. Besides, the poor little thing was lost in the desert. That's no way for anyone to die. Alexander chuckled. Fair point, Zachary. I suppose it is better to die in the crucible with the others than to some freak act of nature. He pulled up his wrist comp and started off into the desert. Come along, Rivera. We are going home. Gabriel had no shortage of choice words for Alexander, but he decided to watch his tongue around the others. Why are you so dead set on our company dying, Hartford? He hissed. If you're so much better than all of us, why aren't you helping everyone get stronger? They are simply not worth my time, Rivera. Alexander paused to place a hand on his shoulder. I have told you this before, have I not? The world we Reclaimers are training for is not one for the weak, whether that be of mind or body. It is one where only the strong will survive and thrive. After all, only through our collective power will we be able to reclaim our world. Gabriel looked down. That sounds like something Okamura would say. Then I am sure he would agree that power is earned and only the strong should rule. After all, he spread an arm out across the vast desert. Our world is in turmoil because our weak were allowed to do as they will. That will not happen when I take control. Control? Gabriel met Alexander's piercing eyes. What are you planning? Simple, Rivera. A world by the strong, for the strong. So long as they know my rule is absolute. A rule which will lead humanity to a golden age the likes of which the world has never known. Gabriel raised a brow, his words laced with skepticism. This whole thing is just an elaborate setup so you can play tyrant? I am sure how this must look to someone as soft as yourself. But believe me when I say, it is for the good of mankind. Alexander continued toward the crucible. When there are only 1,000 of us, there will be very little room for error. I will not allow my grandfather's mission to save humanity be for naught. Survival for the sake of survival sounds like a dreadful existence, Gabriel countered, without a shred of amusement in his voice. And what good has freedom done for you, Rivera? I have read all your files. That pathetic story of how you let yourself fall to pieces. Alexander scoffed. All thanks to your precious free will. Imagine how much better could your life have been if only someone had been there to drag you back in line. Gabriel didn't want to think about those days, but Alexander had a point. He didn't want to admit it, but he did. Yeah, I fucked up, Gabriel seethed. I came to the edge of giving up, of throwing everything away, but I decided to fix myself instead. Now I'm here, putting my nose to the grindstone every day, all by my own free will. And why, oh why, do you try so hard? What is the point of you even being here? Alexander pressed. He had to be fishing for an answer not included on his file. Otherwise, there was no way Hartford didn't know about Gabriel's family. I've been asking myself that a lot lately. Gabriel turned his gaze to the setting sun. but it's been with me from day one. I just didn't think I had a chance in hell of actually doing it. Now I know I have to do it." "Go on, then," Alexander urged him. "The suspense is killing me." Gabriel pulled Alexander over by his collar. "I'm going to take command of the Reclaimer mission right from under your nose." Titus and the others rushed up to them. Alexander held out a hand to stop them and laughed. "This place would be so dull without you, Rivera." He brushed off Gabriel's hand and straightened out his fatigues. "But you don't stand a chance. After all, you lack the strength to do what is necessary." Gabriel raised a brow. "And what's that?" "You lack the strength to let the weak die. It goes against your very nature, does it not?" Alexander's predatory grin returned in full force. "Why, I bet if command were to somehow fall into your delicate little hands, you could not bear to sacrifice a single soul you were responsible for, even if that sacrifice meant saving all the rest." Gabriel clenched his fist. His eye shot toward Zachary and the others. Titus popped his knuckles. Zachary gestured for Gabriel to simmer down. Vargas gestured a cut across his neck for Gabriel to quit while he still could. "A man of your dedication could get very far in the crucible. Why, I would even go so far as to say you could earn your way into my inner circle. But you will never do that, Rivera." Alexander circled Gabriel. "I can respect your desire to help the others. Really, I can. But time and again I see you bring your neck to the Reaper's blade in order to do so. And what has that gained you?" Gabriel's nails bit into the palms of his hands. "Nothing at all," Alexander answered. "But it has cost you time and energy. Precious resources you could put toward catching up to me." He chuckled. "That's what you're here for, right? To take command? And you better start taking this little rivalry of yours seriously. After all, what are a few lives if it means saving humanity from Alexander the Tyrant?" They marched on across the desert in silence. A sinking punched at the pit of Gabriel's stomach. Hartford was right. If he focused his efforts on surpassing him, if he stopped worrying about the others, Gabriel could catch up to him. There was a very real chance he could spare humanity from Alexander's rule. Gabriel's progression proved as much. How many souls would that sacrifice cost? Chapter 24. Home sweet home, Gabriel thought, as they arrived at the barracks complex. It had taken hours to get back, but compared to the training he had endured, a walk across the desert was a welcome break. Gabriel's stomach growled for food, and he couldn't wait to get a good bath to wash all the sand off him. Those coarse grains had gotten in places they should never be. But more than anything, he was happy to relax. With the guards watching over them again, he didn't have to worry about Titus or Alexander pulling anything. They never did try anything, but Gabriel felt like he was one wrong move away from earning Titus's wrath at all times. Alexander stretched as they entered recruit barracks. "See you tomorrow, Rivera. Try not to get yourself hurt again, training too hard. It just would not do to have you die of your own incompetence." Alexander and his men left him behind in the entryway. Gabriel narrowed his gaze. "You just love to twist the knife, don't you?" "Gabriel!" Raylan called out as he rushed to greet him with Sergei and Sarah in tow. Seeing the relief in Raylan's face, Gabriel tossed away the annoyance Alexander left him with. Gabriel smiled at his friend like he didn't just get swept up by a killer dust devil. "Were you guys waiting for me this whole time?" The words barely left Gabriel's mouth when Raylan crashed into him with a tight embrace. "Of course we were, man. Those dust devils were nasty. A lot of people got messed up, even Instructor Bridges." I heard we lost some people to them, too, Gabriel said. Raylan merely nodded at that as he helped dust Gabriel off. Storm got you good, huh? Nothing sleep can't fix. Gabriel's stomach protested with a growl. And some food. Let's eat, then, Sarah smiled. Da. Food is for the making of strong bodies, comrade. Take care of head hurt very good. Sergei nodded. Gabriel laughed, gently running a hand over the bruise on his head. Every little bit helps. I think I hit a rock on my way down. From the corner of his eye, Gabriel caught a figure lurking in the shadows. He looked past his trio of friends and saw Nicole leaning against the wall, her arms crossed over her chest. She wore a serious expression on her face locked on Sergei the whole time. Gabriel leaned around Sergei and shot her a warm smile. You coming with us, Nicole? Or are you going to stand there all inconspicuous-like all night? Nicole's gaze softened as it fell on Gabriel, like she'd just realized he'd been standing there. A hint of a smile fought its way onto her lips before she glanced back at Sergei. Whatever issues Nicole had with Sergei, Gabriel was having none of it. He'd just spent the evening with his least favorite people in the Crucible. Now, he wanted to be among his friends. Gabriel insisted on Nicole joining them with a raise of his brows. He extended a hand out to her and waved her over. Nicole's eyes shut. With a sharp exhale, she pushed off the wall. Fine, but only because we almost lost you out there. Raylan snickered. She's so much cuter when she pretends she doesn't care. Nicole groaned. Do you want a broken rib, Wade? Ooh, so scary, Raylan teased. Come on before they lock the commissary down. It was a quiet night at the commissary. Not that it was ever a particularly loud place in the evening hours, but there were normally a few tables in use by other recruits, a couple of hollow screens playing the news, or some people just looking for a calmer place than the rec room to hang out with their friends. There were only 4 or 5 members of the commissary staff hanging out behind the counter, and their robotic chefs with Gabriel and his friends. The robotic chefs were an interesting contraption. Each one was a simple set of robotic arms mounted on a rail system that moved in and out of the kitchen. They helped with everything from cooking to cleaning. And if their rails extended out toward the main commissary hall, Gabriel was sure they'd help with serving as well. If he had one of these machines growing up, Gabriel would have never learned to cook for himself, and he wasn't great at that either. Took a nasty blow to the head out there, kid? A gruff, olive-skinned man asked. He wore a white chef's uniform, hat and all. It was in pristine condition at the end of a long day working the kitchen, which was more than could be said for the thick stubble covering his face. Rules were certainly different for the support staff on the Crucible. Just a bit, Gabriel answered. At least now I know how the Dust Devils got their name. Used to be a time when they were just small, neat little things that popped up now and again. These days, name's a bit more fitting to what they're actually like. The cook leaned back. So you look like you haven't had anything but sand to eat all day. What can I get you, kid? A nice, thick, juicy burger with fries sounds great. Gabriel's stomach growled in agreement. A chocolate chip cookie, too. After surviving a prolonged exposure to Alexander and Titus, it was the perfect treat to end the day. I'll get you a batch of those cookies, he laughed. And the rest of yous? Same thing? Raylan gestured to the others. They nodded. Same thing. You don't happen to have a med kit to spare back there, Reese? Nicole asked the chef. This knucklehead hasn't gone to medical yet. Oh, and one of those special shakes? Gabriel gave her a light smile. Oh, come on, it's not that bad, Nick. Nicole prodded a finger to the bruise covered in dried blood on the side of his head. Okay. I could use a bit of treatment, Gabriel admitted. Reese laughed. Sure thing, Lugo. He headed to a back room and whistled. Hey, Lou, you heard their orders? Get to it. And throw some bacon on for 'em." One of the robotic chefs got to work right away, firing up the stoves and fryers. The machine slapped down the thick patties and loaded up the fryers and oven. The hunger-building scent of beef, bacon, and seasonings filled the air. Gabriel's mouth watered, and his stomach was practically talking with the way it growled with excitement for the meal. Nicole patted Gabriel's stomach. "Aw, poor baby." Gabriel laughed. "So, how'd you all get out of that mess? Last I saw, those dust devils were popping up left and right and throwing people everywhere." "Sergei ran." He leaned down to meet Gabriel's gaze like the next part was incredibly important. "Very fast." "Basically," Raylan agreed. "Couldn't feel my damn legs after that run, but we didn't get snagged by those things." "It was more luck than anything," Sarah said. "We saw Alexander's group get snatched up by one of those things, and they're the fastest of our company." Gabriel sighed. "Yeah, I know. I was stuck with them the whole way back." "That must have been fun," Nicole commented. "Hartford is Hartford." Gabriel really couldn't think of any other way to describe him that wouldn't seem exaggerated to anyone other than Nicole. The Zachary and Vargas guys were odd. Interesting, but odd. Titus hates my guts for some reason. Apparently I'm distracting his little king or something. Nicole burst out laughing. "Little king?" "Yeah, that's what he calls Alexander," Gabriel said. "Don't ask me why. I have no idea what's going on there, and I'm happy not knowing." "Okay, then," Sarah said. "Anyway, we were hoping to get more enforcers to come pick us up after that mess, but Townsend shot that down. She went on and on about the importance of self-reliance and having no one to rely on but ourselves in the future. That whole walk back was a lecture, thanks to that little request of yours, Cooper." Nicole laughed. Sarah pouted. "I was just trying to help." Reese returned, tossing a medkit over the counter at Nicole. "There you go, and here's your food." Lou, the robot chef, brought their trays of food over. With one of its spatula arms, it gave a salute over the ball adorned by a trio of sensors. Apparently that was Lou's head. Gabriel had to admit he was impressed at how quickly the food was cooked. The tech involved must have been something else, if it took only minutes to make their orders. It probably had to do with the robots keeping much better track of temperatures and the like than humans. Gabriel's stomach loudly reminded him he was starving. "Thanks for the food, Reese. You too, Lou."
"It's what we're here for, kid."
Reese waved. Gabriel led his group over to a table. Sarah and Sergei sat opposite of Raylan. Before Gabriel could sit down, Nicole dragged him over and sat him down. Gabriel furrowed his brow at her. Nicole sat him as far away from Sergei as she could, while still technically sitting with the group. Gabriel shot a glance at Raylan. Raylan shrugged with a mouthful of fries. "Pushy today, huh?" Gabriel took a bite of his burger, his growling stomach cheering at the flavors of juicy beef and bacon dancing in his mouth. It was pure bliss. "Oh, man, this burger's so damn good." Nicole rolled her eyes at him. "Someone's got to take care of you." She took an alcohol-soaked cloth to clean his wounds. There was only so much to be done for them after hours in the desert, but it was probably better than nothing. Gabriel winced. "You don't have to do that. I can take care of myself, really." He put on a brave smile for her. "You all have to worry about yourselves, and I have to stop worrying about all of you." His smile fell at the thought. "No, there has to be a better way." "How's that worked out for you so far?" Nicole asked. Gabriel watched her work from the corner of his eye. "Fine." "Cute as that tough guy act of yours is, I'm pretty worried about you, Gabriel," Nicole said.
"Me too, man," Raylan agreed. "First that whole mess with the maze runs you over, then you get stuck with Alexander for a night, and we all know you hate his guts."
He leaned on the table and met Gabriel's gaze. "Are you really fine, man? What do you want me to do? Mope about it? A tired laugh escaped him. God knows I'd love to have the time to waste crying about the friends I let die, or those recruits I couldn't do anything to help. Gabriel stared off into space. Or that poor kid. Raylan squeezed Gabriel's shoulder. No one's going to call you a little bitch around here, man. That's all heavy-duty stuff, and you're not alone. We're all hurting from what's going on around us, he insisted. Like, I know I'm probably not convincing anyone here, but all that messes with my head, too. Nobody ever said the Crucible would be easy, Gabriel. The instructors warned all of us this was coming, Nicole said. Raylan nodded. Right. So what we're trying to say here, Gabriel, is you aren't alone, and you don't have to suffer in silence about it. Gabriel sighed. Don't you guys want to talk about something else? Like what? Sarah asked. Gabriel shrugged. Literally anything else? Paint drying? What's your favorite shade for that? They exchanged nervous glances, but Raylan was the first to snort out a laugh. Gabriel really appreciated what his friend was trying to do, but this wasn't something a talk would fix. He wasn't sure anything would. Gabriel was just glad they took the hint to move on. Gabriel nodded along quietly and let them chit-chat about the day's training. He wanted to enjoy his food and focus on the task at hand. There was a lot of challenges laying ahead of him, ahead of all of them, but Gabriel wasn't sure he could really help the others. Maybe Sarah, but Sergei, Raylan, and Nicole? He'd only slow their progression down if they took the time to worry about him. Keeping them advancing as fast as they could was the best way to keep them safe. But what about the other recruits? Gabriel thought. He couldn't leave them hanging either, especially not if he hoped to lead. But he couldn't lead if he wasn't at the top of their company. Worry about it later, he finally told himself, and took another bite of his burger. The first step on Gabriel's path to victory had to be rest. Sergei gulped down a cookie. Sergei has question. Why is Viking lady always disappearing around the Sergei? Nicole blinked. What? Raylan laughed. He means how come you're always vanishing around him? Come to think of it, you're always on edge around Sergei. Nicole frowned. Why wouldn't anyone be? He's Pac. She finished scrubbing Gabriel's wounds clean. This isn't rocket science. We've all seen what they're capable of. Sergei is not Pac. Sergei is Sergei. And Sergei is comrade, da? Of course, Raylan answered to everyone's agreement. Last people I knew to trust Pac civvies lost their lives, Nicole said, her voice teetering on the edge of anger. So don't expect me to trust you. Nothing personal, comrade, but I'll be keeping my distance, even if the rest of you won't. Gabriel shut his eyes at Nicole's less than gentle application of bandages to his wounds. Sounds pretty personal. Sounds pretty common sense to me, Nicole countered. Gabriel knew this was going to be terrible coming from him, but he asked anyway. Want to talk about it? No. Nicole drove the point home by making sure the bandage on his forearm was extra tight. Spots of crimson blossomed along the clean white fabric. Gabriel hoped it was from the injuries and not Nicole's medical treatment. Sergei's lips pulled into a tight frown, but he didn't pursue the topic. Instead, he dug into his food. Right, Gabriel sighed. Where'd you learn to patch people up anyway? Boot camp? Wasted grandparents, remember? Nicole's shoulders relaxed at the change of topic. Survivalists. Tinfoil hat-wearing lunatics for you city folks. What? Lunatics? Nobody said that, girl, Raylan said. Wouldn't blame you if you thought it, Nicole said. My family's been living out in the Colorado wilderness for a few generations. A good spot, too, since it's still green and full of wildlife. The first generation out there got called crazies for trying to live off-grid, away from the government's control. Sarah leaned over the table. Why'd they do that? Life in the city's not bad. Nicole laughed. You call eating ration bars and round-the-clock surveillance good living? I didn't say it was great, but it's got to be easier than the wild, Sarah countered. That part's definitely true. Everything we had out there, we had to earn ourselves, Nicole said, a soft smile tugging at her lips. We had our own little bunker under the cabin out there, with a nice little hydroponics bay to grow our own food, too. If we wanted meat, we had to go out and hunt it, or trade with our neighbors if they had any extra. Not like you city kids. I hear you only get ration bars, synth foods on a good day, and real food if you get lucky. Nuh-uh. Synth food was never a good day, Raylan said. That shit is nasty. I'll take a bland brick of flavorless government-issue ration bars any day of the week over that slop. That stuff is just straight-up bad for you. The pizza wasn't bad, Gabriel grudgingly admitted. Some of the stuff was passable. Not after you tried real food for the first time, Raylan insisted. Gabriel opened his mouth, then closed it. He couldn't argue with that. Nicole picked up her burger and gave it a once-over. Really makes you wonder where they're pulling this food from, doesn't it? Smells real, tastes real. Most all of the real food goes to military bases, and even they have to supplement it with that lab-made junk the nerds swear tastes like real beef. A shudder ran up her spine. Stuff tastes like salt and soy. Disgusting. Maybe we should ask Reese sometime, Gabriel offered. Nicole shook her head. He said that's need-to-know info, and we don't need to know. What? Raylan said. That's pretty lame. Makes sense if you think about it, Nicole continued. Reliable sources of real food these days are precious. If the wrong people found out about it, the place would be a priority target for capture, sabotage, or destruction. Pack's not shy about ruining what they can't have, either. Raylan hummed. Guess you're right. Kind of like when I caught some gangsters selling drugs on our block. They didn't appreciate me finding their super-secret spot, away from all the monitors and sensors. They beat your ass black and blue, Gabriel laughed. You're lucky I worried about you when you weren't answering your phone. Raylan gave a dismissive wave. Wasn't that bad, man. Gabriel leaned on the table. I missed my qualifiers driving you to the hospital. Yeah, sorry about that. Raylan gave an apologetic grin. Gabriel shook his head, bringing his eyes toward the ceiling. It was just a game. Don't even worry about it. You know I'd drop anything to help you out. He pulled his lips tight. That's why I need you to stop worrying about me. I can't have you getting hurt because of me. Aren't you two just adorable? Sarah teased. Don't be hating on our bromance, little girl. Raylan's lips pushed out in an exaggerated expression of mock offense. Gabriel snorted out a suppressed laugh and finished eating his burger. So what about you, Sarah? Got any interesting stories about where you're from? She looked down at the table and shrugged. Nothing is really special about me. I just read a lot. Don't be like that, Sarah, Nicole said. I'm sure you got up to something, or at least saw some interesting things. Come to think about it, we never got where you're from, Raylan added. Guess not, huh? Sarah said. Before this mess, I lived in the outskirts of L.A., more specifically the construction site of the Dome of Angels. The Dome of Angels? Gabriel asked. A fully self-reliant city enclosed by an energy dome, Sarah explained. The idea is they can expand the dome as the city grows. Before I got roped into this, they finished the outer wall of the dome, and I saw them light it up. Nicole leaned across the table toward Sarah and propped her head up on an arm. How'd that go? It was weird, Sarah said. Like someone poured water over a snow globe, but the water was blue shimmering energy instead. Isn't California a bad place to build any new cities? Gabriel asked. Don't they have earthquakes all the time now? Sarah nodded. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too. But they must have figured out a way around the problem if they're spending so much money on this project. My dad said they were building one for New York, too. Nicole sighed. Not gonna happen now that the pack are there. At least the Dome of Angels might help some people ride out this mess. At least a while longer, Gabriel said. That's the hope, Sarah agreed. What about you, Sergei? Gabriel asked. How was your life at home? Sergei leaned back on the bench, patting his stomach after finishing his meal. Not fun. Sergei grew up with babushka. Farm, many potato. Raylan went wide-eyed. Is that how you got so big? Working the fields? You didn't have any machines or anything? Niet. Babushka have robot friends, but teach Sergei how of working's field. Important for when robot friends breaking. Sergei flexed his muscles. They weren't Titus big, but they weren't far off. Sergei is big for training of punching peoples. Raylan tilted his head to one side. Say what now? Boxing? Gabriel guessed. Sergei nodded. Da. Sergei not want be potato farmer life. Sergei was with the meetings of world-famousing town boxer. You see Sergei very big, very strong. He flexed at every mention of his size and strength. Teach Sergei of getting bigger, stronger, and how punch more gooder. Don't suppose you remember his name? Gabriel asked. He didn't really know anything about boxing, but he was more curious if Sergei could remember anyone's names. Da, Zinchenko Grigorievich. That was a mouthful. Gabriel turned to Raylan. You know sports things. Sound familiar? Raylan shrugged. More of a football guy, my man. Sarah giggled. Nice to know I won't be stuck as Little Bird for the rest of my life. Raylan grinned. But it's such a cute nickname. Shush you. Sarah swatted at Raylan across the table. Gabriel and the others laughed before a sharp whistle across the commissary pulled their attention. It was Reese. Almost time to close up shop around here. We need to clean up, especially after you, Sandy. Gabriel looked around for a recruit named Sandy when it clicked. He looked down at himself and the mess of sand he dragged in with him. With a nervous laugh, Gabriel stood. Sorry about that. I should have cleaned up first. Don't worry about it, kid. I heard what happened out there, Reese said. I'm just glad you're still in one piece. A warm smile came on the man's gruff face as he polished a clean cup. You take care of yourselves, all right? Don't want this commissary to lose any more customers, if you catch my meaning. That's the plan. Gabriel carried out what remained of his food with one of the chocolate chip cookies in his mouth. Another grueling day of training was waiting around the corner for them. After an absolute mess of a day, an early night was a fantastic idea. Chapter 25. Training continued over the next few days, each day more brutal than the last. Recruits were pushed to their limits, broken down, and built back up stronger and faster than ever before. Even so, their progress up the rankings moved at a crawl. Willpower seemed to be the only ranking to truly benefit from the grueling schedule, as the number of recruits quitting dropped off to none. Either they had all hardened to the point they could handle and accept the merciless nature of the crucible, or all the quitters had already left or died off. Gabriel preferred the former. Another blazing day greeted the 42nd Company. They ran across the scorching desert without any clue as to what they would be doing from the instructors or the recruit handbook. All they were told was to prepare for another obstacle course and to keep a loose formation of groups no smaller than 5 and no larger than 10. Gabriel thought that was an odd request, but they weren't going to get any answers out of the instructors. Sarah had tried that already. Raylan, Sarah, and a few other recruits ran alongside Gabriel. Nicole was hanging out at the back of the pack, keeping an eye on the stragglers, while Sergei rushed to the front, trying to race the lead groups on his own. What do you think they'll throw at us today? Sarah asked. PT was pretty rough yesterday. Gabriel rolled his shoulder. Maybe they'll have the maze jump up out at us or something. Sarah shuddered. I hope not. That place is too dangerous not to give us a heads up. Gabriel shrugged. Whatever it is, we'll tackle it head on, Sarah. Don't worry. And it'll be a lot easier now that my bruise is gone. He reached up to the side of his head. The bruise was still there, but he had to feel around through his short hair to find any hint of it. Yeah, you're right. Sarah gave him an optimistic smile. I wonder if they're having us run in teams today for the course. What do you think, Raylan? Raylan stared off into the distance, his attention fixated on a woman in another group. Yeah, groups and stuff. Very important. He's totally lost, Sarah sighed. Gabriel snorted. Gotta pay attention, Raylan. You never know what's going to happen out here. If this is a group exercise, you're the strongest in our group. I am paying attention. Very close attention, Raylan insisted, incapable of hiding the distraction in his voice. Gabriel groaned. Raylan could take care of himself when it counted, so why worry about him? He had bigger things to worry about, like getting into a bigger group. With just the three of them, they were well under the requirements for this exercise. Sergei had been an option until he fell in with another group at the shouts and screams of an instructor, and they were capped out. Glancing around, Gabriel grimaced at the only option with enough space for the three of them, Alexander. His group technically was at the cap of 10 members, but half of the group hung off to the side, not quite close enough to be considered one. Judging by the second group, it looked like they were picking up the occasional recruit from other parties, so there was a good chance they'd be allowed to join, especially with Alexander having so much fun at Gabriel's expense. Would the others follow, though? What would they even think about that? He wondered. The bad blood between Gabriel and Alexander was no secret to anyone. But if they didn't meet the minimum number for this exercise, they might well be failed out, if not be incapable of finishing the coming obstacle course. Briefly, Gabriel considered leaving the others behind, but he tossed that idea. Raylan could take care of himself, but he was worried about Sarah too much to leave her hanging. While her skills and attributes had been steadily climbing, she was still ranked at E2 with her strength, agility, and endurance lagging well behind his own. Suck it up, Gabriel. Raylan made the decision easy. I think I'm going to head on over there. He gestured at the woman he'd been daydreaming of all day. Raylan didn't wait for a response before running off. Oh, shit! His foot snagged on a buried rock, and he immediately face-planted into the desert. Raylan! Sarah rushed to his side, but he was already up on his feet, dusting himself off. I'm cool, don't worry about me. He shot her a wide smile and ran off to join the other group. Gabriel just shook his head. Come on, Sarah. We need to tag along with someone. Like who? Sarah asked. Gabriel took a breath through his teeth. You're not going to like this. He rushed on ahead to Alexander's group. Part of him felt like he was abandoning Raylan, but he'd already decided to leave on his own. At least this way Gabriel could try and keep Sarah alive. It wasn't going to do his goal of beating Alexander any favors, but his conscience refused to let him sneak off on his own. Alexander beamed the second Gabriel pulled up to his side. Rivera, how nice of you to join us. What? You want us to tag along with Hartford? Sarah whisper-shouted at Gabriel. He ignored her. This was his best way forward, and he wasn't about to show a sign of weakness if he could help it. Titus sneered at the sight of Gabriel. Want me to throw out the trash, Alex? Alexander dismissed Titus with a wave of his hand. You realize the instructor specified groups no larger than 10, right? Is that why half of your group is picking up strays over there? Gabriel pointed at them. Alexander's gaze shifted to Sarah. He chuckled.
I thought it would be a sign of goodwill to carry some of these people across the finish line.
Gabriel's gaze hardened. Then tell your crew to keep at it. I'm taking you down, Hartford. A confused smirk crossed Alexander's lips.
Taking me down at what exactly? Townsend has not even told us what we are doing today.
Gabriel, what are you doing? Sarah snapped under her breath. Damn it, Cooper, Gabriel thought.
Just a bit of friendly competition is all, he said.
It's the best way to get him to let us tag along. Don't blow this, he shouted inwardly. You're a bad liar, you know that? Sarah huffed. Alexander laughed.
He is, isn't he? Why don't you...
Townsend interrupted, her voice coming through their wrist comps.
Think fast, recruits!
The ground beneath their feet shook. Clouds of sand erupted across the desert. Beneath their feet, the sharp hiss of pistons and squealing metal erupted. Groups of recruits screamed as the desert swallowed them whole. Gabriel's chest tightened, eyes shooting wide open. Not this again. He looked down at his wrist comp. There was no strange warning of anomalous activity, no ominous red glow radiating off his hand. So I'm not actually seeing things again? This is actually happening.
Crap!
Shouted one of Alexander's men. The second group plunged into the freshly opened pit, taking a few extras from Alexander's main party.
Time to go,
Zachary shouted, running ahead with Vargas in tow.
Come along then, Rivera. Show me how serious you are about our little game.
Alexander chased after Zachary with Titus right on his tail. Gabriel narrowed his gaze. It's on, Hartford. He took off running, kicking up waves of sand as he tore through the desert.
Keep up, Sarah.
Wait for me, Sarah cried, chasing after them. More and more pits opened as the desert sands shifted wildly to capture the fleeing recruits. Groups scattered and slammed into one another in the chaos. One by one, they were all claimed by the desert. There was no escaping it. Is this the obstacle course? Are we supposed to fall in? Gabriel wondered. Sharp metal squeals tore the desert open beneath their feet. Zachary and Vargas were the first to fall in, but the rest of them had too much momentum to avoid the pit. Their yells filled the air as they fell past flowering rivers of sand. Gabriel smashed back first onto a mound that did little to cushion his fall. The wind was knocked from his lungs. Sarah crash-landed onto his stomach, making damn sure the air stayed out. Was all he managed to spit out. Sorry. Sarah scrambled off him and helped him to his feet. Gabriel gasped for breath before another recruit came tumbling in. It's cool, he wheezed, and turned to their latest arrival. What about you, guy? You all right? The other recruit crawled to his knees, holding his head in one hand. Yeah, I guess. Definitely going to feel it in the morning, though. He pushed himself up. Name's Joshua. Gabriel, this is Sarah, and... He gestured toward Zachary and the others. Alexander cut him off as he dusted himself off. No time for introductions. We need to get out of here. Gabriel frowned. What's the rush, Hartford? We just got here, wherever here is. He had to admit there was something wrong about the place. There was an electricity to the air. Some strange current he couldn't describe and barely felt, but it was there. It made Gabriel's hairs stand on end and goosebumps run up his arms. He didn't understand why he felt this way. Gabriel took in his surroundings, hoping to find a clue. Metal walls, lighting, sand falling like waterfalls all around them, with the gleaming sun peeking in from the pit's opening. It was definitely an interesting scene, but nothing goosebump-inducing outside of the fall. They must have fallen 3 stories with nothing but sand to break their fall. The chamber they found themselves in was roughly the length of a football field. One thing did catch Gabriel's eye, though. An old, faded number 23. The white paint was chipping away in places, and on closer inspection, the metal walls were rusted. The whole place seemed far too old for the Crucible's supposed 50 years of operation. Gabriel had to admit he felt a little disappointed. Between his hair standing on end and what he'd seen in the maze, he was expecting to find themselves in a madhouse of death traps. There was a set of blast doors alongside the worn number, though. A circular hologram floated from the center of the locking mechanism with the word "locked" scrawled across it. Sarah and Joshua exchanged a glance with Gabriel and shrugged. "The situation doesn't seem so dire to me," Joshua said. The electric sensation suddenly amplified. It was like a static shock punched through his whole body. Gabriel's body tensed up, his arms pulling tight to the side. From the corner of his eyes, he saw deep violet lights shimmering faintly through the cascading sands. Gabriel followed all the lights behind him as the static sensation passed. The lights gathered behind the heaviest flow of sand into what Gabriel swore looked like a runic circle. A strange series of sharp electric clicks and beeps emanated from the sand flow. A shadow loomed over the runic circle just before it vanished. 3 pairs of golden eyes stared down at Gabriel, rising far above all of the gathered recruits. The groan of machinery followed as the eyes swayed toward Gabriel as a single, heavy, mechanical foot pierced the falling sands. The machine leg was wider than Gabriel when he'd arrived at the crucible. "That's why!" Alexander shouted. His party scrambled ahead to the doors. "We gotta go, Gabriel." Sarah pulled at his arm. Gabriel could only stare in awe of the humanoid machine stepping through the sand, standing just over 10 feet tall in desert camouflage. An ancient relic of war covered in thick armor plates. Its long arms swung with every slow, lumbering step the huge machine took, as if encumbered by its own weight. "An Agadir?" Gabriel finally said. "What the hell is this thing doing here?" Sarah balked. "They named that thing after a wall?" Joshua started dragging Gabriel to his feet. "Less gawking, more running." The Agadir stood before them, raising a mechanical fist in the air. Gabriel snapped back to the present. "Run!" He turned and bolted, dragging Sarah along with him before the Agadir slammed its fist into the ground. The resounding crash of metal did not speak well of their chances of survival. "That thing does a hell of a lot more than block paths," Gabriel replied to Sarah's question. At any second, he expected cannons to open fire on them. With no cover in sight, they were already dead. Nothing ever came. He shot a glance over its shoulder. The Agadir's arm and shoulder mounts were empty of weapons. For that matter, the Agadir wasn't gaining much in the way of speed. Its armor, while thick, looked to be battered and stripped down compared to the ones he'd seen in videos on the field. Gabriel wasn't about to indulge his curiosity further, though. Handicapped or not, if that thing got its hands on them, they were done for. Ahead of them, Titus smashed his fist into the locked door, trying to force it open to no effect. Joshua was fast. He was already well on his way across the chamber to join Alexander and his group. Hartford's people dug around in the sand, pushed and prodded at the walls, but nothing was happening. With fear and adrenaline coursing through his veins, Gabriel felt a strange, draining sensation, like something was being pulled out of him. But there was no time to sort out what was causing it. "Rivera, on your right, the door!" Alexander shouted at him. Pouring sand obstructed the metal walls to Gabriel's right. For a brief moment, he caught a glimpse of an opening through it all. There was a small entryway with a ramp leading into a small room. Alexander and his people must have missed it on their dash for the door. "Think we can unlock the door there?" Sarah asked. With a slow, lumbering death hot on their trail, Gabriel said, "It's worth a shot." Gabriel released Sarah and headed for the small room, far past the chamber's halfway point. Sarah stuck by his side the whole way. They scrambled through the sand, up the sharp twists of the ramp, and arrived at a small room with a console sporting 5 levers and 2 holoscreens. On the left was a display of the chamber. The Agadir's slow, lumbering march reached the halfway mark. There was enough space to give the worn-down machine the runaround, but a single mistake would prove fatal. On the right, the display showed a camera feed sat above 7 doors, all of them locked. You've got to be kidding me. Gabriel threw the rightmost lever. 2 blast doors flung open on the camera feed. There was only one problem. They had no means to access either of those doors. Gabriel threw another lever. 3 doors unlocked. One of the prior 2 doors slammed shut. Of course it would be. Gabriel hit his head on the console. A button depressed against his head. He looked up. It was an intercom. Shaking his head, he held down the button. Good news, I found the way out. Bad news, it's a lever puzzle. Give me a moment. Feel free to take your time, Rivera. Alexander's voice came through the console speakers. It's not like our lives are in your hands or anything. Relax, the pup will figure it out. Zachary grinned. What do we do about the old clunker in the meantime? Gabriel shook his head. Come on, rank 1 intellect, don't fail me now. He started throwing levers, one after another, trying to figure out the pattern. He peeked up at the left screen now and again. The Agadir was getting too close for comfort to the others. Alexander tensed. Zachary, Vargas, run distraction. Titus, stand by. And... While Alexander tried to remember the recruit's name, Zachary and Vargas rushed the Agadir. The mechanized golem swung its arms wide, throwing up waves of sand and leaving craters in the chamber's metal floor as they rolled and slid away from its attacks. The name's Joshua. Alexander gave him a once-over. Right. Parrish, if you run in that hall while Rivera solves this puzzle, there's a good chance he will accidentally kill you, so hold your position. Gabriel pursed his lips tight. No pressure. With 1 door left to open, he threw another lever. 3 doors slammed shut. Come on. He swung the lever the other way. They were back to 1 door left to open. It's got to be one of these. He glanced at Sarah for support. She was the smart one of the bunch. She should have been the one doing this in the first place. Instead, Gabriel found her gaze firmly fixed on the drama unfolding on screen. Gabriel's hand hovered over another lever when he followed Sarah's gaze. Oh, no. The Agadir lumbered after Zachary, winding up with an unnecessary telegraph. Zachary dove out of the way at the last second. The Agadir's fist smashed through the metal wall like it was nothing more than cardboard, burying its arm down to the shoulder in it. A binaric howl left the machine as it struggled to tear its arm free of the wall. The sound was like a much faster, angrier, higher-pitched dial-up modem. Gabriel had only heard those things in old documentaries. They were obnoxious then, but this was downright terrifying. Sarah! Gabriel shouted for her attention. Her wide eyes snapped to his own, her hand clutched over her mouth. Time to put that rank 5 intellect to use. Right. Yeah, let me try. Sarah pushed Gabriel out of the way and pulled a lever. A door opened, while another 2 shut. Okay, and now this one. She pulled another lever. The 2 doors she shut opened up, while another slammed closed. She pursed her lips and pulled a 3rd lever. A happy, high-pitched chime left the console as all the doors flung open. I got it! Nice! Gabriel praised and slammed the intercom. Doors open! Get out of there! He ran past Sarah and waved for her to follow. Come on! They poured out into the main chamber, while the Agadir screeched and tore at the wall. It ripped its arm free and chunks of its own plating in the process. Zachary and the others had already run through the hall. Gabriel and Sarah were the only ones left with the metal giant lumbering after them. The Agadir swung a giant metal fist at them. Gabriel ducked down, pulling Sarah with him as it flew over their heads. Gabriel's heart was pounding. The force he felt swing past him could have easily removed his head from his shoulders. Gabriel pulled Sarah with him into the hall and followed the path down. It had to descend another story or 2 into the desert at least. The second they cleared the hall, the doors slammed behind them. Alexander held down a big red button. Took you long enough. How nice of you to hold the door, Gabriel panted. You are of no use to me dead, Rivera, Alexander said. Besides, this place would be dull without you." Titus groaned in disgust and walked off. "I'll get started on this next puzzle." "Hartford, how did you know what this mess was about? Did an instructor tell you something?" Gabriel asked. Alexander was already sifting through the room, about half the length of the prior one, but another 2 stories taller. "I had my suspicions when Townsend refused to brief us on the day's training. This is an escape room. We used to run these all the time back home. Solve a puzzle to escape. A simple premise made all the more complicated by some manner of unpleasantness coming after you." "You did this back at your home?" Gabriel asked. "Around my 11th or 12th birthday we started running these," Alexander said. "But we never had more than one room to deal with, and never with decommissioned war drones." Joshua gawked. "That's insane! Why would anyone put their kid through this?" "To learn how to keep calm under pressure," Alexander stated. "Now, if you two are done wasting your breath, we need to get this next room open. Search the area." The crash of metal rumbled through the sealed blast doors. Alloys snapped, metal squealed. The Agadir was ripping its way through the blast doors. "Preferably before that thing gets here." Gabriel wasn't going to argue. Seeing the damage the Agadir did to the wall was enough incentive to follow Alexander's orders. He roamed around the room alongside Sarah, inspecting the chamber for anything out of the ordinary. Like the previous room, there was writing on the wall, a number perhaps, but stripped down to shards of faded white paint. Grates adorned the walls the higher he looked, covered in sand and old rust bleeding down from them. As his gaze reached for the sky, he found a ceiling with hot, white lights glaring down on them. There was one particular sight he was surprised no one was mentioning. The violet runes crawled across the upper edges of each wall segment. They slowly pulsed on and off. The longer Gabriel stared at them, the stronger a strange buzzing built in the back of his skull. He tore his gaze away before the sensation grew any worse. He thought about asking about the runes, but with no one else mentioning them, he feared he was seeing things. As if acknowledging this fear, the runes glowed a little brighter. "Look at this," Joshua called out. "The walls here are already messed up." Gabriel and Sarah rushed over. The walls were covered in bullet holes and blast marks, heavy dents, and the old cleaving wounds of a thermal blade warping metal slashing through. "What do you think happened here?" Joshua asked. Gabriel shook his head. "No clue. Place looks way older than the rest of the crucible." "Indeed," Alexander said as he wandered over with Titus. "And these strange runes, what do they even mean, and why are they pulsing like that?" Titus seemed to tense at the mere mention of the runes. Gabriel gave Alexander a long, hard look. "Did you feel that strange electricity in the air, too? Or that weird draining sensation?" Alexander met his gaze with a light nod. "Yes, this is all very peculiar." Sarah blinked as she glanced between Gabriel and Alexander. What runes?" Titus stepped forward. "The ones all around us, recruit. Are you blind?" he snapped at her. Before Sarah could even mouth another question, Titus kept shouting her down. "We all see them." He gestured nowhere near where the actual runes were. "No, we don't know what they are, and we have no idea about the strangeness of this place. Shut your mouth and keep your questions to yourself." Sarah's mouth hung open as she shrank down into herself. Alexander and Gabriel exchanged a curious, if concerned glance. "Titus, are you feeling well?" Alexander asked. "I'm fine," he said, his eyes firmly locked on Sarah, as if daring her to keep asking her questions like she always did. A sharp whistle pulled their attention to Zachary. "Ladies, if you're done playing tourist, we got us a door to open and a closing window of opportunity." He pointed above the locked blast door. There were 5 red lights, a piece of the puzzle. As if to drive Zachary's point home, the Agadir's thrashing through the blast doors grew louder. Gabriel glanced back at the doors. Is that damn thing halfway through already? "Before we got to deal with that raging toaster again, please and thank you," Zachary added. Titus tore himself away from the group and headed for the room's center.
Don't waste your breath on the deadweight, Zachary. It's a miracle they managed to open the first.
5 holograms shot out of the sands, scattered across the chamber. A pyramid, a cube, a sphere, a disk, and some sort of exploded shape needing to be put back together. A holographic timer floated over Titus, counting down from 60. The game was obvious to Gabriel. Solve the puzzle in under a minute to open the door.
There, Alexander shouted. 1 puzzle for each lock. Make it quick.
On it. Joshua rushed for the exploded shape, the one closest to the approaching Agadir. Gabriel and Sarah ran for the disk. How's this thing work? Sarah stammered, with beads of sweat rolling down her brow. She leaned close to the ringed disk, as if that'd make the puzzle any easier to understand. Her gaze jumped back and forth between the puzzle and the doors, where the Agadir would burst through any moment. Deep breaths, Sarah. Stay calm, and we'll figure this out, right? That's the game. Those were bold words for Gabriel. His heart was racing. Every second wasted on solving the puzzle was another second closer to the Agadir reaching them. As that fear rose, the draining sensation intensified. But he didn't feel tired or weak, just an odd numbness in the back of his mind. He ignored the sensation to focus on the puzzle. The blue glowing rings seemed simple enough. There were 10 of them, with a path drawn through each one. An arrow on each ring pointed inwardly, which told Gabriel they had to align the different paths toward the center. Gabriel pressed his finger to the outer ring. It rotated to link up with the following ring. The path between them glowed brighter. Gabriel smiled at Sarah. See, this is easy. He touched the next ring, and another shifted. Gabriel groaned. This again? Why can't we have a nice, simple puzzle, like find the pressure plates or something? You know a lot of puzzles, Gabriel? Sarah pushed and prodded at the rings. Unfortunately, Gabriel said. They're my least favorite part of any game. Sarah smiled, the puzzle falling into place piece by piece under her touch. But they're so fun. They really give your brain a workout. Gabriel leaned down to watch what she was doing. Realization dawned on him. You're trying to keep your mind off the Agadir coming at us, huh? She pouted. I am trying to stay calm here, you dingus. Right. Gabriel decided to play along. I started doing a bunch of puzzles on my wrist comp to try and bump up my intelligence. And how's that been going for you? Sarah asked, as the Agadir banged on the blast doors. It sounded like another was in the process of being ripped open. Gabriel sighed. It has been a grind. I don't think I'm going to earn a single rank of intellect through Phase 1. Sarah laughed. You poor thing. Don't worry. We're going to need plenty of bold and brave people in the future. You'll be fine. Comforting as her words were, they weren't nearly as comforting as the happy chime emanating from the door as she finished the puzzle. Another 3 followed. 4 lights above the door were green. 1 more, and they were on to the next room. No time to waste, Parrish. What is taking you so long? Alexander scolded from the puzzle closest to the exit. Just a moment, Joshua replied, hands almost erratic as they tried to force pieces together, knocking others loose. A loud, shattering crash came from the doors behind them. Joshua collapsed from his puzzle to stare in shock. The blast doors bulged out in the shape of the Agadir's fist. The number above Titus's head flashed red, hitting 0. All of the puzzles vanished, and the green lights above the exit returned to red.
Great. We have to do this crap all over again,
Titus growled, and jumped on the pressure plate he stumbled into. Puzzles flashed back to life, this time in different locations. Gabriel and the others had to scatter around the room to the different puzzles as the hammering on the door grew louder, more desperate even. Gabriel and Sarah arrived at a pyramid puzzle. The concept was similar to the rings, and even the number of pieces, but the pattern was all different as to which piece moved what sections. Fear grew in Gabriel as the draining sensation took a strong enough grip to be distracting. He didn't know what was going on exactly, but he had to get himself under control. Sarah needed to see him calm if she was going to have any chance of keeping it together. He took slow, deep breaths, calming himself little by little, the draining sensation easing off as he did.
"On your feet, Parrish," Alexander ordered. "Solve the damned puzzle so we can leave this place."
Joshua lay frozen on the ground, watching the door as the Agadir's fist ripped through. Metal ground against metal as the huge arm slowly drew back, peeling the blast door open like a can. Sarah gasped in horror, unable to move. Gabriel grabbed her by the shoulders. Hey, pull it together, Sarah. You like solving puzzles, right? Mind games?" Her gaze remained fixed on the monstrosity headed toward them. "But—" "Ignore that thing," Gabriel said. "You're the smartest one here, the fastest out of all of us at these puzzles. We're all counting on you, all right?" He glanced back at Joshua and grimaced. He needed to go help him before it was too late. "Where are you going, Gabriel?" Sarah asked with a quivering voice. "Don't worry about me. Get that puzzle solved," Gabriel shouted back. He rushed over to Joshua and hauled him to his feet and the next puzzle. "Come on, we need to figure this mess out." How? My intellect ranking's only 2. I couldn't even solve the last one." Joshua's every word was dripping with fear. "Fantastic," Gabriel said. "Between the 2 of us, we have a whopping 3 intellect. So let's put our brains together and get the hell out of here." Joshua dug his feet into the sand, trying to pull away from Gabriel. No, that thing's going to kill us." Gabriel backhanded Joshua. "If we don't solve this puzzle, we're all dead. So harden the fuck up, Parrish." Joshua gulped and stopped struggling. They were mere feet from the blast doors. The shrill screams of metal were a constant companion as the Agadir worked to force its way inside. Its furious, golden gaze was fixed right on them. Gabriel took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. "Okay, exploded shape puzzle. Just stick the pieces back together. Easy. You did most of it already, right?" "All these pieces are different than the last one, though," Joshua said, his voice trembling. "The last ones were all boxy shapes. These are all sloped." "Fantastic," Gabriel muttered, grabbing pieces at random and slapping them together while Joshua watched. "Don't just sit there. Help me figure this out." Right." The stammering recruit scrambled to get pieces together, with no seeming rhyme or reason to his approach. Joshua knocked pieces from the holographic puzzle with his erratic movements, his attention firmly cemented on their approaching death. With his chunk of the puzzle completed, Gabriel realized what he was working on. It's another pyramid. He held the top half of the glowing shape between his fingers. It gave him an almost plastic sensation, accompanied by the faint twinge of electricity. Chimes rang out one after another behind them. The other puzzles were completed. The Agadir forced the doors open, warping the walls of the hall to fit its enormous size. "Gabriel, hurry!" Sarah cried, already waiting at the door. Everyone was waiting for them, except Titus, whose arms crossed over his chest, 30 seconds on the timer above his head. "Hurrying," Gabriel called back. Joshua fidgeted with the pieces in his hands, making a mess of the puzzle. "Trying." Deep breaths. Gabriel faked the calmest voice he could manage. The truth was his hands were shaking with every lumbering step that behemoth took toward them. "Got it!" Joshua held up the completed lower half of the puzzle. Gabriel snatched it from his hands and slammed the 2 halves together. A musical little tune chimed away. The next set of doors pulled open. "Rivera, watch out!" Alexander warned too late. The Agadir surged forward with new speed. Gabriel and Joshua were smashed across the room like children's toys. They rolled and tumbled across the sand-covered floors, coming to a stop when they hit the wall. Gabriel coughed up a mouthful of sand and wheezed for air. Joshua laid on his face, fingers twitching. They got lucky. The Agadir must have only clipped them, but there was no time to rest. "On your feet, damn it!" Gabriel ordered, grabbing Joshua by the back of his fatigues and hauling him to his feet. They limped across the chamber as the others headed through the doors. Earth-shaking steps and binary clicking and hissing trailed behind them. There was another crash of metal. A wave of sand slammed into their backs, sending Joshua and Gabriel flying toward the blast doors. It was a near miss, but the relentless machine never ceased its hunt.
"Hurry it up, pup. The doors are closing," Zachary shouted.
"Yeah, Gwey. We can't do nothing about them, neither,"
Vargas added. Gabriel scrambled across the sands on all fours, Joshua right behind him. The doors weren't far, and standing up would take too long. He was halfway through the doors when Joshua screamed. Gabriel slammed down on the sandy floor. Joshua's grasp was tight around Gabriel's ankle. "It's got me!" Joshua cried. "Shake it off!" Gabriel demanded, trying to crawl forward, but it was no use. How was anyone to fight that thing off without power armor? The Agadir dragged them both across the sand. They weighed nothing to the machine. Gabriel latched onto the closing blast doors, trying to pull them both through. Joshua's grip tightened as he screamed. The Agadir just kept pulling. "I can't shake it!" Both of Joshua's legs were tight in the Agadir's grip. He couldn't even try to kick the mechanical golem if he wanted. The solution to Gabriel's problem was obvious. Kick himself free from Joshua, and he could save himself. A simple solution that was so much easier than struggling to keep them both alive. It was a line he could not bring himself to cross. "Let us go," Gabriel shouted at the Agadir, as if it cared about anything more than ending their lives. Sarah's soft little hands clamped down on Gabriel's arms. She braced her feet on the closing doors and pulled with everything she could to get Gabriel inside. She was too weak. "Alex, help!" Alexander buried his face in his palm.
"Titus, the door. Zachary, Vargas, assist Cooper."
"On it." Zachary rushed up to help Sarah.
"You got it, boss."
Vargas threw a quick little salute and did the same.
"But he's dead weight, Alex. We don't need the doughboy," Titus snapped. "They're costing us precious time."
"I will be the one to decide what is and is not necessary, Titus. The door, now!"
Without another word, Alexander strode past Sarah. Titus glowered, but with his charge in danger, he obeyed. His muscles bulged with a furious growl as he pulled the blast doors back open, inch by inch.
"Hurry it up," he grunted.
Titus's feet were slipping on the sand. Gabriel's eyes widened. "What are you doing, Hartford?"
"Saving your life."
Alexander drew back his foot and, without a hint of remorse, stomped his heavy boot into Joshua. Joshua cried out, blood streaming down his face. His grasp began to slacken around Gabriel's ankle. "No!" Sarah screamed. "Stop it!" Gabriel pleaded. There was no stopping him. Again and again, Alexander kicked Joshua until his grip failed. Zachary and Vargas dragged Gabriel past the blast doors. Alexander followed them through just in time for Titus's grip to break. The gate slammed shut behind them. Machinery whirred and whined through the doors, followed by a dull thump. The Agadir's footsteps trundled away from the gate. It was busy with its victim. Chapter 26. Vargas sprawled out on the floor.
"Damn, that was close, Gwey."
"Just a bit." Zachary wiped the sweat from his brow. Vargas and Zachary released Gabriel. Gabriel surged to his feet, slamming Alexander to the wall. Alexander glared, choking under Gabriel's newly developed strength.
"Why the hell did you kill him?"
Gabriel snarled. Alexander pushed Gabriel away, gasping for breath.
"Parrish was already dead, Rivera. We all knew it. The only one who refused to accept that fact was him."
Gabriel lunged for Alexander, only to catch a swift backhand from Titus. It felt like he'd been struck across the face with a baseball bat. Gabriel crashed to the sand. Alexander's boot was splattered with Joshua's blood. Sarah gasped and rushed to his side. "Gabriel?" "There had to have been something we could have done for him," Gabriel hissed. Alexander pushed Titus aside.
"And how were any of us supposed to fight that thing, Rivera? We simply do not have the equipment to take it on."
He grimaced as he stared at the blast doors.
"A bullet to the head would have been the merciful thing to do for Parrish. Do you hear that thing out there?"
The Agadir stomped about at its slow, lumbering pace. There was another sharp whir of machinery. Joshua's scream was dulled by the blast doors. Another thump followed, accompanied by the squeal of deforming metal. That thing is toying with him. It can rip blast doors apart, and it is playing with its food. Why do you think it did not just rip you two away? Alexander scolded him. It was trying to get everyone it could trapped with it. You didn't need to kill him like that. Sarah whined softly, a tear rolling down her cheek. A sharp exhale escaped Gabriel's nostrils. His gaze fell to the floor. Why anyone would program a machine to toy with its victims was beyond his imagination. It was beyond anything the maze or the crucible had shown him thus far. The challenges they faced were merciless and punishing of the slightest mistakes, but never cruel. What they all heard that Agadir doing outside was something else entirely. Gabriel clawed up a handful of sand, digging the coarse grain into his palm. The Agadir's behavior wasn't what bothered him the most. It was that Alexander's justification made sense. One life was sacrificed so the rest of them could survive. A sacrifice done without a single shred of mercy, doubt, or even remorse. Gabriel hated himself for agreeing. Is this what we need to do to survive? Alexander held out his hand. On your feet. We are not done with this place yet. Gabriel looked up at Alexander. The glowing runes pulsed stronger just past him. It was like they were feeding on all the negative emotion flowing out of them. Strange as it was, Alexander was right. They didn't have time to dwell on their emotions or the strange sights around them, especially not with a killer robot coming after them. He took Alexander's hand and rose to his feet without a word. Sarah glanced back at the doors at another scream of pain. There has to be a better way. Gabriel wanted to believe that was the case, but he wasn't so sure anymore. Alexander groaned. By all means, Cooper. If you are so insistent on getting yourself killed, there will be no shortage of opportunities to do so. I only ask that you make your death count for something. How can you be so callous? Sarah asked as they moved to the next chamber. Callous? Alexander furrowed his brow. I see myself as practical. Pained as I might be if I were to lose Titus, Zachary, or Vargas, at the end of the day I must view my people as assets. It is the only way to keep a level head. The path ahead of us is full of difficult choices, Cooper. Sacrifice will be required of all of us. The sooner you come to grips with that, the easier it will be for you to survive what is to come. Gabriel growled under his breath. Alexander may have been speaking to Sarah, but it was clear the words were meant for him. Hate me all you wish. That is the cold, unforgiving truth of our world, Alexander continued. Had I not sentenced Parrish to death, Rivera would have joined him. That would have been a waste of precious talent and drive our company is sorely lacking. Alexander glanced over his shoulder at Gabriel. And I cannot allow you to die just yet, Rivera, not when you may yet prove yourself a valuable asset. His expression softened into a mischievous grin. Besides, someone has to babysit Cooper, and I know how much you enjoy taking care of your lessers. Rude, Sarah grumbled. Gabriel wasn't sure if Alexander was sincere or just taunting him. One second he was speaking about the futility of what Gabriel was trying to do, keeping someone like Joshua or Sarah alive, his words cutting Gabriel like razors. The next, Alexander was praising him for his efforts. But Gabriel wasn't picking up any hostility for a change. Maybe Alexander really was just being honest. Somehow that thought filled him with unease. They pushed on to the next chamber. Following the pattern from before, this one was half the size of the prior chamber, and taller by another 2 stories. Compared to the football-sized field of the first chamber, they were in a cramped closet. Gabriel did not like their odds of tangling with the Agadir in such an enclosed space. They needed to solve whatever puzzle was waiting for them, and get out in a hurry. A second set of blast doors sealed behind him with 5 solid clangs of metal from the door. It seemed this one was more reinforced than the others. But so was the number of runes scrawled on the walls, or the large circle adorning the ceiling of the chamber. It looked like some sort of runic magic circle, with a triangle jutting out from the center and past the ring. The 3 sides of the triangle bent inward, giving it a slight curved appearance. Gabriel had no idea what any of this meant. He looked at Sarah and quickly gestured at the ceiling to avoid Titus's attention. Sarah looked up and then back down at Gabriel with a questioning glance. "You don't see it?" he whispered. "See what?" Gabriel pursed his lips. "Don't worry about it. And definitely don't let Titus hear you asking about it. I don't know what his problem is, but we have enough things to try to kill us for one day." Sarah's expression grew more concerned, but she gave a quiet nod. Knowing her, the mountain of questions building up inside her mind must have been fighting to get out. Thankfully, she kept them to herself. Zachary jogged up to the chamber's exit ahead of the rest of Alexander's crew. "What's your trick, little door?" The faded text above the door vaguely read as exit, which hopefully meant this was a means to escape the Agadir and not an incredibly messed-up trap. Next to the door was a panel with 5 empty sockets. "Scavenger hunt it is," Zachary said. "Spread out and search the area. Rivera, Cooper, go high," Alexander ordered. Gabriel looked up again. In his distraction by the runes, he'd missed the platforms jutting out from the walls leading to the very top of the chamber. There were gaps between most of these platforms, some big enough to require the use of bars and ropes to clear them. Other platforms deployed and retracted from the walls on a timer. But Gabriel wasn't sure if they were on a long, elaborate pattern or if the timer was random. This was more of what he had expected to see when he was told they were going to run an obstacle course, not a series of escape rooms with a murder bot and whatever these runes were supposed to be. "And why don't you do it?" Gabriel questioned Alexander. So far he'd done nothing but give orders rather than solve any puzzles. "Because, should our angry mechanical friend arrive, I do not trust you not to get yourself killed." Alexander walked up to Gabriel and leaned in close. "You are no use to me or anyone else dead, Rivera." The crash and squeal of metal reverberated through the blast doors. The Agadir was done with its prey and coming for more. Gabriel's gaze narrowed as he pulled away. The bastard knew how to push his buttons. He had to give Alexander that much. "Come on, Sarah." "You sure we'll be okay up there?" she asked, brow tight with concern, as she looked at the jumping puzzle awaiting them. "We'll take it one step at a time," Gabriel assured her. "It'll be just like the obstacle courses. Worst case, that thing kills us all, and you 2 chiquitos are stuck up there waiting for your turn, eh?" Vargas laughed, digging through a pile of sand. "So like no pressure, güey." Sarah latched on to Gabriel's arm and let out a little whine. Gabriel rolled his eyes. "Come on, Cooper." They began their climb up one platform and on to the next. The early jumps were a quick and simple process. Run, jump, hop. Wait for a platform to pop back up, and try not to take too long hopping to the next one. Easy. What made the situation nerve-wracking wasn't just the increasing height, but the Agadir thrashing at their blast doors. Just as Gabriel thought, they were made of stronger stuff. The blast doors shook and groaned, but other than shaking off some dust, they were holding. For now. Sarah lagged behind Gabriel as he jumped, swung, and climbed his way across the platforms. Where he only stopped to measure or time his jumps, Sarah hesitated at nearly every turn. She fell further and further behind him. Gabriel didn't think it was too serious at first, not in comparison to the Agadir trying to break in. By the time they reached the 3rd story, Gabriel realized this was going to be a problem. Gabriel had just taken a running leap across a large gap. Sarah was frozen on the other side, her arms stiff at her side, as she took a step back. "Take a running start, Sarah," Gabriel called back to her. "I can't make that jump," Sarah shouted. "Yes, you can. We've made jumps like this before." Gabriel moved to the platform's edge and waved her over. "Come on, I'll catch you." Sarah stepped back, biting her lip as she came uncomfortably close to the wrong edge of the platform. Metal screeched below. The Agadir's fist ripped through the corner of the doors. "Cooper, Rivera, time is running out," Alexander called from below. "You wanted to go on adventures, right, Sarah?" Gabriel waved her over again. "This is it. Let's go. Give it everything you've got." Sarah clutched at her chest, muttering what must have been a silent prayer or a long chain of expletives, before taking a running jump across the platform. She came in too fast. Sarah crashed into Gabriel. He caught her in his arms, only taking a few stumbling steps back. He glanced back and took a breath. It was a good thing the platforms were 3 times bigger than the ones used in the normal obstacle courses. Otherwise, they would have had a long trip down. "See? Easy." Gabriel laughed, trying to ignore his racing heart. He shot a glance up. "It looks like there's just 2 more levels, Sarah. Think you can do this?" She nodded with quivering breaths. Gabriel gave her a pat on the back, then went ahead. He latched onto a bar between the platforms. The jump looked a little too big to make it across without momentum, so he started swinging back and forth until he flung himself across. He landed hard, but turned around for Sarah. "You've got this, Sarah." Slowing down for Sarah may have been a mistake, with the Agadir slowly battering down the doors, but in case there was some sort of puzzle involved with getting the key, Gabriel knew he was going to need Sarah's help to get it out. More importantly, he didn't want to lose anyone else. A couple of happy chimes came from below. Zachary and Vargas found 2 of the keys they needed. Gabriel and Sarah moved to the 4th story. The walls were long ago scythed open by mechanical claws and cannon fire. What the hell happened here? The Agadir down below had no weapons to do this kind of damage. Plus, it was far too heavy for any of the platforms to support its weight. Maybe the damage was caused by other machines they hadn't seen in the sands. The escape room so far had been far too old to be a normal part of the crucible, and the glowing runes around them definitely sealed the deal for Gabriel. Wedged into a wall over on the next platform was an armored figure. It wore a black suit of power armor. It was an older suit in the standard weight class that still had some exposed machinery to it. One of the battered armor's shoulders bore a pair of twin silver stripes. Half of the helmet was blown open, revealing a skull inside. Whatever killed this soldier had done so a very long time ago. Judging by the stripes, he was in whatever secret club the elite guards around the command center were in. "Jesus, what happened to him?" Sarah asked as she hopped across to the platform. Gabriel joined her. Upon closer inspection, the man had been impaled to the wall by 3 large spikes, 2 in the chest and 1 through the shoulder. Something a lot worse than what we're dealing with. Never heard of an Agadir shooting spikes, though. Clutched in one hand was a heavy, single-edged blade. It looked too heavy for proper use without power armor's assistance. From the blade's grip, a slack power line looped behind the dead man's waist. In the corpse's other hand, he clutched a pulsing blue rod. Gabriel tore it free. "Found a key, I think," Gabriel shouted to Alexander and tossed it down to them. Alexander gestured for Vargas to get it. A 3rd chime followed. "It worked, Gway. Thanks," Vargas shouted. Titus pulled a 4th rod from the sand in time for the blast doors to be ripped off their hinges. The Agadir stormed inside, and the runic circle above gave an ominous glow. Gabriel glanced up to see the rings and runes spinning, growing brighter. Every hair on his body was standing on end. Goosebumps ran up the entirety of his skin as some kind of current shot through the air. Gabriel grit his teeth and dropped to a knee. "Gabriel, what's wrong?" Sarah asked, seemingly completely unaffected by whatever just happened. "I don't know." Gabriel grunted out. The Agadir unleashed a furious, mechanical howl. Whatever had happened, the Agadir's reactor hummed louder. The machine's chest dripped with blood as it surged inside with a speed and drive it had not shown before. With a quick swing of its arm, it swatted Titus away like a toy, sending him slamming against the wall. "Pick up the pace, Rivera. 1 key to go," Alexander shouted before rushing to Titus's aid. Gabriel thought it was strange that Alexander hadn't suffered any strange shock, but maybe it was a proximity thing to the circle. Whatever was going on, the Agadir was tearing through the chamber below. Zachary and Vargas threw sand, rocks, and anything else they could get their hands on to get the Agadir's attention. It worked. The war drone lumbered after them. Between its enhanced speed and the much tighter space, the two men struggled to keep their distance. "Damn it!" Gabriel hissed as he shook the shock out of his system. "What do we do, Gabriel?" Sarah's sweet voice quivered. Gabriel looked to the body pinned to the wall. "Think you can reach the top on your own?" "But—" "Sarah, the last key's probably up there. If you can't get that, we'll be stuck here with that rampaging Agadir," Gabriel said. "But what are you going to do?" Sarah asked. Gabriel reached behind the impaled corpse. A grin crossed his lips as he pulled out exactly what he was hoping to find. It was a power pack, a cylindrical object the size of a small beer keg he could carry around behind his hip. He blew the thick layer of dust and sand off the device and flipped the switch on. The power pack's orange light flipped on. The charge status was just under a quarter full. A special kind of stupid idea. He strapped the power pack onto his back. "We got power in this thing, and if this relic is still up and running, then I'm betting this thermal blade works too." Sarah threw her arms up. "How do you know any of this? You don't read things. You barely read the recruit handbook." Gabriel tugged the power line free from the body. "Hey, I read things. If it has anything to do with guns, military tech, war history, I'm all in." A nervous chuckle escaped him. "I've probably spent an unhealthy amount of time reading up on this stuff, and playing with it in milsims, too. Anyway, are you going to go up or not?" "I can't." "You can, and you will, Sarah," Gabriel said. "The faster you get that last key, the faster we can leave." He grunted, tugging the blade free from the corpse's hand. The single-edged blade was taller than he was, and it must have weighed at least 50 pounds. Coupled with the power pack, Gabriel was hauling an extra 75 pounds of weight on his body at least. "You're going to get yourself killed, Gabriel!" Sarah shouted. Gabriel looked down. Vargas and Zachary were flung across the room, leaving dents in the shape of their bodies on the walls. Titus, the giant of a man, tried wrestling the Agadir's huge arms every time it went for Alexander, but he was no more of a threat to the war drone than Gabriel was to Titus. Probably. Gabriel hefted up the blade and ogled the device. He found an access panel, forced it open, and flipped the switches inside. The weapon hummed to life in his grasp, and with a squeeze of the blade's trigger, its edge flared to an orange glow. "Holy shit, that's hot," Gabriel said, as the heat radiating from the blade slapped him in the face. He looked back at Sarah. "Better go fast then, Sarah. I'll try to keep that thing busy." Sarah muttered in frustration. "Fine, I'll do it, but promise me you won't die." Gabriel moved to the edge of the platform. They were right above the center of the chamber, 4 stories up. If he messed up his jump, breaking something was the least of his concerns. If he didn't do something, Zachary, Vargas, and even Titus and Alexander were going to die. Gabriel knew he and Sarah were next. It was only a matter of time before the Agadir came for them. Sweat flowed down Gabriel's face like a river from the heat radiating off the thermal blade as he glanced back at Sarah. No promises. He jumped off, swinging the enormous blade down as he went. "Gabriel!" Sarah shouted. The Agadir snatched Zachary out of the sand. It raised him into the air in its crushing grip. Zachary let out a blood-curdling scream. The thermal blade dragged Gabriel forward as he swung, throwing him into a spin. Too late for regrets now. Gabriel gained speed faster than he expected, the world a blur around him. The thermal blade tore into the Agadir's shoulder, cleaving a molten path through the mechanical monstrosity's back. The Agadir let out a binaric shriek. Gabriel's body swung down from the sword's handle and slammed into the Agadir's armored plating. Zachary was flung from the Agadir's grasp into another wall. He was out cold. Gabriel clung to the thermal blade's grip for dear life as the Agadir tried to reach for him. "This was a really stupid idea," Gabriel yelled, as the Agadir tried to swing him from his back. Each rough, jerking motion aided the superheated blade in carving deeper through the Agadir's armor and machinery alike. The Agadir tried to pull Gabriel off with one arm, only for the limb to spaz out and go limp at its side. Quick to adapt, the drone used its other arm to snatch Gabriel and throw him off when he swung too close. Gabriel flew across the air, slamming back first into a wall. The thermal blade was impaled right next to Gabriel's face. His world may have been spinning, but the searing heat radiating off the thermal blade was enough to snap him back to his senses. Gabriel scrambled back to his feet before his flesh could be cooked to more than a bright peeling red, and tried to pry the thermal blade free from the wall. The Agadir was coming for him. "Come on, come on!" Gabriel shouted. "I got the key!" Sarah called from above. "Excellent," Alexander shouted. "Get down here this instant, Cooper." "Coming," Sarah said. Gabriel pulled and pulled at the sword until it dragged free. He was sent tumbling across the sand, leaving a trail of molten sand in his wake as the Agadir slammed its fist into the wall. Gabriel hauled himself back to his feet and grinned. The Agadir had gotten itself stuck again. This was his chance. Gabriel rushed after the shrieking machine and swung the heavy blade. Without the momentum his fall had built, Gabriel's sword barely bit into the Agadir's armor. "Titus, help him, or we are all dead," Alexander demanded. Titus dragged himself off the ground. Bruised, battered, and bloodied, Titus limped after Gabriel. With a disgusted grunt, he pushed Gabriel aside and took the blade from his hands. "Don't fall behind, doughboy." "Right behind you," Gabriel said. He felt more than a little awkward having his heroic moment reduced to glorified battery boy, but if this meant they got to live, he really didn't care. Titus drove the thermal blade through the Agadir's leg. The war drone howled as it ripped its arm free from the wall with a wild swing for Titus. Titus raised the blade to parry the blow, but the Agadir was simply too strong. Titus was thrown across the room, and Gabriel was sent flying with him, thanks to the power line that tethered him to the thermal blade. Gabriel crashed across the sands, bruised and bloodied from his latest fall, and quickly inspected the power line. It was intact. Damn, they really built this to last, huh? His gaze moved up to Titus. He'd earned a few more cuts and bruises, but otherwise he was fine. Gabriel tried to drag himself to his feet, but Titus was too heavy for Gabriel to lift more than his arm. "Jesus, man, what are you made out of?"
"Harder stuff than you, doughboy,"
Titus scoffed and pushed to his feet. The damage Titus had inflicted on the Agadir's leg was crippling. While the leg was still attached, the war drone now ambled toward them with a heavy, aggressive limp. Bloodied, but not done, the Agadir ripped its dead arm free from the socket.
"You want to go?"
Titus roared at the Agadir. The Agadir slammed down its dismembered arm onto the ground like a mace, with a fearsome binaric cry. "Let's go!" Titus charged. Gabriel rushed after him. The tether had plenty of length, but not so much that he could afford to fall behind. When Titus rolled under the Agadir's swinging mace, Gabriel dove after him. Titus retaliated with a vicious overhead swing, and Gabriel shadowed his movements to keep the tether loose. Otherwise, he'd sap power from Titus's swing. Gabriel had to pay close attention to Titus's every move and mimic them as closely as possible if he hoped to avoid getting them both killed. For all of Titus's strength, the Agadir's thick plating took a great deal of abuse. From watching the way Titus fought, it became clear the man was experienced in welding thermal blades, and he was aiming for a critical strike as he kept swinging for the more exposed joints. It was just a matter of finding an opening. Until then, death by 1,000 cuts was the name of the game, and a single slip-up meant the aim for Gabriel and Titus. Sarah jumped down from the platform and crash-landed into a rough roll. She clambered back to her feet and rushed to slam the key into the last slot. A happy musical chime announced the door's opening. An elevator waited beyond it. "Door's open. Let's go!" The Agadir swung for Gabriel and Titus.
"Back me up, doughboy,"
Titus ordered, bracing himself with the blade out in front. Gabriel didn't know what Titus expected from him, but he helped the man brace with all the strength he had to offer. The Agadir's makeshift club was split down the middle as Titus and Gabriel held strong. The Agadir shrieked, discarding the useless weapon. Titus surged forward, taking the opening the Agadir had presented. He buried the thermal blade deep inside the Agadir's gut, narrowly missing its spine. The Agadir howled. Titus stripped the power pack off Gabriel, punched a quick combination of keys into the device, shoved it into the Agadir's gut. The towering mountain of muscle ran faster than Gabriel had ever seen before. Gabriel wasn't dense enough to miss the hint. He booked it after Titus. Binaric cries filled the chamber as the Agadir tried to snatch Gabriel up. It missed him by a hair's breadth. Titus threw himself into the elevator. Gabriel followed his lead. The doors slammed shut behind them, and their hasty ascent began. An explosion rocked the elevator. Titus had done exactly what Gabriel thought. He set the power pack to overload and used it as an improvised explosive. There was no way the Agadir survived. Gabriel's heart was pounding. The adrenaline surging through his body made him feel like he was made of jelly. Zachary was still out cold, bleeding from his nose and mouth, but breathing. Alexander and Vargas carried him between them. Sarah latched onto Gabriel with a tight embrace. "You made it!" Gabriel nodded, just happy for a chance to catch his breath. Sarah slapped him across the face. "You almost got yourself killed back there, you idiot! Do you have any idea how scared I was? What would Raylan say if he found out you got yourself killed over Alexander of all people?" Gabriel gave a weary laugh. Yeah. I'm glad we're alive, too." He raised his right arm up to inspect the hot, stinging sensation. His skin was red and blistered from the thermal blade's heat when he was too close to its edge. It was no small wonder those things carved through armor so easily.
"Well done, Rivera," Alexander smiled. "You are proving yourself a greater asset by the day, one I can even work with."
Gabriel's smile fell. "We had to work together back there, but that doesn't change a thing between us, Hartford." Alexander laughed.
"Tell yourself whatever you need to, Rivera. Whatever it takes to get you on that shuttle off this rock. Keep that raging spirit burning."
Gabriel tilted his head to the side. "You do remember I'm gunning for command, right? Taking your precious prize from you?"
"I am aware of your precious little dream, Rivera," Alexander said. "But I do hope today was a sobering glimpse of how dire things can be for us, of the hard choices leaders must make for their people."
Gabriel let out a disapproving grunt, but bit his tongue. He was having a hard time arguing with Hartford, no matter how desperately he wished things had gone better back there.
"You can hate me to your last dying breath, Rivera. My methods, my reasoning, all of it. It matters not in the grand scheme of things. What I do for the greater good of humanity."
Alexander reproached with every word.
"If by some sick twist of fate the burden of leadership falls on your shoulders, understand that it will be you who has to make those decisions. You who has to decide who lives, who dies, and what sacrifices must be made for our species to survive."
He leaned in close.
"I do not believe you have it in you to bear the burden of leadership, Rivera, but you might just make it out of here alive."
"Just try and stop me, Hartford," Gabriel said, with a cold, hard edge. Alexander smirked and slipped away from Gabriel. "What was that all about?" Sarah whispered.
"Nothing," Gabriel said. "Just our friendly rivalry is all."
"That's what you call friendly? Really?" Sarah asked. "You guys are going to end up killing each other if you keep acting this way." Gabriel couldn't argue with that either. As far as he was concerned, That was the closest to friendly he and Alexander were going to get. The top of the elevator shaft split open, and the glaring desert sun came into view once more. They were free of the escape room, and they weren't the only ones. Raylan had made it out with the woman he had his eye on. Nicole's fatigues were torn up, bloodied, and her group was down to 3. Another elevator rose out of the sands, with a team of 6 hauling a battered Sergei across the desert to Townsend and the other instructors. More groups rose to the surface, falling into formation, while medical enforcers rolled in to treat the wounded. "Great work out there, recruits. Let's get you all patched up and fed. We have a lot more work to do today," Townsend shouted. Gabriel was hoping for the day's training to be done after that mess. But the day was still young. They had plenty of time to keep training. Chapter 27. Gabriel had been forced to go through the rest of the training day with little more than a bit of burn ointment and bandages. When they returned to the barracks, he was happy to take a long, cold shower to soothe the burnt flesh that his brief use of a thermal blade with no protective equipment had earned him. His wrist comp blinked with a new notification, likely some advancement, but he would look at that later. He sat on a bench outside of the showers in nothing but his boots and his pants, and started treating his burns. From the tips of his fingers to his shoulder, Gabriel covered his arm in burn ointment and bandages. It soothed the constant, nagging ache of his burning flesh, and supposedly would have him back to normal after a day or 2, if he stayed on top of the treatment. Gabriel applied the same treatment to his face and moved on to his bunk, throwing on his shirt. Their dormitory was near empty with everyone else enjoying their downtime. Gabriel sat down on the edge of his bunk and pulled up his wrist comp to check his notifications when Nicole approached. "Fun day today, wasn't it?" Gabriel asked her. "Yours more than ours," Nicole said. "I can't believe you guys had to deal with an Agadir." Gabriel pursed his lips with a slow nod. "Yeah, you can say that again. I have a real hard time believing Townsend didn't know about that thing being there, or how old and weird that place was, but she's sticking to her story." "That was odd, but I'm sure there's plenty of need to know going on here." Nicole crossed her arms. "But not as weird as those runes you mentioned." "Yeah, well, I'm the only one who saw them other than Alexander," Gabriel said. "So I'm not really sure what to make of that whole mess." Nicole nodded. "Well, nobody's telling us anything, so there's no point stressing over it." She shrugged. "Anyway, not here for chit-chat, Gabriel. I'm worried about Sarah. She's been feeling pretty down after that mess you guys were in." Gabriel pulled himself up to his feet. "Sarah? But she made it through in one piece. She was a little shaken up, sure, but it didn't look like anything serious. Zachary was the one who got the worst of it." Nicole prodded at his skull. "You're a little dense, so I didn't expect you to pick up on it. But I think you might be able to cheer her up." Gabriel tilted his head. "Me? Why not you? What am I going to do?" Nicole gestured to herself with mild annoyance. "Tell her to suck it up and deal with it? I grew up in the wastes, then went right into the military, Gabriel. Gentle and I don't exactly get along. Besides, her problems are closer to yours than you think." His lips pulled into a tight frown. Sarah got herself caught up in the middle of Gabriel's competition with Alexander, but he didn't think that was the problem. Gabriel was hesitant to even bring her along for fear of putting her at risk, and he worried getting any closer was only going to increase it. Gabriel already felt like his friendship with Raylan put him at far too great a risk, especially with what he was aiming to do. There was also the nagging voice in the back of his mind telling Gabriel the others would only slow him down. They didn't train as long or hard as he did. They weren't giving it their all. It was one of the things he had to agree with Alexander on. Gabriel sighed. If Sarah was letting her own head get in the way, it was going to put her at serious risk of dying. Gabriel didn't want that either. "You don't give yourself enough credit, Nicole. But all right, I'll see what I can do." Gabriel stepped past Nicole. Where is she? Where do you think? The library, Nicole said. Gabriel groaned. Joy. Time to get lost in that maze. He headed up to the library on the 3rd floor. Unlike the rest of the barracks, the library's floors and walls were made of wood in a deep oaken color. A facade if Gabriel had ever seen one, giving the place a far more relaxed feel than the rest of the base. Fake as it all was, whoever built the library had made an incredibly convincing effort. Gabriel was greeted by a holographic globe at the library's entryway. It dwarfed him several times over, while the earth slowly spun before his eyes. Small specks of light surrounded the planet. They were satellites and space stations. As he approached, their details became clearer. Curious about the hologram, he reached up a finger to a satellite. The small speck moved to his hand and expanded to about the size of a football. Neat, Gabriel commented as he inspected it. The satellite was little more than a can with 2 sets of solar panels. It sported a few dishes, antennae, and optical sensors of some kind. Gabriel considered toying with the hologram some more, but decided to push that distraction back toward the spinning globe. It shrank back down as it returned to its orbit. Returning to his search, Gabriel was pretty certain he was going to get lost. The library was a 3-level section of the barracks, and a large one at that. Eridanus Industries, or whoever was really running the show, must have believed the library would get more use than it actually did. Gabriel couldn't really blame them for thinking that. Knowledge was power, as was made blatantly obvious by his ability to work a thermal blade earlier in the day. Sadly, most people, himself included, avoided the library. Populated by a handful of scattered recruits, the library's grand halls smelled thick of old books and a hint of vanilla for some reason. Heavy, dark oak made up the towering shelves lining the halls, decorated with a silver and gold Gothic flair to accent the oak's rich color. The same flair was spread throughout the fixtures, tables, ladders, and sculptures in the library. Compared to the hard, utilitarian design of the Crucible, the library was an alien world. While Gabriel appreciated the tactile feel of physical books, he wasn't sure why they had so many. Digital books were far simpler to carry around, distribute, and more durable, provided power was available. A single wrist comp could carry the library's entire contents and still have an absurd degree of room to spare. To top things off, modern holographic projections replicated the sensation of a page to a great degree. Would a book last longer, locked up in here, or in a memory chip? Gabriel wondered briefly, before returning his focus to the search. Tucked away at a corner of the 3rd floor, next to a set of windows that would have looked more at home at a Gothic cathedral of the old world, Gabriel found Sarah. She sat by herself beside a small pile of books, small of Sarah's norm of 10 or 20. Curiosity grabbed Gabriel. He walked past her with a wave, but she was lost in whatever she was reading. Gabriel guessed fiction from the book cover, sitting at the top of her pile. Something about some VR MMO called New Realm Online and Broken Bones, with some elf guy with a spear riding a bear. Not being big on reading, Gabriel turned his attention to the colorful stained glass windows. The central and largest of the windows held the Reclaimer emblem high in the air above a sprawling golden city. The window to the left portrayed a ruined, flooded, and overgrown city. A modern one by the look of it. Above the city, there was a meteor shower raining from above, or asteroids, Gabriel wasn't quite sure. The right window portrayed a group of men and women clad in black armor, wielding rifles and blades. They were rising from the ashes left behind by the crashed pods they came in on. These men and women were facing off against creatures that ranged from fantastical to nightmarish in a wild, untamed world. A soft chuckle slipped past Gabriel's lips. "How long have you been standing there?" Sarah asked. Gabriel turned around, a warm smile on his lips. "Not that long. Saw you hanging out here and figured I'd say hi, but I got distracted." "Yeah, it's a pretty ornate window." Sarah's shoulders slumped. "I think that's supposed to be us, too, if we actually become reclaimers." There was a distinct edge of hopelessness to her words. That's never a good sign, Gabriel thought. In his experience, that state of mind only led to two outcomes: stupid decisions or really stupid decisions. The detrimental, potentially harmful to one's self-kind. Right? It's a pretty rough road ahead of us. Gabriel carefully prodded at the window. As he expected, his finger slipped right through the distorting holographic display to the cold metal hidden behind it. Fake or not, the art on display must have been quite the expensive commission. "So what brings you to the library?" Sarah asked. "This isn't exactly your kind of place." "I like to read things too, you know," Gabriel insisted. "Now and then, when the planets align, probably." Sarah leaned her head onto a hand, raising a brow at him. "Uh-huh. And you wear a hot jacket out to the desert, too." Gabriel took the seat beside her. "Fine, you caught me. Nicole was worried about you feeling down, so she sent me here to help cheer you up." A faint smile tugged at her lips. "It's okay, Gabriel. You don't have to worry about me. We made it through the escape room alive, and that's all that should matter, right?" "That'd be nice, huh?" He slumped over onto a seat beside her. "But we almost died a few times back there. Found a dead body, and Alexander killed Joshua." Gabriel frowned. They didn't know the guy, but the death alone pained Gabriel. The way it happened, and why it had to happen, twisted at his guts. It was a rough day. Sarah shuddered and closed her book. "Shook you up too, didn't it?" Gabriel asked. She nodded. "Yeah. I wasn't expecting to see that either. I wasn't expecting to see any of what we saw today." Gabriel sighed. "Back home, before I got roped into this mess, I saw some terrible things. People getting gunned down by pack soldiers. A poor kid and her mother getting crushed right before my very eyes by a downed fighter." Gabriel paused for breath. "All of that stuff haunts my dreams, and I still wasn't ready for what Alexander did." He looked at his left hand. "And I can't help blaming myself for letting it happen, for letting any of it happen." "Yeah," Sarah shuddered. "But I'm not like you, Gabriel." "Huh? I'm useless." Her lips pursed tight. Her eyes reddened with tears welling up in them. "What? No." Sarah wiped away a tear and took a shuddering breath. "But I am. You, Nicole, Sergei, even Raylan. You're all strong, fast. The crucible beats you down and you keep going. Me?" A shaky laugh slipped past her lips. "I can't help anyone. I can barely help myself. I freeze up. I panic." She stared down at the table. "You remember how I froze up in the last room?" "Yeah, you were pretty shaken up about going off on your own." She shook her head. "It wasn't just that. My mind was going 1,000,000 miles an hour. I saw every possible way I could mess up, every way I could die, every way you could too, and I couldn't do a damn thing." Tears rolled down her cheeks, her voice lowering to a whimper. "How am I supposed to be useful to anyone like this? How am I ever going to survive the crucible?" "Don't talk like that." Gabriel pulled her into a hug. She was so much smaller than him, probably the smallest and lightest recruit in their company, maybe even the Crucible. It was no wonder she felt weak and useless. You aren't useless. If you hadn't been around to help with those puzzles, we would have died in the first chamber, guaranteed. In no small part thanks to my dumb ass. Sarah shook her head. No, I just need to face it, Gabriel. I'm no use to anyone. I'm still just a dumb little girl dreaming too big for her own good. I'm going to quit this mess. Come on. You're not talking me out of this. There's more ways to help than bronze and bravery, Sarah, Gabriel said. You're smart enough to know that. She huffed, staring away from him at the floor.
He's right, you know.
James appeared out of nowhere. The jolly man managed to wear a clean set of overalls for a change, as he pulled out a chair and sat across the table.
If we were just looking for brawn, you wouldn't be here, Sarah.
He shot Gabriel a grin.
And there's no way Rivera here would have even been considered.
Gabriel narrowed his eyes at James. I appreciate the confidence. Who are you? Sarah asked. This is James. Gabriel introduced him. Alexander's uncle. Sarah frowned at the mention of Alexander. Don't worry, he's cool. Remember that joyride me and Raylan got in trouble for? Sarah nodded. This guy's how he ended up getting access to a Strider. James chuckled.
Yeah, sorry about that. Probably should have cleared it with the guard first. My bad.
He pulled up a bag jostling about with colorful candies inside.
Chocolate?
Sarah shook her head and pulled away from Gabriel, folding her hands over one another on the table. James popped a candy into his mouth to munch on.
So, Sarah, what do you think we're looking for here in the Crucible?
The best of the best. Strong people who can survive whatever mess you'll be dropping us into 1,000 years from now. She shrugged.
True, that's what Phase 1's all about. Making sure we have people capable both mentally and physically of surviving the challenges you'll all be facing in the future. Whether recruits do that alone or working together is just another data set to help our selection process.
James leaned across the table with a loud whisper.
Pro tip. Teamwork is kinda important.
He snickered and pulled back.
Now, do you know what Phase 2 is all about?
Sarah didn't say anything. Combat and specialization training, right? Gabriel answered. Specializations being our job in the future?
Correct.
James set down a handful of candies in front of him, then beamed at Sarah.
See? He's not a complete idiot, even if that intellect ranking says he is.
Gabriel's brow twitched. Move it along, Hartford. James laughed.
Sorry, I'm just trying to cheer her up. Anyway, you should have seen the school banners by now. The ones at the barracks. Recon, engineering, medical, and logistics. Come Phase 2, you'll be assigned to one of those schools, and all of them are going to call for big brain time.
He glanced at Gabriel and tapped the side of his skull.
Big brain time.
I'm picking up some not-so-subtle hints here, Gabriel grumbled, his gaze narrowing further on James. Sarah cracked a smile. You can't seriously be related to Hartford.
Yeah, well, I wish I could have spent more time with the kid, but that wasn't in the cards.
James sighed.
Anyway, Recon may require more brawn and speed to do their jobs, but the other ones? Smart kid like you is practically tailor-made for them with how fast you read.
James gestured to the stack of books.
You read what, 5, 6 of those just today? After the day's training, no less? That's impressive.
Sarah nodded. Wait, how did you? James waved a hand in the air.
Eyes and ears everywhere, sweetie. Believe me, it creeps me out too, but it can come in handy. Last thing I want to see is a quality recruit like you throw this opportunity away.
Why do you care about me, or any of us? Sarah asked. Aren't you going to ride out the end of the world in some bunker somewhere with Mr. Hartford or something? James shook his head.
Nah, the old man's time is short. He's only worried about Alexander's future and the future of the species. Me? I'd like to make sure there's good people carrying on the legacy of this dying world, while I sip a margarita and watch it all burn.
He gave a slight smile.
Bunkers are just going to have too hard of a time surviving the mess that's coming. Why do you think we're throwing 1,000 of you into a spaceborne meat locker?
I guess that's fair, Sarah muttered.
Right? So, as I was getting around to saying, don't beat yourself up about lacking in the strength department. You're a good kid, and a smart one. Besides, if you stick with Gabriel and his friends, you'll be fine,
James insisted. Gabriel felt an increasing amount of pressure being placed on his shoulders. Playing catch-up was hard enough when he was worried about himself. He couldn't take responsibility for someone else. James pulled up his wrist comp. With a quick series of hand movements, a holographic screen appeared and shifted between different windows.
Looks like you're a toss-up between medical and logistics, too. So focus on surviving Phase 1, and you're going to shine in Phase 2. After all, sulking never did anyone any good. Right, Rivera?
Gabriel grumbled. I don't remember sulking. James snorted. His lips pulled into a tight, thin smile, but those eyes couldn't hide the laughter he was holding back. Yeah, Gabriel said with a hint of annoyance. So what are you doing hanging out with a bunch of recruits anyway? Aren't you supposed to be busy doing armory chief things?
Well, I'd be lying if I said I was just here out of the kindness of my own heart, James admitted.
There's always some angle with you Hartfords, huh? Gabriel pressed.
Nah, kid, nothing sketchy from me. At least I don't think.
James stroked his beard, looking around as if searching for prying eyes.
I actually wanted to ask about your little adventure today with the Agadir, since we had no eyes in there, outside your wrist comps.
Gabriel furrowed his brow. What happened to eyes and ears everywhere?
There are a few notable exceptions,
James admitted. Why are you asking about this stuff anyway? Gabriel asked. Do you have something to do with the maze?
I was just in charge of designing it, along with cleaning up and retrofitting the old maze left behind here by...
James paused.
Right. I'm not supposed to talk about that.
About what? Sarah asked.
Exactly.
James winked at her. Gabriel rubbed at his brow. So Eridanus didn't build this place?
Yes, but also no.
Gabriel's brow-rubbing intensified. Is this some sort of mental stress test? Because I'm failing it pretty hard.
James laughed. Since I've said too much already, I'll just say we took this place from our predecessors. It used to just be the lab complex out here. Technically, that's still the biggest facility in the Crucible, since it reaches far and wide underground. We're still clearing the place years later.
That explains the corpse we found, Gabriel said.
Brother Captain Blackwell. His body's been missing for at least a decade or two.
James nodded. Brother Captain? Sarah raised a brow. Sounds like some Night Order nonsense. Then again, he didn't look all that different in his kit than that statue outside the barracks, and all the command center guards had silver stripes on their armor, too. Gabriel pondered out loud.
Super secret hush-hush club info. Don't worry about it, and don't ask about it. He smiled. Johnson's going to have my balls in a vice for the little I've said already. I don't need to encourage the man.
Gabriel narrowed his eyes on James.
The jolly man grinned. Anyway, I just wanted to apologize for that little mishap. You recruits were supposed to go into one of the refurbished chambers, solve some puzzles, deal with some deadly traps, maybe a few gun drones, but not a sadistic Agadir.
Gabriel's head was spinning, trying to guess at what James was trying to hide. That wasn't going anywhere, so he tried to focus the man's ramblings. Something your predecessors were into?
They were into all sorts of nonsense, occult stuff especially. The shit I've seen would give you nightmares for life."
James shuddered.
"Story for another time, if I get the okay to talk about that. But I'm bad at the whole keeping secrets part of the job."
Gabriel held up a hand. Wait, back up. Occult stuff? James looked like a deer in the headlights for a moment, then lit up with a smile.
"Oh, culty nonsense. People with way too much time, money, and power in their hands get up to."
He chuckled.
"Whole drama that isn't relevant to anything."
Gabriel opened his mouth, then closed it. His brow furrowed as he opened his mouth again to press the issue, but decided against it. Gabriel chuckled. "I guess." Sarah seemed to pick up on his hint not to push it. "So wait, you said you use gun drones in training? Aren't weaponized drones banned?"
"Yes and yes. Well, it depends on the kind of drone. Automated, very banned. Remote, we don't like to use them in most scenarios. Too much of a security risk."
Gabriel looked at Sarah. "I thought I was the military hardware nut here. History's more my thing," Sarah said. James nodded.
"See? Smart kid."
"So how come drones were banned?" Gabriel asked.
"All automated killing machines were banned from use in warfare by both sides for two main reasons." James held up a hand and counted down. "1, they are a pain in the ass to kill and plain outclass your average soldier. Even elite special forces struggle to deal with them."
"I thought that was the point," Gabriel said. James nodded.
"The second, official PR reasons involve the moral and ethical dilemmas of allowing a machine to make their own judgments, especially when it comes to taking human lives." He leaned over with a whisper. "Just between us, though, it's all bullshit. The real reason is this. Given enough time, enemy hackers can turn any networked machine against its owners. Countermeasures for this stuff become too obstructive for war drones to be any sort of practical."
"So why are you using them in training, then?" Sarah pressed him.
"No one's going to hack them here. Even if they were without a direct link, that's pretty impossible."
James nodded.
"My handiwork, if you're wondering. Well, inspired by things like that Agadir you hacked up. The only drawback is you can't issue them orders without special equipment like my wrist comp."
He held out the device, twitched his fingers in a quick pattern, and a binaric chittering emanated from the device.
"It speaks robot."
Gabriel raised a brow. "Couldn't someone just figure that out, too?" James threw his arms up in the air with a nervous laugh.
"I didn't say it was an ironclad solution, but it works out. Plus, they're backed up by all sorts of insane biometric locks, so you need a little bit more than just speaking the lingo."
Gabriel nodded, but figured he'd try to bring James back to the point conversation. "So what did you need to ask about that mess?"
"Oh yeah, that."
James stroked his beard.
"You didn't see anything weird in there, did you?"
Gabriel had an idea of what the man meant, but he wanted to hear it from James. Weird how? As if picking up on Gabriel having something to say, James's casual demeanor grew more serious. He made a quick gesture with his wrist comp hand. A quick series of lights flashed on the device before a 10-second countdown appeared. Gabriel tried to read the text above it, but all he picked up was initializing, before James dropped his arm and continued talking normally. If anything, he seemed more relaxed.
"Strange writing on the walls, glowing runes, altars, strung-up bodies, shadows in places they shouldn't be. The usual."
Sarah's eyes shot wide. "That's normal?"
"The previous owners were a colorful bunch," James said. "Far more colorful than I suggested earlier."
Sarah shot Gabriel a nervous glance. James followed it. It all sounded like nonsense straight out of a movie or a video game inspired by an abundance of heavy metal. It made for a great aesthetic, but it couldn't possibly be real. At least, that's what Gabriel would have believed before. Now, he wasn't so sure. What if I said I did? James looked at Sarah for confirmation.
You saw something?
She shook her head. I didn't see anything, but Gabriel and Alex did. And that Titus guy seemed pretty upset when I started asking about it. James took a deep breath, his attention focusing entirely on Gabriel.
And that's all you saw?
There were some runic, magic, circle-type things, too, Gabriel admitted. And some weird electricity to the air. The place felt like it was draining something from me, too, but I have no idea what.
Oh, shit.
James buried his face in his hand. What's wrong? Sarah asked. James shook his head.
Nothing. It just means we have a lot more cleaning up to do.
Okay, Gabriel said. But what does this have to do with those glowing runes? And why is it that Alexander and I saw them, but Sarah couldn't?
It's complicated, James said, and I really can't get into it.
He glanced down at his wrist comp. A timer was quickly ticking down from a few minutes.
I'll really get in trouble for talking about any of this. But let me give you a friendly piece of advice, Gabriel. Do not talk about this to anyone, especially the Silver Stripes. Understood?
Why? Gabriel pressed.
James chuckled. It's a quick way to get on their bad side.
Sarah looked at Gabriel. Wait, if you're saying what I think you're saying, are you saying that magic is real? James stared her dead in the eyes with a serious expression Gabriel didn't think the man was capable of. Then he burst out laughing.
No, of course not. Don't be silly. There is a perfectly reasonable explanation to all of this, which we can't talk about. Ever. Got that?
Sarah gave a shaky nod. Gabriel held up his wrist comp. Like I can't talk about the strange warnings I've been getting, about anomalous activity and whatever this suppression stuff is? James's eyes widened as he leaned in with a harsh, shocked whisper.
Who the hell told you about any of that?
My wrist comp just shows it to me, Gabriel said. But never when there's people watching. I thought I was going insane. James cleared his throat and took a calming breath. The man's gaze shot up like he was trying to come up with a good excuse.
You are, he stated casually. Normally, I would recommend getting checked out by the shrink, but that might get you booted from the program. So let's not and say we did, yeah? You can keep yourself in check, right? That willpower rating of yours is pretty absurd for most people in the Crucible.
The one that keeps jumping up and down?
Gabriel said. Yes, that one, James said. Technically, it means you are at a rank 4, and you've been progressing to it this whole time, but you haven't been particularly stable when it comes to its application. But willpower has always been a weird attribute to keep track of. It's the least tangible of all the things we measure, as it focuses on a person's ability to focus, to persevere in the face of hardship, and...
He gazed off into nothingness. And? Sarah pressed. James smiled at Sarah, like she'd helped dislodge him from a topic he realized too late he had to avoid.
And pay attention to their surroundings.
I thought that last part was all about awareness, Gabriel said.
Willpower plays into it somehow. Don't ask me how. I didn't come up with this system. That's just how it works.
James shrugged.
Short version of this ramble of mine, you're an oddball, Gabriel, but your spook should have let you know all this already.
Gabriel shot him a tight smile. My spook was very big on need to know.
Oh, well, now you know.
James checked his wrist comp again. Another countdown was fast approaching 0.
Okay, kids, we're going to pretend we didn't talk about any of this and go back to carrying on as normal, understood?
Sarah and Gabriel exchanged a glance, then gave him confused nods. James pointed at Gabriel.
Remember what I said about the runes, writing and all that? You're going to reply to that like you don't believe me. In 3... He counted down with nods from his head.
There was clearly something going on here, but it was going well above his head. Gabriel got the distinct feeling whatever it was could jeopardize his time in the Crucible, and his family by proxy. So he decided to roll with whatever game James was playing. "You're kidding, right, James?" James laughed, massaging the back of his neck as he looked away. Gabriel thought back to the earlier conversation and tried to pick up where they left off. "Other than the impaled, brother captain?" He looked at Sarah, who nodded. "Yeah, other than that, we didn't see anything like that. Just the Agadir taking its time killing Joshua. Something was very wrong with that machine." James nodded. Yeah, they can be. At least it's good to hear the captain's death allowed you to fight off the Agadir. The cleanup crew we sent in put that thing down easy, so you'll be happy to know Joshua was avenged." "Kind of," Sarah muttered. James sighed.
"Look, I get what Alex did was 10 different kinds of messed up. But he wasn't wrong. Gabriel was going to die with Joshua if Alex didn't kick him loose."
"Doesn't make it easier to deal with," Gabriel said. James nodded. After an awkward moment of idly drumming his fingers on the table, he rose to his feet.
"Well, that's all the time I've got to spare. You two take care and keep those chins up."
With a casual 2-finger salute, James left. "Weird guy, isn't he?" Gabriel said. Sarah nodded. He considered bringing up the strange conversation over the runes. Since Sarah didn't press the issue, he decided it was a topic best left avoided. Gabriel came back to the reason he came to the library in the first place. "So, still thinking about quitting?" Sarah leaned to the side, resting her head on her knuckles. "If staying here doesn't mean staying useless, I guess I can stick around." Sarah looked up at Gabriel. "But I don't want to be a burden to anyone." Gabriel gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Nothing wrong with asking for help, Sarah. Everyone needs it from time to time." "Even you?" His hand slipped off her shoulder as he exhaled. "Even me. But I'm starting to think I need to go lone wolf to catch up to Hartford, or people will get hurt around me. You saw what Alexander was like today." Gabriel thought back to Joshua. "If it had been you or Raylan, Nicole, or even Sergei, I don't know what I would have done." "Is that why you've been so quiet and distant lately?" Sarah asked. Gabriel nodded. "You know people will get hurt here no matter what you do, right?" Sarah placed a hand on his arm. "We're all here to try and get stronger, to survive. Not all of us are going to make it." Gabriel stood. "I know. But if I can surpass Alexander, maybe it'll be less people in the long run, even if it means crossing lines I don't want to." Sarah sighed. "There's no talking you out of this, is there?" The part of Gabriel hoped she would try, but he didn't see a better option for their company or humanity's future. There was no shortage of qualified recruits vying for command of the Reclaimer mission, but Gabriel was the only one who had the opportunity to directly compete with Alexander. He was the only one who had a chance to see what they were dealing with and what the future could look like if he took command. Gabriel had to be the one to take down Hartford, even if it meant leaving the others to fend for themselves. Sarah gave him a wry smile. "I won't get in your way." She picked up the chocolates left behind by James. "But you should let the others know, at least Raylan." Gabriel shook his head. "He'll try to stop me if he finds out what I'm planning. I can't let him do that." "He's going to find out sooner or later. Why not tell him now?" Sarah asked. "I just can't put that on him. Raylan worries too much about me already." He slipped away from the table. "I gotta go. There's a lot more training I need to do if I'm going to beat Hartford. Take care, okay? Chapter 28. The first thing Gabriel checked after leaving the library were his notifications. Ranking assessment update. Endurance, +1. Melee, +1. Diplomacy, +1. Intimidation, +1. Mechanics, +1. New rank, E5. Gabriel marched his way to the gym. His rank up in melee was easy enough to understand. He swung a huge sword at an Agadir when he really shouldn't have been. Plus, watching Titus fight definitely proved useful. Mechanics was an odd one to him, though. He didn't think he did anything special to activate the thermal blade, but apparently the system disagreed. Technical skill, mechanics. A subject's ability to maintain, operate, or disassemble complex machinery. This skill is increased by a subject's demonstrated ability to operate tools, repair devices, disarm traps, and more. Mechanics is a valuable skill for subjects in all manner of situations, from disarming tripwires to maintaining a tactical armor's reactor. Gabriel blinked. These skills seemed to be a little bit too general sometimes. When he pressed on the mechanics skill to expand it, there were way too many different subsets of the skill for him to scroll through. They had everything from reactor maintenance to toaster repair. The only sub-skills Gabriel had any stars in were in gun maintenance, with a whopping 3 stars, and now thermal blade maintenance at 1. Apparently his time nerding out over milsims and military hardware hadn't been a complete waste of time, though the gun maintenance he picked up from his mother and father. Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, E5. Strength, 2. Progress toward next rank, 73%. Agility, 2. Progress toward next rank, 47%. Endurance, 3. Progress toward next rank, 1%. Willpower, 3 to 4, factored as 3 for ranking purposes. Intellect, 1. Progress toward next rank, 94%. Charisma, 2. Progress toward next rank, 35%. The grind is real, Gabriel thought as he got to work for the night. Another maze run was coming at the end of the week, and Gabriel wanted to be ready for it. Over the week's training, recruits tackled new obstacles, broke under the strain placed upon them, and some lost their lives. Each day Gabriel discovered his limits and pushed beyond them. Nothing would get in his way. Nothing would stop him from surpassing Alexander. Yet his climb up the rankings didn't move as quickly as he'd like. Every day he'd pick up a few more percentage points on his progression, and without any freak accidents, like the Agadir incident, things had settled back to normal. While Gabriel's mind wandered now and then to the strange ruins he'd seen and the glow that came off his alarm in the desert, he shelved that curiosity for another time. It was a distraction from his goals. He had to get stronger. Sadly, the week ended without Gabriel earning any additional ranks. But with the week's end came another maze run. The 42nd Company gathered beneath the hot sun. Pillars of metal rose before them, assembling a new maze. This time a ceiling formed over the new entryway. A cool breeze wafted from the entrance, sending a shudder up Gabriel's spine. Alexander and his men stood to the front of the formation. He glanced over his shoulder through the crowd of recruits with a confident, toothy grin as he spotted Gabriel. Alexander gestured for Gabriel to join them as the instructors went about their usual speech. The maze was deadly. There were time limits. They didn't have time to go at it alone. Yet alone was the only way Gabriel could rise to Alexander's challenge. The others would only get in his way. not because he doubted their ability, but because Gabriel knew he wouldn't be able to keep himself from rushing to their aid. If anyone was going to wind up dead for his goal, Gabriel wanted to make sure he was the only one to make that sacrifice. Gabriel pushed forward through the crowd to join Hartford. "Gabriel, where are you going?" Raylan moved up to his side.
"Da, squishy man. Sergei is thinking we make with the runnings as team."
Sergei followed up, walking opposite of Raylan. "There's something I have to do," Gabriel said. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what he was planning. Raylan slapped his hands down on Gabriel's shoulders and brought him to a standstill. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're actually going to take those guys on? Are you insane, Gabriel? They're in another league."
"Niet, squishy man is strong. Sergei believes in him."
He stepped forward and waved for them to follow.
"Come, Sergei help."
Gabriel winced. His right arm was still wrapped in bandages. The burn may have been gone, but the flesh was tender to the touch. Buckley, the medic, had told Gabriel this wouldn't have been the case if they used stim packs, but they didn't want recruits relying on the stuff to save their bacon until at least Phase 2. So Gabriel had to grin and bear it. "Sorry, Sergei, but I need to do this alone," Gabriel insisted. Raylan frowned. "Why, man?" "Why do you think?" Gabriel brushed Raylan's hand off his shoulder. "I can risk my own life to win, but I won't risk yours or anyone else's, especially not after what happened to Joshua. So take care of yourselves, all right?" He carried on to Alexander's group. "Take care of myself? Man, what are you talking about? I'm not letting you go anywhere on your own like this." Raylan followed. Sergei pulled Raylan back.
"Joker, squishy man wishes to go alone. Prove he is biggest and strongest. Why not respect comrade's wish?"
"Leave him alone in a maze? Hell no!" Raylan slipped away from Sergei's grasp. "If you want to leave him, you go on ahead, big guy. Maybe try making nice with Sarah and Nicole." Sergei stroked his chin.
"Da, is also good plan. Sergei will be doing of this. Best luck, squishy man. Sergei is making cheering for you."
Gabriel appreciated the well wishes and Sergei's willingness to respect his decision, but getting Raylan to do the same didn't seem to be in the cards. "Please don't mess this up, Raylan."
"Rivera, how nice of you to join us."
Alexander held out his hand, an act for the sake of the others. It had to be. Regardless of his reasons, Gabriel gave him a firm shake. "Pleasure's going to be all mine when I wipe that smirk off your face." A dark chuckle slipped past Alexander's lips. My, all fired up today. And you're bringing Wade along. Moral support, I presume." Gabriel exhaled his frustration. He's being stubborn about coming along. He adjusted his gloves. They had been issued to them from day one, and yet nobody used them. With his bandaged-up hand, he wasn't going to risk losing his grip, especially during a maze run.
"That makes two of you."
Alexander's grin widened. A giant wall of muscle shoved his way between them.
"Come on, Alexander. Don't waste your breath on this doughboy and his little friend."
Titus spat.
"You've got bigger and better things to worry about."
Alexander pushed Titus aside. "Not now, Titus. You're ruining my fun."
"He's just a distraction."
Titus glowered.
"Ready?"
Jensen bellowed. Alexander held a stern gaze on Titus. The giant let out a low growl but fell in line with the rest of his men.
"Set."
Gabriel and Alexander lined up next to each other, ready for the mad dash to come along with every other recruit in their company. Alexander shot Gabriel a glance.
"Try to keep up."
"Go, go, go!"
Gabriel took off at a full sprint, trying to edge out Hartford, but he pulled ahead slightly. The dimly lit entry chamber was filled with a cool air, providing a pleasant relief from the outside. a morale booster for the recruits before they ran face first into the deadly challenges lying in wait ahead. Gabriel hoped Sergei and the others would come through in one piece. Running neck and neck, Gabriel and Alexander battled for the lead position. More often than not, Alexander was coming out on top. Raylan trailed behind them with Zachary, Vargas, and Titus not far behind. The entry hall seemed to go on forever in a straight line, with no passageways, traps, or anything Gabriel had come to expect from the maze. Through the shadows, a wall appeared. "Dead end!" Alexander's shout was cut off. The floor beneath them dropped to a steep decline. The group cried out in surprise at their rapid descent into the depths of the desert. "This was not in the damn obstacle courses," Raylan protested. The temperature decreased as fast as they slid. The dim lights from the entryway above faded to pitch black as the maze shifted behind them. Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest. They were running blind. He heard the others sliding alongside him, felt the cold metal at his back and the shivers in his breath. He tried to listen out for any sort of danger, but there was nothing he could pick up. Did we just get ourselves killed? Lights came online, and their predicament became crystal clear. The slide had an end, a very abrupt end at a steep incline. It was a jump across a chasm, a pitch-black, bottomless pit as far as Gabriel could see. "Do not let the void take you, Rivera," Alexander taunted, tucking his arms into his chest and fixing his legs straight. The others did the same. Gabriel copied their form. "Raylan, follow my lead," he shouted, and not a moment too soon. Pillars of metal shot up from the slide to block their path. Gabriel swung his legs away, and his body followed them out of danger and straight into another raising pillar. He bounced and rolled, but his momentum held as he recovered. Raylan screamed. By the time Gabriel looked, the telltale sound of arrow traps firing reached his ears from Raylan's direction. They were built into the damned slide. Raylan was fine, shaken, but without a scratch. The fired arrows came clattering down after them. "Fuck this place," Raylan cried, as he swerved to avoid a surprise acupuncture session. "Suck it up, Gue," Vargas laughed, before crying out as he threw himself to the side. The plates beneath him gave way into the chasm below. The sudden motion caused Vargas to fall behind Gabriel and Raylan. Gabriel looked ahead to the coming jump. The vast chasm was going to take more than a running start to cross, and if they were forced to stop, there was no way they were going to get that start. His eyes widened. That's the trick, huh? Every sharp move, every bounce and roll, every panicked deceleration cost them precious momentum. Momentum they needed to clear the gap. Maybe there was another way through if they got stuck, but nothing was ever that easy in the Crucible, and he wasn't about to fall behind Alexander. "Follow me, Raylan," Gabriel ordered, as his eyes fixed on the path ahead. Slight indents, arrow slits, places where the slide was ever so slightly elevated, all of these were hints of traps to avoid. By the time Gabriel figured this out, Alexander had pulled ahead, and alongside Alex, Zachary and Vargas managed to speed past them. The rest of his men took a separate path through the incoming obstacles. The slide itself had to be the size of an 8-lane highway at the very least. The designers likely expected to catch a lot more recruits in this mess, so there was plenty of room for traps and paths around them. Raylan formed up behind Gabriel. They swung through one trap after another. Platforms fell away into the void. More pillars shot up. Arrow traps clicked as they loaded their chambers and fired into the air with no targets to strike. But those arrows rained back down upon their path. Gabriel was careful to pick his shifts and turns to minimize movement and maximize the momentum they gained. They weaved through the ever-hastening chaos until the moment of truth arrived. Alexander's men went first over the ramp. They shot up like rockets and right out of sight beyond the ramp. "Here we go," Gabriel shouted as he shot up across the chasm. he made the mistake of looking down at the void below as they flew over. If they were too slow, it was ready for them. If they were too fast, Gabriel's eyes widened. There was another chasm waiting for them. The moment Gabriel crashed onto his back, he flipped over and planted his hands and feet on the metal plates, bringing himself to a squealing halt. His heart pounded faster still in his chest, and his hands burned through the gloves, but he was nowhere near the edge. The platforms they were meant to land on had plenty of runway, so long as they kept their eyes open. Raylan came flying through the air after Gabriel. His eyes were clamped shut, just like his pinched lips. He was flying blind straight to his death. Gabriel had fractions of a second to snatch Raylan out of the air and brace himself against the metal plates. His boots skipped against the floor. His knuckles went white. Gabriel growled as he brought them to a stop. With sharp, rapid breaths, Gabriel looked down. Raylan's legs were hanging over the platform's edge. It didn't take Gabriel long to drag Raylan back. Raylan's frantic kicking and flailing helped him get back to safety.
"Jesus!" Raylan yelled. "What the hell? Who does that?"
"It's almost like he's never been in a maze before," Zachary taunted. Gabriel wrestled Raylan to his feet. "What were you thinking, shutting your eyes like that? This is not the place to drop your guard." "Sorry, Gabriel," Raylan stammered out. "That whole jump freaked me out." "And what if I hadn't been there to catch you?" Gabriel scolded him. "You would have died." Raylan looked down. "Man, I said I was sorry." Machinery groaned in the distance. Metal plates were locking into place. Machines squealed as they ground to a halt. Hints of heavy robotics shifted in the inky, black shadows of the void around them. They were shifting the maze, redirecting the flow of recruits. Gabriel half expected to see another set of strange runes appear in the darkness, but nothing ever came. Yes, we can berate Wade for his cowardice later," Alexander said. "For now, we have a maze to survive." "Right." Gabriel glanced at the paths available to them. There were 3 gateways on either end of the platform, and Alexander wasn't running a democracy. He picked a direction and ran down one of the gates into another long hall. Alexander's group followed. Gabriel wasn't far behind with Raylan at his side. "You sure you still want to keep going?" Gabriel asked, picking up the pace, gaining on Alexander little by little. "Coming with us, I mean?" "Man, where else am I supposed to go?" Raylan laughed. "We can leave you with another group of recruits," Gabriel offered, "assuming we run into any." "Forget that, man. I'm here to back you up." Raylan beamed. Gabriel grimaced. After the stellar start to the maze, he wasn't confident in his friend's ability not to get himself killed. But what could they do about it now? "Don't fall behind." Those were words Gabriel never thought he'd have to say to Raylan, of all people. Raylan had always been stronger and faster than Gabriel. On paper, Raylan still was. But one could have all the best numbers in the world. They still had to apply those talents and apply them properly to achieve any sort of results. Gabriel wasn't sure what was holding Raylan back more, his desire to help Gabriel or his cowardice. Prior to the Crucible, the thought of Raylan being anything less than a brave man had never crossed Gabriel's mind. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like it had always been an act. The way Raylan dove out of the way of Jensen's rubber slugs, even if holding his ground meant protecting Gabriel. The ridiculous way he crossed the rope for a false sense of security. And now, closing his eyes across a jump. It was disappointing to see. Raylan was going to get himself killed this way. Gabriel sighed. Maybe he was being too hard on his friend, too focused on his goal to give Raylan some slack. Slack gets people killed here, Gabriel reminded himself. They rushed through the hall into a chamber so vast Gabriel could not see its end through the distant gloom. If there was an end. Even the ceiling above was shrouded in darkness, save for the specks of light shining from above. But that wasn't the strangest thing about the room. Row upon row of thin metal walls were mounted on some sort of mechanism. They had to be 10 feet across at the very least. Each wall stretched into the shadows above, far taller than any obstacle course they had come across yet. How far down are we? Gabriel wondered. Metal squealed in the distance. The ground trembled beneath their feet. A sound reverberated through the chamber over and over again, growing closer, faster, like that of locks slamming into place. Gabriel followed sound. Crap. The walls were turning and expanding, blocking off sections of the vast chamber. "Run!" Alexander ordered. Gabriel sprinted with the others, darting through walls as they slammed shut behind them. Paths were blocked off in front of them, demanding sharp turns to keep going. It took everything Gabriel had to keep up with Alexander and his men, and he was falling behind. Alexander's group slipped through another gap in the walls when they shut just ahead of Gabriel. "Come on, Rivera, it's too early for you to die," Alexander mocked. "Pick up the pace, Raylan," Gabriel shouted, hoping his friend was not far behind. His legs burned as they pushed, gaining distance on those shutting walls, but they were closing too quickly. If his timing was off, he would be crushed between them. But Gabriel had to keep up with Alexander if there was a chance in hell he was going to defeat him. Gabriel growled as he threw himself in between the shifting walls. Their edge rasped against his fatigues as he came out the other end, nearly smashing into Zachary and Vargas on his way to bouncing off a solid metal wall. "Raylan?" Gabriel called back. Raylan was still on the other side of the shutting walls, running alongside a straggler from Alexander's group. "It's too fast, man! Come on, Raylan!" Gabriel shouted. Raylan lunged for the wall, but just before he could enter the threshold, he flinched back. He tried again and again, but more often than not, his hesitation won out. A wall spun up in Raylan's path. Crash! Raylan hit the floor. The other man rushed across the closing gap. Gabriel's line of sight on Raylan was obstructed by the maze. His pace slowed. There had to be something he could do, something to help Raylan. An ear-piercing shriek pulled Gabriel's attention down. The other man was writhing on the floor, clutching it where his arm once was. His leg, missing below the knee, pulled tight to his chest. "Damn it, Mason!" Zachary shouted, but he didn't slow down. None of Alexander's men slowed down for him. Gabriel's chest tightened. He had to do something. For Mason, for Raylan. But he was already falling behind. Leave them behind or save them. Those were the choices. But how could he help either of them? Gabriel didn't have the equipment to deal with Mason's wounds, and he was much heavier than Sarah to carry around. As for Raylan, Gabriel had no idea of how to get back to him. "If you stop, you'll end up trapped with them, Rivera," Alexander warned. He seemed to have slowed down for Gabriel's sake. "Leave them." Every fiber of his being wanted to tackle Alexander to the ground right then and give him a beating. But what good would that do? Gabriel had to believe Raylan was strong enough to make it through the maze alone. "Help me, please," Mason pleaded from a pool of his own blood. Gabriel met Mason's gaze. He let out a shuddering breath, forming a white cloud past his lips. There was nothing Gabriel could do here. "I'm sorry." He turned his back on the man and ran. Gabriel's legs burned to reach Alexander's side. His body somehow made heavier by the guilt he felt. They cleared the chamber of fan blade traps, the walls that had been shutting in their path. Gabriel didn't have a better name for them. "How can you leave him like that?" Gabriel's voice quivered. "He was one of your men." "Mason would only slow us down in that state, Rivera. Dead weight, in the literal sense," Alexander explained calmly. "If we had tried to save his life, all we would have accomplished is getting ourselves trapped with a front-row seat to watch the man bleed out. Nobody needs to see that, Rivera. Nobody." Gabriel clenched his fists and thought back to Mason. He was probably already nothing more than a bloody, motionless heap on the floor. His injuries were too severe, and the blood spewing from his wounds too great for him to live long. He was already dead, and they had done nothing wrong by leaving him there to save themselves. Yet reasoning away abandoning someone in need, no matter how futile, was like someone taking a sledgehammer made of solid ice to Gabriel's stomach. But he had to do it. He had to keep going. The maze groaned. It shifted ahead of them, opening up a wall into another hall. Recruits rushed past the opening. There were too many of them, too crowded together for anything good to come of it. He searched for his friends in the group, but it was difficult to make out anyone as they joined the massive bodies. The screams weren't a good sign. Groups of recruits plunged out of sight with only the sickening grind of metal for any clue as to their fate. It was a familiar sound, one that sent shivers up Gabriel's spine. Another, closer screech followed. The recruit to his side plummeted to the depths below. Segments of the floor were giving way beneath them. It was just like the last maze that claimed Albrecht and Okumura. Gabriel tried to find the telltale signs of the traps and warn the others, but it was impossible to make out anything with so many bodies around. Alexander smirked at Gabriel. "What will you do, I wonder?" He laughed, rushing through the crowd of recruits, his men in tow. Gabriel grit his teeth. He didn't want to leave anyone to die, but what was he supposed to do if he wanted to surpass Hartford? His conscience gnawed at him as he tried to keep up through the crowd and dodge traps. The screams and cries for help were blades stabbing at his heart as he cleared the crowd. It was a simple sprint to catch up to Alexander. All he had to do was keep going forward, but one scream was one too many. He wheeled around and skidded into a full sprint. A recruit was falling to her death. Her blue eyes were wide with horror. Gabriel dove across the gap, tackling her out of harm's way and sending them both sliding across the floor. "Thanks," she whispered, and rushed to her shaky feet. She checked the timer on her wrist comp. "Oh man, we need to pick up the pace. Come on, guy," she said as she rushed on ahead. Gabriel watched in horror as her boot pressed onto a worn floor panel. It depressed beneath her weight. Gabriel scrambled to the edge to save her, but it was already too late. She was gone. Gabriel didn't have time to dwell on it. The floor panel was quickly replaced by another, nearly taking his arm in the process. Another failed attempt to save someone's life, and a costly one at that. Alexander's group was nowhere to be seen, and Gabriel found himself at the tail end of the recruits. He took off running in the last direction he saw Alexander. "I can't stop to save everyone. I need to focus on the larger goal." Chapter 29. Sharp twists and turns led Gabriel through the maze. He scrambled through obstacles and rushed past other recruits in a mad dash to catch up to Alexander. But that was looking less and less likely with every passing minute. The maze shifted. While other recruits were flung across the segment, he braced for the shift and quickly recovered. If he couldn't catch up to Alexander, then he had to at least try to beat him to the end of the maze. Walls opened on either side of the hall, just ahead of another pair of recruits. Gabriel grabbed them by their collars and jerked them back. "Watch out!" One of the recruits fell against him. "What the hell, asshole?" The other tore out of his grasp and charged ahead. The hall filled with arrows. His body crashed to the floor, lifeless. The recruit in his hands, Garfield, shivered with sharp, shallow breaths. "Holy shit! I can't believe I missed that!" Gabriel's heart sank, but there was no time to stop. "We're going to make it through this. Just keep your eyes open and don't slow down," he told Garfield, just as much as he told himself. Storming through the hall as the traps reloaded, Gabriel was careful to steer clear of the dead recruit. In his panic, Garfield did not. His boots slipped on the growing pool of blood and smashed his head against the floor. Garfield staggered to his feet in a daze. Too slow. Gabriel tore his gaze away from the inevitable. But he couldn't block out the scream. The sickening sound of arrows puncturing through flesh and bone. The growing stench of coppery iron. Another body to add to his nightmares. Gabriel pushed on to another grand chamber. His mind was torn with the drive to surpass Alexander and the desire to save everyone he could. But so far he'd failed to save everyone he'd tried to save. It was their own fault. Don't beat yourself up about it, he told himself. He knew that was the case, but it didn't help him feel any better. Looking far ahead, Gabriel spotted Alexander. He was waiting for Gabriel at the end of the path. All of his men were gone except Titus, and whatever they were discussing was not going over smoothly. Alexander gave the giant a deathly glare, as Titus seemed to scold the much smaller Alexander like a parent would with a misbehaving child. Behind them, there was another obstacle to cross if they were to advance through the maze. Narrow bridges with short hops and shifting angles led the way across another bottomless pit, like an extreme version of what they ran in the obstacle course. Of course, that would have been too simple of a change for the maze. To make up for this, there was the slight complication of crescent blades swinging across the crossing like pendulums. Gabriel hoped Zachary and Vargas made it through in one piece, and anyone else who had to tackle this obstacle. As Gabriel approached the pair, he picked up on Alexander and Titus's conversation.
"Hartford, I'm telling you, you are wasting your time with this punk, putting your life at risk, your future."
Titus struggled to contain the growl in his voice.
Yes, yes, Mom.
Alexander dismissed the giant with a wave of his hand.
Now run along with the others. I will not be dissuaded from my fun.
Alexander glanced past the giant with a growing grin.
Speak of the devil.
Titus obstructed Gabriel's line of sight.
"This is not the time or place for games, Alexander. Think about your grandfather, his wishes for the future, your future."
Run along, you overbearing
Alexander bit his tongue and looked away with a sharp exhale.
"Nothing is at risk, Titus.
But you are getting on my last nerve. Leave us."
Titus clenched his fists, knuckles popping under the pressure alone. Titus shot back a glare at Gabriel.
"Very well."
He darted across the obstacles. Gabriel came to a stop in front of Alexander, holding his thighs and catching his breath. "Troubles at home?"
"Titus has always been overprotective of me, but that is none of your concern."
He circled Gabriel, studying him as he caught his breath.
"Were you playing hero again, Rivera? Wasting precious time and energy for those who could not and would not do the same for you?"
Gabriel drew himself up. "I still caught up, so you better watch your back."
"Hopeless."
Alexander smirked as he stepped off onto the first bridge, dancing in between the swinging blades without a care in the world.
"Do not fall behind again, Rivera."
He jumped to the next bridge.
"I will not wait for your sake again."
Gabriel was not nearly as confident in his advance. He scrambled forward only to jerk back as a blade swung mere inches from his nose. Another tore the back of his fatigues open. He hissed at the shallow cut along his back as the blades swung back into the shadows. That made it difficult to get a read on their timing. Of course, that was assuming there wasn't some mechanism controlling the blades. Such a device could alter the swing speed of the blades, causing a perfectly timed jump to meet with a sharp and unfortunate end. It was a risk he had to live with. Gabriel rushed across the bridge and hopped to the next. Alexander carried on, arms stretched out as he taunted,
"Faster, Rivera, before you bore me."
As if the maze had heard Alexander, the narrow bridges beneath them shifted. Alignments and elevations changed from one narrow bridge to the next, drastically altering their path across the chasm. Gabriel lurched forward from the sudden shift. "Nope, we're not doing this." He grunted and flailed his arms in the air. Every single muscle he had fired every which way to force himself to steady. Holy crap, that was close. His wrist comp chimed with a flash of yellow light. 30 minutes remained. He clambered across the shifting bridges, jumping from one to another. In some cases, he used them as bars to swing across while avoiding the blades cutting through the air. The ever-confident Alexander dropped his taunts and focused on the task at hand as Gabriel arrived on his bridge. Gabriel was hot on Alexander's tail, leaping right after him. Crescent blades cleaved fractions of an inch through the air around Alexander, but Gabriel followed without flinching. Another jump, another shift in the maze. Alexander landed hard onto a raising bridge, catching it with his stomach. He growled, pulling himself up, and carried on. "Oh no!" Gabriel yelled. The same platform raised too high for him. A pendulum crossed in front of him. No time for questions. Gabriel latched onto the rod, swinging the trap, and planted his boots on the back of the blade. "Holy shit!" Gabriel shouted as he swung with the trap. His grip was knuckle-white as the bridges below vanished and gravity went sideways. Back down he went, his eyes darting desperately for any place he could get off. A few bridges looked like solid candidates for his next awful idea. If he didn't time his jump right, or the maze decided to shift again, he was doomed for a long drop. Alexander cleared the obstacle course and looked back at Gabriel slack-jawed as he swung across the chasm into the ink-black void once more. Gabriel shut his eyes with sharp breaths. He needed to calm himself if he was going to pull this off. The momentum stopped, and he swung back the other way. The first bridge was too low, the second too high. When the third narrow bridge came close enough, he jumped. He stumbled across the narrow bridge. His own momentum threatened to fling him off the edge. Gabriel flailed his arms around in a desperate attempt to steady himself. The end of the bridge was coming too fast. He leapt across to another bridge, nearly losing his left arm in the process. He hopped across to another, then another, his momentum not allowing him to slow down for fear of falling. Safety was just within reach. From the corner of his eye, Gabriel saw a crescent blade coming. Gabriel threw himself forward with all the speed he could muster. Just as he was about to clear the gap, the rod from the crescent blade clipped his boots. Gabriel was sent spinning through the air as he slammed into a roll across the floor. He made it. Gabriel threw his arms up into the air. Yes! Then immediately clutched his chest, trying to steady his racing heart. Alexander shook his head with a laugh. He pulled Gabriel to his feet. "There are fresh pants at the barracks, Rivera. Come along." Gabriel tried to think of some snappy comeback, but he was too happy to be alive to be a wise-ass. Alexander's men were not so bold as to leave their charge completely behind. The group waited for them just beyond the gloom. "Hey, they made it!" Vargas cheered. He turned his attention to Gabriel. "How you holding up, Quay?" Gabriel just nodded and gave a thumbs up. He was still collecting himself after that stunt. "Told you the pup was worth the wait." Zachary smirked at Titus. Titus shot a disgusted glare back and carried on without a word as they sped through twists and turns and yet more traps. Another vast chamber opened up before them. The lights above shone like distant stars. How far down are we? The question returned to his mind. The height of these chambers was simply too much for it not to keep coming up. The maze shuddered. Latches flipped open in front of them with a loud hiss as a tower of metal surged toward the dark above. Along its side, rows of metal shifted back and forth. One moment, there was a perfect path to climb across. The next, it was broken up with gaps in between. Just what Gabriel feared they'd run into after the obstacle courses. Alexander and his men hopped to the wall without hesitation and made their way up with great haste. All but Titus. The giant lagged behind the rest of the group, just ahead of Gabriel. Suddenly he tumbled back into Gabriel. They rolled across the floor, and somehow Titus ended up on top. His immense weight crushed Gabriel's lungs, and he could do little more than push uselessly to get the giant off him. "Get off!" Gabriel croaked, uselessly punching at Titus.
"Sorry about that."
Titus let out a low chuckle. He pressed his huge hands down on Gabriel's ribs as he pushed himself to his feet. Gabriel wheezed, coughed, and sputtered, but he was able to stand. That's going to bruise. Looking ahead, he saw the rest of Alexander's group were already gone. Maybe they reached the top already. Yeah, sure. Don't worry about it, Gabriel said between breaths. When he turned his attention back to Titus, the giant was already climbing the tower. What the hell did you trip on? He asked himself. There were no uneven panels or odd protrusions jutting out of the floor. It was all flat metal. Maybe it was a simple slip. Enough sweat on metal paneling could achieve that with ease. Gabriel pushed the question out of his mind. It was a distraction, and he was already further behind than he wanted to be. Gabriel jumped onto the climbing wall. His eyes shot wide. The climbing holds on the wall were frigid, ice cold. His gloves weren't going to do anything to keep his hands warm, as if he needed any more encouragement to rush up the wall. He leaped across the first gap he encountered. His boots slipped on the grips. Of course there's frost. Segments of the wall were covered with the stuff. As if that wasn't bad enough, Titus somehow ended up in Gabriel's way at every turn. Gabriel briefly took it as a good sign that he was able to keep up with the mighty Titus, but that didn't make any sense. The giant had never moved this slow before, and that fall didn't look like it did any serious damage to him. Whatever was going on, Titus was in Gabriel's way, and his large body made it impossible to get around him. Gabriel was at his mercy. Ice-cold grips burned into Gabriel's hands. His body shivered from the cold flowing up his limbs. Gabriel's muscles begged for rest as he jumped from one climbable segment to the next, fighting the frost to maintain his grip along with the shifting patches of wall. The top of the tower came into view, just past Titus's shiny, bald head. Just a bit further. Titus vanished over the edge. Gabriel climbed up after. The giant stood alone, looking over another vast expanse and a set of ropes they needed to cross. "What's the matter, Titus? Afraid of heights?" Gabriel asked, shuddering as he rubbed his hands against his thighs to scrape the cold off. This obstacle never slowed Titus down in the past, so he didn't know what the man was doing there instead of running after Alexander. "You've become quite the nuisance, Rivera." His words rolled out like distant thunder. Gabriel furrowed his brow. "What?" Titus turned around. "Distracting my little king." His voice grew to a low growl. "Making him question me. Making him put his life at risk for your worthless hide. Having the audacity to threaten his future." Gabriel sucked in a lungful of air as he approached. Threaten his future? He's threatening all of our futures the way he plans to run things. The species' future, he snapped back. Though he had to admit, it was nice to finally be seen as a threat. He was starting to be taken seriously. Realizing he was standing on a tower, alone with a giant man made of muscles, who was faster than he looked, and with no easy way out, Gabriel was suddenly wishing he was still only thought of as a peppermint bitch boy. "I've watched that boy grow up from a little baby. Helped him pull through all the hardships he's had to endure. Alexander's like a son to me." Titus's thundering voice roared. "You are nothing more than a worthless distraction." He stepped toward Gabriel. "One my boy simply cannot be allowed to indulge in." "So what, you're just going to kill me?" Gabriel laughed. "The Crucible has eyes and ears everywhere. At least, the chambers they'd seen thus far were too well maintained to be anything like the pit with the Agadir. He was certain the instructors were watching their every move. "You're not going to—" Titus's huge fist smashed into his stomach with enough force to punch the soul right out of him. Gabriel crashed to his knees, clutching his gut. His head crashed to the floor. Blood shot out of his mouth, along with the precious air in his lungs. Gabriel couldn't breathe. He couldn't do anything but sit in shock. "Nobody's going to know anything," He kicked Gabriel onto his back. Titus towered over him. Bright lights shadowed his figure. Titus's huge boot pressed down on Gabriel's throat. The fact that boot even fit on Gabriel's throat was its own surprise. The thing was massive.
"This is the end of the line for you, Rivera."
The precious little air Gabriel had just begun to suck down was cut off. His weak arms pushed against Titus's boot in a desperate attempt to save his life. Arrows fired from the distance. He could hear them whistle past. They were no doubt meant to panic recruits crossing the ropes. They weren't going to do anything to save him. Gabriel gurgled. His struggle was pointless. He couldn't lift Titus on his own when the man needed help. Now the giant was actively trying to kill him. He was too powerful. Gabriel's eyes flickered, rolling upward. A dark haze crept around the edge of his vision. The whistle of arrows grew louder, faster, more frequent. Titus shouted, staggering back from Gabriel. The slab of meat he called an arm was turned into a pincushion. Is the maze protecting me? The stupid thought was shot down by arrows crashing down around him. One lodged itself mere inches from his face as he wheezed for air. The tower beneath them began to shake. Metal gears turned and rumbled. Titus snarled and threw a powerful kick at Gabriel's side.
"Shame I won't be able to put you down myself, doughboy. The maze will have to do it for me."
He climbed onto the rope and shuffled across. Gabriel gave a pathetic whimper, spitting out more blood. He choked down desperate gasps for air. He rolled over and pulled a loose arrow from the floor. He took aim at Titus and threw it. The arrow barely left his hand as Titus vanished into the darkness. The rumbling beneath him grew louder. Gabriel didn't have long before the maze decided to pull its next stunt. He dragged himself to the rope line with every precious gasp of air he could suck down. The rope was just above him. He just had to climb to his feet and onto it. A horrific screech of metal assaulted his ears. The platform beneath him plummeted. He fell through the air. His shoulder clipped the rope and flipped him over as it shot down to the ground floor with the tower. Gabriel hugged the rope to his chest and clung on for his life. The tower slammed to the floor with a reverberating clang. Gabriel's form was smothered against the rope, threatening to cut into him as he was smashed into the cold metal floor, right at the foot of where the tower once stood. From his jawline down his neck, the sharp throb of rope burns pulsed. It was somewhat dulled, thanks to the pain spreading through his back. Painful as it was, clinging to that rope saved his life. The contraption holding the rope vanished into the floor with the rest of the tower. It was a good thing Gabriel wasn't caught beneath it. He had the feeling the maze would have sawed through him with the rope without batting an eye. From the corner of his half-lidded eyes, he watched the other recruits run past. There wasn't a scratch on most of them. That's good. You guys made it through okay. He reached out for them to try and call for help, but he couldn't even form words. The rest of the recruits were bruised, battered, and wounded from the maze. Few gave him so much of a glance as blood dripped down the side of his mouth. These were the people he was so worried about, the ones Gabriel's bleeding heart begged him to save at every opportunity, the ones he had so frequently dropped anything and everything to help in their time of need, regardless of how futile it was, even to his own detriment. They left him to die. Part of him wondered if he could even blame them. He must have looked like a bloody mess, a fresh corpse, a sad sight and nothing more. Would I even check on myself in his state? He wondered. Of course I would. The thought infuriated him, and simultaneously twisted his stomach in knots with clawed hands. Maybe it was just damage to his internal organs. The clatter of their footsteps faded. The timer chimed in alarm. He managed to raise his arm enough to see it count down from 10 minutes. Gabriel rolled to his front with rasping breath. Not like this. He crawled to his knees on shaking limbs. Not like this. He slammed his fist to the metal-plated floor and stood. He may have fallen behind everyone, but he wasn't about to quit. With every shambling step, he picked up momentum and steadied himself. He should have crossed the chamber ages ago via the towers. Gabriel should have known Titus was up to something the moment he knocked him to the ground. Nothing Titus did leading up to his attack had made any sense to Gabriel. There was no point lingering on that now. It wouldn't help him finish the maze. The chamber sloped upwards in a steep climb. He could only hope led to the exit. Gabriel sucked down lungfuls of air as he shambled into a sprint. As he crested the top of the incline, there was one final hall with the hot desert sun waiting for them on the other side. Standing between him and freedom were the recruits that left him for dead. A handful looked shocked to see him. Most ignored Gabriel as he rushed past. The desert heat warmed him for the briefest moment before the floor opened up beneath them. Down they went into a trench of frigid, muddy water. Keeping his head above the surface meant hopping across on the tips of his toes. It would be awkward, but it was better than diving for a swim and getting bashed in the face by a careless recruit's boots. Gabriel slogged through, pushing past the others. His teeth chattered thanks to the cold trying to sap what remained of his strength. It was a nuisance, but nothing rage couldn't drive him through. Rapid hisses and clicks came from above. Gabriel groaned. Why is it always arrow traps? Most recruits were oblivious to the coming danger. Were any of them worth saving? Worth his precious blood? Gabriel struggled to justify bothering to do anything. Even if he wanted to, there were too many to save. The least I can do is try. "Get down!" Gabriel ordered, with all the strength his wheezing, rasping voice could muster, and dove into the frigid waters. He swam to the bottom of the trench and hugged tight to the floor. Arrows rained through the filthy water, slowing to a crawl with streaks of bubbles. The muck turned crimson as Gabriel swam through. Above him, bodies floated, acting as meat shields and obstructing the light from above. What rays of light shone through cast a bloody gloom through the depths. Ahead of him, some other recruits swam through. At least someone listened. Gabriel hauled himself out of the trench and turned to the carnage behind him. Punctured bodies floated on the water's surface. Many of them were still moving, writhing, or trying to get across, to leave the maze. Not too many of the other recruits dove into the water, as Gabriel had hoped. Why am I worrying about them? Gabriel thought. Gabriel turned his back on them. Those recruits left him for dead. They didn't so much as stop to check on him. Why then did it feel so wrong to leave them to their fate? He made his way up the stairwell and into the blistering desert sun. Alexander was speaking to his men when he caught sight of him. Titus looked over his shoulder, his arm bandaged up after being turned into a pincushion. His stern gaze widened for the briefest second. Alexander grinned. "Looks like you were wrong, Titus. He finished after all." Titus locked his gaze on Gabriel.
"So it seems."
Gabriel pushed through the other recruits. He was dripping with blood and muck, but he didn't care. His deathly glare was fixed on Titus. "Ugh, you are filthy. But I suppose that is the price of—" Alexander paused to search for the words. "We'll call it second place. There is always next time, Rivera." His predatory grin returned. "I know how dead set you are in besting me, and I do love the show." It took him a moment to realize Gabriel wasn't even looking at him. "Next time, keep your pet dog on a leash, Hartford," Gabriel growled. Alexander looked between them, raising a brow. "Titus, explain."
"Doughboy hit his head pretty hard before we got separated."
Titus leaned down toward Gabriel.
"Isn't that right?"
Gabriel grabbed him by the collar and tried jerking him down to nose level. All Gabriel accomplished was pulling his own face closer to Titus's. "You lying sack of shit."
"Whoa there, pup. Titus could mulch you across the desert," Zachary warned. Calm yourself.
Vargas placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder.
Yeah, Gui, cool it.
A shotgun racked around. Jensen stepped through the crowd.
We have a problem here, recruits.
Gabriel shoved the giant off as best as a pebble could move a mountainside. He tore off his shirts and exposed the huge bruise of purple and black spread through his torso and his sides, where he'd been kicked. His neck showed similar bruising mixed in with the rope burn.
He tried to kill me at the towers, right after we fell behind, Alexander.
Everyone studied his wounds, then looked to Titus.
Titus, is this true?
Alexander glared.
Not at all. It's just like I said. He got slammed in the gut and fell. I thought he was done for.
Titus kept a straight face and pointed at Gabriel's neck.
Looks like the little doughboy caught the rope on the way down.
Jensen's brow furrowed with his wrist comp raised high.
What the hell is this?
He muttered and held out his hand. The footage floated above for them to see. One moment, Gabriel trailed behind Alexander's group. The next, the footage cut to black. When it returned, it showed Gabriel plummeting through the air, clinging to the rope. Titus shot Gabriel a smirk.
Looks like even the Crucible can suffer camera malfunctions.
Zachary crossed his arms tight across his chest, brow tightened.
Right.
I'm not lying, Gabriel protested to Titus's amusement.
Can't act on hearsay, Rivera. I'm sorry.
Jensen frowned.
But I'll be keeping my eye on you two from now on.
Titus's nostrils flared. Jensen turned to him with a stern gaze that froze even the giant man in place.
You best leave the kid alone, if you know what's good for you. I might not be feeling so lenient next time the cameras go out. Yes, sir.
Titus's voice rumbled like thunder, if thunder could express frustration. Jensen returned to Townsend's side. Zachary slipped an arm around Gabriel's shoulders and hauled him away from the group.
Come on, Pup. Let's get you out of here.
You don't believe him, do you? Gabriel asked.
Zachary's lips tightened. Don't let him catch you alone again.
Chapter 30. Gabriel checked his notifications in the back of a medical enforcer. The medic there applied ice packs to Gabriel's bruised and battered body. It was something to distract from the pain and the frustration of Titus getting away with giving him those bruises. Ranking assessment update. Defense, +1. Awareness, +1. Survival, +1. New rank, E7.
Nice. 3 more ranks until I hit D rank.
Gabriel smiled. He'd clawed his way up 17 ranks since arriving in the Crucible. No one else could lay claim to astronomical growth like that, even if he still had to catch up. Last he saw Alexander's rankings, his physical base attributes were at rank 3 across the board. He wasn't far behind now, but Hartford could have also made gains in that time. Giving Alexander's rankings a quick peek, he found that was still the case. Hartford was well past the 50% mark for his raw strength and agility, though. Watch out, Hartford. I'm catching up, Gabriel thought with a hint of amusement. He returned to his own rankings and pursed his lips. Defense was an odd skill to rank up. He couldn't think of a single situation in which he defended himself in the maze. Unless turning the crescent blades into a makeshift swing counted, or surviving getting pummeled by Titus. Combat skill, defense. A subject's ability to defend themselves. This skill is increased by a subject's demonstrated ability to successfully dodge, deflect, brace against, or absorb attacks. A subject's defensive skill is crucial to their survival when dealing with hazardous environments and hostile encounters. That actually makes a lot of sense, Gabriel thought. But now he figured the skill should have been higher. Dodging traps was all they did in the maze. The system likely weighed things differently. Dodging traps? Easy. But it had more to do with being aware of the trap than actually defending oneself. Getting the soul punched out of him by Titus and living, that was some heavy-duty damage absorption. Still, that was all passive defense, and he wasn't going to get any combat training until Phase 2. If Titus wanted to take Gabriel out again, his odds didn't look great. Then I'll just have to outrun the bastard, he thought. Titus was fast for a muscle-bound giant, but he wasn't so fast Gabriel couldn't outrun him if he tried. At least, he hoped that was the case. He pulled up his rankings one last time to check his progression. Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, E7. Strength, 2. Progress toward next rank, 80%. Warning. Progression reduced due to severe injury and exhaustion. -1 strength. Agility, 2. Progress toward next rank, 67. Warning. Progression reduced due to exhaustion. Subject's agility potentially compromised. Endurance, 3. Progress toward next rank, 29%. Warning. Progression reduced due to severe injury. -1 endurance. Subject's overall durability reduced. Willpower, 3 to 4. Factored as 3 for ranking purposes. Warning. Suppression reduced to 79%. Intellect, 1. Progress toward next rank, 95%. Charisma, 2. Progress toward next rank, 48%. After the last recruit finished the maze, every casualty collected and logged, they returned to the Crucible. The black night loomed over them as they approached the barracks. Its paint had become weathered in the month of training the recruits survived. Cracked and chipped, the night remained unwavering in his watch. Gabriel couldn't help feeling the statue's eyes fixed on him, somewhere beneath his helmet. Gabriel's eyes drifted to the inscribed plate at its base. In darkness, I shall be light. In times of doubt, I shall keep faith. In the midst of battle, I shall have no fear. In the face of death, I shall have no remorse. He still had no idea what any of it meant, and yet he felt he fell short of all of it. Gabriel pushed on through the crowd. From the corner of his eye, he caught glimpses of Raylan trying to reach him. Gabriel shuffled faster to avoid him. He didn't want to deal with his worrying. It could get ridiculous sometimes, and Gabriel just wanted to be left alone with his thoughts. That wasn't in the cards. "Gabriel!" Raylan's cheerful voice cut through the rumblings of the crowd. His hand slipped down on Gabriel's shoulder. "I was looking for you everywhere, man." He forced a smile. "Glad to see you made it out of there in one piece, Raylan." Raylan laughed and straightened out the tattered remains of his collar. "Well, you know me, man. Gonna take a lot more than a cute little maze to put a stop to me," he boasted with his normal confidence. His fatigues told a different story. They were cut to ribbons. Spots of old blood adorned his thigh and shoulder. Raylan had taken some nasty hits, but at least the medics were able to patch him up. "So how'd it go with Alex? Did you win?" Gabriel pursed his lips. Would Raylan believe him if he told the truth? That Titus tried to murder him? No. Raylan was too optimistic about the world and everything around him, even when it was obvious he was lying to everyone, himself included. Worse, there was the chance Raylan would try to do something about it and get himself killed. Short of Instructor Jensen, he didn't think anyone stood a chance in a straight-up fight against Titus, and Jensen was the smaller of the two men. Gabriel decided against telling his friend. Raylan worried too much about him as it was. Not yet. "You get him next time, man. Come on, let's hit the showers." Raylan slipped past him. "You smell as bad as you look." Gabriel followed him through the barracks to their dormitory's showers. He stopped at the sight of himself in a mirror. Covered from head to toe in dried muck and the blood of others, Gabriel barely recognized himself. His dark tan peeked through the sludge coating him, and the stench of death wafted from his body. I must have looked like this during the evacuation. He was the last one to strip out of his clothes and step into the showers. The room had little more than pipes, shower heads, and drains for the precious water they recycled. Thick clouds of steam were the only semblance of privacy anyone was going to get, as males and females alike showered together. That was a concern that their month together had well and truly thrown out the window. Gabriel let the hot water wash over his bruised and battered body, washing away the tension, filth, and gore. Slowly he undid the bandage wrapped around his right arm, exposing the deep, tanned flesh beneath. No more burning or stinging, not even a dull throbbing ache. Medical may not have given him a stim pack for instant, painful healing, but the stuff they had absolutely worked wonders. A burn like he'd suffered should have taken several more days to heal. He remembered his first days in Florida, when his mother moved them there from Alaska. She insisted on going to the beach and enjoying the sun, even with the wild waves tearing at the beach. They really weren't supposed to be outside the city walls, but his mother insisted on anything that might cheer him up after his father died. It helped a bit. Gabriel wouldn't lie about that. But the trip earned him a nasty burn on his back and shoulders, with disgusting blisters filled with some green goop. Fun times. At least the quick recovery gave Gabriel hope. His recovery from Titus's attack was sure to be a quick one after a trip to medical. Good thing, too. Time was a precious commodity in the Crucible. He scanned across the room, peeling off the rest of his bandages. The showers had become so spacious in their short time in the Crucible. They weren't far into the second month of training, and their company's numbers had dwindled so far. 200 recruits had begun this journey. Between dropouts, flunkouts, and casualties, they were fast approaching half their strength before Phase 2 had even begun. How many of them would make it through this stage of their training? How many would be left by the end? The questions sent a shudder up his spine. "Doing all right there, Gabriel?" Nicole snuck up to his side. "Yeah, just have a lot on my mind is all," he mumbled, averting his gaze from her. "Sure seems like it." She drew a breath through her teeth as her hand ran along his bruised and burned neck. "Have a close call today?" Gabriel wasn't sure why, but he felt like he could talk to Nicole about what was really going on. Maybe it was all the time he'd spent with her in the tactical armor simulators in their downtime. Or maybe Raylan was right, and he did have a thing for her. Either way, he went with his gut feeling. Worse. One of Hartford's goons. The big one. "Well, look at the balls on you. Picking fights with the biggest guy in the whole Crucible." Nicole laughed. "You getting into Alexander's head, Gabriel snorted at her phrasing. "The giant picked a fight with me. Turns out he's not a fan of someone else getting all of Alexander's attention." "Must be doing something right, if Hartford's got his eye on you, then." Nicole smiled. "You'll be catching up to him in no time the way you're going." "Hope so. There's a lot more at stake here than my ego," Gabriel said. "I know." Nicole sighed, running a hand along his battered core. "Fucker got you pretty good. What did he hit you with, a sledgehammer?" Gabriel grimaced. That was his fist. Nicole's brow raised with lips pressed tight against each other. "Exciting as it is to hear about what a badass you've become, maybe avoid him next time? Not a big fan of seeing you get hurt like this. Attractive and all as battle scars are." Gabriel blinked at the last remark, certain that was one of those fabled hints Raylan told him to keep an eye out for and act upon. A more concerning thought forced its way into his mind. Titus already made one attempt on his life, so why stop there? Of all his friends, Raylan was the most at risk. It was no secret they were close. Titus might use him to get to Gabriel. He didn't want to add anyone else to Titus's hit list. The maze had enough perils to worry about already, without a muscle-bound giant coming to kill them all. Gabriel gave Nicole a slight smile. I'll be sure to ask him nicely next time. Nicole let out a soft laugh, shaking her head as she turned from him. Gabriel couldn't help but let his eyes wander over the curves of her body. They fell onto a shapely thigh. 3 scars ran through it like claw marks. Those are new. Yeah, well, I had to babysit a certain someone. Nicole gestured toward Raylan with her chin. If anyone here needs to grow a pair, it's him. Gabriel winced. What did he do? Choked on a jump, Nicole said. Nearly cost me my leg. He rubbed at his brow with a smile. Would you believe he was the bravest guy I knew? Outside of my father, anyway. Raylan? Nicole did a double take. You serious? He played a linebacker when we were in high school. Got into all sorts of nasty situations with the enemy team. One time he got tackled so hard he flipped through the air and smashed his head into the ground. Poor guy was out cold for a couple of days. Nicole shrugged. Guess a trip to the hospital's easier to stomach than death. Back then I choked just thinking about talking to a girl, but he could do that all day without batting an eye. Gabriel laughed. He's still trying to teach me some things in that regard. Nicole grinned. Here's a tip. Don't listen to him unless you want to get slapped by every woman on base. Gabriel chuckled with a grudging nod. I think he might have a few good ideas in there. After all, the man taught me to drive and even got me to street race a couple of times. You should have seen him driving circles around the guard last month. If you saw him back then, you wouldn't believe that guy had a cowardly bone in his body. Gabriel's smile fell. But today I almost lost him twice because he lost his nerve. He just has different priorities than you, Gabriel. Nicole smiled up to him, sliding a hand across his bruised stomach. I'm heading to bed. You have a good night. Hey, Nicole. Yeah? There were so many things he wanted to tell her, so many things he wanted to ask. He couldn't bring himself to. Thanks for looking out for him. I'd do the same for you. She left the showers. Little by little, the other recruits trickled out. Gabriel was the last to leave, and the last to get dressed for the night. Alone with his thoughts, they turned to more pressing issues. Gabriel caught another glimpse of himself in the mirror. He'd come a long way in just 1 month. No longer was he the soft, tubby kid he arrived as. But there was so much further to go. He approached a mirror, his hands gripping the sink beneath it as he stared himself in those hazel green eyes. Many more recruits would die before Phase 1 was over. Whether the uncaring desert claimed them, or a merciless maze ended their lives. It was a cold, simple fact of life in the Crucible. One wrong move, and he would be just another statistic. A shiver shot through his spine as every death he had witnessed flashed before his eyes. Every failed attempt to save another. His mind flashed to the maze, to the moment he lay broken on the floor, abandoned by all the others. Why am I here? He whispered under his breath. To his friends he was important, loved even, but his presence put their lives at risk, now more than ever. To Alexander, it seemed he was just a toy to be played with, not the serious challenger to his future rule like he had hoped to become. To the rest of his company he was expendable. Nothing more, nothing less. At least, that was how it seemed after the maze. To serve a higher purpose. To sacrifice in service of others. Gabriel muttered his answer. Those words held such deep meaning to him. They were words he tried to live by. Those words hollow after everything he had been through. If Gabriel's purpose was truly to defeat Alexander, to take his crown, there was only one way to do so. One sacrifice Gabriel had to make in the service of others. He had to cut himself off from the company. He squeezed the sink in his grasp. It has to be this way. It was the only way to spare the others from Titus's wrath, and any others who would try to end Gabriel's ambitions. Doing so would remove anything that might slow him down as he pushed to surpass Alexander. To walk this path, Gabriel would have to abandon his fellow recruits for his pursuit of power. Winds howled through the barracks walls. His wrist comp cried out in alarm over a flesh-ripper storm battering the crucible. Gabriel pulled his hand up slowly, curling his fingers into a fist as that strange red glow manifested over his fist and trailed down his arm. Power is the ultimate authority. Right, Okumura? The walls shook. Lights flickered off. They returned with dim illumination. Okumura stood behind him in the mirror. Albrecht was there too, and every other life he had failed to save. The glass slowly frosted over as a single question rose to the front of his mind. Could he make that sacrifice? Chapter 31. 3 days passed, and training continued like clockwork. Gabriel dropped his chest to the ground at the direction of a drill instructor. The heavy pack was strapped to his back, as it was to every other recruit's. These packs were loaded with 100 pounds of weights. It was about a solid equipment's load of extra weight to carry around in preparation for Phase 2. The sun hung high above their heads as they pushed off the scorching sands outside the crucible's walls. It was a sensation Gabriel had almost grown numb to. His mind wandered back to the prior night, to that strange red glow. That was the second time he'd seen it now. The first was when he was seeing visions of the dead out in the desert, right before the desert tried to kill him. Now he'd seen the dead again, clear as day, and the glass frosted over. James might have had a point about going to see a shrink, at least the part about getting his head back together. Seeing the dead was one thing. Gabriel could explain that away thanks to his guilty conscience. But the frost, the desert attacking him, the scratches he'd suffered. Gabriel was pretty sure he was going nuts. "Up!" the instructor barked. The recruits pushed up in unison. Instructors patrolled the area, searching every recruit for signs of weakness to pounce on and correct. It was a normal day in the crucible, except for Townsend. She paced around the head of the formation while training carried on. She held 2 fingers to her ear and a hand on her hip. Townsend held her head low, her lips pinched together as she nodded along to whatever she was being told. She arched her back, tilting her head with it. Gabriel didn't need to read lips to understand whatever news she just received was not good. Townsend turned toward the recruits and pulled her fingers to her mouth with a sharp whistle. "On your feet and drop those packs, recruits," she ordered. "We're running obstacles." That was definitely not on the schedule, Gabriel thought, as he and the others did as ordered. Townsend and the instructors took off running. The recruits rushed to keep up. "Ma'am, what happened?" Sarah asked. "Timetable's been pushed up. Way the hell up," Townsend said. "Good news is you have 2 weeks until the Phase 1 final. Bad news is we're in the middle of Week 1. "What?" cried out several voices in the company. Gabriel's brow furrowed. It has to be the war. He was going to have to push himself harder than ever. If he didn't defeat Alexander now, there likely wouldn't be a chance later. He pushed to the head of the formation. Alexander wore a cocky smirk on his face as he led the pack of recruits forward. Gabriel was going to wipe that thing right off his face. At least if he could find a way past Titus. The wall of muscle lagged behind the rest of the party. He sneered at Gabriel, dragging his thumb along his throat like a knife. "Well, aren't you friendly?" Gabriel replied with a 1-finger salute. 2 weeks meant 2 more maze runs, including the final. 2 opportunities for Titus to catch Gabriel away from prying eyes and kill him. Gabriel couldn't afford to let that happen. "Gabriel." Raylan ran up to his side. "Hey, man, how are you doing?" He ignored Raylan and pressed forward. Gabriel couldn't afford to let himself get distracted, nor could he afford to let anyone slow him down. The stakes were too high. "Look, man," Raylan began. "I know I messed up 3 days ago, but you can't just clam up like this." Gabriel remained silent. "Okay, fine, whatever. Be like that," Raylan huffed. "But I'm letting you know, now, I'm not going to get left behind again, all right? I'm going to be by your side to the end of this mess." Gabriel frowned. He appreciated the thought, but Raylan had already proven himself a liability, the biggest one he was aware of. It was too much of a risk being around him. The sun began its descent from the heavens when they closed in on the obstacle course. This one was different from all the others. There were no trenches, logs, or towers for them to climb. Instead, it was a small cityscape. Structures of metal and concrete reached up to 5 stories high, surrounded by fencing made of thick metal slats. "Don't stop for a briefing, recruits. Make your way through the city as fast as possible. Understood?" Townsend's voice came through their wrist comms. "Yes, ma'am," the recruits answered. The entrance to the compound fast approached. The more details Gabriel picked up on the structures, the more curious they appeared. Windows, for starters, were completely out of place in any modern architecture. They were a structural weakness for nature's fury to exploit. Yet here they were, in the middle of the desert, with a bunch of buildings with window frames but no glass. The sandstorms probably blew them out ages ago. Each structure was marked with a long-ago faded number. The concrete was weathered from countless storms, some of the building's corners roughly smoothed out from erosion, while the metal had most of its paint stripped off. Raylan smiled. "You ready for this, Gabriel?" "Stay with the others, Raylan," Gabriel answered with a cold and stern. "What?" "Stay with the others and stay out of my way," Gabriel said. "You're only going to slow me down." Raylan shook his head. "Nah, man, you're not getting rid of me that easy. Try not to get left behind again, Rivera," Alexander taunted as they stormed through the compound's gates. His group took a sharp right. Titus headed right for Gabriel. Son of a bitch is dedicated, Gabriel thought. He needed to get rid of Raylan, and he needed to do it fast. "Fine, we're going left, Raylan," Gabriel ordered. "Now that's more like it." Raylan grinned and darted off to the left. Gabriel followed to sell the lie. The second Raylan turned left, Gabriel broke right, sprinting down the city center away from Titus. Through narrow streets and winding paths, Gabriel dashed. Titus's heavy footsteps trundled behind him all throughout.
"Run, doughboy, run,"
Titus called out. They were out in the open. Other recruits could see them, instructors too. Titus couldn't be seriously trying to kill him there, but why take the risk? Gabriel scanned his surroundings as buildings and side streets passed by. There had to be some narrow space Titus's mountainous body couldn't fit through. He slid around a sharp corner and pushed off the wall into a tight alleyway that tightened the further he went inside. Titus crashed into a wall as he came around the corner and charged after Gabriel. Titus moved faster and faster like a raging bull. The alley tightened ahead of them, too tight for the giant to fit through, too tight for Gabriel to run through. Gabriel grit his teeth, running as fast as his legs could carry. Titus's thundering laugh rolled behind Gabriel.
"Nowhere to run."
Gabriel turned sideways at the last second. His fatigues scraped between the walls. Crash! Titus slammed into the far too tight gap. His hand darted through, fingers grasping for Gabriel.
"Bad move."
Titus's fingers dug into Gabriel's shoulder with a crushing grip and dragged him back. Struggling against Titus only slowed the giant down and made his grip tighten. He searched around for anything to fight off Titus, but found nothing. With no other options left, Gabriel snarled and chomped down on Titus's hand.
"Son of a—"
Titus snarled, tearing his hand away. Copper and iron filled Gabriel's mouth. He spat out Titus's blood and scurried away between the buildings. I can't believe that actually worked. An anxious laugh escaped him as he glanced back. Titus was already missing, and that only made Gabriel's heart rate quicken. He grimaced. There was another alley door leading back to Titus's general direction. Titus was probably making his way through the building at that instant. Gabriel turned his gaze forward as he came to a dead end. It was a tight, walled-off corner with only one way out, up. Okay, I just gotta... He looked at the rough concrete walls. I just gotta hardcore, parkour my way up these walls. Easy. Gabriel laughed. Oh, the comforting lies we tell ourselves. He took a running start and kicked off the first wall. Gabriel slipped from the second and fell back down. He grunted in frustration and tried again. Better, but still not enough. Gabriel's ears perked up at the dull trundle growing louder through the buildings. Titus was coming. He took another running start. He managed to reach the third wall and jumped across. Gabriel shot his hands out for the wall's edge, and he slammed chest first against the wall instead. Gabriel slid back down the wall with a sharp breath. Almost there, Gabriel. You can do this. Maximum effort. A door came flying off its hinges and slammed against a wall across the other side. Gabriel's jaw dropped. As much as he hoped the door was worn down by age, Gabriel was all too aware of Titus's terrifying strength.
"There you are,"
Titus growled. His hand was covered in blood from Gabriel's bite. Gabriel took off running. He was do or die now. From one wall to the next, he jumped his way up. At the third wall, he threw himself across the gap to the first wall. He came up short, but his boots found enough grip to kick himself up the precious final inches to reach the top of the wall. Gabriel clambered up and looked back down with a cheeky grin. "Try and catch me now, big boy." Titus didn't skip a beat as he jumped at the corner of the walls and started hopping up like some sort of spider. "Oh shit, why didn't I think of that?" Gabriel muttered. His eyes shot wide open. "Oh shit!" He took a quick look at his surroundings. There were two ways out of his predicament: dropping and maybe breaking his legs in the process, or hopping across metal poles jutting across the city. Gabriel took what he hoped was the safer path, hopping across the poles. Each one was just big enough to plant the center of his foot on. Each jump from one pole to the next was a leap of faith, followed by an immediate battle for balance. Titus leaped after Gabriel, but his huge body carried far too much momentum. He teetered after each hop, but Titus sacrificed speed for control. Need an exit, a small exit. He scanned his surroundings again. Window. Gabriel jumped through a small, round window on the third floor of a nearby building. He crash-landed atop broken glass. It was a small, dingy room with a toilet. A broken mirror and bullet holes adorned the walls. The compound had to be some sort of shoot house used for training. Probably a Phase 2 thing, but he didn't have time to worry about that. Titus's huge arms latched onto the window. Gabriel's jaw dropped. He can't seriously think he can fit through there. The enormous man pulled himself up and stared Gabriel dead in the eyes. Titus started to squeeze through. "Occupied!" Gabriel yelled, smashing his boot into Titus's head, arms, and anything else that vaguely looked soft and sensitive on that walking mountain. Titus grunted and growled. He slipped back down the window. "You little bick." Gabriel took a running jump and drop-kicked Titus in the face. Titus screamed as he fell, nearly grabbing Gabriel's leg as he did. Gabriel slammed back down to the glass-covered floor. As he scrambled to his feet, Gabriel felt the sharp bite of glass press against his hands and exposed forearms. Good thing I kept those gloves. Gabriel smashed the bathroom door open, scrambling through the building, throwing any furniture he could in the way of the doors. That probably wouldn't slow down Titus at all, so he ditched that plan. Gabriel found a stairwell in his mad dash and rushed up 2 flights of stairs to the top of the building. High above the compound, he could see everything. Recruits dashed through the cityscape, jumping along walls, through windows and tight streets. Small groups of black-clad individuals chased after them. Gabriel squinted his eyes. Light combat armor, clubs in hand. They had to be guards. Command had likely meant for them to always be part of the course to make the run more dangerous. The sudden change of plans made them late to the party. I have enough to worry about with Titus on my ass, Gabriel thought. Furniture crashed downstairs as doors slammed open. Speak of the devil. "Yo, Gabriel, what gives?" Raylan shouted from another rooftop. Gabriel didn't have time for this. He needed an out. A cable ran from his rooftop to another. He gave it a tug and grimaced at the cable's flex. He did not trust this thing to hold his weight. Gabriel considered jumping across to another roof, but if he didn't stick the landing, he was done for. "Hey, get off of me!" Raylan yelled as the guards caught up to him. He wrestled one off him and jumped off the roof. Raylan crashed hard onto the floor below. The guards followed with worse landings. "We'll talk later, Gabriel." Raylan scampered away from the guards. The door behind Gabriel slammed open. Titus squeezed through the frame. "You are one stubborn, slippery little bitch, aren't you, Rivera?" "We need to stop meeting like this, Titus." Gabriel backed up as Titus approached. His every step shook the rooftop. "Oh, I think I can arrange that." A toothy grin pulled at his lips. Titus pressed his fists together, cracking his knuckles. Gabriel's foot found the edge of the roof. He looked over his shoulder. Without a running start, he wasn't going to make that gap, good landing or not. Maybe he could slip past Titus. No, the giant was too big and deceptively fast for his size. Titus would catch him. Titus pulled back a huge fist. Gabriel jumped back. The giant fist stopped mere inches from his face, but now he was in the air. "Hang on, little cable." Gabriel clasped the thick line and slid down to the next rooftop. Titus kicked and shook the pole the cable was bound to. Gabriel's eyes widened. The pole snapped, and the cable fell slack. "Dick!" Gabriel cried out as he fell through the air, way short of the roof he aimed for. Instead, he flew through a window. His legs clipped the window sill, sending him spinning through the air until he crash-landed on a guard. The man broke Gabriel's fall, and from the look of his motionless body, Gabriel broke the guard. Judging by all the unconscious recruits around the man, it looked like Gabriel had delivered some karmic justice. Gabriel picked himself up and slammed through a door onto another rooftop, as Alexander came through another with his men. Zachary dragged an unconscious guard behind him, while Vargas twirled a pair of clubs in his hands. "Hey, the pup's still alive," Zachary grinned. Alexander smirked. "And here I was worried I lost you." Gabriel brushed glass shards and sand off his shoulder. "It's going to take more than Titus to slow me down." He put on a brave, confident grin. Gabriel knew had he slipped up even a little, Titus would have done a whole hell of a lot more than just slowed him down. "Ho ho!" Vargas hooked the clubs to his belt. "See, this is why I like this guy, boss. He's ballsy. Kinda stupid, but hey, we can't all be perfect." Zachary snorted. Gabriel had to laugh at that. "Good." Alexander grinned, backing away from Gabriel. "Good." He threw his arms in the air with cheer. "Now the fun can really begin." Alexander swung his head for Gabriel to follow. "Come along, Rivera. You owe me a race." He took off across the rooftop. Gabriel gave chase, running neck and neck with Alexander, while the others followed. Over vents and cooling units they leapt. Past rushing crowds of recruits fleeing guards they ran. He was actually doing it. Gabriel was actually keeping up. Looking ahead, Gabriel saw the compound stretched for miles. Through the metal slats, Gabriel caught a glimpse of enforcers pulling in. A lot more guards had just arrived. Doors smashed open around them. A guard rushed Gabriel with a club, swinging for his head. Gabriel flung himself around the guard's strike. Zachary shoved the guard at Vargas, who cracked the man over the head as he ran. "Hey, Zach, we can beat these culeros' asses, right?" Zachary laughed. "Nobody gave me any ROE, so it's open season." Gabriel whirled back around and kept running. Alexander had gotten ahead of them. A group of guards pursued him, while another 3 cut off his pass, drawing clubs. A couple attempted to tackle Alexander. The first fell short. Alexander jumped over him and kicked off the second one, gaining altitude. He threw himself at a wall, then kicked off it, clearing the guards with ease. "All I ask is that you not kill any of them," Alexander shouted back. "Grandfather would not appreciate losing men, especially now of all times." Gabriel pushed past the dumbstruck guards and caught up to Alexander. "So you know why they're rushing training?" "I do," Alexander said. "But you will learn when it is your time to do so." "It's the war, isn't it?" Alexander laughed. "Focus on the course, Rivera. You have to take my crown, remember?" Hartford was smug, condescending, but he was right. Gabriel rushed past Alexander, inching ahead. They leaped at a wall, kicking off it in near unison, and climbed to another rooftop, then another. "Gabriel, help!" Sarah cried in the distance. Every instinct in Gabriel's body told him to look for her and help her. He suppressed it. His fingers curled tight into fists. So long as he didn't see her, so long as he didn't make contact, he wouldn't be tempted to slow down. Gabriel couldn't let himself down. He was leading over Alexander by mere inches. One life could not be put above all the others. There was too much on the line. Gabriel's eyes drifted to her voice. Sarah was running from guards across another rooftop. It was nearby. He could break away from Alexander and jump across to help. Too late. Sarah jumped across. Her chest hit the floor. Her lithe arms clawed at the rooftop. Their eyes locked. "Help me!" Sarah cried as she slipped over the edge. Gabriel tore his eyes away. He couldn't do anything to help her now. He didn't hear a crash or a pained cry. Gabriel was sure Sarah was fine. Yet he felt like he had abandoned her. "She said she wouldn't slow you down, Gabriel. Don't worry about it." He tried to justify his action, but it did nothing to ease the lump in his throat. More doors flung open behind them. Guards? Recruits? Maybe Titus caught up to them. Gabriel cleared his mind of doubts and worries. He needed to focus. He had to win. "Leaving your friend behind, Rivera?" Alexander almost seemed shocked. Almost. The dark chuckle that followed smashed any semblance of that. "So, you are willing to leave them behind to beat me? Willing to let them die? You might actually be able to lead." "Shut up, Hartford," Gabriel snarled. "Such a sensitive boy," Alexander mocked. The course was almost over. A large street stood between them and the section of city blocks, but there was no way to cross it from the rooftop. They had to go down. The smart thing would have been to rush one of the access points on the corners of the structure. Alexander was already on it. But there was another way. A way Gabriel's dazzling rank 1 intelligence and will to win deemed the best way forward. A flagpole. "See you at the finish line." Gabriel leaped from the rooftop. "What the hell are you doing, Guay?" Vargas cried. He slammed into the pole, arms and legs curled tight around it, and he spun all the way down. Gabriel splayed out onto the floor on landing. "I can't believe that worked." He laughed, pushing himself up to his feet. Gabriel took a moment to catch his breath and rub at his bruised rear end before he was off again. Just a few more blocks. Alexander reached the ground floor behind him and gained on Gabriel little by little as they scrambled through the city streets. Guards popped around corners, spraying rubber bullets all around them. Gabriel and Alexander crashed into another building and rolled out a window the opposite side. They ended up on the main street. It was a straight shot to the end. Hartford's men were far behind them, and the road ahead was clear for now.
"Just you and me, Rivera," Alexander said.
Gabriel wasn't there to smack-talk. He sprinted down the road, legs burning as they rushed side by side, inching past each other. More guards rushed out to stop them with clubs and rubber bullets. Gabriel and Alexander ignored them. This race was between them. Nothing would get in their way. An enforcer screeched to a halt in their path, its turret leveled toward them. Alexander and Gabriel dropped into a slide right beneath the armored vehicle as it fired its high-pressure jet of water over their heads. They came out on the other side and scrambled out the gate and through the finish line past the metal slabs of fencing. They staggered to a halt, both breathing ragged. They were the first recruits. The others were still running through the compound. Neither of them exchanged a word. Not even the instructors said anything to them. It was just them, the soft desert breeze, and the thunder of guns and recruits fighting with guards in the distance. The cries of his fellow recruits were the worst part to Gabriel. Each one a person he could have helped in some way. It didn't matter that they wouldn't do the same for him. Yet he threw all of that away to win. But did he? Gabriel swallowed hard and turned to face Townsend. Who won? "You two were racing?" Townsend chuckled. "Let's see." She pulled up her wrist comp and shared the footage with them. "Looks like a tie to me. Good job, though, Rivera. You've come a hell of a way since you arrived." Alexander laughed breathlessly.
"A very long way indeed. I am actually impressed."
Gabriel frowned. He wasn't there to be impressive. He was there to win. The image of Sarah slipping off the edge of the roof flashed before his mind again. If he couldn't win, there was no point in sacrificing the others. He was so close. He had to keep going. Chapter 32. Throwing back a big swig of chocolate goodness, Gabriel returned to the barracks. Keeping up with Alexander took a lot out of him, and while it bumped up his progress across the board, nothing jumped up a rank just yet. Not even the additional training Gabriel put in afterward did him much good in that regard. Gabriel cleared his throat at the chalky aftertaste of the shake. If not for that one little thing, he could have drank the stuff for fun. They'd taken to calling it Reese's Caveman Shake when he mentioned bone broth was one of the ingredients. That was probably what gave it that strange aftertaste. Gabriel took another swig. Weird aftertaste or not, it was well worth it for the increased recovery and muscle-building effects. Raylan leaned against one of the main foyer's pillars. "Hey, man." He did not sound his usual happy self. He was clearly not happy about what happened that day. Gabriel wasn't sure how to handle the situation, so he raised his bottle in greeting and tried to walk past. "You left Sarah hanging today," Raylan said. Gabriel froze. "Yeah, that happened." "What's going on with you, man?" Raylan walked up to Gabriel and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I've seen you hit some dark places before, but this is different." Should I tell him the truth? Would he even get it? Gabriel wondered. Gabriel met Raylan's gaze. "I just have to do this, all right?" "This is that whole surpassing Alexander nonsense, isn't it?" Gabriel nodded. Raylan's hand fell from Gabriel's shoulder as he paced about the room, head tilted back. "Jesus, man. I've never seen you obsess about anything this bad since that one simulator game with the tactical armors I keep forgetting the name of." He drummed his fingers on his chin. "And the walking fortress thing, the one you went to tournaments for." Gabriel chuckled. "Vanguard front." He slipped away to a nearby leather seat. At least it was the material that looked and felt like leather, as far as he'd been told. Loved building out the different armors and competing against people there, but this is something much bigger, Raylan. Raylan sat across from him, leaning onto his knees. Tell me about it, man. You wouldn't believe me, Gabriel sighed. There's no proof of anything I'd tell you anyway. Man, don't worry about that nonsense. Your word carries a ton of weight with me. Raylan leaned back. His lips pursed as he gave Gabriel a goofy side-eye and pointed at him. A little less after that stunt you pulled today, though. Gabriel gripped the bottle a little tighter. Sorry about that. Raylan laughed. Well, Alexander's... he's... There wasn't a good way to put his thoughts into words, so he blurted them out. He's going to be the one in command of the Reclaimer mission, unless someone proves to be more worthy than him. Worthy how? Raylan asked. Gabriel shrugged. Faster, stronger, smarter? Somewhere in the back of his mind, he heard Townsend telling him there was more to it than that. Whatever that more was, Gabriel didn't have any means of tracking it. Rankings, though? All it took was a quick peek at his wrist comp to see how he measured up. Okay, I get it. You want to be the big boss man. But what's wrong with Alex being in charge? Raylan said. Dude seems like a pretty all-right guy to me. A little uptight for my liking, but not bad. Raylan was as oblivious as Gabriel imagined. He couldn't blame Raylan. Alexander hadn't spoken with him like he had spoken to Gabriel. He hadn't seen the way Hartford could flip a switch from cold and uncaring to a paragon of what every recruit was supposed to be. It was an act that sent a shudder up Gabriel's spine every time he saw it. Raylan had heard Gabriel and Sarah's story about what happened in the escape room, how Alexander killed Joshua, but even that didn't seem to worry him too much. Maybe it was because of Gabriel's outburst at the start of training, when he confronted Alexander about those 3 recruits who died. While Hartford may have been innocent in those 3 cases, it was hardly the first time Gabriel had seen him abandon others without hesitation. Even his own men didn't earn a second glance for him, so long as he could achieve his goals. Raylan probably thinks I'm crazy, Gabriel sighed. He's not an all-right guy. It's all an act. Did you think he killed people on that first obstacle course? Raylan countered. And there it is. Gabriel grimaced. We actually talked about that in that fight we had. He shook his head. Man, that feels like ages ago now. Gabriel took a breath. Laying it all out for Raylan was the best he could do. Whether or not he believed Gabriel was up to him. Raylan, he told me he didn't care about anyone in our company. That we were just here for the Crucible to sort us out. That most of us would be dead by the end of this. He followed that right up with wondering who of my friends would die first. You were on that list of his. I mean... Raylan leaned back into his seat, scratching at his jaw. That's a pretty dick thing to say, man, but it's kind of what's happening. Gabriel's shoulders slumped. Yeah, well, that's not the kind of person I want running the show. Least of all when there's 1,000 of us left. But it gets worse. Wouldn't have you so riled up otherwise. When I got caught up in that dust devil, I ran into him and his crew. Gabriel shrugged. Technically, Zachary dug me out. That's where Hartford told me how he plans to run things. We won't have any freedom under him, Raylan. Everything we do will be run by him and his people. I don't know if we'll be treated like slaves or robots or what, but I sure as hell don't want to find out. Raylan sat up. That's not good. I get that things are going to be tight, survival mode and all, but people got to cut loose now and then. Yeah, well, he thinks the reason we're in this mess is because of people having any kind of freedom, Gabriel said. That was bad enough for me. But then me and Sarah watched him kill Joshua in the escape rooms. In the last maze, he left one of his guys for dead. You saw the one, Mason. The one who tried to get through the blades? Raylan glanced away with a slow nod. He slapped his knees and shot to his feet. Fuck it. I'm down to kick his spoiled ass. Gabriel gave a wry smile. I can't let you help me, Raylan. Not you or Sergei or anyone else. This is my fight. I couldn't live with myself if anyone else got hurt over it. Especially you. Because, he chuckled, you'd just slow me down. Wow. Raylan narrowed his gaze. Rude. Gabriel snickered. Sorry. Raylan shook his head. Man, Hartford's got a whole goon squad backing him up. You can't do this alone. Besides, all of our lives are at stake here. I can't let you do all the heavy lifting. Gabriel pulled his lips into a tight line. This was exactly what he was worried would happen. But he was already too deep in to back off now. His goon squad isn't the problem. It's Titus. He's been trying to kill me since the last maze. Kill you? Raylan snapped. Oh, did Hartford put him up to this? No. Gabriel laughed under his breath. Hartford loves the competition. It's just a game to him. But Titus knows it's not. At best, I'm a distraction to his little king. At worst, I'm a real threat to Alexander's future, humanity's future, a threat that needs to be eliminated. So we gang up on him, easy peasy. Raylan bounced on the balls of his feet, throwing a few sloppy jabs, tongue peeking past his lips. Gabriel stood and placed a hand on Raylan's shoulders. There's no we in this. I saw how you choked on that last run. I can't be worrying about you or anyone else out there if I stand a chance. Raylan furrowed his brow. What are you saying, man? It means I won't stop for anyone. Not our company, our friends, not you. Raylan cut Gabriel off with a hand to his chest. Listen, man, I know I messed up in those runs, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let my best friend take this mess on by himself. Gabriel glared. You don't get it. Titus will try to split me off from everyone and try to kill me in the maze. If he thinks for 1 second he can use you to get to me, he will. Then we stick to Hartford's group like white on rice, Raylan shrugged. No big deal, right? And if you can't keep up, Raylan? If you choke again or get caught in a trap? Gabriel shuddered. If I'm too far ahead or 1 second too late, I couldn't live with myself if anything happened to you. I won't let you do this. See, that's where we're going to have a problem. Raylan's big, optimistic smile stretched from ear to ear. Because I meant it when I said I was going to be with you to the end, man. Storms, mazes, some angry giant, doesn't matter. I'm with you. Gabriel's teeth ground together. The corner of his mouth cracked into a smile. He hated how willing Raylan was to put his life at risk for him. But at the same time he loved that anyone was willing to do so, especially after the other recruits left him for dead. What about your hunt for a dream girl? Gabriel asked. Shouldn't you worry about that? And turn my back on the bro code? Raylan gasped. Never. He rubbed at his jawline. Besides, my face needs a break from getting smacked around. I can find me some wife material later. Gabriel groaned out a laugh. You stubborn ass. Raylan beamed and pulled Gabriel into a tight embrace. Yeah. I love you too, man. You want to help me, Raylan? Of course. Gabriel pulled away. Stick with Sarah and the others. Keep them safe, because I won't be able to. Nuh-uh. Raylan headed down to their dormitory. We are kicking ass and taking names together, man, and that's final. Nicole can do the babysitting. Gabriel frowned. Raylan wasn't taking things seriously. He was going to get himself killed, but there was no talking him out of it. If things went south, the cost of saving him was too high. Humanity's future for one life. His best friend's life, in exchange for their future. Could I make that sacrifice? The very thought sent a powerful shiver through Gabriel's spine. The temperature of the room seemed to plummet as doubts plagued his mind. Doubts of his own ability to best Alexander, to earn command. If he couldn't achieve that, then every death Gabriel allowed to happen would have been for nothing. The lighting fluctuated and dimmed. Specters of the dead materialized in the dark corners of the barracks. The twisted forms of dead recruits were obstructed by shadows. But the silhouettes were clear enough. Gabriel saw where the bones jutted out in places. Joshua's battered, broken face peeked from another, blood drenching his front. Gabriel hadn't seen what the Agadir did to him, but his imagination was enough. The way that machine came at them wearing Joshua's blood was enough to add Joshua's death to Gabriel's nightmares. There was nothing Gabriel could do for the dead. Why worry about what was already done? His past failures, when the path he'd settled upon would lead to more death. All in the hope he could save a great number of lives in the future. Gabriel rounded the corner. Okamura stood in his path, bloodied, bruised, and with a furious gaze locked on Gabriel, blaming him for his death. Gabriel met the specter's gaze, wondering if he was actually seeing it, or if this was his guilt messing with him again. Albrecht's pale form stood beside Okamura, wearing a wry smile on his face. Was he worried about something? He glanced down to his arm, catching a faint wisp of red vanishing. The temperature returned to normal, and the lights flickered and buzzed back to normal. Green text scrolled across Gabriel's wrist comp. Anomalous activity has ceased. Have a nice day. The sudden shift in temperature sent a shudder up his spine. He turned back to face the specters, but they were already gone. Gabriel frowned. He wasn't in the desert, dehydrated, or starving. He hadn't even taken a nasty bump to the head all day. Why was he seeing the dead again? I'm losing focus again. That's it, Gabriel told himself, and marched on down the long hall to the dormitory. Maybe paying a visit to a shrink wouldn't be such a bad idea. Then again, he didn't trust himself not to get thrown out or locked up in a mental ward. The nagging cold was pricking up his spine, a cold he wasn't convinced was there. Focus. Gabriel closed his eyes and asked himself the only question that mattered, the one that always got his head back in the game. Why am I here? The cold vanished. When Gabriel opened his eyes, Titus stood before him, flanked by a pair of guards in heavy power armor. The twin silver stripes marked their pauldron, just as the dead captain wore in the escape room. Gabriel's eyes trailed down their bodies to the heavy rifles they held lowered. Those were guns he hadn't seen before, and the larger barrels told him there wouldn't be much left of whoever they shot at. A third guard led the silver stripes in a suit of power armor that much more closely resembled the statue outside. It only lacked the hooded cloak. A red visor spread across his face. From his hip hung a short-barreled version of the rifle the other two silver stripes carried. "Recruit Rivera." The lead guard's distorted voice came through his helmet. "The Commandant would like to speak to you." Chapter 33. The guards didn't let slip a single word as to what the Commandant wanted to see them about. Gabriel guessed it involved the past 2 attempts on his life since Titus was getting dragged along for the ride. At least he hoped. He'd been seeing things more frequently, and the last 2 times were in the barracks. If they weren't just in his head, he couldn't imagine they went unnoticed. That thought concerned him all the more when he remembered neither Townsend nor Jensen could pull up the footage of Titus trying to kill him. The elevator pulled up to the commandant's floor, and the guards marched Gabriel and Titus down the long, white hall into his office. Johnson sat with his elbows propped up on his desk, fingers laced together before him. His office was a void of white, other than the dark metal desk or the banners, weapon, and armor displays flanking the path toward it. Gabriel and Titus stood at attention. The lead guard saluted Commandant Johnson. "The 2 recruits you wish to see, sir." Johnson rose and returned the salute.
"Thank you, Captain. You and your men are free to leave."
The captain looked at Titus, then back to Johnson. Gabriel may not have been able to see the face behind the helmet, but he was certain that double-take had to be an expression of concern. Johnson nodded. The guards left the office.
"At ease, recruits."
Gabriel and Titus shifted to parade rest.
"Titus?"
The commandant locked gazes with the towering mountain of muscle they called a recruit.
"Father,"
he replied, stern, almost displeasure in his voice. Gabriel's jaw clenched. His eyes widened, staring at Titus from the corner of his eye, then back at the commandant. The resemblance was there, especially in the strong jawline, but Titus completely dwarfed his father in height and musculature. Then again, Titus was the biggest man he'd seen in his life.
"Rivera, you've become a frequent guest in my office."
Johnson moved to stand in front of the 2 recruits. "As much as I enjoy your company, sir, I try to stay out of your way." Gabriel tried to give a confident smile, but he felt his anxiousness was showing. "You're a busy man and all."
"More than you know."
Johnson paced back and forth.
"Do you know why I've called you here today?"
"No, sir," Gabriel answered.
"Do you, Titus?"
Titus exhaled sharply through his nose. His face twisted to a frown as he faced Gabriel.
"Eyes and ears everywhere."
Johnson gestured at the room around them.
"Suddenly they all go dark. Not once, but twice, and only around a specific pair of recruits."
Johnson shook his head, a look of disbelief, or rather disappointment, on his face.
"Did you think no one would notice you trying to murder one of our recruits? That I wouldn't notice, Titus? What's one more death in a sea of hundreds? Or are we up to the thousands now?"
Titus glowered at his father.
"Rivera is insignificant. The program's better off without him." "Really now? Because you sure seem to have taken an interest in him recently, Titus."
Johnson glanced at Gabriel.
"And who could blame you? His rise has been astronomical, exceeding even the most optimistic expectations."
Nice. Gabriel was expecting another session of shock therapy, a scolding, or some over-the-top punishment, not praise for all his hard work. He didn't think anyone outside of their company had noticed. Titus took a deep breath, his fists clenching tight behind his back.
"I am merely performing my duties as caretaker for Alexander, Father. Rivera presents a threat to his dominion, to humanity's future. I have tried to reason with Alexander, to ignore this distraction, but he refuses. My only option is to remove it by force." "Always the overprotective parent," Johnson sighed. "This is exactly why I didn't want you in the Crucible in the first place, Titus. You coddled the boy too much." "And if his family had their act together, I wouldn't have to. As it stands, I am effectively the boy's father, and I will not allow him to throw away his future over a worthless distraction like Rivera or anyone else."
Titus's voice built to a low growl. That explains a lot, Gabriel thought. It also brought up more questions. Things must have been worse than Gabriel could imagine for Alexander growing up. How else could he end up so messed up?
"Do you really have such little faith in him, Titus?" Johnson asked.
Titus glared down at his father.
"Alexander Hartford, The boy that has been training his entire life for this. Surpassed by the literal bottom of the barrel. Is that what you think is going to happen?"
Johnson stepped up to Titus, staring up into his eyes while he remained silent.
"Let's pretend for a second that was even possible. Iron sharpens iron. So one person sharpens another, Titus."
Johnson narrowed his gaze.
"Do you really think you're doing Alexander any favors by taking out the competition for him?"
Titus's jaw tensed. The knuckles behind his back went white with a faint quiver of his hand. The giant remained silent.
"We have rules here, Titus. A process designed to weed out the weak and empower those willing to work for their power."
Johnson stepped away from his son to walk around Gabriel, studying him as he went.
"If Rivera is as insignificant as you think he is, the Crucible will take care of him. If Alexander can't earn his way to command, then that is his own failing. That is the point of our system here, and you would be wise to let the process play out."
Titus seethed in silence.
"If you continue to interfere, Titus, you know how this ends. How this has to end," Johnson said. "Being my son, nor your former service will shield you from the consequences."
Expulsion? That had to be it. Johnson may stick to the book, but Gabriel couldn't imagine he would punish his son the way any other recruit would be punished for such a crime. The recruit handbook was pretty clear on the matter. Execution.
"Then the maze better do its job before I get around to it," Titus finally replied. "Are you done wasting my time?"
Johnson sat on the edge of his desk. He drew his arms tight across his chest.
"You won't get any mercy from me, Titus. No pleading nor begging. The consequences of your actions will be yours and yours alone to bear."
Titus sneered.
"I wouldn't dream of it, Father."
Johnson waved him.
"Dismissed."
Titus left the room, his eyes locked with Gabriel the entire time. Gabriel stood in place, certain that dismissal had nothing to do with him. A cold sweat rolled down his brow. What mess was he in for?
"Don't mistake my concern for favoritism, Rivera. I'm merely a father concerned for his son. He has always been protective of Alexander, but after he lost his own family, it's only gotten worse."
Johnson sighed. Curiosity beat Gabriel's mind to the punch. What happened?
"Our line of work is a dangerous one, as I'm sure you've managed to put together from your time here. We've made enemies far worse than the Pack, who did not appreciate their operations being dismantled piece by piece. Enemies that have worked in the shadows far longer than we have."
Johnson stared at his boots and shook his head.
"Our enemies found Titus's family among the many others taking down their operations. It was far too late by the time we found them."
Johnson's gaze met Gabriel's.
"Gruesome doesn't even begin to describe their fate, but I'll spare you the nightmares, recruit."
Gabriel could sort of see how that would make Titus so protective of Alexander, especially if he really had seen him grow up. But he wasn't about to cut either of them a break, just because they both had sob stories of their own. Everyone did. It didn't excuse their behavior. Curiosity again took the better of him. Gabriel knew he wasn't likely to get any specifics, but he had to ask, preferably without landing himself on the bad side of those silver stripes. "Is that what James was talking about earlier? With the runes and the secret Cool Kids Club or whatever he said?" Gabriel gulped after he said that. This was a surefire way to find out whether or not Johnson knew about the weirdness happening around Gabriel, a topic James had expressly warned him not to tell anyone about.
"James can't keep his mouth shut," Johnson said without a hint of suspicion. The man's too honest for his own good in this line of work, too soft to keep his distance, and plays too much of a fool for anyone to believe the technological genius hidden under all that hair of his."
A weary smile tugged at Johnson's lips.
"You're a smart kid, Rivera. Surely you know Eridanus Industries is a cover for something bigger."
Gabriel cracked a soft laugh. "Sorry, sir, but my intellect rank says I'm an idiot." Johnson gave the faintest hint of a smile.
"There's a lot more to those attributes than simple numbers, recruit. You could have a rank 10 of intellect and still be a complete fool. It is all about the application of one's attributes and skills that makes the difference between a corpse, a survivor, and a leader."
His gaze remained firmly locked on Gabriel as silence dragged out between them. Gabriel picked up the distinct sensation the Commandant was waiting for his answer. "I mean, I was kind of wondering how an aerospace corporation could afford its own private military, a fortress in the middle of nowhere, along with its own complement of tactical armor." A nervous laugh slipped past Gabriel's lips. "Seemed just a little bit suspicious, if you ask me." Johnson nodded.
"Hopefully you will never have to learn what really goes on behind the scenes, of the dangers we face in the deepest, darkest corners of the world. If everything goes according to plan, we will fade away with this dying world and humanity can begin anew with a clean slate and a strong foundation. That's all you recruits need to worry about."
Somehow those words put more weight on Gabriel's shoulders. He couldn't help feeling like whatever these shadowy threats were, it had to do with those strange runes he saw in the escape room. If James's warning was anything to go by, it had to do with that red glow he was seeing as well. "It's all in your head, Gabriel. Stop worrying about that nonsense." Whatever the truth really was, things had to be far worse than they appeared if Johnson and the Silver Stripes were willing to die with the old world. As far as Gabriel was concerned, it was one more reason for Gabriel to defeat Alexander. They couldn't go from one failing world right into another. Johnson's hands clasped together.
"It is unfortunate. My son won't live to help build that future or keep it safe."
"Sir?"
"Don't play dumb, Rivera."
Johnson's words took on a hard edge.
"You know the rules. Murder of your fellow recruits isn't tolerated on the Crucible. Alexander and his men may be allowed to bend the rules thanks to his grandfather, but there are lines even he isn't allowed to cross."
"And there's nothing you can do about it?" Gabriel asked. "Detain him? Expel him? Anything?"
"My hands are tied on the matter, until he crosses that line at least."
Johnson frowned.
"The only reason I realized what was going on was thanks to your instructor, Jensen, for bringing this situation to my attention. We couldn't pull up evidence, of course, but I can put two and two together."
Johnson pulled a cigar from his desk. "I've been wondering about that, sir. How is it that Titus was able to shut down all the surveillance around us twice?" Gabriel asked.
Johnson sighed. "That was another thing I never agreed to when Alexander was brought here. His wrist comp, and the ones all of his men carry, have access to a lot more features than a regular recruit. This gives them certain perks and advantages."
He cut the end of his cigar.
"One of which allows for plausible deniability, should the need arise."
Gabriel thought back to his earlier conversation with James. The odd timer on his wrist comp, the way he visibly relaxed after whatever he did became active. This had to be something similar. "So you gave them a means to shut down all surveillance around them?" His brow furrowed. "Why? So they could kill people whenever they felt like it?" It was the only possible reason that jumped to Gabriel's mind as to why anyone would need such an ability. "Actually, I'd probably break curfew all the time if I had that."
"The intent was never to allow Hartford or any of his men to break the rules, least of all that one," Johnson said. Now that recruit is—"
He frowned, face tightening slightly. He must have been wrestling with what he could tell Gabriel and what Gabriel needed to know.
"Something is not right about that boy."
"Like in the head, sir?" Gabriel asked. Johnson didn't respond. "Because other than his attitude, he seems perfectly normal to me." If anything, Gabriel was more worried about his own state of mind, with the strange things he'd seen and felt. But the Commandant was hardly the one to open up about those concerns to. For that matter, Gabriel couldn't open up about it to anyone else, so long as they were being watched. It seemed like a quick way to get thrown out, locked up, or shot if things turned out not to be all in his head. That'd be a trip.
"That is certainly one way to look at it, recruit," Johnson finally replied. "What I can say is Hartford is a rather extreme exception to the way our organization does things. Fortunately for him, his grandfather has a great deal of pull. Otherwise, this situation would have been resolved years ago."
"What situation?" Gabriel asked.
"You've been spending too much time with your friend Cooper," Johnson said sternly. "While I admire her curiosity, you would be wise to know when to stop asking questions, recruit."
Gabriel gulped. "Yes, sir." He didn't get much out of his line of questioning, but the nuggets he did pick up on seemed important. There was definitely something going on with him and Alexander. Whoever was actually running the Crucible were not fans of that sort of thing. But where Hartford had his grandfather to cover for him, Gabriel had no one. But if that stuff I saw was real, the cameras and sensors would have picked something up. There's no way something like that goes unnoticed.
"One thing you need to know about my son, Rivera." Johnson brought them back to the topic at hand. "He is dedicated to getting the job done to an almost fatal degree. I doubt anyone could talk him down now that he's got you in his sights."
Gabriel grimaced. This was a far more pressing issue than whatever weirdness was going on. He knew he could only keep running from Titus for so long. Sooner or later, Gabriel was going to slip up at the wrong place at the wrong time, and that was assuming Titus wouldn't use his friends to get to him.
"So, are you prepared, Rivera?"
Gabriel shot him a questioning glance.
"Sooner or later, luck will run out. Titus will catch you, corner you, and leave you no means of escape. It could be in this phase, or it could be in the next, when he will have weapons at his disposal. Do you have it in you to do what has to be done?"
Gabriel tensed. "What has to be done?" Johnson lit his cigar and took a long drag, his gaze narrowing on Gabriel. Gabriel knew what Johnson was asking. He just couldn't believe he actually was. The thought alone brought a quiver to his hand. "I've never had to kill anyone before."
"Hesitation means death, Rivera. The second you do is the moment you die."
Chapter 34. "Welcome to exam prep," Townsend announced over the crowd of recruits. The merciless sun cooked them from high above as Townsend paced back and forth. "This will be your last maze run before your final exam, before we see if any of you are worth moving on to Phase 2. Her lips pulled tight into a frown. "Since we've been forced to condense the rest of your time in Phase 1, this one's going to be a doozy. So stay on your toes and take nothing for granted." Her pacing stopped at the head of the company. "Our company has suffered the highest casualties on the Crucible, and I'd still like to have a company to train after this mess. So don't let me down, people." Grim laughter spread through the recruits as pillars of steel shot out of the desert. Death was a simple fact of life in the Crucible. Gabriel couldn't blame his company for learning to laugh at their own potential end. It helped keep their sanity through all their trials. Maybe that was the point of learning to laugh at misery, like Jensen said. Gabriel should have probably embraced a dark sense of humor after Albrecht and Okamura's deaths, but he had a hard time bringing himself to it. After all, they were just a few more deaths from their company, being reduced to half strength. It was a milestone the maze run could easily achieve. Far above 10 stories, this was the tallest maze configuration Gabriel had ever seen. Whatever the true depths of the crucible were, they must have been absurd to hide such structures, and the machinery required to deploy them quickly beneath the sands. But how much of it was already there before Eridanus took over, and how much of it was new? The last thing they needed was another run-in with an Agadir, strange runes, or whatever else still lurked in the depths. Gabriel preferred his threats to be out in the open, where he could see them. The maze's assembly covered the area in a thick layer of dust. Gabriel covered his face, but he still felt the earthy flavor of sand hit the back of his throat with every breath. He paid it no mind. Gabriel worked his way to the front of the crowd to take his place beside Alexander. He wasn't going to let him win this time. "Ma'am, you still haven't told us why training has been condensed," Sarah asked from somewhere in the crowd. "Survive to the final, and you'll get to hear the bad news, Cooper," Townsend answered. She continued with her briefing as a ceiling formed over the maze, shrouding the chamber ahead in darkness. Lights came online through the large entryway, but as per usual, they couldn't make out much of anything from the start of the maze. There wasn't even a cold breeze like the last maze to hint at what awaited him. The only hint they really had was the towering height of the fully contained course ahead of them. What's the gimmick this time? Gabriel wondered. Raylan walked up to Gabriel's side with his broad, goofy grin. "Ready for another exciting adventure, Gabriel?" Gabriel fixed his gaze forward. Raylan was going to get himself killed if he didn't take this seriously. But Raylan wasn't going to back off. "About as ready as I'm going to be," Gabriel answered. He couldn't afford to slow down for anyone if he was going to win, not even Raylan. He was going to have to trust his friend would make it through in one piece. "I am certain Rivera is more than ready." Alexander flashed a toothy grin. "The question is, are you, Wade?" "Born ready, man." Raylan bounced on the balls of his feet. "Let's go." Vargas laughed. "Gway, nobody believes you after last time." "Ho ho, I'm sure the doughboy's little friend is in for a fun time," Titus rumbled. Gabriel's fists clenched at his side. "Keep your dog on a leash, Hartford." He locked eyes with Alexander, forcing a cocky smile. "He'll just get in the way of our fun." Alexander laughed. "You heard the man, Titus. No disappearing act, or there will be consequences. And do not get any funny ideas about Wade." "About me?" Raylan blinked. Titus's nostrils flared. His jaw clenched. Alexander narrowed his gaze. "Am I understood?" "Understood, sir." Titus glared down to Gabriel. Gabriel met his gaze without a shred of fear, only steely determination. He didn't believe Titus would keep his word for a second, but if he could stick by Alexander, he doubted the giant would be bold enough to make a move. "Ready?" Jensen hollered. The company lined up and readied for the run. "Set?" "I'm ready, man. Let's take some names in there," Raylan said. "Go!" Gabriel charged ahead of Alexander, but he was quick to catch up. The two rivals fought for position at the lead, lights blurring past them in the mad dash through the entry hall. It opened up into a vast empty chamber with no end in sight. There were only the bright lights above. "This is pretty lame," Raylan blurted out. The maze groaned in response to Raylan. Gears turned beneath their feet. Hatches popped open with sharp, rapid hisses, and machinery squealed. Segments of the floor flipped open ahead of them. Others peeled away as walls shot out of the ground. A wall swung up in Gabriel's path. He almost considered trying to swing around the wall when he realized it had windows. Gabriel dove through, rolling to his feet on the other side. Alexander was hot on his heels as the rest of the structure assembled around them. Mock furniture rose from the ground in places, while others had the floor open up as the second, third, and probably fourth floor of the structure rose into position. Gabriel flew through another window. This wasn't a maze, it was an urban jungle. A city assembled itself all around them, with heavy clangs and crashes of metal. As far as Gabriel could tell, 4 stories was on the small end of things, while other structures towered above at 10. He swore he caught glimpses of mechanical arms rivaling the scale of some structures rise from the ground as well, but they were soon hidden by more buildings.
"This is a new one, to be sure," Alexander commented, scrambling through the winding streets as power lines and light posts erupted from the ground around them.
Vehicles shot up as well. A rising truck came up with such force it flung Gabriel into the air. "What the hell?" Gabriel shouted. Beneath him, the vehicles began cruising the streets as quickly as they appeared. Gabriel slammed down on the roof of a car. He bounced off, but managed to land on wobbling feet. Recovering quickly, he scrambled through the mess of speeding cars around them.
"Oh yeah, this is believable," Raylan whined. "Totally gonna be dodging cars after the world ends."
The ground quaked beneath them, machinery hissed, and the road ahead of them rose to block their path.
"You had to say something," Zachary said. "Sharp right, into the building," Alexander ordered.
Gabriel wasn't about to let him take the lead. He cut through the crowded road. Wind rushed past Gabriel as cars sped past. The road they were on began to climb as well. Gabriel and the others had to climb up the incline to enter the 10-story structure. It was an incomplete structure. Floors were scattered around the different levels of the structure above, with far too many gaps between them, and while there were plenty of walls with windows, there were a lot more sections where the walls were clearly missing. Gabriel glanced over his shoulder. Raylan and the others made it just in time. The building lurched to the side, flinging them all to the walls that now acted as narrow floors.
"What is this BS?"
Raylan grunted. Gabriel was flung out a window. He curled his arms as tight as he could around the frame, his legs dangling in the air as the building was lifted into the air. "Not cool," he growled, and dragged himself back inside. Reverberating crashes of metal and concrete rang out through the structure, but he had no idea what any of that was about. He glanced at the window beneath him. The only way back down to ground level was a one-way express trip. That was definitely not the path forward. Up was a different story, though. The crashes he heard earlier were the sound of other structures being slammed together to make a winding climb up. Without a better option, Gabriel began to climb.
"Keep moving."
Alexander took off, jumping and climbing walls, crossing gaps to catch up to Gabriel.
"Wait for me."
Raylan lagged behind the group as he slowed for every gap and jump. Gabriel couldn't wait for him. It was going to take everything he had to maintain his lead over Alexander. He jumped ahead from one wall to another, climbing up to the next structure. Alexander passed him mid-climb and took off ahead. He almost went off after him, but he noticed the new terrain. It was a mix of steel beams and concrete walls and floors. The beams would provide a solid enough grip for his boots, but nothing like the concrete granted. With that knowledge in hand, Gabriel broke off from Alexander, aiming for the concrete sections of the building. The stronger grip allowed him to push higher, faster, surging back into first place. Right up until he reached the top of the structure. There was nowhere else to go. Did we make a wrong turn? Thunder cracked throughout the maze as Alexander clambered up to Gabriel's side. Rain poured from the darkness above, drenching them in cold water.
"The fun starts now, Rivera."
Before he could question Alexander, Gabriel spotted another building swing through the gloom right at them. The buildings groaned as metal crashed against metal. Whoa! Gabriel stumbled back, his foot slipping on a drenched metal beam, sending him crashing to his back. Alexander maintained balance. The structure that linked to theirs had come in horizontally, acting as a bridge for them to advance. Alexander rushed on through. Gabriel glanced down, spotting Zachary and the others making their way up. Raylan managed to work his way into the middle of the pack. Reassuring as that was for Gabriel, it quickly became a distraction when he spotted Titus looming over his friend. He won't do anything as long as Zachary and the others are around, Gabriel told himself. He dragged himself back to his feet and jumped across to the next building. Rain poured through the windows heavily enough to form columns of water. The lower levels of the city had to be flooding, but from their altitude, Gabriel only made out shimmers of light through the darkness. While the lower levels may be flooded enough to break their fall from their fatal height, Gabriel was pretty sure it wasn't going to go well for him or anyone else, regardless. And falling was a very real threat. The incomplete structure was drenched with water, making their footing loose. Jumps were a risk Gabriel was no longer taking lightly. Yet the maze forced his hand. He was running across a beam, off to Alexander's right. Gabriel's path was abruptly cut off by a lack of runway, while Alexander had no such issue. Switching to another path would cost precious time Gabriel couldn't afford to lose. He glanced around the pillar of water and saw a patch of wall on the other side. Here we go. Gabriel ran and jumped across. The water pushed down on him with such force it nearly dragged him down with it to the lower levels. Gabriel crashed onto a knee on the other side, dripping with cold water. Inches from the tip of his boot was another window leading to a long drop. Let's not do that again. Gabriel resumed his run. Those columns of water made it difficult to judge distances and whether or not a jump was safe to make. It was best to avoid them entirely when possible. Gabriel glanced ahead. Alexander was pulling further away. He scanned his surroundings for options, but the fastest way to catch up was through another pillar of water. He caught enough of a glimpse to see the jump would land him on another metal beam. Gabriel took a breath. Let's go, let's go, let's go. He flung himself at full speed through the next column. The pouring rain tried again to drag him down, but Gabriel anticipated the force this time. He came through on the other side, sliding across the metal beam. Gabriel held his arms out, fighting his momentum for balance, when he realized he could use this to his advantage. Gabriel hopped off to a concrete segment and sprinted to the next set of beams. He sent himself sliding down them. A grin pulled at his lips. He was gaining on Hartford. Racing through the structure, Gabriel caught glimpses of the city outside. Huge mechanical arms latched onto buildings, pulling them off the ground, spinning them, and slamming them into other structures for no rhyme or reason he could discern. The recruits, and the whole city for that matter, were nothing more than toys, trapped with a mechanical toddler throwing a temper tantrum in its playpen. Fantastic. Gabriel was right on Alexander's tail when columns of metal shot through the gaps in the structure. Shit, he growled, throwing himself onto his back, nearly losing his nose in the process. The metal columns screamed through the air right where his head had been a second ago, another where his chest would have been if he hadn't dropped. Gabriel shot back to his feet and jumped another gap. He narrowly avoided another column shooting across the building. That nearly cost him his legs. Gabriel pressed on. There was no time to slow down. They were on a timer, and it seemed the longer this maze ran, the worse it got. Gabriel's belief in this theory was only amplified by the pouring rain and crashing buildings, making it difficult to see or hear the dangers coming their way. "Never drop your guard, Rivera," Alexander taunted, even as he nearly lost his head and arms to the shooting columns. Gabriel was back on Alexander's tail, going neck and neck with him through the maze. The faint sounds of strained machinery reached Gabriel through the storm, and they were growing louder. Gabriel jumped. Another building crashed into theirs, but he avoided the shock. Alexander stumbled, letting Gabriel gain the lead again. He couldn't believe he was actually doing this. His rankings still weren't on par with Alexander, but he had a real chance of beating him. A far worse problem for Gabriel appeared. Other recruits poured in from the newly arrived structure. They came in too tightly packed and moving far too quickly through the drenched structure for their own good. Yet his conscience demanded he dive in to help them. Gabriel forced his conscience back down. Those recruits were as much a danger to themselves as they were to him. If he let himself get caught up with them, they'd get him killed, just as they'd get themselves killed. The thought sent cold shivers down his spine, but he couldn't argue with the logic. Boots squealed against metal. Recruits crashed into one another, sending themselves plummeting to the depths below. Gabriel heard a distant splash and hoped the recruit was okay. Another recruit caught a column shooting through a window and then his chest. His cry was cut short as the column dragged him off into the darkness. Yet another recruit clipped the column in a brief moment of distraction. She fell over the metal beam and cried for help. Her grip was slipping. Gabriel could reach her, pull her to safety if he tried. She wasn't too far out of the way. He would lose some ground to Alexander, but he could make it up. Gabriel flung himself onto another floor and rushed for the recruit's beam. Alexander pulled ahead, but his conscience wouldn't allow him to let this go. As Gabriel reached her, the recruit's grip slipped. She plunged into the waters below. He tore his gaze from the sight, his heart kicking at his chest. Had he been a little faster, he could have saved her. Had he been a little faster, he could have gone down with her. Far more than one life is at stake here, Gabriel. Remember what you're fighting for. Gabriel clenched his fists at his side, turned his attention away from the rest of his company, and focused on his rival. Alexander reached the top of the structure and immediately tried to stop himself. Gabriel came in right behind him and quickly realized why. There was a drop. He tried to stop too, but the floor was too slick. The pair of them skidded down one story to another, then over the edge of a third before they slammed against a set of air vents. "I hate the rain," Alexander muttered. He staggered to his feet against the vents, kneading into his back with a grimace. His jaw fell. Gabriel groaned and pulled up beside him, joining Alexander in awe of the sight. The entire cityscape was flooded. Violent waves crashed against buildings, splashing onto their roofs and dragging off unfortunate recruits. It was what Orlando must have looked like for the people stranded in the city, except with a lot less fire. Gabriel winced at the thought, expecting drones or something to come take potshots at them any minute. They didn't come. Recruits struggled against the currents and heavy rain in the distance. Above them, the dots of light were obstructed by dark, roiling clouds. Blue arcs shimmered through them. Flash! Lightning struck nearby metal structures. A smoking body collapsed out a window and splashed to the waters below. Gabriel winced. Maybe soldiers and gun drones aren't the worst way to go. He dragged his attention away from the chaos, back to the task at hand. There was only one way across the wild waters, jumping across concrete power poles jutting out of it. "See you at the finish line, Hartford." Gabriel hopped across. Alexander followed. "Bold of you to assume you will be first, Rivera." "Watch out!" Raylan cried. A groan of metal came from Gabriel's left. Another building was swung across the city, turned on its side, and headed right for them. They dove for the next pole. The rough concrete scraped Gabriel's arms as the building swung over their heads to a stop. Had they just waited a few moments, they could have used it as a bridge. At least the others had a way across. Gabriel and Alexander clambered back atop the poles and jumped across them. Lightning flashed, striking the waters around them. Gabriel wasn't sure which way was worse to go out, crushed by the waves or fried by electricity. He wasn't eager to experiment. Alexander cut ahead, crashing onto the rooftop across the flooded street
where he joined his men. "Looks like you lose again, Rivera." He flashed a grin. "But I will commend your efforts." Gabriel growled and dove for the rooftop. He came up short, crashing ribs into the edge of the structure. Gabriel clawed at the slick metal roof for any grip he could find, but the cold, thrashing waves were threatening to drag him away. Raylan rushed over and dragged him to safety. "Don't worry, man. I got you." "Thanks, Raylan." Gabriel winced, slipping and sliding onto his feet as he took off. He'd come too close to winning. He couldn't let the run end like this. Raylan reached out for him. "Wait up, Gabriel." "I can't," Gabriel called back. They were getting away. Too far away. He had to go faster. The sideways structure crossed another large gap as the water rose. So much of it was missing, it served as little more than a glorified set of narrow metal bridges for them. Gabriel's boots slipped as he tried running across. He smashed his side into the bridge, nearly going over in the process. Gabriel clenched his teeth. Pain pulsed through his side as he crawled across the building on the other side. If he kept going like this, he was going to lose. "Careful, Gabriel," Raylan warned, shimmying his way across to Gabriel. There was no time to be careful. The maze shifted again. Buildings rose and shifted around them. Their path forward was cut off. Waves battered their structure around them. They were getting soaked past their knees, and the waves were only getting stronger. The only clear path forward was through the water, but they'd get pulled under and crushed by the current for sure. Gabriel looked around for another way. There was another nearby building. This had to be the way forward. "This way, Raylan." He rushed across and smashed his way in through the door. The water was rising around them. They didn't have long before they were swimming no matter what they did. Raylan struggled to keep up with Gabriel up the flooded stairwell. All around them they heard the chaos of the shifting maze. It was going wild out there. Gabriel forced his way through the door at the top of the stairwell. Alexander's group was right there, just as stranded as they were. Gotta let me catch my breath, man," Raylan wheezed, clutching at his knees. Gabriel stood on shaky legs. He was exhausted and beat up from one too many falls, but he wasn't about to give up. "I'm not done yet, Hartford," he called out. Alexander smirked over his shoulder as platforms rose behind him. "It would not be such fun if you were." He took off across the platforms with his group in tow. Spikes shot out from the platforms, while others had columns of metal smashed down on them from above. It was a messy exercise in timing, but Gabriel raced into it without a second thought. "Gabriel, no!" Raylan grabbed him by the shoulders and jerked him back. He snarled like a beast and jerked Raylan forward, refusing to be stopped. "Why are you slowing me down?" A pillar crashed in front of him with a rush of wind. Gabriel froze, wide-eyed. That was almost it for him. If Raylan hadn't stopped him, Gabriel and all of his efforts would have been reduced to nothing more than a red smear on the floor. The wet sound of metal punching through flesh reached Gabriel's ears. Crimson spilled from Raylan's side. Gabriel turned to his friend. Raylan wore a pained smile on his lips. A spike had shot out of the platform and torn through his stomach. "You're gonna get your dumbass killed like this, man," Raylan said. Gabriel's eyes shot wide. His heart pounded and his hands shook. It was just like Alexander said. Raylan was going to die trying to save him. The pillar behind him raised. The path was clear. A straight shot through to Alexander. If Gabriel gave it his all, he could tie again, maybe even win. It would only cost his best friend's life. Raylan slumped onto Gabriel as the spike withdrew. He let out a wheeze. His hot blood soaked into Gabriel's fatigues. Gabriel's mind raced. Saving him slows me down. There are bigger things at stake. I must sacrifice for the others. I have to stop Alexander. Joshua's death flashed before his eyes. The merciless way Alexander caved in his face to save Gabriel and Sarah from the Agadir. Mason's death came up next.
He was one of Alexander's men. He cried out for help, and Alexander abandoned him as well. Just like with Joshua, there was nothing that could be done for either of them. Alexander was completely justified in what he did in both scenarios. Now, Raylan was bleeding out in his arms. Dead weight. He could reason away abandoning his friend. After all, there was nothing Gabriel could do for him, right? I'm becoming just like him. That thought shattered through the chaos of his mind. What was the point of replacing one monster with another? How could he even consider for 1 second allowing his best friend to sacrifice his life for him? It was wrong. All wrong. That didn't change the reality of their situation. This was neither the time nor the place to treat Raylan's wound. Already, the spikes had clicked back into place, ready to take another stab at them. Damn it, Raylan! Gabriel swung him onto his back. The spikes shot out with a sharp hiss, narrowly missing Raylan. Hang on, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Just gonna slow you down,
Raylan said, as he latched onto Gabriel's back. Gabriel lifted Raylan off the floor. Shut up and hang on. He sprinted forward with all his strength and speed. Another pillar came down, trying to crush him. More spikes shot out from the platforms, ripping Gabriel's fatigues open as he weaved through them. Gabriel lost his balance, but quickly used one of the spikes to swing himself forward. Lightning struck the still-raised spike as Gabriel released it. Ahead of them, the platforms began to retract, leaving wide gaps to cross. Gabriel hopped and slid across the platforms and finally cleared them to another cluster of buildings. Made it. Now we just need to... The maze shifted again. A tsunami rushed right for them. Without a moment to lose, he crashed through the doors of the tallest building he could reach. Gabriel's legs burned as he sprinted up the stairs, carrying Raylan on his back. But if he was fast enough, they could rise above the wave. Windows rushed past as Gabriel scrambled up, giving him glimpses of the wave looming ever closer. Don't die on me, Raylan. Don't you dare do it.
I'm feeling fine, really. Just a flesh wound, he coughed.
Hot droplets of blood splattered the back of Gabriel's neck. They needed to stop somewhere before Raylan lost too much more blood, and they had to do it fast. The wave was faster. It broke against the building, flooding water through the windows. Gabriel latched onto the railing, knuckles white, as he took the brunt of the hit. His legs gave out. The wave slammed him against the wall, but it passed. Coughing up a lungful of water, Gabriel dragged Raylan to the top floor and lowered him onto his back. He stripped off his shirt and started tearing it into strips. Raylan's eyes locked with his, reaching up toward him.
Go on, man. You gotta win, right? For everyone.
His voice was weak, far too weak for comfort. Gabriel wrapped strips of cloth around Raylan's torso as tight as he could. It was a sloppy field dressing, but the best he could do with what he had available. Without a word, he pulled Raylan back on his back and carried him across the next building to come to a stop next to theirs. Gabriel was furious. Furious with Raylan for doing everything he told him not to. Furious at Raylan for getting in the way. Furious with himself for letting Alexander get away. But most of all, he was furious at the monster he allowed himself to become. Sparks flew as lightning struck their building with a dazzling display of light. Gabriel's heart raced, his eyes darting about for every patch of concrete he could use to get across. He rushed from one to the next, doing his best to avoid any metal. It was the best defense he could think of when it came to dealing with a foe as unpredictable as lightning. But even lightning was more predictable than the maze. A whirring sound warned him of what was coming next. A mechanical arm began to tilt the building. Gabriel scrambled for a ledge. Too slow. He slammed onto his back. Raylan cried out in agony. Gabriel shifted to his side to ease the strain on his friend as he fought to control their downward slide. He swung from one side to the next, avoiding windows and gaps that had plunged them into the wild waters below. Looking down, Gabriel realized they were being thrown at another set of platforms. Platforms that took turns cycling their spikes. They shot upwards like a game of whack-a-mole, only the mole perforates careless players in this game. Beyond the spike traps was another set of platforms, flat metal, that seemed safe enough until pillars of metal came crashing down from the skies above. Gabriel had to clear the spikes with perfect timing, or they were dead. He had to stick the landing, too, which was easier said than done with Raylan on his back. He was a lot heavier than Sarah was by a long shot.
"We're gonna make it. I believe in you, man," Raylan said, an optimist to his final breath.
They were quickly running out of runway. It was now or never. Gabriel planted his feet on the building's edge and catapulted himself over the spikes. Pillars of steel crashed around them, sending cold, cutting winds over their bodies. They cleared the danger, but Gabriel miscalculated their momentum. They sailed right over the platforms and splashed into the violent waters. Wild currents tossed them back and forth, dragging them deeper and deeper. Gabriel flailed against the raging waters to a nearby structure. He slapped a hand down on a windowsill and dragged himself in. In the dim light, Gabriel had to grope his way through to a stairwell and swim up before they ran out of breath. He reached the top and gasped for air. Raylan coughed and wheezed. His grip weakened, but he was still there, still breathing. Gabriel's legs shook. Every muscle in his body ached and burned. He couldn't take much more of this, but there was no end in sight. They needed to find the exit, and they needed it yesterday. A group of recruits scurried through another set of buildings above them. Nicole and Sarah were with them. Sergei was with another group, leaping across rooftops. All of them were headed in the same direction. That was as good a sign as any. Gabriel followed their path to a large bridge. Lightning blasted sparks across the bridge, threatening to bring their run to an abrupt end. How the hell are we supposed to survive through this? This is pure chance. He let out a growl. There was no time for hesitation, no time for calculation. If the maze wanted them dead, it would take them. Charging through the chaos was the only way forward. Gabriel caught up to Nicole's group as they jumped across from a nearby structure to the bridge ahead of them. It was a long stretch of highway for a change. A bright light shone at the bridge's end, a hot golden glow with rolling dunes beyond it. They were at the end of the maze, the absolute worst possible place to drop their guard. Gabriel's senses heightened. The world went into slow motion. Every drop of a boot, every thump, hiss and click was on Gabriel's radar. He wasn't going to let anything sneak up on him if he could help it. Pieces of the bridge crumbled away around them, splashing into the waters below as lightning struck again. Walls rose from the waters, flanking them on either side, walls loaded with traps. Spikes, arrows, and columns shot out across the bridge, trying to block every angle of escape. Another growl escaped Gabriel as he drove himself forward, dodging past arrows, ducking under columns, and using spikes to swing himself forward. More than anything, the spikes attracted the lightning toward the scrambling recruits. A recruit was impaled right before Gabriel's eyes. Before he could even think about helping them, lightning struck, frying him instantly. Gabriel blinked his eyes back into focus and pressed on. He couldn't do anything for them now. No one could. Another recruit dodged away from the spikes, nearly bumping into Gabriel and Raylan. Lightning struck him. The electricity arced from his body right into Gabriel and Raylan. They screamed, crashing to the floor. Gabriel's body burned, his muscles jittering wildly from the current crackling through his body. He glanced over to the recruit at their side. They spasmed on the floor to a stop. They were gone. Raylan was still breathing on Gabriel's back, in pain, but alive. He had another 2 deaths to add to his guilty conscience, but Raylan would not be one of them. Gabriel wouldn't allow it. Yet his body refused to move. The other recruits were long past them. This time Gabriel couldn't blame anyone for abandoning them. Hanging out on the bridge was asking to get struck by lightning. No one was coming to save him or Raylan. It was all on them. Gabriel grit his teeth and growled. He tried straining his every muscle, but his body refused to move. "Move, damn it!" he hissed, clenching his hand into a fist. "Move!" Gabriel demanded, weakly raising an arm and bringing his fist down on the asphalt. He pushed as hard as he could, trying to stand. Gabriel tried again, drawing blood from his knuckles. "We will not die here." A crimson flame sheathed his arm as he raised it once more. "We will not!" He slammed his fist into the ground. The asphalt cracked beneath his fist as the crimson glow shot through his arm. It had just enough of a kick to send Gabriel stumbling back up to his feet. What the hell just happened? Gabriel wondered, as a surge of fresh energy flowed through his body. It was weak, and he had no idea where it came from, but it was enough to get him moving again. He wasn't going to push his luck questioning what just happened. He didn't have the time or energy to waste on pointless questions. Gabriel's feet were dragging him and Raylan forward, and that was all that mattered. He picked up the pace to a hasty shuffle as lightning and traps went off around him. Ragged, rasping breaths drew precious oxygen into his toasted lungs. It was just enough to get him across the bridge, just enough to get him out of the tunnel into the glorious desert sun. That beautiful flaming ball in the sky was just as hot and merciless as it had ever been. Gabriel couldn't have felt more relieved to see it. Clutching the railing tight, Gabriel lumbered down the stairwell from the enormous maze. He didn't bother counting how many flights he traveled down. His eyes were fixed on the white enforcer. That was where the medics were. They were going to save Raylan. They had to. Raylan was already slack on Gabriel's back, but he could still feel a faint pulse coming from his friend. Raylan didn't have long. They reached the crowd of recruits. Most gasped in horror and scurried out of their way. He didn't need a mirror to know how messed up they looked. He felt every agonizing second of it as he lumbered forward. "Lost your focus again, Rivera," Alexander frowned. "How very disappointing." Gabriel didn't spare so much as a glance in Alexander's direction, just as he ignored Titus's deep rumbling chuckle. They didn't matter. Raylan did. He pushed through what remained of his company to the medics. They scrambled over the second they saw the burnt, bloodied, and battered recruits. As soon as they took Raylan off his back, Gabriel collapsed face first into the sand. "Whoa, easy there, kid. Don't go dying on us now, you hear?" Buckley said. He hauled Gabriel to the first available seat. Raylan lay in a gurney in the middle, breathing, but barely. The medics got to work on him. Buckley blocked Gabriel's line of sight. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what happened to you in there, kid?" He didn't wait for an answer before shooting a stim pack into Gabriel's neck. The intense heat and pain he should have felt was numb and distant. His own suffering didn't matter to him in the slightest. "Is he going to make it?" Gabriel's words slurred together. Buckley glanced over his shoulder. "He's going to need surgery, but he'll live. You did an amazing thing dragging that poor kid out in your state." That was all he needed to hear. With that weight lifted off his shoulders, Gabriel slumped against his seat and let exhaustion drag him away. Yet a shadow loomed over him as he relaxed. He almost let his best friend die. And for what? To best Alexander? How many members of his company did he allow to die in pursuit of this goal? It wasn't worth it. It was never going to be worth it. Chapter 35. Guilt, rage, and doubt tore through Gabriel like a whirlwind. Guilt for all the recruits he didn't even try to save. Rage for nearly getting Raylan killed, and doubt about the future. He could give up on becoming the best and just focus on getting by. If the spook was true to his word, His family would be safe, and Alexander could be someone else's problem. That didn't sit well with Gabriel. He could hope and pray all he wanted for someone to take command from Alexander, but there was no guarantee they would be any better. Nor did it guarantee they wouldn't be worse. But how was he supposed to earn that command if he wasn't among the top rankers? Gabriel pulled up his wrist comp to check the rankings, but stopped shy of activating the device. What was the point in looking? He probably didn't even break the top 100. The blinking light of progress notifications tempted him to activate the wrist comp anyway. Gabriel ignored the device. A low, growling sigh escaped him. What was the point of struggling for victory over Hartford anyway? The game was rigged in Alexander's favor from the very start. His grandfather wouldn't allow anyone but his grandson to take command. Johnson insisted there were rules not even the Hartfords were allowed to break. But the rules were already bent for them. Every bit of his struggle to surpass Alexander was for nothing. Hopelessness swirled in his mind, accompanied by a growing sorrow. Every life he failed to save haunted his thoughts. Albrecht, Okumura, that poor little girl in the yellow coat back home. Every recruit he allowed to die in pursuit of his goal. Was it really all for nothing? Gabriel clenched his fist as grief and fury fought for dominance within him. None of this was helping him. He needed to take a breath, get his head back in the game. I need to punch something. The enforcer came to a stop at the medical center. Gabriel took his weary body and stormed out for the barracks. The sooner he had something to drown out his thoughts, the faster he could stop them from driving him mad, from driving him to do something he might regret. "Where you going, kid?" Buckley called. Gabriel glanced over his shoulder at the medic. Behind him, he saw a concerned Raylan. "I need some air. I'll be fine," Gabriel said. Buckley threw his arms up. "Just don't do anything stupid." Raylan sat up on his gurney, wincing. Medics rushed to help him and tried to slow him down as he staggered out of the enforcer. "Wait up, Gabriel." Gabriel's chest tightened, seeing his friend like that. He'd come so close to losing his life, and it was all his fault. "Take care of him, Buckley." The medics tried, but Raylan fought his way out of their grips. Even with his torso wrapped in bandages and his slow limp leaving him further and further behind Gabriel, he gave chase. Sarah stepped out of another medical enforcer with her arm in a sling. She ran over to Raylan the second she saw the commotion. Gabriel didn't want to deal with either of them. He just needed to sort things out on his own. So long as he could do that, he'd be fine. Maybe he'd even figure out the best path forward. But he wasn't going to get there with Raylan and Sarah worrying about him, especially not with a constant reminder of how close he came to losing his friend. Storming into the barracks as best as his weary form could, Gabriel headed right for the gym. He didn't even realize Sarah and Raylan were tailing him until he grabbed the first set of heavy dumbbells he could get his hands on. If he was going to vent, he might as well get stronger doing it. "Why are you being like this, man?" Raylan protested as they reached the gym. Gabriel forced his battered and exhausted body to lift harder and faster than ever before. Rage was a hell of a motivator. A sharp exhale escaped him with every lift. Rank 3 was right around the corner for so many of his attributes, and maybe he was already there after the maze. The second month of training was almost over. They had 1 week left before their second month of training ended, before they had to run the final maze. But Gabriel couldn't focus his mind on what challenges that maze might bring, or even defeating Hartford. His thoughts kept circling right back to the monster he was allowing himself to become. "Gabriel, come on. I know you're going through a lot. You can talk to us," Sarah pleaded. Somehow her concern over his well-being rather than anger over the way he was acting made his guilt all the worse. When he glanced her way, all he could see was the moment she called out for help, and he let her fall. It didn't cost Sarah her life, but it almost prevented her from completing the obstacle course that day. Gabriel tore his gaze away. He dropped the dumbbells and stormed off to the heavy bags. The gym filled with the sound of fists assaulting a vinyl bag full of sand. Raylan limped after Gabriel. He took a weak grip on Gabriel's arm. "Come on, man. At least slow down. You took a beating today." Gabriel stared down at Raylan's arm. He was just a shell of his former self after the injuries he took in the maze. Stim packs could work wonders, but Raylan's wounds were too much for them alone. The medics worked wonders to stabilize him and get him back on his feet, but Raylan still needed more treatment. Crimson soaked through his bandages. The medical foam in his wounds was strong enough to slow the bleeding and keep his guts in, but it wouldn't do it forever. It was a testament to Raylan's strength of will that he would rather pull Gabriel from the dark maelstrom he was sinking into than get the medical care he needed. Why did the medics even let you go? He cursed inwardly. Were they that overwhelmed with wounded? Gabriel didn't get a good look around when he left the maze, now that he thought about it. He was too focused on saving Raylan to notice. "I know I got in the way, man. I slowed you down, kept you from beating Alexander. But you don't have to be upset like this," Raylan pleaded. "There's going to be other chances." "That's what you think I'm mad about?" Gabriel thought. He opened his mouth to tell him what was going on, but closed it. That rage was still burning in him. If he tried to say something, it was going to come out all wrong. Raylan didn't need that in his condition. Gabriel exhaled sharply through his nostrils, carefully pushing Raylan away. He returned to assaulting the punching bag, making it flex beneath the force of his blows. "What do you want me to say, anyway?" The truth would keep Raylan around, trying to cheer Gabriel up. The lie would do nothing to ease his worries. Gabriel threw a sloppy combo at the bag, but it didn't do much to ease his mind. He hated himself for nearly getting his best friend killed in the pursuit of power. He hated himself for justifying throwing his friends' lives away and leaving others to die. He hated himself for how easily he was capable of becoming the exact monster he was trying to destroy. Raylan couldn't understand that. He was always too cheerful, too optimistic. Truth was, hiding from his demons was easier than dealing with them. Gabriel knew that. "Gabriel?" Raylan did little to hide the frustration in his voice, even as concern coiled around his every word. "I know you don't handle loss well, man, and this place hasn't been giving you time to heal, but bottling it up isn't helping you either." His fist smashed through the punching bag, sending it swinging back with the rattle of chains. It smashed back into his fist to a dead halt. "I didn't drag you out of the maze so you can bleed to death on me." Gabriel's voice was almost cold. "Get down to medical. Please." "You heard him, Wade. See to those wounds," Alexander interrupted, his men in tow. Raylan protested. "I'm fine, Hartford." Zachary and Vargas flanked Raylan and Sarah. "No need for bravado. Your wounds would have ended a lesser man. Besides," Alexander faced Gabriel, "we both know the last thing he needs right now is for you to die in front of him. Now, if you would be so kind as to follow my men." He motioned for them to leave. "Fine." Raylan stormed out, holding his side with Sarah doing her best to support him. The rest of Alexander's men covered the exits. Gabriel expected nothing less than the worst from his rival. The second they were alone, he spoke with venom hanging off every word. "What do you want, Hartford?" He resumed his barrage on the punching bag, fists flying with increasing speed. "I merely wanted to commend you on all the progress you have made, Rivera. Frankly, it has been astonishing to watch." Alexander seemed genuine in his praise as he paced about Gabriel. "While I detest how quick you are to drop everything for your lessers, I must admit, it was impressive to watch you drag Raylan out of that mess. You may not be worthy of being my rival, as you so desperately seek, but you must know you have earned my respect." "Doesn't matter to me," Gabriel grunted with a thunderous left-right combination to the bag. "Oh, but it does, my dear friend. Don't lie." It was difficult for Gabriel to tell if Alexander was mocking him or simply stating a fact. His signature, callous tone of voice, and the way he always acted superior to all the others, made it easy to go either way. At first, I did not take that little challenge of yours as anything more than a joke. But here you are, still giving it your all, after the maze did its best to kill you. Alexander leaned against the bag's support. "Really, I thought you were done for after that lightning bolt struck you." Gabriel waited for any mention of the crimson glow he saw, that strange burst of energy erupting from his fist. "Yet you rose in defiance then, just as you have every step of the way here." His barrage slowed as he thought back to that glow. Was it all really just in my head? If the rest of our company gave even a quarter of what you did to their training, there would not be so many dead. How many are we up to now? 10? Gabriel landed a powerful haymaker to the bag. "Almost 100 dead now," he growled. "At least 20 of those I couldn't save because I was too weak. And many more I allowed to die." The thought stabbed at the back of his mind. "Of course you are, Rivera." Alexander folded his arms across his chest. "But not in the way you think. Or did you honestly believe anyone could have lifted Reinhardt and Toshikuni on their own? Sergei's a mountain of muscle, and he would have struggled with one, let alone the two of them." Gabriel tensed as Albrecht and Okamura were brought up. Gabriel didn't need any of this, not now. Alexander approached Gabriel, draping an arm across his shoulders. "No. Your weakness is caring too much for those who cannot even care for themselves. That just means I have to protect them." Gabriel's knuckles went white. He flung his fist at Alexander. All it took was a lazy shift of his weight to avoid the blow. Titus trundled into the room but kept his distance, his glare fixed on Gabriel. "They are leeches, Rivera." Gabriel expected Alexander's words to drip venom, hatred for their company. Instead they came cold, serious. "How many of them even looked back when you stumbled in the training yard, the maze? Who came back to help you?" Gabriel thought back with a deepening frown. Most every recruit fended for themselves and left each other to die. But there were standouts, but not his friends. "My friends did, even when I told them not to. Even when I told them I left them to die." Gabriel threw another wild swing. Alexander brushed it aside like a pesky fly. "That's why Raylan got hurt today." His voice fell with his gaze. "Why he almost died." "That's what, 6 people?" Alexander questioned, flicking his wrist out without a care. "Excuse me, 4? Gabriel snarled, lunging for Alexander's throat, only for his force to be turned against him. Alexander pulled him into a swift knee to the stomach. Air rushed from Gabriel's lungs with a rain of spittle. He dropped to the floor like a brick, gasping for air. "You and your friends are the only people in our company with a chance to become reclaimers, let alone be chosen for the mission." Alexander leaned down and whispered in Gabriel's ear. "The rest of them will be lucky to survive the crucible." Alexander pulled Gabriel up by his collar.
Do yourself a favor and cut the dead weight. Humanity needs people of quality who it is to rebuild successfully. You might be one of them. The others, worthless.
Fuck you, he growled, and spat on Alexander's face. Alexander replied with a sharp right hook, throwing Gabriel back to the floor with a bloody nose and bruised cheek. Townsend pushed through Alexander's men. Jensen racked his shotgun, following close behind. "The hell is going on here, Hartford?" she barked. Alexander wiped the spit from his face.
Just a friendly chat?
Bullshit! Townsend grabbed Alexander by the collar and pulled him down to eye level. "Your grandfather may run this place, but I have ways to make your life hell, Hartford. Do not test me." Titus reached for Townsend when Jensen stepped in his way. He met Titus's gaze and spoke with a low, deep gravel that struck fear into the hearts of so many recruits.
Back up, recruit.
"Hands off, Hartford." Titus cracked his knuckles.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Tiny.
Jensen's voice remained hard, stoic, even as he stared up at the much larger man.
I'm not afraid of you.
Oh? Jensen's stone face flashed an unnerving hint of a grin up at the giant.
You will be.
"Titus, behave yourself," Alexander ordered. Townsend released him with a rough shove. Alexander looked down on her with scorn in his eyes. "Get the hell out of here," Townsend ordered, "and take your little guard detail with you." Alexander waved for his men to follow him out of the gym. Townsend held out her hand to Gabriel. "How are you holding up, Rivera?" Coughing hard, Gabriel waved her off and crawled onto a nearby bench.
I'm fine.
"Of course you are," Townsend chuckled. Gabriel winced, rubbing at his bruised face. "Am I free to go? We have another week until the final, and I have a lot of training to do." He grabbed at his bruised core. "Maybe drop by medical before I try that, actually." Townsend's smile fell. "We need to have a little chat first." A frustrated exhale escaped him. "About what? I've done nothing wrong. Nothing I could help, anyway." Gabriel swore this was worse than being at home, with so many people worrying about him. Sure, they had plenty of reason to be worried, but he didn't like any of it. He hated feeling like a burden. "The other recruits are worried about you, Rivera. Wade, in particular, says you're going to a dark place again." Townsend folded her arms across her chest. "And I have to agree. You've not done a very good job of hiding it." Gabriel froze, wondering what she meant. Had she noticed the strange things he'd seen? If they were real, how couldn't she? They were being watched day and night. It was nothing short of a mystery to Gabriel how no one had come to ask him about it yet. The part of him sincerely hoped someone would, just to confirm he wasn't going crazy. "Hiding what?" "Whatever's going on in that head of yours. You got some festering thoughts rooted deep into that thick skull of yours that need clearing out. It's easy enough to see from the way you've been distancing yourselves from the others." Townsend paced back and forth with a hand on her chin. "Not to mention leaving your fellow recruits behind. Very out of character." Gabriel pursed his lips. "It's nothing, really." He wasn't sure why she was asking these questions to begin with. There was nothing he could tell her she couldn't find out by pulling up what must have been hours of surveillance on him or any other recruit and search for anything that caught her attention. "So tell me, Rivera, what are these dark places Wade's been talking about?" "I'm sure it's in my file somewhere," Gabriel muttered. "Haven't you read it by now? Hartford's read it. His goons, too." He rose to his feet with a grunt and headed for the door. "Skimmed it." Townsend grabbed him by the shoulder. "I know the basics. Come on. Let's talk. Think of this as a bonding moment between a teacher and student." "Maybe some other time. I've got enough on my mind right now." Gabriel tried to pull away.
Townsend forced him back onto the bench. She was far stronger than she looked for her size. "You're very pushy about talking for a drill instructor," Gabriel grumbled. Jensen stared down his nose at Gabriel.
"Keep it up and I'll be happy to arrange an ass-whooping, Rivera."
"You can leave when we're done talking," Townsend said, voice stern. Gabriel shook his head. "Why do you want to hear it from me? My file has everything you need to know." "My recruits aren't files, Rivera. Now quit stalling. Talk." Gabriel stared into her eyes, frustrated and annoyed, but she seemed sincere. He looked down, leaning on his knees.
"That dark place he's talking about was how we met. I was an Air Force brat growing up. My family moved around all over the country, thanks to my dad's work, so I didn't have a lot of stable friendships, but I got attached easy."
Townsend nodded. "Still do, it seems."
"Yeah," Gabriel sighed. "Family was the only real permanent connection I had, sparse as it was. My father was a fighter pilot, and he was always off on some mission or trials for some new fighter. My mother popped in and out regularly, though we never got an answer as to why. Found out she was a spy from my recruiter before I came to this delightful summer camp." He shook his head with a wry laugh. So that explained a lot.
"A spy and a fighter pilot?" Disbelief was clear in Townsend's voice. "How the hell does that even happen?"
Gabriel gave a dejected shrug. "Never got a chance to ask my father. Don't think I'll ever get a chance to ask my mother." He fell silent, resting his chin on his knuckles. "If I ever run into that creeper again, I'll be sure to ask him. He seems to know a lot more about me than I do."
"Creeper?" "Smoky room, Gen 1 cybernetic eye. Real charmer."
Gabriel forced a smile. Townsend's eyes widened. "Friend of yours?"
"Something like that," Townsend said. "His name's Hunter Webb. If that even is his real name. You can never really tell with a spook."
"That sounds like my spook, too. Name and everything," Jensen chimed in.
Gabriel furrowed his brow. So his spook had been dealing with more than just recruits. What else did he have his hands in? With all the secrets kept from them in the Crucible and the little access to information they had, Gabriel figured it was probably better to quit while he was ahead on that front.
"My problems started when we lived in Alaska. My father was deployed in God knows where. Suits won't say." Gabriel took a deep breath. "The pack shot him down. Supposedly he died making sure some dropships got out safe, but the files they gave us were blacked out from top to bottom."
Townsend hummed. "Sounds like you take after him."
Gabriel shrugged. "My mom says that too. Anyway, you've seen what I'm like. I didn't take his death well at all. It was bad enough to move away from friends, but I could always keep in touch. Death? Death is a little more permanent. I was 12 when it happened. Luis, my brother, had just been born, and our mother couldn't handle the two of us alone. So we moved to Florida. Lots of family on my father's side lived there, after our enchanted little island all but got washed away by storm after storm. Well, theirs. I've never been there." "Cuba?" Jensen asked. "Puerto Rico," Gabriel replied. "But I wouldn't be surprised if Cuba went under too. That chain of islands was always in the way of some crazy storm."
"The change of scenery must have done you good at least." Townsend smiled hopefully.
Gabriel shook his head. "I clammed up. Isolated myself from everyone except my baby brother."
Memories of Luis barging into his room, demanding to play, poured into his mind. The concern for Gabriel in his big brown eyes at his lowest lows tugged at his heart just thinking about it.
I couldn't escape him if I tried, and I couldn't handle that either. He met her gaze. I really should stop now."
Townsend sat beside him, hand on his back. Out with it. He let out a sharp exhale. My dumb ass thought up a brilliant plan. Gabriel let the silence hang in the air. There was no good way of putting this, so he just blurted it out. I was going to jump from the top of our block. Townsend clenched the back of his fatigues, as if trying to stop him from doing that very thing. Why the hell would you even think about doing that? You were a kid. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Gabriel's gaze fell to his sand and blood-stained boots. I was the very dead weight Alexander keeps telling me to cut off. My family did everything they could to help me, talking, spending time with them, but they never could keep themselves from letting me know how concerned they were about me. My dumb ass took them as a tax, Gabriel admitted. I tried to lock myself away from them as often as I could, tried escaping reality at every opportunity, mostly with VR games, and the pounds just started packing on. I bottled everything up and pushed everyone away. Townsend pulled her lips into a tight line, her face tight with concern. Like you're doing now. Right. Gabriel turned away from her. It was exactly what he was doing. He couldn't stand even considering that fact. By the time I realized what I was doing, I didn't see a way out of the hole I dug for myself. Lucky for me, Raylan stopped me. Townsend raised a brow. How'd he do that? A weak chuckle escaped Gabriel. This is stupid, really, but he liked to go up there to practice the moves he'd try on the ladies where no one could see him. Gabriel's face twisted, throat tightened. Pangs of guilt washed over him at how he'd treated his friend. What an absolute idiot he'd been, trying to keep Raylan away, of all people. Raylan talked me off the ledge. Where I couldn't see a way forward, he helped me find one. If there wasn't one, he just made it up as he went. Raylan dragged me out of that funk, and even helped me when I told him I wanted to join the Tactical Armor Corps. I wouldn't be here today without his help. Huh. Guess you really can't judge a book by its cover, Townsend said. Ever since then, I've been trying to live up to my father. Gabriel looked to Jensen. He's the wise man I told you about. Jensen gave a light nod. Explains why you choked up. That's part of the reason I've been the mess I am now, Gabriel admitted. Remember that reason I had to be here, Jensen? To serve a higher purpose in service of others? Something like that, anyway. Gabriel gave a faint smile, surprised he remembered. That purpose went from catching up to Alexander to surpassing him, so I can keep him from command. But I couldn't keep up and look out for the others, so I pushed everyone away. His breath caught up in the back of his throat. At first I thought I was protecting them, but then, after the rest of my company left me for dead in the second maze, it was just so they wouldn't slow me down or get in my way. Gabriel hung his head low. I let so many people die for more power. Raylan almost died because of it. I pulled him into the damned trap when he was trying to save me. Townsend placed a hand on his back. Gabriel pursed his lips tight. His eyes reddened as a tear rolled down his cheek. It was so easy for me to become the monster I was trying to stop. So easy for me to justify away letting people die if it was for this magical greater good. Gabriel shook his head. I lost track of why I wanted to stop Hartford in the first place, and it almost cost me my best friend. I don't know where I'd be if I lost him. Let's hope that never happens, Townsend said. But you're going to have to get stronger than this, Gabriel. Mentally. You can't let every loss hit you so hard and pile on. Otherwise, you'll be right back up on that ledge. And then what? Gabriel's gaze locked with hers. But I can't become like Alexander, even if it means I suffer for it. Townsend pulled her hand off his back. This world is a merciless place, Gabriel. The one we're training you for won't give you the luxury of pretending it isn't. And I'm too soft for either of them. Gabriel's shoulders slumped. Maybe I shouldn't have come here. Townsend's brows squeezed together. Gabriel, do you even realize how far you've come in 2 months? You went from being the very bottom of the crucible to amongst the top 10 in 2 months. Nobody thought you'd make it past the first week. Do you have any idea how impressive that is? Gabriel shook his head. You don't have to lie to me to cheer me up. Cut the bullshit, recruit, Jensen ordered without a shred of amusement in his voice. He was clearly done with Gabriel's moping. Pull your head out of your ass and check the leaderboards. Gabriel pulled up his wrist comp before Jensen did more than bark at him. 4 names caught his attention. 1. Shi Ying Tai, 39th Company, D9. 2. Alexander Hartford, 42nd Company, D7. 3. Howard Hayes, 1st Company, D7. 6. Gabriel Rivera, 42nd Company, D0. He was amazed to see himself so high up in the top 10. For all his efforts, Gabriel never thought he'd see himself near the top 10. Less so in the dark spiral he'd found himself in. Strangely enough, the recruits beneath Gabriel and above had higher rankings than he had. Is this a mistake? Gabriel had to ask. Jensen shook his head. No, recruit. Rankings may be a critical part of how you were all evaluated here, but there's a lot more to the way we evaluate you. Character, perseverance, and overall progression are also important to get you on that leaderboard. Those D5 and 6s below you barely made any progress from their arrival. They came in as high performers and maintained their performance. You clawed your way up the leaderboards from the bottom. Gabriel pulled up the notifications on his wrist comp. It was about time he saw what he'd earned for the last maze. Ranking assessment update. Strength, +1. Agility, +1. Endurance, +1. Willpower. Base ranking upgraded to 4. Awareness, +1. Athletics, +1. Stealth, +1. New rank, D0. Gabriel was amazed that his endurance spiked so high. After hitting rank 3, it seemed it wouldn't hit rank 4 for another month. Apparently getting thrown around by killer waves and struck by lightning while carrying his dying best friend was worth a ton. Even better, his willpower score was no longer being counted lower than it was. He wasn't sure that was right, though. Even with the morale-boosting good news, Gabriel was still feeling pretty down. What he didn't understand was the random rank of stealth. Sure, in trying to keep his distance from his friends, he'd done a lot of sneaking around, but even then, he was terrible at it. He pulled up the skill description. General skill, stealth. A subject's ability to conceal themselves, others, or objects. This skill is increased by the successful application of concealment in all number of situations, from sneaking out of the kitchen with cookies to concealing a squadron of tactical armors. Stealth is a fantastic skill to increase a subject's chances of survival in all manner of scenarios, as well as their lethality. With that description in mind, he remembered having to do a lot of sneaking around to get around guards during curfew and train late into the night. Quietly lifting weights was not easy. That had probably been the bulk of his progress in this skill, especially considering how many cameras were watching. Rank 1 doesn't mean you're any good at it, he reminded himself. It really was lucky most of the guards didn't care enough to haul him back to the dormitory for cramming in a few extra hours of training. Until Townsend and Jensen talked to them, that is. Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, D0. Strength, 3. Progress toward next rank, 13%. Warning. Progression reduced due to severe injury and exhaustion. Agility, 3. Progress toward next rank, 15%. Warning. Progression reduced due to exhaustion. Endurance, 4. Progress toward next rank, 1%. Willpower, 4. Progress toward next rank, 58%. Warning. Suppression reduced to 64%. Intellect, 1. Progress toward next rank, 96%. Charisma, 2. Progress toward next rank, 71%. There it was again. The strange suppression warning. But just as quickly as Gabriel scanned over it, did the warning vanish. He looked at Jensen and Townsend to see if they'd noticed anything weird on his screen. Neither of them had been looking.
"See? You aren't completely worthless," Jensen said. "Only mostly worthless. We'll beat that out of you in Phase 2, don't you worry."
Jensen was right. Even Gabriel was surprised to see he'd caught up to and even surpassed Alexander in a few places, at least from the time they first met. It was enough to give him genuine hope he wasn't just wasting his time. But he made those gains at great sacrifice. Sacrifices he wasn't willing to make again if he could help it. "This is great." Gabriel tried to sound as excited as he felt about the gains, but it was clear to anyone paying attention something was still gnawing at him. Jensen groaned.
"He's still sulking, Townsend. Do something."
"What's on your mind, Rivera?" Townsend asked.
Gabriel frowned.
"I'm that transparent, huh?"
"Completely," Jensen said.
Gabriel cracked a smile at that. "Look, even if I keep training the way I am, and I surpass Alexander, we have another week of brutal training ahead of us, and a maze to deal with."
"A massive one," Jensen added.
Gabriel gulped. "Right. Let's say I'm strong enough and fast enough to beat Hartford. What am I going to do about the others?"
"Train them, runt," Jensen spat. "Or do we need to beat you with a book to get that brain of yours to work?"
Townsend gave a faint smile. "That's not a bad idea, actually, but not what I was getting at," Gabriel admitted. "I mean, if I'm going to beat Alexander, I'm going to do it my way. I don't play by his rules. But what am I supposed to do if I lose someone important?" Gabriel expected to get more lip from Jensen, but even he frowned as he turned away. It seemed behind that cold stone killer front he put up was an actual human being. "Back when I was a rookie," Townsend began, "I had a friend, Mercer. Man was a total dick, but deep down he was a good guy. He practically dragged my ass through ranger school and bitched at me the whole way." The smile tugged at her lips, her gaze growing distant. Gabriel didn't see this story ending well. "What happened to him?" Her smile fell. "Died during the Reconquista of Europe. On our first recon mission, of all things. Ran straight into a pack mechanized infantry unit. Autocannon ripped him to pieces. He probably didn't feel a thing." Gabriel's eyes widened, imagining the horrendous damage that would do to a person. "Shit." Townsend nodded. "I froze after seeing that. Turned into a blubbering mess right in the middle of a damn firefight." A wry chuckle escaped her. "My sergeant had to drag me off his body and beat the sense back into me. Somewhere in that mess there, he said something that'll stick with me till the day I die." Gabriel sat up, hanging on her every word. "Remember the fallen, but fight for the living." Gabriel pondered those words. They seemed like good words to live by, The dead were already gone. Painful as it was to see friends, loved ones, or even his fellow recruits die, there was nothing to be done for them but honor their memory. The living, on the other hand, they would always need someone to fight for them, whether that was against the pack or a callous, misguided leader. Whatever happens, Gabriel, in the Crucible, the world after this mess, or if you end up stuck here with the rest of us, you do what it takes to keep your people alive. She leaned forward, locking eyes with him. You can't do that if you're dead. Understand? With a slight nod, he replied, Yeah, I think I understand. Good. Now get out of here. Townsend gave him a firm slap on the back. Spend some time with the rest of your company and get them off my back. They've been worried sick about you, and I ain't here to babysit your ass. Gabriel lurched onto his feet with a soft laugh. Yes, ma'am. He took a step forward, then paused. About the spook. Webb, right? Jensen nodded. Webb promised to take care of my family before I agreed to come here. Do you two actually trust him to hold up his end of the bargain? There was a lingering fear in his mind, one that had taken a back seat in all the chaos of the Crucible and his fears for the future. I wouldn't be walking if it weren't for that man, Jensen said. And the way things are going, his promise to me will come ahead of schedule. While the encroaching war was good news for Jensen, it did not bode well for the Crucible. Webb is a complicated man. Townsend rose to her feet. Like any other spook, he will lie, cheat, and steal whatever it takes to get the job done. Believe me, I have been under his command for years. Just another thread in his tangled web, making order out of chaos. But I have never seen the man go back on a promise to his allies. Gabriel nodded. What did he promise you? Purpose. But that's a story for another time, Townsend said. Gabriel nodded. You have a good night, ma'am. As much as he didn't want to talk about his problems with Townsend, or anyone else really, it helped him straighten out the mess roiling in his mind. Still, Gabriel didn't quite feel like he was at 100%. If he was going to muster up the courage to apologize to Raylan and the others, and do it right, he needed more time. Some fresh air might do the trick. Chapter 36. Gabriel slipped past a pair of guards on his way to the roof access. They didn't notice him at all as he reached the doors. The sign clearly said no recruits allowed, and Gabriel worried an alarm would go off if he tried the door, but he did it anyway. No alarms. He stepped into the cooling evening air and took a deep breath. It was a quiet place with no one to bother him, just what he wanted. At least, until someone decided to check who opened the door. Gabriel made his way across the roof, taking in the sights. He never realized how much the complex resembled a castle from the ground floor. The building had 2 sloped towers toward the back, with its 2 main wings of the structure extending forward over the courtyard. Fortifications were scattered about the rooftop like battlements for infantry to man, and sections where gun emplacements could be bolted down. Again, he wondered if all of this excessive fortification was in case the recruits decided to fight against the guards and instructors, or if it was preparation to fight against the pack. But he wasn't there to admire the architecture, or question the defenses. Gabriel moved to one of the outer wings and sat down, legs dangling over the edge. He looked over the base. All was calm, quiet. A few guards patrolled under the hot, white glow of the base's light, filtering through a faint haze of drifting sands. He thought back on his time in the Crucible, all his triumphs, all his failures, the good times and the bad. The upcoming final maze run, Alexander, the war, and ultimately the future. Things were going to get messy before it was all said and done. Quiet footsteps rasped across the rooftop behind him. By the time he looked, Nicole sat beside him. Minutes drifted by in silence before she spoke. Sarah got Raylan to medical. Supposedly he'll make a full recovery in a day or two. She said they tossed him in a medical pod or something fancy like that. A day or two to recover from Raylan's wounds was amazing, especially considering the coming week of training would only be harder than the last. That's good. So what brings you up here? Nicole asked. Looking for trouble with the guards? Just wanted some fresh air to think. He gave her a glance, and some alone time. Nicole gave him a sheepish grin. Gabriel turned back to the base. Besides, there's a certain clarity that comes to mind when I'm on the edge like this. Worried you've messed everything up? She leaned back onto her arms. He leaned back as she did, staring up at the sky. A few stars shimmered above, without a cloud in sight. You're a mind reader now? Nicole laughed. No, but I think I've got a good idea of how you think after a couple of months. So, am I right? Yeah. Gabriel paused, watching the blinking lights of an aircraft fly across the sky as its distant engines rumbled. I'm worried after everything I've done that the others won't trust me. Everyone makes mistakes, Gabriel. You've helped out a lot of people around here, more than you realize. Gabriel didn't see how. He'd helped plenty of people, sure. Saved a few lives here and there. But she made it sound like a bigger deal. He decided to take the compliment before he shoved his foot in his mouth. Besides, if anyone's earned some room to fuck up, it's you, Nicole said. A soft chuckle slipped past his lips. We'll be all out of room for that pretty soon. She looked down to her side, over the edge of the barracks at the statue below. Do you remember the statue down there? What it said? How could anyone forget? We see it every day when we come back. Gabriel cleared his throat and put on his most dramatic voice. In darkness I shall be light. In times of doubt I shall keep faith. In the midst of battle I shall have no fear. In the face of death I shall have no remorse. His voice returned to normal. Something deep-sounding like that, anyway. Nicole smiled. Did you ever figure out what it means? Gabriel shrugged. Sounds like a question for Sarah. I never was too big on reading back in school, unless it had something to do with weapons. I'm more of a weapons, movies, and games guy. Okamura was right when he said you were dense. Nicole snickered. Pretty sure he called me thick. Gabriel huffed out a laugh. It was odd. A moment ago, his mind was a tangled mess of tension over how he would apologize to Raylan and the others. Now that she was with him, that tension was unraveling. Then I'll try to keep it nice and simple for you, she said, patting the top of his head. It means to fight against evil and never lose hope when things seem their darkest, to inspire others to rise and stand against the odds. And the last part? Death comes for us all sooner or later, Gabriel. Nicole's hand brushed up against his. When it's your time to go, make sure you don't have any regrets. He slowly lifted his hand to place it on hers. He hesitated at the last second. A flush of heat rushed through his body. Worries over rejection, getting attached, over adding another crippling weakness, just waiting to be taken away from him by the crucible. It was no place to catch feelings for anyone. Isn't it, though? At any moment, their lives could be cut short by traps, mistakes, accidents, rogue recruits, or a run-in with a war drone that was not supposed to be there. All of this so they could earn their seat on Atlas Station and reclaim the Earth for humanity. No more hesitation. He wrapped his hand around hers, his heart racing like he was running through the maze for his life. A faint, anxious smile tugged at his lips. "Life goals, right?" Gabriel said. She beamed with a nod, fingers curling around his. "That's right. That's what I strive to be. But you're much better at it than me." "Me? I'm a mess," Gabriel laughed. "The final run is coming, and the only way I could think up to surpass Alexander was to leave everyone behind. Raylan, Sarah, Sergei, the whole company." Gabriel paused. "Even you." He shook his head. "Live or die, I would have been full of regrets. I know that much for sure." "See what I mean?" Nicole said. Gabriel gave a weak nod. No matter what happened, had I stayed going down that path, I know I would have been full of regrets. But giving up isn't an option. I'm just not sure how we're going to pull it off. "You'll figure something out, Gabriel," Nicole said. "When the chips are down, I trust you to do the right thing." "Do you really think I have a chance?" Gabriel asked. "To beat Alexander? Keep him from running the last surviving scrap of humanity into the ground?" Doubts bubbled back to the top of his mind. "I mean, on paper we're equals, and on the field it's anyone's guess who's going to come out on top." Nicole leaned toward him, pressing her lips to his. For that brief moment, Gabriel was certain his heart stopped. His eyes were wide, and his body frozen solid until he melted into the kiss. "After everything we've been through, Gabriel, who else could?" Nicole rose to her feet, giving his hand a gentle tug. "Now let's get going before the guards show up." Gabriel rose to his feet, cheeks flushed red. He was thankful the barracks rooftop wasn't as well lit as the rest of the base. Not that the darkness did him any favors. His cheeks practically glowed in the dark. "Yeah, we should probably get out of here before the guards start asking questions." The two headed back downstairs through the barracks halls. Her hand never left his, as they passed guards and recruits on the way down. Many of the recruits had yet to change their fatigues from the maze. A pair of gruff recruits leaned against the wall as they talked. They looked like former military members, judging by their tight buzz cuts. Had they not been so far into Phase 1, their powerful physique would have been a dead giveaway of their former lives. Now they were no different from any other recruit. Their fatigues were ripped to shreds, marked by black smears of fire damage, and stained in old blood. It looked like the 42nd weren't the only company getting their teeth kicked in by the maze. Even the cream of the crop suffered. Hayes was one of them, number 3 in the whole of the Crucible. And the recruit that tried stomping him out for defending Sergei almost 2 months ago now. He didn't seem to care in the slightest as Gabriel walked past. Gabriel was glad to see Hayes didn't hold a grudge. There was enough tension in the Crucible just between him and Alexander. So, he mulled a question in his mind. Gabriel wasn't able to keep the slightest hint of anxiety from creeping into his voice. "What made you take so much interest in me?" "You remember that first run around the Crucible?" Nicole asked. He nodded. "I saw a poor boy that some sick monster thought would be funny to throw into this mess." A quiet laugh escaped her as they headed down to their barracks. "Figured you were dead before you got halfway through the run." Gabriel smiled. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." "Then you walk back into the barracks, completely messed up, but alive and kicking. Had to be a fluke, right? But it wasn't. Time and again, you dragged yourself through hell to survive not for your own sake, but for the sake of others. All the while breaking out of that soft shell of yours." She slapped at his strong core. Gabriel chuckled. "It wasn't all that selfless. I was doing it for my family to begin with." "You're hardly the only one here with that story, Gabriel. Plenty of those people quit, died, or just flat out refused to put in the effort you did," Nicole said. Gabriel sighed. "To be honest, I don't think I should have been here in the first place. After what happened to Albrecht and Okamura, I figured if I could at least help the others improve themselves, someone would rise to challenge Alexander. And look at you now." She slipped away from him, hands clasped behind her back, hips swaying with every step, ready to take on the world. Gabriel gave her an amused grimace. "Not so sure about that just yet, but it won't stop me from trying. I noticed." She whirled around. "After we lost Albrecht and Okamura at the maze, I was worried you lost your spark. That thing that made you, you." Nicole's hands shifted to her hips. "You put on a brave face, but it didn't take a psychic to see you were all gloom and doom on the inside." Gabriel took a deep breath. He'd be lying if he said the past few weeks had been his proudest moment. "Today I thought we'd lose you." She took a step toward him and stared up into his eyes. "I saw how Raylan got hurt." "Yeah, that was—" Gabriel shuddered. His shoulders tensed. Nicole took hold of his hands. "But just like I said, when the chips are down, you will do the right thing. That's why I took such an interest in you. It's why I know at the end of this, it won't be Alexander in command of the mission." Gabriel didn't know how to react to someone putting so much faith and hope in him. "I hope you're right." "Well, if it doesn't work out, you can always come live with me in the wastelands." Nicole flashed a toothy grin. Gabriel laughed. "What about the war? We can mop up the pack first. I know some people that are always looking for quality pilots. The way you handled the simulator, I'm sure they'd scoop you up in a heartbeat, and the pack rats will be dead before they know what hit 'em," Nicole said. "Then we can sit back, relax, and live out our days on the mountainside." "Look at you being all soft and gentle. Didn't you say you were bad at this?" Gabriel teased. A playful, pouting smile tugged at her lips as she gave him a rough shove. "Whatever, you big softy." Nicole hooked her arm around his. "Now come on. I have been woefully neglected by my one and only sparring partner in the simulators, and there's still plenty of time left in the day." Gabriel chuckled. "Yeah?" Nicole gave a slow, exaggerated nod. "Right? It was dreadful. Even the army boys broke super easy. No one takes abuse like you do, Gabriel, and I have so much pent-up abuse to give. You owe me that much after I gave you so much space." Gabriel rolled his eyes and pulled her tight to his side. "Pretty sure I won our last match." Nicole leaned into him. "Pretty sure it was a draw," she insisted in a sing-song voice. Gabriel grinned. After the day he'd had, really the last few weeks, a marathon of back-to-back tactical armor sim battles was just what he needed to prepare for the brutal week of training ahead. You're on. Chapter 37. The night went by in a blur of back-to-back matches, with Gabriel and Nicole both taking markers to the sim pods to track their wins. When Nicole said the army boys broke, that was not an understatement at all. The effects of G-forces, impacts, and death on the body were all simulated but no less taxing on the body. Neither Gabriel nor Nicole was ever knocked out for more than a few minutes to catch their breath, and during those windows, the crowd that had gathered to watch the show grew to fill the simulator room. Gabriel won 53 of his matches to Nicole's 51. The two victories to finally settle the score were won by a hair's breadth. The first match Gabriel won by saving his rockets until the end to create a smokescreen and distraction. He closed in on her, took her down with his thermal natas just as Nicole took off his armor's head and the top of his cockpit. The second and final match, Nicole disarmed Gabriel, literally. Left with only one arm, he had to put on the pressure to an absurd degree. The match finally ended when Gabriel stole Nicole's cannon and turned it on her.
All right, I think I'm done for the night. Nicole slipped out of her pod, caked in sweat. She dragged her sleeve over her brow and swung off the sweat. You're pretty good, she beamed at Gabriel. Gabriel was exhausted when he stepped out, but he couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. I didn't win those tournaments for nothing. Raven's Nest is definitely going to want you if this reclaimer mess doesn't work out. Nicole gestured for a towel. One of the recruits in their departing audience tossed it over. They had been very helpful in keeping the dueling couple going for their entertainment. What's Raven's Nest? Gabriel asked. That's where I went to armor school. Nicole dried the sim pod off before she worked on herself. It was a special initiative where they snatched up the Navy's best recruits to take them the extra mile, like special forces but with giant robots. Gabriel cleaned up his own mess. It never ceased to amaze him how much of a sweat the simulator pods actually made him work up. If I could join them right now, I would. That sounds awesome. Nicole grinned. You got a blinking light there, Gabriel. He pulled up his wrist comp and blinked. Ranking assessment update. Melee, +1. Ranged, +1. Piloting, +1. New rank, D1. Nicole hovered over his shoulder. Nice. But how does this make any sense? Gabriel asked. Nicole chuckled. Think about it. You're in a hyper-realistic combat simulator using very big guns and blades to take me out while piloting a giant robot. We did this for over 100 matches. Okay, that makes a little sense, Gabriel had to admit. But he doubted it was going to make him any better at shooting or fighting outside of an assault armor. Sure enough, when he checked on those skills, the ratings for his assault armor weapons had gone up to 5 stars in gunnery, melee, and piloting. If he was living in a game world, that would probably amount to bonus stats. In reality, it showed that he was great in these particular things. He imagined this was the same case with someone like Sarah and the medicine skill. She might be good at patching someone up, but terrible at making medicines, for example. Nicole tugged him along. Come on, Gabriel. Curfew's coming up, and we need to rest up. A shower'd be great after right about now, Gabriel said. It was a fun night, and one he badly needed. His head was back on straight, and he was focused on the challenge ahead. But there was still one concern Gabriel had to tackle. With Raylan fast asleep, it was going to have to be resolved the next day. Morning came with a rare breakfast at the commissary. The smell of eggs, pancakes, and bacon hung thick in the air of the crowded hall, shared by all the companies. Gabriel carried a full tray of food: eggs, bacon, a stack of pancakes, sausage, fresh bread, and a few empanadas. Was it excessive? Absolutely. But breakfast didn't come along often, and Gabriel was going to enjoy it while he could. This is probably the only food we're going to get all day anyway. He shifted through the crowded commissary to the 42nd Company's table. Raylan was there with the others, looking surprisingly intact for someone that survived getting run through by a spike and hit by lightning the day before. Gabriel still felt terrible for what he put his friends through, and decided the best way to handle it was to bite the bullet. He sat with Raylan and the others for the first time in weeks. Raylan raised an eyebrow, looking over at Gabriel. "What's up, Gabriel?" Gabriel drummed his fingers on the table, his shoulders stiff. What am I going to say here? What were Raylan and the others going to say to him after everything he did? All this time wasted pushing others away, trying to protect them, when in reality he was just protecting himself. Nothing. Doesn't sound like nothing. Raylan prodded Gabriel's side with his elbow, brows raised at him. Gabriel shifted in his seat, watching Raylan from the corner of his eye. He seemed more relaxed than the previous night. Still, it was clear Raylan was worried about him. It was a sentiment shared by the others around the table, who were paying a lot more attention than they let on.
Maybe it wasn't too late to fix those bridges. Yeah. What else could he do but come out and say it? Gabriel took a deep breath. Sorry about being an absolute stubborn ass about everything. Shouldn't have tried to push any of you away, especially you, Raylan. I should have just been honest and opened up about this whole mess from the start. It's cool, man, Raylan said. Gabriel stared at him, having expected a much larger reaction. Raylan grinned. You're feeling better, though, right? Gabriel's shoulders relaxed at the instant acceptance of his apology. You have no idea. You'll make it through, man. Don't worry. He patted Gabriel's back. Gabriel smiled. How's the new hole? Raylan snorted. All patched up and ready to go. Still kind of tingly and itchy, though. He held his fist to Gabriel. Gabriel bumped knuckles with Raylan. A smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. How was the medical pod? Oh, those things are crazy. They put you in this little padded thing, and it fills up with this goop that puts you back together inside and out, Raylan explained. I went to sleep in that thing and woke up shiny and new. Really, that thing probably fixed problems I didn't know I had. Someone must have pulled some strings to get you thrown in there. I'm pretty sure the instructor said those were expensive to use, Gabriel said. Townsend and Jensen, actually, Raylan said. They said they didn't want to lose one of their top performers, but we all know who they were talking about. Nicole chuckled. If you grew a pair, maybe they would have been talking about you. Raylan squinted at her. Rude. Gabriel and Sergei burst out laughing. Sarah sat across from them, watching with growing disbelief written all over her face. She threw her hands in the air. That's it? Sorry, and all is forgiven? Nicole stifled a laugh. What do you want them to do? Kiss and make up? Sarah shook her hands in the air. I mean, it'd be something. Raylan held up his hand at the girls, recoiling for dramatic effect. Whoa, now. Love this man to death, but not that much. A short huff of air escaped Gabriel in a quiet laugh. What, afraid the girls will see you as less of a man? Sarah teased. No, Raylan stammered out. Sounds like he is. Nicole joined in the teasing. Not you too, Raylan protested. Sergei bellowed out a hearty laugh, slapping one of those meaty hands of his down on the table with the clatter of cutlery on metal trays. Little Raylan is so nervous. He's, how you say? Adorable, Sarah suggested. Da. The giant laughed breathily. He's funny to me. Gabriel shook his head, fighting to contain his smile. Even with everything that happened during training, the way he had been acting the past few weeks, they still managed to goof off and enjoy themselves with him. Maybe it was how they coped with all the death, danger, and stakes they dealt with every day. Maybe they were better at letting go than he was. Now for a war update. Gabriel's attention turned to the female anchor on the display above. The PAC onslaught continues on all fronts. A world map replaced the woman, battle lines drawn across continents. Blue represented the West with North America, Japan, Australia, and what remained of Europe, while red was used for the East, where the bulk of Asia and the entirety of the Middle East was controlled by the PAC. Russia and China were the PAC's power players. Every other country was just there to support the war effort, be it with bodies, resources, or manufacturing. The rest of the world was a jumbled mess of reds and blues with neutral patches of gray as smaller countries hedged their bets on who would win the Great War. Australian and Japanese forces working in conjunction with the Pacific Fleet continued to hold the line to the west, striking a decisive victory in the Pacific Front against the PAC fleets. The anchor continued, calm and collected. Unfortunately, the invasion of the mainland has cut off reinforcements. The map moved to Germany. The The field of red crossed the German border as blue markers retreated. To the east, European forces have begun digging in on the Maginot Line in preparation for complete withdrawal from Germany. Just when I was starting to have a good day. Gabriel shook his head and dug into his food. This is painful to watch. Just ignore it, Gabriel. You can't do anything about it, so why worry? Raylan commented. Hard to ignore a fire rushing toward you, Gabriel said. I knew something had to happen with the war for them to rush training like they are. Back on the home front, the eastern seaboard is officially lost. The mess hall fell silent as all eyes turned to the displays. They were safe for the moment, away from the war in the middle of a desert, locked up tighter than the White House. But all it would take to find them was a failure in the gap generators. One stray satellite catching a glimpse of their home, one careless communication, a desperate bargain for one's life. There was probably more ways to reveal their location to the pack, all equally improbable with how tight security was. Still, if there was a will, there was a way. Gabriel hoped that day would never come to pass. Too much was at stake for humanity to allow the crucible to burn in the fires of war, regardless of how things shook out between him and Alexander. Despite U.S. forces' superior training and technology, they are vastly outnumbered by the PAC in every engagement, regardless of the heavy casualties inflicted upon them. There wasn't a shred of fear in her voice, no trace of concern. Is she even a real person, or was she just well-trained? Gabriel wondered. Sources claim that U.S. efforts to support its allies around the world at this time have strained supply lines to their limits. Experts fear a hasty withdrawal from Allied fronts to secure the homeland may result in new avenues of attack for the Pan-Asian coalition to exploit. Gabriel grimaced. They were in a catch-22. If they brought everything back home, they could wipe out the invading pack easily. Doing so left the U.S.'s allies to fend for themselves against a seemingly endless tide of bodies. It may take months or years, but that path left the fighting alone on all sides just to survive. There was no good answer to this situation. The feed cut to a battle line in the streets of New York. A full squad of heavy infantry, supported by a walker, held the line against the pack. The walker's barrels glowed as the roar of its guns swept across the city streets. The soldiers in power armor hunkered down behind debris and barricades, pouring ammo into the tide of hostiles. The city streets were in ruins. Shattered synthcrete littered the streets. Burnt-out husks of vehicles blocked off entire roads. Scattered through the wreckage were the mounds of pack soldiers, stacked high, from failed assault after failed assault. To say the fighting had been heavy was an understatement. The number of blown-out pack walkers, IFVs and APCs was absurd. Telling apart who the wreckages belonged to was simple. Pack armor was smooth, curved, and usually covered in a blue, smog camo pattern. At least what was left of their blasted open armor. Western armor was painted in grays for the urban theater, with much thicker, angular armor. If that wasn't enough of a sign, the one-sided casualties made it easy to tell two factions apart. But where the pack could use field masses of cheaply made war machines and soldiers, every U.S. loss was a heavy blow. Behind the heavy infantry squad stood what remained of a collapsed bridge leading out of the city. A section of the bridge had collapsed down to street level, reinforced with hastily erected supports and metal plates for the road. Gabriel couldn't imagine how long that squad had been holding the line on their own. Maybe they were the last of the U.S. forces in the city, or they were covering a retreat or evacuation. Whatever the case, the bridge had to be of vital importance for the pack to throw so many bodies at the problem. Ruined hab blocks reached high to the heavens in the background, with fighter jets dancing in the skies. The once colorful structures were now covered in ash, dust, and damage from raging battles. For the standing structures, at least. There was no shortage of demolished hab blocks or structures toppled over into others. Few holographic signs remained operational through the drawn-out conflict. Their lights and holographic displays fought through the dust and smoke to make their once vibrant presence known. Tracer fire raced across the streets and between buildings in the distance, green from the pack lines, red from the states. The camera moved, revealing more collapsed hab blocks and blocked-off roads. These looked like they were brought down on purpose to Gabriel to try and funnel the pack. Smoke billowed from another block into the skies above. It was still burning. Gabriel imagined the soldiers below had a sniper up there with great visibility, right up until the pack bombarded their position with rockets. Gabriel searched for signs of civilians. There were none. He hoped that meant they made it out of the city. After what he saw in Orlando, they were just as likely to be dead as they were bunkered down in one of the hab blocks, hoping to ride out the pack's reckless application of firepower. Fortified or not, there was only so much damage a structure could withstand. At that thought, a hab block erupted in thick plumes of gray-black debris. It groaned under its own enormous weight. Gabriel held his breath, waiting for the inevitable. The structure lurched to its side as it came unraveled. With a thunderous crash, it smashed against another hab block. It came apart, spilling out its contents over the city streets before hitting the ground. A thick, concrete haze covered the battlefield. Officials have informed us they are considering lifting restrictions on the use of weapons and tactics that may result in heavy collateral damage to civilian lives and property in order to combat the PAC threat, the anchor said. Just now? Really? Nicole scowled. The pack aren't going to leave anything to come back to. Just carpet bomb the place already. Gabriel wished he could argue, but she was right. Just the massive bodies they threw at Orlando was devastating, and Gabriel knew he only saw the vanguard. He returned his attention to the news. U.S. soldiers fired in every direction. Rounds punched through the fog, leaving swirling trails in their wake. Shadows rushed through the haze. Pack grunts, a whole tide of them. Their ragged blue-gray splotched armor was slapped together without care and maintained with little more than well-wishes and prayer. Their guns were crude, rugged, ranging from modern Kalashnikov variants on the better put-together soldiers, while those less fortunate sported guns with parts that looked to have seen service in the Cold War. That may have been optimistic. The defending forces tore through the pack ranks like a hot knife through butter. But under such a heavy onslaught, it was only a matter of time before things went wrong. Guns needed reloading. Enemy rounds found their mark through thick armor, and a sea of bodies washed over them as heavier ordnance fired from off-screen. Autocannons at worst, judging from the way one power-armored soldier slammed into the ground. The U.S. Walker was the last survivor. Its guns spun empty. Left with nothing but the Walker to fight with, the pilot kicked, trampled, and tackled their way through pack infantry. It was a valiant effort, but in the end, they were brought low by a salvo of rockets from off-screen. The pack didn't even care that their own men were caught in the blasts. The feed shook violently. Thunderous blasts followed, with squeals of metal warping under an enormous weight. Brilliant flashes of light cast the shadow of the collapsing bridge through the dust and debris washing over the city. The world's going to hell, and they're still fighting for the scraps. Gabriel sighed. How did this even start? It started a long time ago, Sarah began. But it all blew up a few decades ago with the last Middle Eastern crisis. The West got caught manipulating local warlords to wage proxy wars on the East. The East used it to rile up their people, even if they were doing the same thing, and cleansed the area. Cleansed? Gabriel asked. Sarah rubbed at her temple. Did you not pay attention in school, Gabriel? Not really, Raylan answered for him. Gabriel pursed his lips. I might have been sick that day. This sounds like a story I'd pay attention to. Sarah shook her head and carried on. The pack rose to power like a comet after unveiling U.S.'s involvement in proxy wars 50 years ago. They used it as a justification to bomb the area into submission. While they were at it, they blamed the environmental collapse on the West and set about this war of theirs, even though it was their own damn fault for having no environmental controls to begin with. Sarah let out an exasperated sigh. Just one of the perks of rewriting history on a whim and shooting anyone who makes a fuss about it. Gabriel tilted his head to the side. Why not just ask for help? Help was already there. Nicole growled under her breath. Help still tries to get there. Her gaze fell from the screen to her plate, avoiding all the others. Her grip tightened on her fork, twisting under the pressure. Sergei nodded. It not work so well. Babushka says pack spread fears of Westerners. They poison the foods and the medicines. Kremlin believe this. People believe this. They riot, drive out invaders. The huge Russian bear tore a chunk out of his mountain of pancakes. Many comrades go hungry for this. Join military for livings. Nicole let out a deep exhale, but her tightening brow made the anger building within plain to see. Was any of it actually poisoned? Gabriel asked. Babushka say pack do a false flag. Poisoned aid themselves. Make Westerners of the bad-lookings. Sergei shrugged. Sergei is not knowing for certains. Nicole's gaze remained firmly away from the rest of the group. You all right, Nicole? You're looking a little red there, Raylan asked. It's nothing, Nicole said. Talking about it would just be a detriment to our mission here. Come to think of it, Raylan leaned over to Gabriel and whispered, I think this is the longest she's been around Sergei without vanishing. Other than that one time. Come now! Sergei slammed his hand on the table with such force it could be felt from end to end. If not for his cheerful disposition, he would have come off as a raging brute. Bottles is no place for bad thoughts. They break. Make big, painful mess. Squishy man try this, no? It went no good. He reached his giant hand across the table in friendship. Come, tell Sergei of the problemings. We are comrades now, da? At first, she seemed taken aback by the gesture, but that was short-lived. Her gaze hardened on Sergei, lips curling into a silent snarl. Excuse me, she said, before walking off with her food. What's her problem? Raylan muttered to the others. What Sergei do wrong? He asked, with genuine confusion. Was only offering of comfort. How you say, shoulder of crying on. Sarah shook her head. You didn't do anything wrong, Sergei. Yet. He waved a thick finger in disapproval. Sergei is doing of wrong thing. Comrade Lugo is strong like Russian winter. This not normal for her angerings. I really shouldn't say anything. Sarah took one look at Sergei's pleading gaze and sighed. Look, I didn't tell you this, okay? She pointed her fork around the table. Sergei and the others nodded. Her parents worked for an aid group. They ran blockades to get supplies behind enemy lines. You know, the essentials. Food, water, medicine. Sarah's shoulders slumped. Both of them died in Russia. A few survivors from that mess said it wasn't even the military that fired on them. It was civilians looting the aid trucks. Raylan placed a hand over his mouth. No way. Sarah nodded. It left her and her brother orphans with no one to take care of them but their grandparents.
That's how she ended up being a waster.
Bleedin' heart, imbeciles.
Alexander fumed several seats down from Gabriel and his group. The ears on him must have been sharp to focus in through all the commissary's noise.
They had every warning in the world, and still they chose to throw their lives away. And for what? The enemy? Absolutely disgusting.
Nobody invited you to this conversation. Sarah shot him a glare. Besides, we can't all be cold-hearted monsters like you. She huffed. Raylan gestured for her to calm down.
Easy, Cooper.
Sergei propped himself up on an arm between their groups, muttering what must have been some Slavic obscenities at Alexander. Gabriel couldn't even begin to understand them. They earned a hearty laugh out of Zachary and a confused stare from everyone else.
"Can't really disagree," Gabriel replied, to shocked stares from the others. "But if that was my family, I'd hate them, not the pack."
"How could you say that, Gabriel?" Sarah snapped. "They were good people. Putting people that you want dead ahead of your own kids?" He shook his head. "That's gotta be up there for bad parenting." Her shoulders slumped. "When you put it like that..."
"Da. But Sergei not like this. Maybe in past mistrust of American comrades, but you is good people."
His gaze returned to Alexander.
"Not him. He's bad man."
Gabriel and the others laughed. "I should go talk to her." Raylan gulped down a mouthful of eggs.
"You sure you're in the right place for that, Gabriel? You were kind of a mess last night. Well, really the past few weeks, but last night was really bad."
Nicole sat by herself at the end of the table, the same place he took to wrestle his demons and keep his distance from the others for the past weeks. "Can't hurt to try. She'd do the same for me." Gabriel slid his tray of food along the table, taking a seat in front of her. Nicole looked up with a raised brow. His lips turned into a wry smile as he ate with her. A moment of silence passed between the two. "So what's this all about?" "Nothing you need to worry about," she answered without looking up from her plate. "Yeah, I tried that myself. Didn't go so well," Gabriel said. Nicole tried to stare him down. Gabriel wasn't going anywhere. "Come on, we have a week before the final maze. The last thing we need is bad blood between us. Trust me, we have enough of that between me, Alexander, and Titus." Nicole frowned. "I won't compromise our mission, if that's what you're worried about." "I'm not worried about our mission. I'm worried about you," Gabriel sighed. He wasn't going to get anywhere dancing around the issue. "Sarah told us about your parents." Nicole slapped her fork down and sat up. "Of course she did. Is that why you have problems with Sergei?" "I have lots of problems with Sergei," Nicole hissed. Her burning gaze locked with Gabriel's. "Lots of problems with this damn project allowing any pack presence on site." Her arms flung outward. "But apparently we have 3 whole companies of them, and several individuals scattered about." Gabriel had to admit it did sound like a pretty terrible idea. Even the top-performing recruit, she, was from one of the pack companies. At least the last time he checked. But why Sergei? Gabriel leaned forward. His grandmother kept him from being conscripted like his parents were. Did he have something to do with your family? Nicole gave an agitated exhale. "No. Probably. That doesn't make him any less of the enemy. I'm surprised you don't see him as a threat after what happened to your city. He had nothing to do with that, so why should I hold it against him?" Gabriel replied. "Guy has a bit of a temper, sure, but he's nothing but friendly. Me and Sarah wouldn't be alive right now if he hadn't saved us either, so I don't see a threat there. Have you looked at him?" She pointed at Sergei. "All it takes is one bad day. How many of us do you think he takes out before the guards can put him down?" The huge bear of a man ate his food,
laughing as he spoke with the others. When he caught Nicole and Gabriel looking at him, he waved a meaty hand at the pair. "Don't know," Gabriel hummed. He imagined Sergei could take at least a dozen recruits on his own. But he's a friend as far as I'm concerned. Why not give him a chance? Nicole leaned on the table. "Rivera, I appreciate unit cohesion as much as the next girl, but at the end of the day, he is still the enemy." Gabriel sighed. "Just give him a chance. If he goes bad, I'll be the first one there to fight alongside you, but I don't think he will." Nicole chortled. "He'd crater you in one punch." "Well?" Gabriel's voice was hopeful. She pulled back, rubbing the back of her neck. "Look, I'm trying here, really. But it feels wrong to eat and train with the enemy." She stared at the table, hands curling into fists upon it. "My brother's out there every day, fighting this war to stop these lunatics. I should be out there with him, not making nice with some pack rat. And I should be out there with him to protect my family. But we're here now." Gabriel met her gaze. He could get lost in those beautiful green eyes if he wasn't careful. "If we don't stick together, it's going to cost us. And I don't want to lose more people." Nicole's gaze intensified. "We're going to lose a lot more people before any of this is over, Gabriel." Gabriel's lips pursed in a tight, weary smile. "I know." Nicole narrowed her gaze as they sat in silence. "Fine." She pulled back, turning her attention to Sergei. "But I'm watching him." Gabriel heaved a sigh of relief. "Good." "So what's your plan anyway?" Nicole asked. "I assume you have one if you're being this pushy." Gabriel did have a plan, but he had enough doubts about how well it'd go down without adding in someone else's worries. He waved for Nicole to follow him back to the others. With a grudging groan, Nicole did. She sat right back down across the table from Sergei. "Welcome back, comrade." Sergei beamed. "All is well, da? Sergei did not come on of the strongs?" "You're fine, for now," Nicole frowned. "Gabriel, on the other hand..." Gabriel chuckled. If Sergei turned out to be anything less than the friendly giant he believed him to be, Gabriel was in danger. More so from Nicole. "So I've been doing some thinking about how to handle the final run," Gabriel began. "Trying to figure out how to save as many people as we can and still beat Alexander is a lot easier said than done." He drummed his fingers on the table. "After everything we've been through, I know we can beat Alexander and his people. It's going to be rough, but so long as the 5 of us stick together, I think we have a chance." "You're counting me in on this?" Sarah blurted out, wide-eyed. "Of course I am. Don't sell yourself short, either. You've survived this far, and I only had to carry you once," Gabriel said. "Sure, it was a whole day, but it was the one time." "Okay." Sarah shrank into herself. "If you're sure." "What about Titus?" Nicole asked. "If he becomes a problem, we'll have to deal with him. With all 5 of us there, he might not make a move on me at all." He took a deep breath of precious air, resting a hand on his stomach. "I hope." Sarah shot a glance at the huge man sitting beside Alexander. He was even bigger than Sergei, and that was an impressive feat in its own right. She looked back at Gabriel with a hushed whisper. "You didn't piss him off, did you?" Gabriel grinned. "What happened to wanting adventures?" "I said adventures, not suicide, Rivera," she whisper-shouted at him. "Sergei will make with the smashing if he tries hurting of Squishy Man or comrades. I promise you this." He nodded with a smug pout to his lips. Okay. Raylan nodded along. "Stick together and kick ass. Solid plan." Gabriel chuckled.
It's about as good a plan as I could come up with, since we don't know what we're running into. Even if we did, the maze always changes."
"Right. So how are we going to help the others?" Raylan asked.
"We help them help themselves." Gabriel pushed his food aside and clambered up onto the table. "Listen up, everyone." It took him a moment to realize he hadn't specified his own company. Every set of eyes in the commissary were on him, from curious recruits to the dismissive ones, and more than a few amused instructors. The instructors were probably wondering how to make his life hell for this little outburst. Alexander leaned back on the bench with a bemused smirk on his lips. "No pressure, Gabriel." "There's 1 week left in Phase 1. 1 week until we run the hardest maze we will ever run in the Crucible. For many of us, that will be the last thing we do in our lives." He paused to try and calm his racing heart. There were so many eyes on him. "But we do so with a noble goal, to become reclaimers, to carry humanity's torch." That earned him a few cheers and jeers. "Get to the point, ass-kisser," someone shouted from the back. There always had to be one guy. But he was right. "I'm here today to ask all of you to join me in this last stretch of training, to put ourselves to the grindstone and sharpen each other's skills, so we can come out on the other side of the maze alive and proud to have made it through one of the hardest challenges any human has ever had to endure, and one step closer to our goal. Who's with me?" Silence filled the commissary. "Yeah, this was a bad idea," he groaned inwardly. Alexander shook his head and laughed. "Why not? When are we doing this?" a recruit asked from his company.
"Yeah, I'm down too. If Tubbs made it this far, he's got to have a few tricks up his sleeve."
Hayes chimed in from another table, joined by the grunts of his company. More and more recruits from his company and others joined in, growing into cheers and chants, eager to join in. For all the adversity they had to endure within the Crucible, they all seemed so eager to push on. It didn't matter if they just wanted to get out alive, or if they were genuine in their support for the goals of the Reclaimer Project. It filled Gabriel with hope and excitement for what the future held, seeing so many of them riled up like this. "We'll meet up at the gym after drills. We'll show this maze who's boss." Gabriel hopped down onto his bench. His heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest and run out the nearest door. It was worse than anything the maze had ever managed. Public speaking was definitely a skill he needed to work on if he expected to lead. "How bad was it?" Gabriel finally asked, trying to sound confident. The slight shake in his voice didn't sell it. "It was—" Nicole's lips shut tight in a smile, suppressing a laugh. "A little touch and go there, but it worked out in the end."
"Da, comrade. Very inspiring."
Sergei nodded. Sarah pointed at Gabriel's wrist comp. "So inspiring, you got a rank up." "Ranking assessment update. Charisma +1. New rank D2. Gabriel beamed with pride. He may still be 5 ranks behind Alexander, but he'd caught up to him in their core attributes. Now it was down to the application of their ranks to determine who came out on top.
"I don't know about y'all, but I'm all jazzed up and ready to go."
Raylan nodded emphatically.
"And you know what would make this all even better? A training montage, with music from the 80s.
Raylan rocked out to some music only he could hear, sharing some of it with noises vaguely resembling an electric guitar. Sarah giggled at his little show. "Which 80?
"The real 80s, the 1980s, Raylan answered.
"Classical music? Really?" Sarah groaned. Gabriel buried his face in a hand, grinning from ear to ear. "It's not too late to throw him back in the maze, is it?"
"Y'all just mad you can't hear these sick beats,"
Raylan snarked back. Their table burst out in laughter. It was going to be a long week, but they weren't going to let the maze take them without a fight. Gabriel was determined to defeat Alexander
and he was going to do it while keeping as many of his fellow reclaimers alive as he could. Gabriel would not become the very thing he hated in order to save humanity. Chapter 38. Gabriel did not mess around when it came to training. After the instructors were done with them for the day, Townsend pointed out there was more to the barracks than they realized. With a bit of directions from her, Gabriel found the barracks had fully customizable arenas within its subterranean levels. They could use these for everything from sparring matches to full-blown combat drills in simulated battlefields. But that wasn't what they were there for. Gabriel and Sarah poked and prodded at the arena's settings until they could set up obstacle courses like they would encounter in the maze without the risk of getting anyone killed if they messed up. At first, Gabriel wondered why they didn't use this to begin with. There were so many lives that could have been spared if they just had more time to practice. And then he saw it. Time and again, recruits hesitated as they came up to obstacles they were more than capable of tackling. Hesitation meant death in the maze. Gabriel had seen that far too often. After tackling the obstacle course, another glaring problem became clear to Gabriel. All of the recruits needed to bulk up their endurance. Gabriel led the remainder of his training group in a run around the crucible. There had to be at least 50 of them that stuck around. They were all caked in sweat long before the first lap around the crucible was over, and by the third, the desert stuck plenty of sand to their bodies. Even Gabriel was starting to slow his pace as they came up on their 5th lap, the setting sun seemingly taking his stamina with him. Gabriel pressed on regardless. He needed a bigger fuel tank for the challenges ahead. They all did. Recruits started lagging behind. Sarah and Nicole swung back to check up on them. Gabriel was about to join them when a Strider pulled up beside them. The Strider's truck bed was filled with drones, older ones judging by the 4 propellers each one had. It was an odd sight. Instructors usually didn't intervene in the recruits' activities outside of training, unless they were making a mess of things. The Strider's door swung open. James was inside, waving Gabriel in.
"Get in, kid. We're going for a ride."
"Oh, can I come?" Raylan asked before Gabriel could answer. James waved his finger back and forth.
"Sorry, Raylan. This is a 2-seater configuration. Besides, I gotta talk to Gabriel anyway."
Raylan glanced at Gabriel. "What did you do this time?" "Guess I'll find out." Gabriel hopped in the Strider. "Try and finish this lap, Raylan." James drove off into the distant desert. They rolled over dunes, catching air a few times to James's delighted shouts. The Strider sank into its suspension with every harsh landing before speeding off with waves of sand left in their wake. "So, what do you need to talk to me about?" Gabriel asked.
"Besides your need for a shower?"
James replied. Gabriel shook his head. "You better not be wasting my time, James. I have a lot to do to prep for that final. A hell of a lot more, now that I'm helping everyone else train." James's expression grew serious. He didn't say a word as the crucible's towering walls vanished behind the sea of dunes they crossed. Gabriel looked around for any sort of gun or knife, but there was nothing on James. Maybe the drones were armed. The Strider pulled to a stop at an empty patch of desert with nothing but a few rocks peeking out of the sand. This is totally where you take people to disappear them, Gabriel thought. But he didn't think James would or even could do that. The large, jolly man stepped out of the car. "Come on out." Gabriel followed him out to the front of the Strider, the lingering fear in the back of his mind nagging at him every step of the way. Maybe Gabriel was being too trusting of James. But the man couldn't keep his mouth shut about secrets. Why would he start now?
"You ever take out a drone, kid?"
James asked. Gabriel blinked.
No. James raised a hand in the air with 2 fingers out and waved it in a circle. Binaric chittering emanated from his wrist comp as a loud buzzing started up from the truck bed. Drones took off in pairs of 2, forming a perimeter above James. Their sloped armor was definitely a Western design. Worn, black and gray paint showed the age on the machines, same as the scrapes and dents they'd earned from combat or training sessions. To the front of the drones was a series of red glowing lights, the drone's sensor suite. Underneath hung a long gun, a rifle, actually. It was an odd fit for a drone, as it not only had its own sensors strapped to the lower rail, but the rifle was very clearly intended for human use.
Neat trick, right? James chuckled. I figured out how to get a wrist comp to translate hand gestures into commands a while ago. So no more speaking or typing them in. Makes working these a lot faster.
Gabriel nodded. That's awesome and all, but what's all this about?
James sighed.
I'm going to be honest with you, Rivera. I like you. I really do. But if you run into one of these things in the maze, I'm not sure you're smart enough to take them out.
James gave a tight smile as he gestured for one of the drones to fly out in front of them a few dozen feet away.
No offense.
Gabriel thought back to the last time he'd checked his rankings. Intellect, 1. Progress toward next rank, 99%. Suggestion, read a book. Gabriel swore if the system had any personality to it, there would be no shortage of sass it would give him. Look, I get my intellect ranking isn't impressive, but this isn't exactly rocket science, James. He picked up a rock and hurled it right at one of the drone's propellers. The blades broke apart and launched the rock at the main body. The drone cried out in binary as it swung through the air, trying to recover. It was too low to the ground. The opposite side of the machine crashed into the desert, breaking off another 2 propellers. With only one left, the drone seemed to give up. Its last engine came to a stop, and its glowing sensors fading offline. Gabriel turned back to James. So what's this about?
It's Titus.
James walked up to the crashed drone, pulling it out of the sand and flipping it on its back.
Johnson told me all about that mess, and I thought I might help even the playing field.
He gestured at the hefty rifle beneath the drone. Pretty sure I can't carry tools into the maze, Gabriel said. Plus, the guards might be just a bit tiny upset if they saw me carrying around a gun, especially one that big.
Right? But there's nothing stopping you from looting one in the maze.
James undid a few clips and released the rifle. He tossed it at Gabriel. Gabriel inspected the rifle. He'd never seen this particular model before, but he knew enough to figure out the safety, how to inspect the empty chamber and chamber around.
Know your way around a gun, eh?
James chuckled. Little bit. My dad made sure I started learning my way around guns since I was 5. Been practicing with them pretty often since. This one's new, though. What is it?
C-38 Halberd, a precision rifle out of my very own Challenger arms. My day job, before I got roped into... He waved a hand at all the sand around them. This.
Gabriel chuckled and stopped shy of shouldering the rifle. It had an ammo counter beneath the sight. 25 rounds to a magazine. Gabriel guessed that meant it was packing a larger caliber than normal. As he brought the rifle up, another burst of binary came through the air, and a second drone flew in front of him.
Give it a spin,
James grinned. Gabriel brought his finger to the trigger and fired. The powerful kick caught him off guard, rocking him back. The bullet punched right through the middle of the drone. The machine exploded in a shower of sparks and shrapnel.
Jesus, right? It's a big angry gun, James said with clear pride. Should be enough, in theory, to discourage Titus from coming after you. You know, if you actually get your hands on one.
Is this caliber even necessary For an unarmored target? I mean, these are going to be shooting at recruits. Gabriel ejected a round and held it in his hand. It used 30-06 rounds. That wasn't as big as a 50, but it was a damn big round to throw at unarmored recruits. We could have given them bigger guns with angrier rounds, but we thought this struck a nice balance. James chuckled. Titus, though, he's no ordinary man. I mean, have you seen the guy? James sighed. The guy's augmented, more biologically than cybernetically, so it doesn't really show. Gabriel's jaw dropped. Not only are his muscles huge, but that skin of his is thicker and tougher than normal. Smaller rounds will only piss him off unless you aim carefully or have a lot of ammo lying around. These? Oh, they'll mess him up if you actually score a hit. Because my chances weren't bleak enough already, Gabriel groaned. Why are you doing all of this anyway? Well, I do love spreading the joy of firepower to the masses, but I'd actually like to see you survive this mess. James smiled. Gabriel pursed his lips. There was more to this than James was letting on. Won't I be punished for killing Titus? Not that I want to or anything, but I might not get a choice. Self-defense isn't murder, Gabriel, James said. Besides, you'd be doing me a huge favor. Which is? James moved to sit on the hood of the Strider. Alex has taken an interest in you, Gabriel. A big one. I've never seen the kid show an interest in anyone outside of his little entourage. Really. Gabriel opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. His words came out laced with confusion, hesitation, and a heaping help of awkward. I'm already seeing someone. Besides, I don't swing that way. I mean, it's fine if he does, but that doesn't excuse him being an ass about everything. James stared at Gabriel blankly for a good long moment. Then he burst out laughing, flopping over onto the hood of the Strider. Gabriel's confusion deepened. No, not like that. James wiped away tears while fighting down another fit of laughter. God damn it, Gabriel. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here. You can't just throw a curveball like that at me. Deep breaths, James, deep breaths, Gabriel said with amusement. James did just that. Look, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but he seems to see you as a worthy rival, and in some fucked up way I think he sees that as friendship, too. Ah, yes, the best of friends, the kind who beat each other down when they're having a heart-to-heart. Gabriel didn't think he could lay down the sarcasm any thicker if he tried. He's a rather unique case, I know, James admitted, but that's not the point. I think this has the potential of being a good thing, a really good thing for Alex. But so long as Titus is there to get in the way, I don't think you two are ever going to be able to play nice together. Gabriel snorted. Because Hartford doesn't take care of all that on his own, nah. He's really not a bad kid, James insisted. He's just never seen the real world. He's never been with normal people before this. His grandfather's filled his head with all sorts of crazy, messed-up ideas about the world. You have to understand that. Gabriel frowned, but grudgingly had to agree with James about his father. That man had Alexander wrapped around his finger. If Trent told Alexander to shoot Gabriel tomorrow, he just might do that to keep his grandfather happy. James walked up to Gabriel. I can't get near Alex. He can't stand me. But you can get close, get on his good side, maybe talk some sense into him. Beat some sense into him is more like it. Gabriel frowned. Yeah, I'm probably being a little too hopeful. James chuckled. But whatever works, right? I just don't want the poor kid to end up alone in the world with a knife between the ribs, if he even makes it out of here alive. James pulled his lips into a tight line and shook his head.
Heading straight to the final is insane, quite frankly. There are so many obstacles in there you recruits haven't even seen.
Gabriel sighed, staring down at the sand. Look, James, you're cool and all, but I can't make any kind of promises. He placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. I'm not asking you to. I just want you to make it through this, Gabriel. You two will have to sort out your differences before your time on the Crucible comes to an end. I don't see that happening, but I'll try not to make things worse between us, Gabriel said. James smiled and pulled away. Speaking of awkward and uncomfortable topics, Gabriel said, as his curiosity got the better of him, have you seen any more weirdness, like that Agadir place? James shook his head. No. Thankfully, yours was the only incident like that. We've been stepping up our exploration of the subterranean levels, trying to prevent more, but it's slow going. That's good to hear. I don't want to deal with something like that again with Titus trying to kill me. Gabriel laughed. But that's not what I was trying to get at. Gabriel not so subtly pointed at James's wrist comp. James furrowed his brow, then gasped as he put the pieces together. With a quick gesture, a timer appeared on his wrist comp. Initializing shadow protocol. Found me out, did you? James asked. My rankings say I'm an idiot, not blind, James. Gabriel grinned. James chuckled. Fair enough. What did you want to ask me about? We have 10 minutes tops. I've been seeing things here, in the Crucible. Weird things, that I'm not sure anyone else has seen, Gabriel began. Ever since the first maze, I've been seeing the dead now and then, in the shadows, in storms. James gulped, his shoulders and hands tensing as Gabriel spoke. Sounds like a guilty conscience. Survivor's guilt. A really bad case of it. I thought so too, Gabriel said. But then I felt their icy touch. During a sandstorm, Okamura clawed my hand as he fell into an abyss, and it actually drew blood. Must have been a rough tumble you took in the sand, then, James said, not quite able to hide the growing tremor in his voice. Gabriel wondered if that fear was from what he was describing, or just how badly he was told not to discuss this topic. Every time that happens, I get this weird crimson glow over my arm, my left arm, and I think it has something to do with those strange warnings I've been getting. Ooh, what are they saying now? James asked. Suppression is at 64%, whatever that means, Gabriel said. James gulped. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at is that it happened again. The glow, I mean. Only there weren't ghosts this time. Gabriel inspected his arm. Raylan and I were at death's door at the end of the maze. We weren't going to make it out of there. But suddenly I had a burst of energy and I stood. It was the weirdest thing. His gaze locked with James. You wouldn't happen to have a recording of that, would you? It's right at the end of my run. James's eyes darted about like he was looking for an out. In the end, he slumped his shoulders and brought up his wrist comp. Sure, let's see what's going on here. He pulled up the feed and skipped ahead to the end. Gabriel was on his last legs, punching at the ground to try and stand. The image distorted suddenly, then Gabriel was back on his feet, dragging himself to the finish. What was that? Gabriel asked. Damaged camera? James offered, and moved on to another angle, then another, and finally a third. Each time the same scene played out with no trace of the crimson glow. Gabriel frowned. Only one of the camera angles showed any distortion. The rest were fine. He felt disappointed, relieved, and concerned all at once. On the one hand, he wasn't about to get lit up by the silver stripes any time soon. On the other, Gabriel clearly saw that glow.
He'd seen it too many times to ignore. Gabriel could reason away the surge of energy he felt as his desperate mind trying to explain away a second wind. But he couldn't do that with the dead. They had felt too real to be just his imagination. Fuck. Maybe I really am going crazy, Gabriel muttered, staring off at the setting sun. James placed a hand on Gabriel's back. Come on, don't beat yourself up like that. We all have to be a little crazy to do what we do here in the Crucible. This place just messes with people, you know? The intense training, the death going on all around you, the constant danger. If that didn't wear on someone's mind, I'm not sure I'd believe they were really human. Gabriel nodded. I guess. If any of that was real, someone would have noticed it by now, I'm sure. We're being watched too closely for any of that weirdness to slip under the radar. Sorry for wasting your time with all this, James. No problem, Gabriel. We all need someone to talk to about our insane problems now and then. James grinned, then wrapped an arm around Gabriel's shoulders. Just don't go to a shrink about this, okay? I don't want you getting pulled because some pencil pusher says so. But no buts, James insisted. You're the best recruit in this whole project as far as I'm concerned. Rankings be damned. We need more people like you if humanity's going to have any chance of coming back from the grave. Gabriel chuckled. You're putting a whole lot of faith in me. Please, Gabriel. I may be a goof, but I take data very seriously, James said. I've been watching a lot of recruits' progress in my downtime, and you are going places, my boy. Now stop worrying about this glowing magical nonsense. You have a maze to run. Chapter 39. Days blurred together as Gabriel and those recruits willing to push their limits pushed training from sunrise to sunset, or until the guards forced them to obey curfew. With their lives on the line, they squeezed every last precious drop of preparation they could out of the little time they had before the final run. The companies gathered at the mustering ground, in front of the very stage that welcomed them into the Crucible. A cool breeze brought with it thick clouds overhead, casting a gray shroud over the scalding desert. Think we're ready? Sarah asked. Born ready, Raylan boasted. Don't let your guard down, Gabriel smiled, taking the head of their formation alongside Alexander. Have fun with your little training camp? Alexander smirked. Loads of fun. You should have come, Hartford. I might not smoke you so hard if you did. Gabriel grinned, earning a disgusted glare from Titus. So bold today, Alexander chuckled. I will try not to crush that little ego of yours too badly, Rivera. 10 Hut, officer on deck, barked an instructor from the stage. Recruits stood at attention as Alexander's grandfather came on the stage. Dark rings peeked beneath the kindly-looking old man's makeup. It looked as if Trent had lost a few nights of sleep beneath his otherwise well-put-together demeanor. He leaned his weight heavily against his platinum and gold cane as he began his speech. Welcome, recruits, to the first major milestone on your journey to become reclaimers. Even his voice was weary. Today marks a momentous occasion, the day where you prove you possess the physical and mental fortitude required of those who carry humanity's torch. The crowd erupted into cheers. It was an important day for everyone, but none more than Gabriel. It was the day he would finally defeat Alexander. He was certain of it. Holoscreens appeared floating behind Trent. As we speak, your test is being assembled. Synth steel pillars rose in the distant desert beyond the walls into an ever-growing and expanding complex. A maze run around the whole of the Crucible. Audible gasps and fears rumbled through the crowd. That's insane, Sarah whisper-shouted. We'll be fine, Cooper.
Gabriel assured her. "Man, I'm glad I got everyone running laps around the base. I hope you can all find it within your hearts to forgive us. This test was meant to come after an additional month of preparation and increasing adversity in your training. Alas, the pack have forced our hand again." Trent sighed, eyes downcast, shoulders drooping, as a hand slapped gently over his cane. Gabriel found it hard not to believe the tired and frail act from Trent. He had the age for it, just as he had a hard time believing he could be the cold, calculating creature that he was. But Gabriel knew better. He'd seen behind the mask. At least the old man was on their side.
"You've all heard the news by now. The eastern seaboard is lost. Bad news in its own right, but unfortunately it does not end there."
Tension hung in the air as the crowd waited with bated breath.
"One of our facilities was breached during the invasion. Our forces managed to secure the site, but the pack had already extracted a great number of files by the time they did so."
Trent raised his head and gazed across the crowd.
"Prototypes, dossiers, the location of this very facility, and others were among the stolen files. Heavy encryption will buy us time, but we do not know how much. This is why we have pushed you all so hard over the past month, and why we will continue to do so for the duration of your time here. This project is far too important to humanity's survival to allow it to fail. I hope you can understand."
The crowd fell silent.
"Best of luck, recruits. I look forward to seeing the results of your run today."
Trent's exhausted gaze drifted to Gabriel and Alexander. He hardened his gaze on Alexander before he slipped away from the stage, flanked by his guards. Gabriel wasn't the only one who had to come out on top, it seemed.
"Move out, recruits!" Townsend bellowed for the company to follow.
They marched alongside the other companies to the northern gate, the air filled with the sound of marching boots as the winds picked up. The 42nd were quiet, anxious. A maze large enough to surround the crucible was bad enough, but to know the pack could discover their location at any moment was a far more frightening prospect. Sure, they had the guards and 6 assault armors to defend the base, but they had seen what a full-blown invasion force did to the larger cities. If the pack decided the Crucible was worth more than a scouring force, they were done for. It would just be a matter of time.
"Focus on the task at hand, recruits."
It was like Townsend could read their minds.
"Today's maze will test your strength, your will, everything you have learned in Phase 1. I want you all to bring your A-game today. Understood?"
"Yes, ma'am." The Crucible's double-layered gatehouse loomed over them.
"Beyond these gates awaits the maze entrances. Pick one and give it everything you—"
Wrist comps chimed in alarm throughout the mass of marching recruits. Gabriel raised his arm. A yellow warning with scrolling hazard stripes flashed across a holographic display. "Flesh Ripper Storm Advisory, critical." Raylan sucked a breath through his teeth. That sounds the exact opposite of good. Gabriel's gaze fixed on Townsend. Her fingers were pressed to her ear like all the other instructors. That couldn't bode well for any of them. Gabriel looked around for any instructor he might be able to ask, but found one oddity. Jensen was nowhere to be seen. The shotgun-wielding instructor always stood out in a crowd with his guns and armor. That was odd. Instructors barked out orders across the crowd. Companies surged forward all around them, with cheers and battle cries. Gabriel turned to Townsend for answers.
"Today just keeps getting better, recruits. We got a confirmed Flesh Ripper storm heading our way. A real nasty one, too."
Townsend charged ahead.
"And we aren't canceling this run."
"What?" Sarah balked.
"Don't worry. If you make good time, you won't have to deal with the lovely experience of watching your flesh stripped from your bones, Townsend assured them. If your eyes even last that long.
Raylan winced. Well, that's reassuring.
Ma'am, wouldn't it be safer to stay in the maze? Sarah asked, through the clamor of rushing recruits. Their stampede built up a thickening haze of sand. Not a chance, Cooper. The maze is always shifting once it's active, Townsend said. When it's not in use, it packs up tight. Any of you left inside when that happens are going to be greasing the machinery.
Sarah gulped.
Now get in there and make me proud, recruits. I'll catch you on the other side.
Townsend rushed out of the way of her company, along with the other instructors. The path was clear. The companies streamed through the grand maze's different entries, each one certain to lead them to fresh and exciting new ways to die. They only needed to pick which mystery flavor of death they wanted to start off the hellish run with. Gabriel raised his wrist comp at another chime. They had 3 hours to run around the entirety of the Crucible, deal with every obstacle in their path, beat Alexander to the end, and avoid dying in the process before a catastrophic storm hit. Then all they had to do was run back to the safety of the Crucible's walls. No pressure.
I will allow you to do the honors, Rivera, Alexander said. Choose the place of our battle.
There were so many different options, at least 10 he could count. None looked to have any significant difference to one another. One of the companies ahead veered left, another snapped right. Their path was clear.
We're going straight in,
Gabriel shouted for all to hear. He glanced at Alexander. Try and keep up. Gabriel and Alexander sprinted ahead, their groups following close behind. It was the moment of truth. Only one of them could come out on top. Chapter 40. Lights flew past on the mad dash through the maze's entry hall. The roiling clouds above darkened. In the distance, the dull crack of thunder boomed. The storm coming their way was going to be huge. A thick metal plate obstructed Gabriel's sight of the sky. His focus shifted forward. They reached the first chamber. Metal screeched against metal. Sparks flew as metal pillars shot out of every direction with little warning. The recruits bobbed and weaved through them, jumping, sliding, and whirling their way through. If the winds cutting past Gabriel's face were any sharper, he was certain they would have drawn blood. They weren't kidding when they said this thing was going to be wild, Raylan shouted through the chaotic mess of metal pillars. Pillars withdrew as quickly as they shot out. Between every barrage of rushing metal, they had anywhere between 1 to 3 seconds. The timing varied at random, keeping the recruits on edge and forcing them to pay attention to their environment. It was like someone took the first maze and dialed it up to 11. A new wall of pillars shot out ahead of them. Alexander rolled forward. His back foot caught on a pillar. Gabriel cut ahead to the fast-approaching exit. Another wave of pillars dropped in his path. He smashed into it, smearing the wall with sweat and spit as he peeled himself off. Gabriel darted around the obstruction before another pillar cratered the spot where his head had been a moment ago. "Stay focused," Gabriel shouted, peering through the weaving mess of machinery. Raylan swung himself over a wall of pillars, trying to cut him off at the knee. Sergei spun around another. Nicole gracefully rushed past without an issue. Sarah, the clumsiest of them all, tumbled and rolled her way through the hazards, struggling to keep up with Nicole. They were keeping up. The problem was, so were Alexander's men. Titus flashed a menacing grin at Gabriel. He lagged behind his group, drifting over toward Raylan and Sergei. Not far behind Titus, more recruits scrambled through the trapped chamber. One was clipped by a speeding pillar, but another recruit dragged him to his feet. There's no way Titus would do something with this many people around. He's trying to get in your head. Gabriel snapped his attention forward. In his brief distraction, Alexander had caught up to his side. Pillars shot in their way from every direction. The pair of rivals rushed through in unison, going over, under, and around in an almost synchronized dance straight into the next chamber. Large, ominous, and disturbingly empty. That was never a good sign when it came to the maze.
"You've come a long way, Rivera, but you are not good enough," Alexander smirked.
"Big words, Princess," Gabriel slung back. The floor ahead of them flung open with the loud clatter of metal plates folding down and out of the way. Gabriel expected bottomless pits. Instead, flames spouted out of the trenches. A wall of fire blocked their path. Gabriel dropped to the floor and slid to a stop, inches from the flames. The blistering heat was enough to make Gabriel wish he was back out in the desert. Alexander darted around them and jumped up onto a rising pillar, climbing above the fray. Gabriel clawed his way back to his feet and chased down Alexander. The pillar had no grips to latch onto, and at 20 feet of height, he was going to need a lift or a throw to climb it. More pillars rose into the air, each one covered in rough sections of concrete. They looked great for their boots to get a solid grip on. If he could find a decent grip, then climbing might not be out of the question. That didn't look like it was going to happen, and Alexander was leaving him in the dust. Gabriel needed to find a way up. Through the fire and flames, Gabriel found a fresh group of rising pillars. These ones varied in height, but none smaller than 5 feet tall. Some had the concrete panels on the sides to hop off of at varying heights. Many more of these pillars had metal platforms at the top. They were just big enough to stand on and have some wiggle room for error, like the standard platforms they'd run into through training. Gabriel jumped off one wall, then another, clambering to the tops of pillars until he arrived at the highest one, overlooking the chamber. Alexander had put a lot of distance between them. Gabriel could catch up, he knew that much. The trick was actually getting there. Several of the pillars pulled off of the floor, floating into the air. They had glowing blue discs beneath them, and mounted around their bodies some sort of hover engines. Gabriel had always heard of people trying to achieve similar technologies, but outside of science fiction, Gabriel had never seen much more than a poorly functioning prototype. The hover engines carried not only the pillars into the air, but new walls to cover the gaps in between them. Gabriel didn't like this. Raylan and Nicole might be able to handle this obstacle, but Sarah was too clumsy. And Sergei? Gabriel wasn't convinced Sergei could actually pull it off. Gabriel spotted them having a much easier time than he thought. While he rushed on ahead, they caught on to platforms and pillars to ride up, and hopped across small gaps rather than try to run across the walls. They were actually doing it. Titus wasn't far behind either. The giant loomed over Gabriel's friends, shooting him a glance now and again. He had to be waiting for an opening. Focus, Gabriel. He lunged across the platforms, running along a wall, then hopping off to another before he made it down to a pillar. Jets of flame shot out from a nearby pillar. Gabriel dove out of the way at the last second. Uncalculated and unplanned, he slammed onto another pillar. He failed to get a grip on the metal platform and dug his boots into the pillar to try and stop himself. A blue disc flared beneath Gabriel's gut and flung him across to another pillar. He slammed back first into it, knocking the wind out of him. Gabriel peeled off the pillar straight down into a fiery pit below. Alexander was getting ahead, and if he didn't find a way out, he was going to meet a crispy fried end. A wall segment rose from the ground, passing right underneath Gabriel. It passed just close enough for him to kick off of. Gabriel crashed into a roll, heading straight for another burning trench. He threw himself flat against the ground, trying to slow down, but his leg slipped into the fire. Burning heat spread through as Gabriel jerked his leg back. He growled as he pulled out his burning leg and beat the flames away. Holy crap, that was close.
Gabriel took a breath to steady himself and shot back to his feet. "Hurry up, Gabriel! The next chamber's coming up!" Nicole shouted through the jets of flames above. Alexander's men and the others leaped overhead. Gabriel tracked their path. The exit wasn't far, but there were no stairs or ladders leading to it. The only way out of the chamber was to get back up. That was easier said than done. Scrambling through the maze of flames and pillars, Gabriel wasn't finding anything close by to get back up. He would have to run all the way back to the start of the chamber at this rate, and that sounded like a surefire way to get separated from the pack. Gabriel sprinted beneath one of the low, floating pillars when he was suddenly hit by a wave of force. It nearly threw him back to the ground. As he stumbled through, Gabriel caught a glimpse of more panels rising from the floor to create new paths as the chamber shifted once again. A trembling floor panel caught his eye. He dove for it, hoping he hadn't jumped face first into a fiery death. The platform lurched upwards. Gabriel latched onto the platform's edge as it floated up. "Please be the right edge," he begged quietly as the platform rose. He did not want to lose his fingers when it slammed into another platform. Suddenly the platform shifted, and Gabriel found himself sideways. Gabriel's knuckles went white as he firmly planted his boots on the metal panel, threatening to slide off at any moment. Things were going better than he expected so far. He still had his fingers. Vargas laughed. "Hey, Guay, that's not how you're supposed to get up here." "Careful, Gabriel," Raylan shouted. It was clear to see he wanted to come to Gabriel's aid, but there was no room for it. The floating pillars shifted about faster. Some jetted flames upward, while other pillars rolled to their side and hovered into their path, threatening to shunt them back down to the bottom of the chamber below with a repulsing blast of their hover engines. An unfortunate recruit hastily tried to make one of these jumps. She never connected with the pillar before the engines pulsed. A near-invisible wave of energy rippled through the air, shooting her across the chamber, too far away for Gabriel or the others to run back for help. Walls of flame obstructed his view, but her landing couldn't have been smooth. Gabriel hoped she was all right, but he was already taking too long to clear the chamber. He had to catch up to Alexander before the maze cut them off, or Titus tried to pull something. Gabriel kicked off the wall and dropped down. The pillars shifted. He planted his feet atop one of them, arms spinning in the air, fighting for balance. Titus thundered toward him from platform to platform. Gabriel recovered his balance in time for the giant to smash him off the platform. Titus laughed.
"My bad, Rivera. That was clumsy of me."
Gabriel grit his teeth as he crashed another platform. If he gripped the metal platform atop it any tighter, the metal was going to buckle. From the corner of his eye, he watched Titus's shadow approaching. Gabriel's boots kicked along the side of the pillar, pushing him up to his knees. Too late. Titus was one platform away. A vicious growl tore the man's attention away. Another, smaller giant crashed onto him, spouting an angry flurry of Russian. Titus toppled over the edge, eyes wide. His giant hands clawed at the side of a pillar, only for its hover engine to fling him off without a care.
"Sergei promised he will be of smashing if try to hurt Squishy Man."
He turned to Gabriel with a smile.
"All is well, da?"
Gabriel nodded, heart pounding away at 1,000,000 miles an hour. "Thanks, Sergei." He exhaled a metric ton of tension and carried on across the remainder of the chamber into the next. Alexander wasn't far into it, waiting, arms spread toward the heavens.
"What is taking you so long, Rivera? I thought you were going to smoke me today."
Gabriel staggered through to the front of the group, regaining his composure. "Wouldn't be interesting if I didn't give you a chance to win now, would it?" he bluffed, with the straightest face he could manage. Alexander snorted. He whirled about, taking off down the long, straight tube of a hall. It was an odd-looking chamber, to say the least. The entry point had 4 different chambers connected to it, allowing various recruits to pour in.
Past the entry's cold steel, the rest of the hall was made of a smooth, dark glass that gleamed in the faint light pouring in from either end. Even the floor was made of the same glassy material. In the dim light, it was impossible to make out what, if anything, lay beyond the glass. Deep down, Gabriel didn't want to know. Red, glowing eyes streamed across the dark glass with an ominous electric hum. Alexander picked up the pace. Gabriel followed suit. He didn't want to be caught in whatever fresh hell was about to greet them. It was an option they didn't have. 2 points of glowing light formed at the end of the hall, right at neck level. A beam of energy shot between them. "Oh, that cannot be good," Raylan called out. The beam rushed down the hall. Alexander slid underneath at the last second. "Get down!" Gabriel screamed. He hit the deck along with the other recruits. Alexander's men rolled underneath and kept up their pace. He'd worry about them later. "Everyone all right?" As he looked back, his friends nodded, scrambling back to their feet, but one recruit was still standing. A thin line of charred crimson slowly spread from his neck. There were no signs of blood. Faint smoke billowed from the wound. With a sickening, peeling noise, the recruit's head rolled off his shoulders. His body collapsed. "Holy shit!" Raylan stammered as he scrambled ahead. "We gotta get out of here." "Right behind you." Gabriel surged ahead. What kind of madman designed all of this? The thought screamed in his mind. But Gabriel already knew James and these predecessors he spoke of were responsible for this mess. They had nowhere to run but forward and nowhere to hide, not even between each other. It was a dead sprint to the exit. The ominous hum around them grew louder. New beams formed in their path, cutting across the chamber with frightening speed.
"Sergei is not appreciating of this."
He shifted to his side and squeezed between 2 beams.
"Yet."
Gabriel swerved between the beams as they appeared faster and faster. Their speed and varying patterns forced each of his moves to be more drastic than the last, causing him and the other recruits to swerve and slide across the room. As Gabriel spun past another beam, he caught a glimpse behind him. There was at least another dozen recruits running down the hall with them. Another recruit caught a beam right across the chest. Gabriel tore his eyes away. He didn't need to add the end result to his nightmares. Alexander was almost at the end of the chamber, but Gabriel was gaining on him. It was a good thing, too. The longer they stayed in the Hall of Lasers, the worse it became. Beams shot out in groups, cutting off precious maneuvering space. Sarah squealed, dropping into a roll from one side of the hall to the other, only to squeal again and scramble across on all fours as another set of beams tore by. Raylan tumbled back for her and hefted her back onto her feet like a suitcase. It was a good thing she was so light. The beams added spins to their attack patterns. They were coming too fast for Gabriel to change directions. He flung himself between them, eyes shut tight. An intense heat washed over his body before he crashed onto his side. Gabriel used his momentum to throw himself back to his feet. He was right behind Alexander and his men now. Raylan and the rest of his friends weren't far behind either. Behind them, new sets of beams appeared. They cut forward across the chamber, forcing them to watch their backs just as much as their fronts. To make matters worse, the beam emitters around them fired off faster, in more erratic patterns. Bodies hit the floor in sizzling chunks of flesh. Time was running out for them, but the exit was just within reach. Gabriel grit his teeth as another spread of beams appeared in his path. This is going to be tight. He threw himself sideways through the beams. They singed the front and back of his fatigues just as he crossed through the doors at the end of the hall. Gabriel slid to a stop, throwing his arms in the air with a cheer. "Made it!" A strand of his hair fell from his head in flames. Gabriel's eyes widened as he quickly slapped the flames off his head. That was even closer than he realized. Nicole and Sarah ran through after him. Raylan and Sergei scrambled through last.
All clear, Nicole beamed, and took off after Alexander and the others. Gabriel nodded and glanced back to check on the other recruits. He spotted a mess of bodies littering the halls, though that was probably being generous. The bodies were at the back of the hall, way in the back. Past the halfway mark, it was more of a collection of meaty chunks. Calling them bodies was being far too generous. His heart sank as he spotted the last pair of recruits still standing, trying desperately to clear the hall. One took a hard landing to a knee. She cried out in pain. The other recruit ran back for her, dragging her to their feet. Gabriel looked back toward Alexander. The hall was clear, just a transition between chambers. It was the perfect opportunity to regain ground.
Gabriel, we can't just leave them there,
Sarah pleaded. Nicole skidded to a stop and rushed back to Gabriel's side.
Don't you do it, Gabriel.
You are never going to win if you keep stopping for your lessers, Rivera,
Alexander shouted from the end of the hall. Gabriel clenched his fist as he watched the recruits trip and stumble through the beams. The path ahead of them was clear, but the back of the chamber filled with a deep crimson glow. The end of the hall filled with a laser grid rushing toward them. A round gap formed in the middle of the beams, a moving ring to dive through. They weren't going to make it. "What's the point of winning if I'm playing by his rules?" Gabriel growled. "I can't just leave them there." He ran back and took the other side of the wounded recruit. "Go, go, go!" he ordered as they ran for the exit. The gate back to safety began to seal with the slow, dull groan of metal.
"Door's closing, Gabriel. Move it, man. Move!"
Raylan shouted and waved for them to come through. Nicole wore a mix of fear and anger fixated on Gabriel, her hand reaching through the door to pull them across. Sergei planted his huge hands on the closing doors and slowed them to a crawl with his enormous strength. Sarah added the little strength she had to help him. Building heat stung at Gabriel's back. The grid was getting closer. The gates narrowed too much for all three of them to go at once. Gabriel pushed the other two first. Raylan and Nicole dragged them in as he squeezed through the shutting gate. The laser grid rushed for Gabriel's rear just as he squeezed past the crushing metal slabs. Nicole and Sarah yanked him inside. The gate crashed shut behind them with a quiet hiss and a trio of locks slapping into place. Nicole slammed Gabriel up against the wall. "What the hell were you thinking?" Her voice almost cracked with a fury in her eyes. "He was only trying to help," Sarah cried. "And you were going to let him die out there on his own." Nicole snapped back, arm pressing tighter into Gabriel's chest. "Egging him on like that, what the hell were you thinking?" "They needed help, and you know I'm not strong enough to carry anyone on my own," she insisted. Sarah's body had filled out with muscle during their training, taking her from rank 1 to a middling 2, but she was still the lightest of the group. Besides Gabriel, she had made the most dramatic changes to her physique. Raylan, Nicole, and Sergei all looked about the same. Tougher with much deeper muscle definition and darker-skinned from the merciless desert sun, but not much different from the day they arrived. Gabriel turned his attention to the two recruits picking themselves off the floor. "You two all right?" They nodded and thanked him before taking off. With a moment to shake off the pain, it looked like the other recruit was fine. "You almost got yourself killed. Had you been 1 second slower, you wouldn't be here," she growled under her breath. "My parents got themselves killed being goddamned idiots. I won't let you do the same." "Nicole," he looked into her furious gaze, tears welling up in those emerald eyes. Gabriel hadn't even considered how she would feel when he did that. He saw people in need and acted. It was simple, but if it had been Nicole risking her life like that, it was strange to feel selfish for wanting to help others. "You're right. I'm sorry. But I can't just leave people to die like Alexander. There's no point in surpassing him if I just become him in the process." "You can't save everyone either, Gabriel." Nicole pulled her weight off him with a deep breath, hands resting on his chest. I don't want to lose you to this maze or anything else." Gabriel's eyes remained fixed on hers. His heart skipped a beat, forgetting where he was until she looked away. "Look at a situation, assess how critical it is, and only save those you can." Nicole shifted her weight off to one side, meeting his gaze again. "It's called triage." "Right." "Sorry for slamming you into the wall," Nicole grumbled. Gabriel rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry for almost dying." Their gaze lingered for a moment too long before they remembered there were others around. They tore their gazes away with an awkward laugh. Nicole's cheeks were a light rosy tint, while Gabriel's may as well have been on fire. Raylan clapped his hands together, snapping them back into focus. "I hate to break up this adorable moment, but we've still got a maze to run and a killer sandstorm to avoid. So if you two lovebirds could pull it together long enough for us to get the hell out of here, I'd really appreciate it." "The maze, right." Gabriel scurried forward. He'd been so laser-focused up until that point. What the hell was wrong with him? He knew it was a mistake to let himself grow any closer to anyone, especially at a time like this. It cost him his focus when he needed it most. But it was a mistake he'd make all over again if given the choice. "Gotta catch up to Alexander." They were behind, but not out of the fight. The path ahead was still open. The maze had other plans. A groan of metal filled the hall. Powerful, earth-shaking thumps rumbled beneath their feet. The hall swung to the side. They braced themselves against the wall as their path was changed to a new hall, one full of nondescript doorways, each leading down their own path. "This is many doors, comrades. Which way?" Sergei asked from the back of the group, eyeing every entrance. "Really don't think it matters which way we go, big guy," Raylan chimed in beside him. "Me neither," Gabriel agreed. "We'll keep going forward and deal with whatever comes at us next. So long as we stick together, we'll beat this maze and Hartford." The ground beneath them shook again. Not the slow thunder of heavy machinery shifting the maze, but something faster, more rhythmic, driven by purpose. It grew louder by the second, the shaking more intense. Titus charged through a doorway, smashing into Sergei and Raylan. They were sent flying through another door that sealed behind them. Titus turned to face Gabriel, his fatigues drenched in sweat and covered in scorch marks. The man himself was intact, grinning from ear to ear. "Thought you could get away that easily, doughboy?" "Run!" Gabriel yelled, not realizing Nicole and Sarah were already in a full sprint past him. Titus took off after them. He couldn't tell if it was the man's sheer power or the momentum from all his mass letting him move so fast, but if the doors sealed after Sergei and Raylan were through, they might just save them from Titus. His thundering steps neared with every earth-shaking step he took. Gabriel glanced over his shoulder. Titus's giant hand reached for him. "Jump through," Nicole ordered. All three dove through as the door slammed down behind them. The door crumpled forward beneath Titus's momentum. Sparks flew from erupting electronics around the doorway. Titus grunted and growled as metal groaned from the man trying to tear himself free. "Door's gonna hold him, right?" Sarah stammered. "That's looking like a solid hell no. Let's get out of here." Gabriel took off. Flesh crashed against metal once more, squealing as it struggled to maintain its shape. Titus's assault on the door grew more aggressive as it started to break open. "What the hell did you do to piss him off?" Nicole yelled. The floor dropped into a slide beneath their feet, throwing them to the depths of the maze. Metal barriers rose in their path, with saw blades popping up and shooting after them. "Just focus on the maze. We'll lose him in the traps," Gabriel said, tucking his arms to his chest to gain what extra speed he could. He rolled to the side, avoiding the tracks of spinning blades and rising platforms in his path. New columns of metal smashed into their path with vicious crashes, throwing sparks into the air. A quick, angry buzz came from his right. His sleeve was shredded open. That was too close. Gabriel couldn't afford an injury in the maze,
least of all with Titus on their trail. Where Gabriel expected a slope or a ramp at the end, instead, he found a solid floor. His boots hit at the wrong angle, and rather than launching himself to his feet, he flung himself face first into the cold metal paneling. Sarah crashed onto his back with a whimper, while Nicole slid to a stop beside them. Gabriel groaned, eyes shut, as he took a deep, coppery, slurping breath through his nose. "No time to lay around. Get up!" Nicole pulled them to their feet.
"Think we lost him?"
Sarah shuddered. A fearsome roar echoed through the air as Titus crashed to a knee behind them, panting and catching his breath. "Nope." Gabriel took in the black void around them. There was no means of advancing beyond a solitary, dimly lit chamber. The longer he stared into the chamber, the tighter it seemed to get. It was the perfect place to lose an angry giant. "This way." Gabriel and his friends hurried inside the dark chamber as Titus rose to his feet and gave chase. The dim light of the room made it hard to see each other, but the bigger concern was the traps that lurked inside. He couldn't make out any details to spot a trap. Their hearing was the only warning they would get. The chamber rumbled and groaned as metal shifted around them. From the vibrations running beneath his feet, Gabriel caught movement in the shadows. The walls were closing in on them. "This is great," Gabriel said, moving through the room-compacting chamber. "Titus is going to get stuck in here easy."
"Am I now?"
Titus's voice loomed uncomfortably close behind Gabriel. A wall shot out in front of Gabriel. He tumbled over in time to feel a grasping hand brush over his collar. Gabriel barely made out the round window he'd just fallen through. The window sealed behind him with a metal hiss. Titus's arm was trapped inside, metal sheets digging into his flesh. The giant ripped his arm free, and the window sealed fully. Titus punched through. Metal squealed and whined as he smashed through. The smell of blood hung in the air, but Gabriel couldn't see how badly Titus had injured himself, nor did he care to wait and see. They scrambled through the chamber's remaining obstacles, over, under, and around walls, jumping through hoops before they were trapped inside as the walls closed in all around them. Gabriel squeezed through a tight gap, his shoulders dragging along the walls, bearing down on him before he was in the clear. The groans and hums of machinery were joined by the distressed squeals of metal. Gabriel didn't want to look back. He couldn't look back. There wouldn't be much to see in the dark, and less so with the chamber sealing behind him. Sarah and Nicole rushed through the exit first. Gabriel got caught behind the ceiling doors. The pressure built on his chest and back as he squirmed through. "Little help here?" Nicole latched onto Gabriel's arm and pulled. Sarah joined in, planting her feet on the ceiling exit to drag Gabriel out before it could crush him. They tumbled free of the crushing chamber and rushed to their feet. "You all right, Gabriel?" Sarah said. Gabriel gave a slow nod as he caught his breath. He was going to wind up a pancake had he stayed any longer there. "Thanks." With the additional light pouring in through the closing doors, they caught a glimpse of the walls pushing in on Titus. They were only slowing him down. His powerful muscles tore down the thinner walls in his path, or made machines squeal in agony as they were forced out of his way. Sarah's jaw dropped. "Jesus, how do you stop that guy?" "Man, I really wish I had my gun right now." Nicole shuddered and took off with the others after her. "Me too." Gabriel sucked down a lungful of air as they rushed to the next chamber. It was a vast, empty black void. Empty rooms were troubling enough, but this was worse. Gabriel wasn't sure if they were far ahead of the other recruits, or if the maze had just thrown them so far off course it had to adjust on the fly. Lights came online through the dark abyss as metal plates rose from the void around them. Latches popped up from the freshly assembled floor with loud hisses. Slabs of concrete rose from the ground, forming impressive walls that reached into the void above. The slabs of concrete were stamped with numbers and covered in ladders, railings, machinery, and piping that continued to be laid as they scrambled through.
It looked like some sort of industrial facility was being built around them, or some deep underground bunker. Maybe a mix of both. "Self-destruct sequence initiated. Please proceed to the emergency exit," announced a calm, droning AI voice, before explosions erupted across the facility. "Why?" Sarah let out a whimpering cry as the structure beside her exploded, raining pipes and concrete upon them. "Wouldn't be a final run without explosions," Nicole answered, jerking Sarah into another building as the structure collapsed over them. Gabriel followed them inside. Titus jumped through the window right in his path. His fatigues were torn to shatters from the previous chamber, and blood rolled down his arm, but that didn't seem to bother Titus at all.
"Run, little piggy,"
he said, chomping his teeth at Gabriel. "Yeah, I'm working on it," Gabriel said as he desperately searched for a way out. The structure rocked from powerful blasts outside. Machinery, concrete, and railings crashed around them, blocking the exits and leaving Gabriel trapped with an angry giant advancing on him. Sarah and Nicole were already on a mad dash up a stairwell, the only way out of his predicament. Gabriel steeled himself and waited for Titus to make his move. He threw a punch for Gabriel, but he was ready for it this time. Gabriel ducked under the fist. The force that thing flew with nearly threw Gabriel off balance as he darted up the stairs after Sarah and Nicole. He did not want to land on the receiving end of those fists again. More explosions rocked the structure, tearing through the piping along the concrete walls inside and outside the building. Heavy chunks of concrete rained around them. Stone and metal shot across the room like shrapnel. The stairwell groaned, shuddering under each blast as the structure unraveled around them. "Hold it together," Gabriel pleaded. Titus's thundering steps chased after him. Sarah and Nicole reached the 5th floor's catwalk, scrambling across for the building's exit. Gabriel reached it in time for another explosion to rock the building violently to the side. He latched onto the railing, only for it to snap off. He was sent swinging across the room, far away from where he needed to go. Gabriel screamed, legs flailing in the air above the burning wreckage below. He wouldn't survive that fall. No jagged concrete, flames, or rebar required. "Gabriel!" Sarah and Nicole shouted back for him. "Get out of here, damn it!" he yelled back as the catwalk and railing swung over Titus. The giant jumped for Gabriel but missed. Another blast swung the bridge back around. Titus climbed higher and jumped for the hanging catwalk. His sudden weight tore most of the catwalk free with ear-piercing shrieks of metal. It was coming down. Gabriel swung himself back onto the catwalk, waving his arms around to steady himself. He was thankful all the piping he could see had already blown. No more explosions, thank God. Then he spotted blinking red lights and olive bricks stuck to the walls and debris through the smoke. Oh, hell. One of the charges erupted in a fireball. The concussive force shook the structure as Gabriel was thrown back onto what remained of the handrail. He steadied himself and shimmied across as fast as he could. Titus staggered after him through bone-shaking blasts. Nicole and Sarah ran out through the exit as soon as Gabriel caught up. It led out across a narrow bridge. It was a straight shot to a far more solid and clean-looking piece of the chamber, separate from the industrial sector. Yellow lights flashed, illuminating the path to safety, the exit out of the chamber. They just had to survive the long run. Another structure crumbled beside them under a chain of explosions at its base, covering the chamber in a thick haze of concrete. Gabriel staggered from the blast, falling far behind Sarah and Nicole. He fell further behind still as shrapnel went flying through the air. The bridge shuddered beneath Gabriel's feet. Titus smashed through the door as the building they were just in collapsed toward them. It was crushing the bridge behind Titus in its slow, groaning crumble. At this point, Gabriel wasn't sure what motivated Titus more, survival or his desire to protect Hartford from the threat Gabriel posed to him. Whatever the case was, they ran for their lives together. Chunks of debris
rained down around them, crushing lesser structures and piping beneath their immense weight. A smokestack came crashing down ahead of them, taking out a large section of the bridge. Gabriel and Titus leapt across the gap to a warped, twisted section of bridge. They had to shimmy across if either of them wanted enough space to get by. This gave Gabriel the advantage. With his smaller body, he had much better footing and got ahead of Titus. Sarah and Nicole ran further ahead, safe from the destruction tearing through the facility behind them. Gabriel had a lot of ground to make up in order to reach safety. He passed another several more heavily damaged industrial facilities. The explosions around them built up in intensity as the self-destruct sequence approached its climax. Titus was right back on Gabriel's tail. The structure behind them crashed to the ground. It took out the bridge behind them with an earth-shattering crash. The sheer force of it flung Gabriel and Titus toward what little remained of the ruined bridge. It wobbled beneath their feet. Between all the explosions and raining debris, Gabriel didn't think the bridge would hold out for much longer. All the concrete in the air made it difficult to breathe. Gabriel coughed, wheezed, and staggered to his feet. Gabriel couldn't see Titus through all the dust in the air, but he knew better than to hang around and ask questions he didn't want the answers to. Gabriel rushed out of the haze and spotted Nicole and Sarah waiting for him. "Come on, Gabriel, you can do it," Nicole called out. Gabriel coughed up dust and pulled in fresh air. He swung his arm for them to keep moving. Standing still in the maze was never a good idea. Nicole hesitated, then said, "We'll wait for you at the end of the chamber." She pulled Sarah on by the arm. They left the ruined bridge to the illuminated path ahead of Gabriel and headed for the exits. Sarah and Nicole were the only recruits Gabriel had seen in the chamber with them. If there were any poor souls behind Gabriel and Titus, he did not want to be them. The ruined bridge was the only way to the exit Gabriel could see. "Self-destruct sequence completing in 5," the AI voice droned. The explosions behind them increased in frequency and intensity. The floor ahead of them groaned and creaked as it began to rise, carrying away the exit with it into the air. They sprinted up the increasing slope. Sarah and Nicole were far along the wall when its rise began. They were going to make it. Gabriel's odds weren't looking so good. He was at the start of the path, sprinting up an ever-increasing incline. If he slowed down even a little bit, there was a good chance he wasn't going to make it.
"I'm not done with you yet, Rivera," Titus howled.
He climbed up the increasing incline with frightening speed. The giant was caked from head to toe in dust, spotted by crimson streaks. "You don't know when to quit, do you?" Gabriel shouted back. Sarah and Nicole scrambled over the edge of the wall. They were safe. Gabriel pushed harder, faster. His hands and feet started to slip against the metal plates. "Almost there, just a bit more," Nicole shouted, reaching down for his hand with Sarah when the wall snapped forward to a full 90 degrees. Gabriel's fingers brushed over theirs. Gravity sank its claws into him. His eyes went wide with fear. The chamber beneath them trembled. One final wave of powerful explosions demolished the facility the maze assembled in minutes as he plummeted toward Titus. The giant flailed for anything to grab onto, but all he found was Gabriel slamming into his chest as they fell through the heavens. Chapter 41. Titus crashed to the rubble below with a heavy crunch. It sounded like something cracked inside Titus, something important. Gabriel slammed into Titus. Another crack followed. Something definitely broke inside Titus. He didn't stick around to find out what. Titus may have broken Gabriel's fall, but that wasn't saying much. He may as well have hit a lightly padded rock. Gabriel crawled off Titus in a daze, his world blurring in and out of focus. He needed to get away from Titus before he got up, if he even survived the fall. Gabriel wasn't going to take that chance. He groped through the darkness and haze for a rock, a piece of rebar, anything he could use to defend himself. A sharp cough interrupted his search. The taste of blood filled his mouth. That landing did more damage than he'd realized, but adrenaline kept him going. "Self-destruct sequence completed. Have a nice day," the AI voice announced. The haze around Gabriel thinned slowly. Everything around him was too heavy, crumbling, or on fire to be of any use to him. If anything was shooting at them, the heavy concrete and steel debris around them would have made for great cover. That didn't do Gabriel any favors. He turned his head to a way out of the demolished facility.
"Ugh, my head,"
rumbled Titus behind him. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. How the hell are you still alive? He scurried for cover as quickly as he could, behind a slab of shattered concrete. Titus tore himself free from the crater his body left in the debris and scanned his surroundings.
Come out, wherever you are, little piggy."
Titus gave a pained chuckle, rolling his shoulder.
"It's just the two of us now."
He pulled up a piece of rebar with concrete stuck to its end. The thing was a maul.
"You're in my kitchen now."
Swinging his head back and forth, Titus wandered off away from Gabriel. He let out a quiet, relieved breath. So long as Gabriel could stay out of sight, he could try to find a way out of this mess. A soft buzzing filled the air, pulling Gabriel's attention toward the lights above. Drones flew in overhead. Their blue scanner lights swept across rubble and wreckage. Beneath each drone hung a heavy rifle. They were the same drones James showed Gabriel, packing the same rifle, too. Gabriel's hairs stood on end from the familiar electric twinge of a scanner's sweep. The drone's blue light shifted to red with an angry binaric screech. It opened fire, each shot knocking the drone back through the air, its propellers fighting to stabilize the craft. "Shit!" Gabriel hissed through his teeth, scrambling out of his shattering cover. A swarm of drones chased after him. Their angry buzz was enough to give away his general location, but the brilliant tracers crashing around Gabriel may as well have been a neon sign. Titus grinned.
"There you are. Come here, so I can tenderize your ass."
He hefted up his makeshift maul. "No thanks," Gabriel shouted back as rounds snapped past. They sliced through his fatigues, blew chunks out of the debris around him, or outright shot clean through if it was thin enough. It would have been bad enough if those drones were armed with pistol calibers, but those rifles did not screw around. If he could just get his hands on one of those rifles, Gabriel knew he could turn his situation around. Drones, Titus, it didn't matter. A C-38 halberd would even the playing field. Gabriel slid across the rubble, scooping up a handful of freshly made rocks, too small to knock out a drone. He rolled behind cover. Rounds crashed in his wake before tearing into the slab of concrete. It was thick, but the poor chunk of debris was crumbling under the abuse. The drones stopped firing. They exchanged a quick chain of messages, then dispersed, blue beams of light sweeping across the area. If Gabriel had to guess, the drones had to have some sort of limiter on them to make them so inaccurate, and honestly kind of dumb. Maybe they were just old and worn out. He'd seen footage of how deadly accurate and efficient drones were at dispatching targets, and this was definitely not peak performance. Gabriel counted each and every one of his blessings. He peeked around the corner. Titus was roaming in his general direction. He was completely in the open, and the drones hadn't noticed him yet. That was a problem Gabriel could easily fix. Gabriel dove out of cover and rushed after the giant. He gave a sharp whistle just to make sure all eyes were on him. Titus smirked.
"Oh, you're coming toward me?"
"Can't kick your ass if I don't get closer," he snapped back, chucking a handful of rocks at the giant. It was useless. They bounced off him like children's toys. What wasn't useless was the angry binary cries behind him and the vicious buzz of drones rushing toward his location. Titus didn't bother shielding himself from Gabriel's attack. Instead,
Titus swung his maul at him. Gabriel slid between Titus's legs, narrowly evading the maul. As he did, he slashed at Titus's thigh with a sharp rock. Titus fell to the knee, clutching his open wound. Enhanced or not, Titus still bled, and if he bled, Gabriel could kill him. Titus whirled about.
"Game's over, doughboy."
He raised the maul over his head. Red light bathed Titus. An angry chorus of binary filled the air. "We're just getting started," Gabriel smirked, as if gunfire rang out. Titus lurched forward with a snarl, clipped at the side by a round. Angry, buzzing drones flew past them in wild gun runs. The giant swung his maul across the air, crushing several drones in one go. Gabriel scrambled to his feet and rushed off, shots trailing behind him. His wrist comp timer flashed. 1 hour remained. The storm warning remained critical, without any sort of ETA. For all the technology they had, predicting the weather was still a guessing game. Killer storm or not, it didn't matter if Gabriel couldn't leave the maze. He needed an out. Gabriel scampered up what remained of a collapsed structure, reaching what could vaguely be called the 3rd floor. A thick pile of rubble and crushed metal furniture was a sight for sore eyes. He took cover behind it and kept his eyes and ears open for pursuing drones. The drones had lost track of Gabriel. It was no wonder why. Titus was still out in the open, and he was a far bigger threat than Gabriel could ever hope to be. The huge man swatted drones out of the sky like bugs, and anything less than a direct hit did little more than enrage him. Okay, so I might need a bigger gun, Gabriel thought. But those halberd rifles were the biggest weapon available to him. The drones were too inaccurate for their own good. Luckily, Titus hadn't gone for a gun. Inaccurate or not, quantity was a quality all its own. Sooner or later, one of those drones would hit something important, and they hogged all of Titus's attention. Warning: Sector 2934 will begin recycling protocols shortly. Please evacuate the area at your earliest convenience, the AI announced through the chamber. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Gabriel whispered to himself, scanning through the remaining haze and gloom for any possible exits. There was nothing he could see. The edges of the chamber were too deep in the darkness to make out any detail. The visibility problem was swiftly corrected by a molten substance flowing into the chamber. Lava? Gabriel wondered. It certainly looked the part, but the rising temperatures weren't encouraging his curiosity.
"Gotcha,"
Titus snarled, smashing his maul through the rubble. Gabriel threw himself off the side of the broken structure, crashing through a couple of floors of debris, cutting and scraping his body on the way down. "When the hell did you get here?" he coughed out.
"Should have been paying more attention, doughboy,"
Titus said with a smug grin, and leaped down after him. Gabriel's heart pounded as he scrambled back from the giant. The situation was only made worse by the returning angry buzz of drones. Their guns thumped away at them as Gabriel rushed to his feet. He grabbed rocks as he went, flinging them at the drones. Rocks bounced harmlessly off the drones, doing little more than knocking them around in the air. One lucky throw sent a heavy rock right into a drone's propeller. It broke apart in a quick spray of sparks. The machine squealed out an alarm as it spun out of control right for Titus. Titus smashed the drone out of the air and crushed it underfoot. Seriously, what the hell are you made of? Titus's maul had been reduced to nothing more than the rebar he used for a handle. In his hands, it was still an effective tool to swat drones out of the air.
"Why are you running, doughboy? You'll only die tired," he taunted.
Gabriel pushed himself to run as fast as he could. Titus's earth-shaking steps gained on him faster than he'd like. Not even the rough terrain did anything to slow Titus down. Rivers of molten metal and concrete formed across the ruined chamber. Gabriel came to a skidding stop, nearly face-planting to his death. His path forward was blocked. There was no way he could cross the burning river. The taste of salt mixed with his own blood and a hint of steel. Thick beads of sweat rolled down his body, stinging at his wounds as he searched for a way around.
"It's getting hot in here, Rivera. Why don't you do me a favor and die already?"
Titus growled, throwing his rebar like a javelin. The metal spear impaled itself into the molten metal, glowing orange as soon as it joined the molten flow. Gabriel considered taking the glowing rebar and using it against Titus, but he was pretty sure he was going to lose that fight. His eyes landed on a narrow patch of the river. It was his way out. He rushed over and hopped across. I need a weapon. Gabriel's mind went back to the drones Titus crushed. They weren't too far. He just needed to reach them before the smoldering ruins consumed them too. Gabriel hopped from one island of rubble to another, crossing the ruins as more drones circled around him. They wobbled in the air above the molten flow. Maybe they couldn't handle the heat. A drone shattered to pieces as it took aim at him, splashing into the molten river beneath it. Another drone spun out of control into the glowing river. Titus was hurling rocks at him, big ones. The number of drones in the air was quickly dwindling to a handful. Titus had just about taken out the drone swarm on his own, with nothing more than a makeshift maul and rocks, and there was barely a scratch on him. The man was terrifying. Pretty soon there wasn't going to be anything left standing between him and Gabriel. The pile of broken drones quickly came into view. Gabriel hopped from one jutting pile of concrete to another. A large gap of molten death stood between him and a treasure trove of guns. No pressure, he told himself, and took off into a sprinting jump. Gabriel cleared the gap with a rough landing. His boot slipped on a pile of rocks, sending him wobbling backwards toward a quick, burning death. Gabriel swung his body forward with his core muscles, dropping to all fours. Too close. Gabriel crawled forward to the pile of broken drones. He dug through piles of dead machines, scattering metal and plastics everywhere. There had to be rifles there. Sure enough, there were. Shattered, mangled, and completely useless other than a surviving pistol grip that wasn't going to be doing any shooting on its own. The rifles were useless. A shadow loomed over him. Gabriel looked back in horror as Titus lunged for him. The giant's hand curled around his throat and slammed him to the ground before he was jerked into the air like a child's toy.
"Gotta say, little piggy, that was a fun run around you gave me. But you're done for now."
His grip tightened on Gabriel's neck. Titus's body was peppered with gunshots, biting deep into his thick muscles. Blood oozed out around the wounds, but not deep enough to hit anything important. Gabriel really did not give the drones enough credit. "Just what the hell are you made of?" Gabriel would have asked if his throat wasn't being crushed by Titus. Gabriel gurgled and slammed that pistol grip for all it was worth down on the giant's arm to no effect. He tried desperately to pull Titus's grip from his throat with his free hand, while his feet kicked uselessly in the air. One desperate kick found its way to a tender rib. Titus snarled, loosening his grip. Gabriel tried to slip free, but Titus quickly recovered, slamming Gabriel into the ground.
"You insufferable brat. I was going to give you a quick death, but now we're going to go nice and slow. I'm going to enjoy killing you."
Gabriel coughed, struggling to breathe under Titus's grasp. His hands groped at the rubble for something, anything he could use to defend himself. He snagged a handful of ruined drone parts as he was raised in the air once more and smashed them across Titus's face. The giant recoiled, blood streaming down his face, but his grip did not waver. Gabriel was slammed to the ground again. Wheezing, the world went black at the edge of his vision, even as the temperature continued to build around them. Desperate hands felt around the rubble once more. They landed on a chunk of concrete, rough, sharp, dangerous. Titus raised Gabriel in the air again. Gabriel took a death grip on Titus's elbow and raised the rock. One singular thought screamed through his mind. "I'm not
dying here. Gabriel brought the sharp rock down with all the strength he had left. A crimson glow trailed the swing. Blood gushed out of Titus's arm as he screamed. He tried to maintain his slackening grip, but in recoiling from the pain, he lost his balance on the very drones he destroyed. As Titus fell, Gabriel was flung from his grasp, roiling to a stop inches away from the molten flow. Gabriel gasped for precious, burning breaths and coughed up a lung while he was at it. Fighting was not working out. He had to run. As Gabriel pushed himself back onto shaky legs, he wondered about the glow once more. He didn't think he had the strength in him to do any real damage to Titus. Even the cut he scored on the giant's thigh earlier was just a deep scratch. Glancing back at Titus, the man's forearm had been gouged open. That hand wasn't going to work again any time soon. Gabriel pushed the distraction out of his mind. The glow he saw wasn't real. It couldn't be real. There was no such thing as magic. It was just his mind trying to rationalize his crazy, adrenaline-fueled strength. That had to be it. He jumped across the gap of molten metal and concrete. The rivers around them were growing into a burning lake that swallowed islands whole. If Gabriel was going to get out, it was now or never. At the opposite end of the chamber, a broken-down series of piping collapsed into a large island of rubble. It formed a makeshift ramp and bridge across to the exit, if the exit was still connected to anything. Titus screamed in agony as he threw himself to his feet. He locked eyes with Gabriel and charged. There was no time to plan his path across the molten chamber. Gabriel had to reach the exit before Titus took hold of him again. The look of pure hatred on Titus's face told Gabriel he was going to die a quick and painful death if he did. Yellow warning lights spun on line. Alarms blared across the chamber. Walls on either side of the enormous chamber trundled toward them, compacting the ruins to speed up the recycling process. It was not a good day. The compacting chamber sped up the rise of glowing orange rivers. Precious islands of debris melted away beneath Gabriel's feet. Every shred of the chamber shook with a growing intensity as enormous machinery crushed the ruins together. Gabriel's paths to the exit were quickly dwindling, and it made keeping an eye on Titus nearly impossible.
"On your 6,"
Titus growled, landing behind Gabriel and rushing forth. Gabriel scrambled over pieces of glowing concrete and metal to another island as a flow of superheated death cut Titus off. "Try harder, big boy," Gabriel taunted, and promptly tripped over a hunk of debris. His boot had snagged on a drone. This one was missing all of its propellers, but otherwise looked mostly intact, its C-38 halberd included. The deactivated drone had a few mags knocked loose from it as well. "Yes!" Gabriel cheered, pocketing the spare mags before kicking the drone over and going through the process of releasing the weapon. Oh no. The latches were jammed. Without tools to remove the drone, carrying and aiming the rifle was going to be a problem. At the same time, his small island shrank by the second. Wait, I can just burn the drone off. If that brilliant idea didn't roll his intellect over to rank 2, he was going to be pissed. Gabriel shoved the drone into the rising lake, threatening to swallow his island whole. He grit his teeth, hands reddening at the intense heat, until the rifle suddenly became much lighter. Gabriel tugged his prize free, a fully portable and very angry C-38 halberd. A bit of extra metal never hurt anyone. His joy quickly turned to desperation as his little island shrank. The way out of the melting chamber was getting harder to reach by the second, and even the pile of debris leading to safety was being swallowed up by the rising tide of molten debris. One of the taller ruins toppled over as one of the compactors hit it. Heavy pieces of rubble rolled across the molten lake, giving him a brief path forward before his boots started melting. He hopped across, wobbling and fighting for balance on unsteady, uneven, and crumbling pieces of debris, right on through to another sturdier island. There was no sign of Titus around him. Gabriel hoped that meant Titus was completely cut off from him, or had gotten himself killed.
He wasn't sure how he felt about thinking that, but Gabriel wasn't looking forward to killing anyone either. He only did what he had to in order to survive. The few remaining drones turned their sights on Gabriel. He raised the rifle, unsure of whether or not he should risk giving away his position. The drones didn't give him a choice. They opened fire, and Gabriel replied in kind. He shot one of the drones out of the air, sending it splashing into the molten lake below. He turned to the next drone when he realized how quickly his path to freedom was dwindling. He had to run. Gabriel hopped across the burning lake, taking potshots at any targets that presented themselves. His first magazine emptied fast as he shot drones out of the sky. One drone crashed into the superheated flow behind him, erupting as its ammo cooked off and flew in every direction. Gabriel made it to the large island. The pipes leading up were a long run ahead, but compared to the game of The Floor is Lava he'd been playing, the path was clear. Almost there. He took out another drone and quickly looted its ammo. Gabriel swapped to a fresh mag as he ran across the final island. It was a vast stretch of ruined structures that once towered above the facility the maze had built for them. The island's jagged slope led up to the broken pipes he spotted through a jungle of concrete, jutting rebar, and ruined machinery. There were too many places to hide for his comfort, and too many places to trip and earn a potentially fatal wound. The situation was made worse as another group of drones caught up to him. His shots went wide in his mad dash, while the drones zeroed in on him. Gabriel took cover behind a pillar and took on a half-dozen drones on his tail. One after another, he blew them to pieces, burning through ammunition as the drones took evasive action. With only 2 shots left in his magazine, the skies were finally clear. Just in time. He was down to his last mag. Gabriel ejected his magazine and resumed his sprint. A wild growl came from his side. Something slammed into him, something big. Gabriel flew across the jagged rubble, snarling at all the cuts and bruises tearing at his body.
"You're not getting out of here alive, Rivera. Anomalies like you are too dangerous to allow to live. You're too big a threat to my boy."
Gabriel coughed, sputtered, and wheezed. What the fuck is an anomaly? Titus must have been talking about Gabriel's amazing rise through the ranks. That was the only thing that came to mind at the moment. Titus's huge hands clenched into shaky fists.
"My little king's gonna rule this world. Neither you nor anyone else is gonna keep him from his destiny."
Gabriel pulled himself off a chunk of rock that jabbed into his bleeding side. What kind of king can't handle his own damn problems? He mocked the giant, slamming his last magazine into his rifle. Titus rushed Gabriel. Gabriel chambered around and fired. Rounds slammed into Titus's side, arms, and legs, each shot flying out with such force that even the giant slowed and staggered back, but it didn't stop his advance. Damn it, my aim's as messed up as I am. Gabriel would just have to take slowing down Titus as his only win. He dragged himself to his feet and ran, taking potshots at Titus as he went. The giant was gaining on Gabriel. Even as he wobbled and swayed with every step, Gabriel's bullets weren't punching clean through all that muscle, but they were clearly doing damage. He had to try something else. The maze did not allow for a readdressing of his tactics. The crushing walls slammed into their island. Gabriel crashed to his back, skidding to a painful halt as the back of his fatigues were stripped and much of his flesh with it. Titus landed on top of him with a pained whisper. Gabriel never expected to hear such a pathetic sound from that mountain of a man, but now was not the time for mercy. Before Titus could recover, Gabriel pushed his rifle to Titus's throat. It didn't matter how tough his augments made him. At point-blank range, there was no chance that bullet wasn't going clean through. Gabriel just hoped he still actually had bullets. Titus froze. Exhausted, deep brown eyes locked on his.
Easy there, Rivera. Don't want to do anything hasty now."
Gabriel inspected the giant. Blood flowed thick from deeper wounds on Titus. The shots he'd scored managed to dig deeper into Titus than the drones had. It was one of the perks of shooting from such close range. Maybe he nicked something important, or one of his rounds reached deep enough to tumble inside Titus and do some real damage. Or maybe a gun to the throat was a quick way to change even the most aggressive man's tune. Feeling awful hasty right about now, Gabriel tightened his grip on the rifle, fingers sinking onto the trigger.
Come on, boy. You've never killed someone before. You don't know what it's like, how it eats at your conscience,
Titus pleaded. Real fucking remorseful talk from the man that's been trying to kill me all this time. Titus was right, though. For all of Gabriel's talk about joining the military and defending his country, not once had the consequences of killing someone crossed his mind. With all the guilt he felt over failing to save people, he couldn't imagine it going well for him. That wasn't about to pull Gabriel's finger off the trigger. Why the hell shouldn't I kill you? The barrel pressed tighter against Titus's throat.
I just want to see my boy again,
Titus begged in his deep, baritone voice.
One last time, before I die. Please, Gabriel. I was already denied the chance to say goodbye to my family once. Don't take this away from me.
His voice bubbled with blood, cutting right through Gabriel's soul.
I know it's not the same, but I imagine that was what your father wanted in his last moments.
Gabriel's finger tightened on the trigger. The trigger's resistance loosened bit by bit.
To see his son one last time.
A weary smile tugged at his lips. A thin red trail ran down his chin. Gabriel snarled and kicked his way out from underneath the giant. Titus struggled to push himself up to his knees. The damage Gabriel had done was worse than he imagined. Titus was bleeding heavily, taking in ragged, bubbling breaths. This man was already dead. Wouldn't it be a mercy to end him now? Gabriel trained his rifle on Titus's head, lips tight, breathing sharp through his nose. The island trembled harder as it was crushed around them. The lake of molten debris climbed toward them. Gabriel backed away, teeth clenched together, his sights trembling over their target. He couldn't do this. He couldn't execute someone. Not like this. I won't kill you. Gabriel lowered his rifle. But I don't have to save you, either. It didn't matter if he pulled the trigger or not. Titus's fate would be the same. Gabriel whirled about and scrambled up the pipes, rifle dragging at his side. He constantly looked over his shoulder, expecting Titus to make him regret his choice to spare him. Titus lurched onto his feet and dragged himself forward. The island of rubble was slowly swallowed by flames and crushed by the maze's machinery all around him. He made his choice. The maze can have him if it wants. Gabriel tore his gaze away. He couldn't bear to watch Titus die either. It was a stupid decision. He was sparing someone who tried multiple times to kill him. Someone who had shown an incredible ability to take punishment that would have killed a lesser man and keep hunting his prey. Gabriel kept expecting to hear the sound of thundering steps at his back, to feel the shaking ground beneath his feet as the giant approached. There was nothing. Just the maze, going about its business. He looked at his ammo counter. 10 rounds left. Gabriel had every reason and the means to end Titus, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Alexander was right about one thing. He was still too soft. Gabriel tossed the rifle into the molten lake below. It was only slowing him down now. He had a maze to finish, and a score to settle with Hartford. Chapter 42. Leaning against the wall for support, Gabriel dragged himself through the exit corridor. A faint trail of crimson droplets and smears were left in his wake from the cut at his side. Without an immediate threat to flood his body with adrenaline, he was all too aware of the damage. Gabriel's back was bruised, battered, cut up. Pain pulsed from deep within his body, probably internal, hopefully not serious. Gabriel pushed through the pain. He had to. Time was running out. Gabriel slowly built his speed back up as he rushed from one chamber to the next. Winding and twisting paths took him higher into the maze without a clue as to how much ground he had left to cover before reaching an exit. Chambers crashed into one another as the vast machinery of the maze shifted. Gabriel was thrown from one side to the other as he scrambled through every hellish trap the maze threw at him. Rooms came up with wildly shifting platforms, circuses of swinging, spinning, and shooting blades, and pillars with collapsing floors and deadly lasers, sometimes all at once. Those were only some of the obstacles Gabriel encountered. When the maze introduced a squadron of drones into the chaos, Gabriel regretted his life choices immediately. He should have kept the gun. Gabriel made his rank 4 in willpower and endurance work for him. He muscled his way through every challenge the maze threw at him. By the time he reached another transition hall, he was exhausted but still drawing breath. That was what mattered. He slowed down to regain his breath. He still had over a half-hour left before he was out of time. Gabriel hoped his friends were still alive. He hoped all the extra time he put in to help train up the other recruits helped them survive. With a deep breath, he resumed his march. He was only going to find out if he made it out alive. Nothing was going to stop him. The floor collapsed beneath him with a sharp, mechanical hiss. "Son of a—" Gabriel was cut off as his arm clipped a wall or something. He couldn't make out his surroundings as he fell through a dark tunnel. Small lights flitted by now and then. Maybe he could get a grip on something. Gabriel felt around the darkness, finding a cold metal bar to latch onto. His muscles screamed as he was suddenly decelerated. His knuckles went white, trying to maintain his grip, and slammed into the wall. In the faint light, thin rivulets of crimson spilled down his arm. Even his gloves were in ruins. Glancing down, Gabriel could only assume it was a very long way down. The rest of the tunnel was illuminated by small light bars attached to the grips. They were just big enough for a pair of hands to grab onto. He reached up to see if he could climb back up, but nothing was within reach. Gabriel kicked at the air beneath him. There was nothing to get any sort of footing on. The walls were far too smooth for that, and the next light bar too far down for his feet to reach. Down was the only way forward. Sucking down a deep breath, Gabriel braced himself for what he had to do. He dropped from one set of grips to the next, sometimes having to jump across the tunnel to make another safe drop. Gabriel strained to maintain their grip with blood and sweat-slicked hands. The lower he went, the larger the gaps between the grips became. The increasing momentum added increasing strain to his exhausted muscles. There's gotta be a bottom to this place. At least that was the hope. Not one single bottomless pit he'd ever seen in the past had a means to climb them. They never opened with such little warning either. Maybe he got sloppy in his exhaustion and missed the warning signs. But the tunnel definitely looked like it was meant to be a challenge rather than a death sentence. While his mind tried to comprehend his predicament, Gabriel made another jump. His hand slipped on the grip. The other couldn't hold on alone. He plunged into the darkness. Bars of glowing white sped past like stars in space. Gabriel slapped down a hand on another metal bar. Metal groaned against the flesh of his burning hand, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Gabriel went tumbling through the dark. Another sharp, mechanical hiss reached his ears, this time from below. Another trapdoor? Light poured into the world around him. Gabriel crashed onto his side. Groaning and wheezing, Gabriel rolled himself onto all fours. "Gotta stop doing that," he said to himself, and laughed. He was exhausted but glad to be alive.
He took a moment to catch his breath and shake out the pain when the sound of rushing boots caught his attention. "Gabriel!" A soft, sweet voice called out. It was Sarah, and Nicole was with her. They stopped to pull him onto his feet. Nicole hugged him tightly. "You made it!" "Ow!" he groaned out, more exhausted than in pain. "Sorry." Nicole quickly pulled back. "How the hell did you make it out of that mess?" "I'll tell you about it later." Gabriel slipped out of their grasp and walked off the pane down the long, curved hallway. "After we get out of this mess." He glanced at the hall ahead of them. Smooth, clean walls, floors, no indentations or strange scuff marks. There wasn't a single hint of traps. Maybe they were in a safe transition room, or it was another feint by the maze. Gabriel couldn't really be sure, and he didn't want to stick around to find out. Sarah gasped. "Jesus, you're a mess." "You should see the other guy." Gabriel winced at his own joke. "How'd you two end up behind me anyway? Please tell me you weren't waiting for me." Nicole frowned. "What if we did? You got a problem with that?" "A little bit." A pained, toothy grin pulled at his lips. "I don't want you dying for me." Nicole groaned in response and gently slapped him upside the head. Sarah rolled her eyes. "Don't be dumb, Gabriel. You know we can't wait in the maze. It's always changing. We probably got turned around a few dozen times." "Or made awful time," Nicole interjected. Sarah nodded. "We can't really know for sure. No one's ever told us if this maze runs on some sort of preset pattern at random, or if Command is actively screwing with us, or if there's some freaky AI calling the shots around here. The handbook doesn't have anything on the subject either." "That's true." Gabriel winced. The bleeding at his side slowed. His wound started to heal over. It hadn't been as bad as it felt. "Have you seen Raylan or Sergei? Alexander?" "Haven't seen any of them, but lots of other recruits are still alive," Sarah said. "Most of the ones that showed up to train with us, too." "Glad to hear it." Gabriel smiled. The room shuddered and shifted without warning, straightening out the curved hall into a long stretch without end. Gabriel's eyes widened at the scuff marks on the edge of the floor paneling. It wasn't going to stay beneath their feet for long. Boots crashed against the floor behind them in a mad dash. "Out of the way!" Alexander cried out from the end of the back of the hall. Between him and another of his men, Valentino, they carried Titus. Titus's breathing was labored, and his fatigues were soaked dark with the blood flowing from his wounds. But he was alive. He was far more durable than Gabriel could have imagined, to have dragged himself out of their molten battleground with those wounds. Titus's tenacity, while astounding, wasn't nearly as surprising as the sheer look of fear and concern on Alexander's face. It was unsettling to see him show that level of concern for anyone else. Maybe there really was a human being buried beneath the monster after all. Gabriel's ears perked up at the familiar, sickening screech of metal grinding against metal. The floor was collapsing behind Alexander and Titus. "Run!" Gabriel ordered, and took off down the hall. His wounds complained at the sudden exertion, but fresh adrenaline quickly flushed the pain right out of his system. The hall around them thundered with a deafening crash, throwing them across the hall. Gabriel staggered back to his feet in time for another crash to fling him in the opposite direction. Alexander and his group staggered, but kept pushing forward. Hartford didn't have a scratch on him from the maze run thus far. His fatigues were caked in sweat and soaked in Titus's blood, but otherwise he was intact. Valentino wasn't so fortunate. The side of his body had been slashed open in 4 different places, leaving his fatigues stained with dry blood. Gabriel couldn't have imagined Zachary or even Vargas would ever leave Alexander alone. Maybe they were cut off, or had a falling out over coming back for Titus. But how would they even find Titus? Gabriel remembered Alexander and his crew
had special perks the rest of the recruits didn't. They probably had a map of the maze for just such an occasion. Alexander and Valentino struggled to carry Titus between them. There was simply too much of the man. The collapsing floors were gaining on them. Titus was trying his best to keep up, but his wounds got the better of him. He collapsed to a knee. Try as he might, Titus could not stand. He threw Alexander and Valentino ahead of him, then mouthed a silent plea Gabriel couldn't make out. Alexander rushed back for Titus, trying to pull him back to his feet, but he was no better than a child trying to lift their parent. Titus was simply too heavy for anyone to carry on their own. Gabriel couldn't help but be reminded of the little girl in the yellow coat, trying to save her mother during the evacuation. It was a heart-wrenching sight, even if it was Alexander suffering. "We gotta go, Gabriel," Nicole yelled, tugging him back to his feet and running. He couldn't look away. Titus pulled Alexander close. There was a brief exchange of words, then he flung Alexander down the hall with all his remaining might. "Titus!" Alexander screamed as he slid across the floor. Titus turned his gaze to Gabriel. He gave him a grudging nod and shut his eyes, accepting his fate. The platform beneath him collapsed. He was gone in an instant. Alexander slammed his fist into the ground and rushed to a sprint. His jaw clenched, his eyes shut tight with a single tear rolling down his cheek. Valentino struggled to keep up with Alexander. He held a hand to his side as blood spilled through his fingers. The makeshift bandages he had underneath had come loose. Valentino lagged further and further behind. Nicole and Sarah tore Gabriel away from the slow-motion train wreck unfolding before his eyes. "Let's go, Gabriel," Sarah pleaded. Gabriel snapped back into focus and ran. They had to clear the hall, or the same trap coming for Alexander and Valentino was going to take them out next. The platforms ahead dropped. "Jump!" Gabriel shouted. Sarah and Nicole threw themselves across the gap, landing with perfect rolls. Gabriel jumped after them, tumbling on the other side. "Let's keep going," Sarah said, between deep, ragged breaths. "Good call," Nicole replied, wiping the sweat off her brow. Gabriel looked back to check on Alexander and Valentino, certain they were both fine, even the lagging Valentino. They weren't. Valentino slowed down too much. He screamed as the platform beneath him gave way, sending him to the depths below. Alexander ran with all his strength, reaching the gap Gabriel and his group had just crossed. The collapsing platforms closed the gap too quickly. The last platform gave way underneath Alexander. He dove across the chasm, but it wasn't enough to clear the jump. His chest slammed onto the platform across the gap, but there was nothing to grab onto. Flesh squealed against metal as Alexander slipped into the abyss. His eyes locked with Gabriel's in a silent plea. His mouth refused to form. Hand stretched out, begging for his life. Somewhere deep down at the very bottom of his heart, Gabriel wanted to let Alexander fall. So many current and future problems could be avoided by a simple lack of action, and humanity's future set onto a better path. Not like this. Gabriel clasped Alexander's arm and pulled him to safety with a strained growl. He lost his balance in the process, sending the two crashing onto the metal floor with a loud thump. Alexander lay atop of him for the briefest moment before Gabriel tossed him aside. The two stood up and looked at one another. "Why? Why did you do that?" Alexander asked. Was that confusion or anger in his voice? Maybe it was both. It was hard to get a read on Alexander's trembling voice. Gabriel's mind struggled with the same question, but deep down he knew the answer. A breathy laugh escaped Gabriel. "Not going to let the maze have you, Hartford. I fought too hard for my win to be handed to me." Only after he finished speaking did he realize how Alexander could take that joke. It was the wrong place, the wrong time, and the wrong person for it. Alexander's face flushed red, his brow tight and trembling. It was like watching a lion trying to decide if he should eat the mouse that just saved his life or thank him. Alexander's fist slammed into the wall past Gabriel's head. "I am no weakling, Rivera," he snarled through his teeth with red, misty eyes. "No deadweight." Gabriel turned to see the damage. His breath caught in his throat at the deep dent beside his head. "Watch yourself." Alexander took off. A quivering breath escaped Gabriel. They were so close to the edge. A quick throw was all it would have taken for Alexander to end him. Yet he spared Gabriel. Whether it was a point of pride or simply returning the favor was a mystery to him. At least they were still alive. Sarah whistled. "Oh, you've gone and done it now. That kid just had his ego stomped on for the first time." Nicole gave Gabriel a curious stare. "Why'd you save him anyway, of all people?" "I couldn't live with myself if I became like him," he murmured, as his eyes fixed on his gloved hand, bleeding beneath the torn fabric. "Nothing is worth that price. Not even beating Hartford." Their wrist comps chimed and flashed warnings. The countdown fell under 30 minutes. Chapter 43. There was a distinct lack of challenge from the maze for the next few chambers. While it was a welcome relief, it put Gabriel on edge. At any moment, he expected some horrible death trap to kick down a wall, or another event that wasn't supposed to happen, like the Agadir they encountered in training. Nothing ever came. Instead, they were allowed to recover precious energy for whatever came next. "This is just the kind of thing that happens right before a boss fight," Gabriel commented. Nicole snorted. "Oh, come on. They wouldn't set this up like a video game. We are literally running around with character sheets strapped to our arm, Nicole. I think that ship has sailed." Sarah laughed. Nicole opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. "Okay, yeah, you're probably right." They arrived at a large, crowded corridor. Recruits were crammed shoulder to shoulder, the air thick with sweat and old blood. So many recruits crammed into one place was never a good thing. It always made them easy pickings for whatever horrible twist the maze was about to throw at them. Yet the maze didn't. There was a commotion to the front of the pack, with recruits shouting and cheering others on. Then they fell silent. Gabriel pushed his way through the mass of recruits, seeing faces from his company and several more he didn't recognize. "What's going on up here?" Gabriel asked as he reached the front. Oh, shit. A gargantuan chamber spread out before them, among the largest he had seen in the Crucible, somewhere between the flooding city maze and the mock-up industrial area Gabriel faced down Titus in. Platforms floated across the air on hover engines in different paths through the place. Some went low, others high, while others still passed uncomfortably close to one another. No matter which path a recruit took, each one was as deadly as the last. A wall segment shot out, slamming into a recruit. Gabriel swore he heard a crack as a spray of blood left the recruit, and they plunged to the waters below. Another recruit jumped from rope to rope, only for the next rope to release, sending him to join the other in the waters. Red laser beams swept across the chamber now and again, shooting up jets of steam as they carved through the water's surface. And those were just some of the traps ahead of them. All paths led to a central area toward the end. It was guarded by a lone man clad in black. A group of 3 recruits managed to cross the obstacles, only to run into him. Whirling his quarterstaff about, the man took on the recruits. One recruit slid under a swing and took off running for the exit. The next one caught the quarterstaff across his face, sending her spiraling over the edge of the arena. The third took the staff to the gut, hunching over in pain. The man in black snapped his staff up, cracking him on the chin and leaving him sprawled out on the arena floor. Gabriel glanced back at Nicole and Sarah. "Called it." Sarah didn't say a word, but the way she tensed up and shrank in on herself told Gabriel enough. She was not looking forward to this at all. Nicole grimaced. "This is going to be a shit show." "Yeah, we just can't catch a break, huh?" Gabriel chuckled. "You're telling me," Raylan muttered, resting his head on his fist. His fatigues were in tatters and stained with blood, but there were no serious injuries visible on Raylan. It was someone else's blood. "Been watching this mess for a while now, and I still can't figure out a good way around that guy." "Raylan, you made it!" Gabriel cheered, before looking around. "Wait, where's Sergei?" Raylan shook his head. "Got separated, man. Had one of those rooms where the walls close in on you. Sergei threw me out to the other side. Haven't seen him since, but people don't die quiet around here." Gabriel's smile fell, but there was no time to worry about Sergei. Even if they ran back through the maze, there'd be no telling where they'd end up, or if they'd even make it back in time to make it through the chamber to the exit. "Did Alexander come through here?" Raylan snickered. "He's long gone, man. Shot through here in a rage and managed to get past that guy somehow." He sighed, looking over to his friend. "Sorry to say it, Gabriel, but looks like we lost this one." "Don't worry about it," Gabriel said. "We got a ton of people to move out of here. That's our priority." Raylan beamed. "Good to see you're keeping your head about this, man." Gabriel grinned. "So what's the plan?" Raylan sighed. "There aren't any great ones." He gestured to one of the paths. "Safest route is over there to the left through those shifting platforms leading to the push walls. There's a lot of gaps to clear and plenty of blades trying to kill you along the way, but it lands you a good distance from the arena. Problem is that guy can see you coming a mile away, so all he has to do is come over and kick our asses." Gabriel exhaled in frustration. That was what he was afraid of. "What's the fastest way to him, then?" Raylan burst out laughing. "What? You gonna fight him? The man's clearly a trained fighter, Gabriel. You—" He pursed his lips, tilting his head to the side. "Aren't." Gabriel nodded. "Right, which is why I'm going to distract him." Raylan recoiled and looked down from his nose at Gabriel in disbelief. "Fighting him? Really?" "Exactly. While he's busy with me, you can lead everyone across one route. Nicole and Sarah can take another group down another path." Gabriel cracked his knuckles against one another. "It's a flawless plan." "Except for the part where he beats you to death," Nicole chimed in with her delightful optimism. "You already fought Titus on your own. You're in no condition to fight." "You took out the big guy?" Raylan gasped. Gabriel ignored the question. "A lot of people are going to die if we don't do something, Nicole. We have to do this." Nicole frowned. "You really are trying to play hero, aren't you?" Gabriel placed a hand on her arm. "I'm not going to get myself killed, I promise." He hoped that wasn't a lie. Nicole took a long breath. "Fine." All eyes turned back to Raylan. "Well, all right then. Fastest way to him's that one over there." Raylan pointed out a distant platform that went down to the water's surface, then slipped by another floating high up into the air. "Just don't go in the water and jump off that platform next to the arena before it crushes you against the ceiling." Gabriel winced as laser beams swept across the waters again, with jets of burning steam. "What's with the water?" "Who knows, man?" Raylan peeked over the edge. "But a lot of recruits haven't come back out. Last thing I want to do is drown to death finding out." "Gabriel, did you forget what I told you? About saving who you could?" Nicole asked. She was trying to scold him, but the concern was too heavy in her voice to come off that way. Gabriel watched the platform's patterns, planning out his route. Not at all. I'm practicing it right now. A beating in exchange for your lives. Gabriel jumped over the edge. That's not how triage works, Nicole shouted. Gabriel landed hard on one platform and flung himself to the next. It always amazed him how stable the hover platforms were. No matter how bad his landings got, he may as well have been hitting solid ground. Gabriel's eyes darted from the ever-shifting path ahead to the next traps to threaten him. Walls tried launching him across the air. Platforms dropped beneath his feet. Heavy, bladed pendulums swung wide. Laser beams raked across his path, scarring metal and shooting up jets of steam. In his haste, Gabriel rushed through the burning steam before realizing how hot it was. Not only did it obstruct his vision, but stung at his eyes and exposed flesh. He blinked once too many times and lost his balance, sending him crashing onto his back and sliding right off his platform to another. The blue glow of a hover engine pulsed over his body. The intense pressure pinned him to the platform below. Gabriel grit his teeth, bearing the crushing force trying to smear him across the platform until it floated past. Let's not do that again. Ever, he thought, coughing and wheezing as he forced himself to stand. That slip of his had knocked him off course, but he could recover. Gabriel dashed and jumped across another chain of platforms to get back to his path. Whirling traps swung blades mere inches from his core, the wind alone almost sharp enough to cut. A pendulum threatened to cleave right through him, but he was quick to hop onto the back of the blade and jump across. His boot slipped as he landed on a wet platform, sending himself back first into the icy waters below. Water swirled and splashed around him as he scrambled his way back to the surface. This was not where he wanted to be. It was too damn cold, and he did not want to find out what prevented the other recruits from resurfacing. Laser beams carved through the waters around him, the intense heat radiating from them, threatening to cook him alive. The platform he needed to get to was straight ahead. Gabriel swam for it with all his might. What the... Something cold and metallic coiled around his leg. Gabriel threw a kick into the dark waters. He hit something round, smooth, bigger than his head, at least twice over. Whatever it was, his kick knocked it far away enough to let Gabriel clamber onto the platform as it ascended. One jump left. The platform rose over the arena. The ceiling and a crushing death fast approached. Below, the man armored in black waited for Gabriel with his staff casually resting on his shoulder. Gabriel threw himself off the platform. He bounced off the metal paneling and rolled to a sprawled-out stop. A pained, pathetic whimper escaped him, leaving a smear of blood from reopened wounds along the arena floor. This was not the dynamic entry Gabriel had hoped for. The man stood over Gabriel, faceless like the crucible guards, if not for the skull carved onto his faceplate. His armor was far lighter than the guards' standard equipment, though. It was little more than a skin-tight, dark gray suit, with thin black plates protecting key locations throughout the body. Gabriel assumed it was a guard they had assigned to defend the exit. He wasn't wearing the cloak the instructors wore, after all. But that helmet... That was a very familiar helmet.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the runt of the pack.
Jensen's calm, digitized voice poured out of the helmet's speakers.
I'm impressed you made it this far.
Jensen? Gabriel's eyes widened, realizing who he was dealing with. Gabriel scrambled to his feet. It was no wonder everyone was getting their teeth kicked in. Didn't recognize you without your shotgun. Jensen nonchalantly paced back and forth before Gabriel, his faceless gaze fixed on him. Was he sizing him up? It was impossible to read Jensen's expression behind the mask. It didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Gabriel had to keep Jensen away from the others if they were going to make it out alive. Gabriel took a fighting stance, if it could even be called that. His arms were up, his feet apart, but he had the sneaking suspicion he was doing it all wrong.
Jensen confirmed his fears with a gravel-filled laugh. What do you think you're doing, Rivera? He shifted his head to the side with a hint of amusement in his voice. Trying to get a head start on hand-to-hand training? Don't think I can take you? Gabriel smirked, putting on a confident act. What the hell am I thinking? Titus was a huge and dangerous man, sure, but he was one thing. Jensen? Jensen was going to kill him. A soft snort escaped him. You're funny, recruit. He raised his quarterstaff toward the exit. The exit's right there. Better leave before that storm hits. I won't even get in your way. Warnings and taunts were one thing, but Jensen wasn't even taking him seriously. Gabriel couldn't stand that. More importantly, he needed the instructor's attention focused on him. Not a chance, Jensen. I've found my purpose, and no one's going to stop me. Not Hartford, not the maze, not even you. Gabriel practically felt the smirk growing under Jensen's helmet. It would have put the menacing skull carved onto his faceplate to shame. So the runt's found his purpose, huh? Jensen whirled his staff. A hint of excitement slipped into his gravel-filled voice. Go on, then. Show me those fangs. Gabriel lunged forward with a wild swing. Jensen dodged underneath with a light slap to Gabriel's gut. Core's open. Gabriel threw a punch, tearing through the air, dropping his guarding arm to shield his core. Jensen sidestepped with a quick jab from his staff, aimed at Gabriel's head. Arms up, Rivera. Gabriel stumbled back, growling. His forehead throbbed with a bruise. Jensen was just toying with him. It was a good thing Jensen found him so amusing. If he didn't, Gabriel would have been in the water by now. His idiotic plan was working. Jensen glanced past him. Trying to distract me, Rivera? Gabriel grimaced. So much for that plan. Raylan, Nicole, and Sarah each led groups of recruits through the chamber and its deadly obstacles. Recruits were thrown aside, cut down, and sent to the waters below, but the bulk of them were making it through. They could do this. They could get these people out to safety. Nice try. Jensen threw Gabriel aside like a wet rag and moved past him to intercept the first group to cross the obstacle course, Raylan's. Gabriel rushed after Jensen, trying for a tackle. Jensen casually turned around and jabbed his staff into Gabriel's gut. His brief cry of pain was swiftly cut off by Jensen's fist, coming down on his back like a hammer. Gabriel hit the floor so hard he bounced. What little air remained in his lungs surged out, leaving him gasping for breath. The instructor paced around Gabriel, head cocked to the side. Really gonna do this, son? His distorted voice hinted at surprised amusement. You're outmatched on a good day. Just look at yourself. A bloody little pup taking on the big bad wolf. Gabriel's wrist comp chimed with growing urgency. 20 minutes flashed on the screen. You told me to find my reason for being here, and I ask myself that every day. Gabriel staggered to his feet. I've had a jumbled mess of answers during my time here, but they always boil down to the same thing. I'm here to fight for my people, to keep them safe, and make sure they live free on the other side of this mess. Gabriel wiped his bloody nose off on his sleeve. So no matter what happens, I'll suck it up and put my nose to the grindstone. Doesn't matter how bad things get or what happens to me. I'll see this through to the bitter end. A gravel-filled chuckle rasped through the helmet. So long as I'm standing, you're not laying a finger on any of them. Gabriel raised his fists. Let them go. Your fight's with me. Can't do that, Rivera. Jensen whirled his staff around, pointing it at Gabriel. This world won't show you any mercy, and neither will the next. If you want them to live, you'll have to break me. Gabriel charged with a growl. Jensen sent a vicious thrust at Gabriel's face. Gabriel dodged and latched onto the staff, wrestling with Jensen for control. Gotcha now. Gabriel may have spoken a little too soon. Jensen jerked Gabriel forward and followed through with a swift backhand, as if Gabriel were some sort of obstinate child in need of discipline. Gabriel stumbled away, struggling to find his footing, only for Jensen to sweep his legs out from under him. He crashed onto his back, dazed and confused, as the world spun around him. Gabriel was right on the arena's edge. It was a 20-foot drop down to the waters below. Jensen stood over him. "Good effort, son, but you're not ready for a real fight. Time for a swim." He pulled his foot back when a shadow loomed overhead. Jensen tore his attention away. "Squishy, man, no!" Sergei flew through the air, bringing the entire mountain of muscles that was his body down upon their instructor. Jensen braced for the blow, but Sergei was too much. Jensen slammed into the arena floor, rolling away from the two. Sergei jerked Gabriel to his feet with about as much care as a bull in a china shop. Gabriel winced, but smiled up at his friend. "Thanks, Sergei." His smile faded the second he saw Sergei's condition. "What the hell happened to you?" Sergei's fatigues were a mess. Rips, tears, bloodstains, and scorch marks decorated his fatigues. His every wound completely exposed through the gaps in his clothing. Yet Sergei didn't seem bothered in the slightest. "Sergei make wrong turn. Is happening of things." Jensen pushed up onto his feet with a grunt and widened his stance. "Nice shot. Now do it again." Gabriel and Sergei exchanged a nod and surged forward with a barrage of fists. Gabriel's punches were wild, unrefined, without a shred of technique behind them. Sergei's movements were those of a trained and experienced boxer. Jensen weaved through like he could see them coming before they threw them. Now and again Sergei's fist connected with a powerful crunch, but none well enough to do more than slow down the instructor. With a vicious growl, Jensen swept the two recruits away with his staff, throwing them on their backs. Gabriel slid further across the floor than Sergei by a long shot. "Jesus!" Gabriel clambered onto his feet and struggled to lift Sergei. Every bruise, strain, and cut on his body cried out in unison as he hefted the giant onto his feet. How is he this strong? Jensen was powerfully built, but Titus dwarfed him in size. Even Sergei did. Yet Gabriel was certain Jensen's strength would have put Titus to shame easily. But it was 2 against 1. Surely that had to count for something. Jensen walked toward them in silence. More groups of recruits made it across the chamber and out through the exit. Gabriel glanced back to the chamber's entrance. There were no other recruits waiting to cross. Sarah and Nicole led the last 2 groups to cross the deadly chamber to safety. They were safe. Now all Gabriel had to do was make it out alive. "Mission accomplished, big guy," Gabriel said. "Now how do we get out of here?" "With fist!" Sergei charged, shaking the platform with every step. Gabriel had to appreciate the simplicity of the plan, though it hadn't worked out so far. Maybe they could score a lucky hit and throw Jensen overboard. He rushed in to back up Sergei. Nicole cleared the chamber and split off from the others. Jensen was too busy dodging those freight trains Sergei called arms to notice her until it was too late. Jensen turned to lash out against her when she slammed into him at full speed. Jensen went tumbling across the arena. "I've got you back, Gabriel," Nicole said. This was their chance to escape, but Jensen was quickly recovering. They weren't going to get far like this. Gabriel blitzed forward. He latched onto Jensen's back, arms firmly locked behind his neck as he dragged Jensen around toward Sergei. "Hit him now, Sergei!" "Duh!" Sergei slammed his fist into Jensen's stomach. Jensen's struggles ceased the second Sergei's fist cracked through his armor. The air was forced out of both men's lungs from the sheer force of his blow. Sergei did not stop there. He sent another fist crashing into Jensen's core. Then another slammed his side. Each blow kept Jensen off balance. Each blow pushed them closer to the edge. "Sergei, stop!" Nicole shouted, but it was already too late.
Sergei was in a rhythm. A powerful right hook crashed into Jensen's helmet, sending him and Gabriel spiraling over the edge. Shattered fragments fell from the helmet as they splashed into the waters below. Gabriel was completely disoriented from Sergei's onslaught, and he never took a direct hit. Sergei must have had an absurd strength ranking. His eyes darted around the cold, dark waters, trying to regain his bearings. Only the lights above provided Gabriel with any distraction. Red lights caught the corner of his eye. Spheres of dark metal materialized from the distant gloom of the pool, drifting in silence toward them. Gabriel's chest tightened at the sight. They had to be the reason recruits weren't surfacing, the things that grabbed at his leg earlier. Gabriel scrambled to the surface with a deep, gasping breath. "Squishy man lives!" Sergei cheered. "Gabriel, you okay?" Nicole shouted down. He gave a frantic shake of his head response. "Nope." "What's wrong?" Nicole asked. He was about to answer when he spotted Jensen's body sinking into the waters beside him. Gabriel took hold of the sturdy grab handle on the back of Jensen's armor and started swimming. He wasn't about to find out whether those drones could tell instructors apart from recruits. Jensen may have been harsh, even merciless to his recruits, but he was preparing them for the challenges ahead. Gabriel didn't want him to lose his life. "The hell do you think you're doing, Rivera?" Nicole shouted. Gabriel swam with all due haste to the climbing wall at the end of the pool. He pulled his belt free in one swift motion. "A really stupid idea," he muttered to himself as he glanced back. The red lights were getting closer. The drones would drag them under soon. Gabriel ran the belt through the handle on Jensen's armor, then turned around. Gabriel brought one end over his shoulder, the other underneath his arm, and pulled the belt tight around his torso with a groan. It was a tight, uncomfortable fit, but it would have to do. Gabriel grabbed the first set of grips and started the climb up the wall. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem, but he had a larger, lightly armored man on his back, and both of them were drenched in water, adding more weight than he anticipated. "Watch out, Gabriel!" Nicole shouted. The drones had approached much faster than Gabriel expected. Metallic tendrils reached out of the pool as they closed the gap. Gabriel ripped his gaze from the coming danger and focused on the climb ahead. Grunting and growling, his muscles burned with every push and pull up the wall. Metal rattled against the wall below, letting him know what waited for him if he lost his grip. Sergei and Nicole dropped to the floor at the top of the climbing wall, hands reaching out for Gabriel. Nicole tried to lean down lower. "Come on, Rivera, push!" Stamina bled from his body with each motion. Hot blood trickled down his wounded back, raining into the pool below, along with the water dripping from their bodies. His knuckles went white with strain. Gabriel pushed his body beyond its limits, and he left a trail of crimson on every grip. He growled out, muscles screaming in exhaustion. One more grip and he pulled himself up. His foot slipped. The sudden loss of balance pulled him and Jensen down. He screamed, hanging on for dear life by one straining arm. His fingers were slipping. "Be brave, comrade," Sergei bellowed, his hand snapping for Gabriel, but he was just out of reach. "Breathe deep. Push!" Gabriel gathered what strength he had left in his body and swung himself back onto the wall. He secured his footing once more and climbed until he felt Sergei's meaty hand take hold of his arm. Nicole latched on soon after. They pulled Gabriel and their unconscious instructor to safety. Nicole tore the belt off Gabriel's body and pulled Jensen off him. "Idiot! You almost got yourself killed again!" Gabriel sprawled out onto his back, arms and legs quivering with exhaustion. "I promised you I wouldn't die." He let out a tired laugh, his chest rising and falling with long, slow breaths. How much time?" 15 minutes, Nicole said. "If we hurry, we can still make it back to the Crucible before the storm hits." "Then it all worked out." Gabriel rolled to his front and crawled onto his knees. His arms and legs wobbled, trying to support his weight. He tried to stand, only to crash back to the floor. "That's not good," he wheezed. The climb had taken a bigger toll on him than he'd thought.
Sergei tossed him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. With his other hand, he grabbed Jensen by the handle of his armor.
Sergei help, comrade. He's fine.
He hauled the two of them through a dim-lit tunnel leading out of the maze. Gabriel gave a weary sigh. "Thanks, Sergei." "Yeah," Nicole grudgingly agreed. The clouds had darkened and thickened considerably since they last saw the sky. They rolled with growing haste across the heavens. He didn't need his wristcomp's warnings about a flesh-ripper storm to know something big was coming. Townsend and the other instructors were waiting outside the maze. Raylan, Sarah, and a handful of recruits waited with them, though it seemed most had long ago left for the safety of the crucible. Even the usual medical enforcers were nowhere to be seen. To Gabriel's surprise, Alexander stood there wearing a scowl on his face. 6 of his men were gathered with him. That didn't bode well for the missing men. At least Zachary and Vargas were still alive. They turned at the rasp of armor plates on sand from Sergei dragging Jensen across the desert floor. Zachary gave Gabriel a light nod and returned his focus to Alexander, arms folded across his chest.
"Hey, he made it,"
Vargas announced to the whole world. When Alexander noticed him, that scowl softened, if only slightly. Raylan and Sarah rushed over as soon as they saw Gabriel.
"You okay, man?"
Concern was thick in Raylan's voice, worry clear in Sarah's expression. Gabriel gave a weak nod and smiled.
"Doing great, actually. We saved a ton of people." "Damn right we did, my man."
Raylan held his hand up for a high five. Gabriel lightly slapped his hand to Raylan's. Sergei dropped Jensen at Townsend's feet. "Took your sweet time getting out here," Townsend grinned as she signaled the other instructors to pick up Jensen and run on ahead. "Ballsy moves in there, Rivera. I love it. That's the stuff leaders are made of." She helped pull Jensen onto his feet with a proud grin on her face. "You're going straight to the top of my recommendations for command. Keep it up." Gabriel couldn't believe it. Thank you, ma'am." Alexander leered at them, his arms tight across his chest as he looked away. It was clear he had something to say, but he swallowed his pride and kept it to himself. The wind picked up around them, kicking up waves of sand into the air, peppering Gabriel's wet body in coarse grains. Townsend pulled away from Gabriel and looked to the remaining recruits. "I'd love to give you all the rest you deserve for coming out of the maze in one piece, but we need to double-time it back to the base before that storm hits. Don't go dying on me out here, all right?" "Yes, ma'am," the recruits replied. Townsend led the run south through the desert. The clouds turned an almost ink black overhead, rolling with growing haste, obstructing yet more of the burning desert sun's light. What was supposed to be a late afternoon looked like the middle of dusk. The timer for the maze run hit 0. With little more than a quick chime from their wrist comps, the maze began to disassemble, vanishing into the desert and throwing up more sand for the winds to assault them with. A strong breeze blew in from the east, bringing welcome relief from the desert heat to Gabriel's drenched body. If all went well, they'd be in the crucible before that breeze built up enough strength to throw them around. With the maze out of the way, Gabriel spotted distant groups of recruits rushing back to the crucible. It was a good thing there had been multiple exits. Gabriel didn't want to imagine what a nightmare it would have been to fit the entire recruit population through the last chamber his company ran through. Wrist comps cried out in desperate alarm. A red hologram hovered over all their arms with scrawling hazard stripes. Gabriel raised his wrist comp. "Flesh Ripper Storm inbound. Threat level extreme." The breeze stopped, and the clouds seemed to come to a standstill in a moment of tranquility. Howling winds heralded their coming doom. Gabriel turned his head eastward toward the wind. His eyes shot wide open. A wall of rushing, whirling sand surged toward them. It reached high into the clouds, threatening to swallow them whole, the crucible included. It stretched from one end of the horizon to the other, seemingly without end. "Mask up!" Townsend cried out, Do not stop for anything."
The others followed her order without hesitation. Gabriel, however, questioned why they would bother to wear masks if the storm was so dangerous. His answer came in the form of a sharp cut along his cheek from a wisp of sand jutting past, a dagger narrowly missing its mark. Gabriel promptly locked his mask into place. The storm approached faster and faster. In the distance, other companies scrambled for the gatehouse. Those unfortunate souls to the east were thrown out of the maze at the wrong exit. The sands engulfed them whole. If the name was anything to go by, Gabriel was not eager to find out what was going on inside the storm. Sergei and Gabriel lagged behind the others, but the crucible gates were well within reach. Its searchlights came online, sweeping through the growing haze to guide them in. Those towering, gray-sloped walls had never looked more welcoming, especially the gatehouse. Each one sported 2 sets of thick, massive blast doors. If they could make it inside, they would be safe. "Faster, Sergei! Faster!" Gabriel shouted through the howling winds. Sergei leaned forward, putting everything he had into the run. But carrying Gabriel around was costing him precious speed. The storm surged forward. Winds gusted with such sudden intensity, Sergei was knocked off his feet. Gabriel flew off Sergei's back, rolling across the desert to a stop himself. His fingers raked through the sand as he crawled onto all fours. Gabriel tried to stand, but his legs did not have the strength. Really could use that second wind right now. He glanced down to his arm, hoping that crimson glow that had saved him in the maze twice now would return. It didn't. "It's all you, Gabriel. Push." He dragged himself across the sand at a snail's pace. At the rate he was going, the flesh-ripper storm was going to come and go before he reached the gate. Sergei hauled himself to his feet and held out his arm to Gabriel. "Come, squishy man, we flee." "Save yourself, Sergei. I'm just slowing you down." Gabriel fought his way onto trembling arms and legs to stand, but that was as far as he could get. "Niet. Survive as comrades or die." One look at Sergei's serious expression told Gabriel all he needed to know. Sergei would rather die than abandon him. Gabriel took what firm grasp he could on Sergei's thick arm and was pulled up to his shoulders once more. The flesh-ripper storm loomed over them as they ran for their lives. Visibility deteriorated quickly with each passing second until the wall washed over them. Gabriel's grip tightened on Sergei as the huge bear of a man stumbled to the side, fighting the cutting winds for control. There was an incessant scratching and clawing over Gabriel's flesh as coarse grains rushed over them. Gabriel could only just make out the top of Sergei's chest through the whirling sand. If not for the searchlights ahead, they would have no idea where they were going. But that was the least of their problems. The storm tore away at their bodies. It began with their clothes. Gabriel watched as the tattered remains of Sergei's fatigues split apart, fiber by fiber. His eyes widened in exhausted horror as the exposed flesh beneath suffered thin cuts only noticeable by the rivulets of blood seeping out from Sergei's skin. A sharp pain shot through Gabriel's arm. The storm cut through his clothes and started cutting him open. Gabriel inspected the cuts only to cry out in pain. A chunk of flesh was ripped off his arm, as if some wild beast had tried to maul him. "Get us out of here, Sergei!" Gabriel yelled. "Fast as I can, comrade," Sergei replied in no better condition, the storm's furious winds slowing the giant to a crawl. Faint outlines of the other recruits and instructors came into view through the whirling sands. They were at the gatehouse. Safety was within reach. Gabriel dug his fingers into Sergei's shoulders, gritting his teeth as he fought back the screams of pain building within. The storm peeled away Sergei's skin and tore at his own flesh. The mountain of a man whittled away by nature's fury, and yet he carried Gabriel without a single complaint. Only grunts and whines slipped past his clenched teeth as it ripped flesh from bone. Sergei charged through with a guttural scream, forcing his way through the clawing sands. They made it behind the thick support struts of the outer gatehouse.
It was just enough to save them from the storm, so long as it did not change direction. Their safety came at great cost. Labored, bubbling breaths came through Sergei's mask. His body trembled beneath Gabriel with every clumsy, uncoordinated step, fighting for control of his unstoppable momentum. Sergei came to a crashing stop on top of Raylan, Sarah, and a few others. Gabriel was flung from his back. Gabriel should have screamed in agony as he sailed through the air. Every pain receptor in his body was screaming at once, but all Gabriel felt was numb. He crashed into Alexander, knocking him over onto his men.
"Do not bleed on me, Rivera,"
Alexander snarled before crawling out from under him. A rasping, wet breath was all the response Gabriel could manage. He was surprised to see him standing outside the gatehouse waiting for him. At this point, Gabriel felt like nothing more than the dead weight Hartford kept telling him to cut off. Gabriel tried to stand, but something was wrong, very wrong. He tried to move the fingers on his right hand. Muscles tugged and pulled, but his fingers would not move. He glanced down at the mangled mess of an arm. His forearm was torn open. The muscles that should have been connected to his hand weren't. Alarms blared. Yellow warning lights spun up, and the ground trembled, heralding the gate's slow closing. All Gabriel could do was bleed out on the sandy pavement. "Get them through the outer gate! Hurry!" Townsend barked as she helped the other recruits drag Sergei behind the first gate. Gabriel watched recruits and instructors struggle to carry Sergei's heavy frame inside the gates. His body was covered in deep gashes, like someone had hacked him up with a machete or axe. The worst of his wounds were on his arms. One wrong pull, and Gabriel wasn't sure Sergei's limbs would stay attached. With all the blood pouring over the recruits, there had to be far more damage than Gabriel could see. Alexander barked orders at his men. His lips moved, but the exact words he spoke escaped Gabriel. The sounds of the world around him became distant, muffled, either by the sound of rushing blood in his ears or lack of blood in his body. All Gabriel could hear was the low, dull rumble of machinery working to seal the enormous gates and the slowing beat of his heart. Zachary, Vargas, and the rest of Alexander's men lifted Gabriel off the ground. He knew he should have screamed in pain, yet he felt nothing. It was almost as if the weight of the world had been stripped from his shoulders and replaced with a great relief. Darkness crept around the edges of his vision, his eyes drifting from one blurred face to the next. They seemed so far away, like he was falling in slow motion into a pit. Alexander tore the mask from Gabriel's face and shouted at him, likely some berating obscenities before he was thrown aside by Nicole and Townsend with a medkit in hand. Nicole looked afraid. He'd never seen that before. He wanted to tell her everything was going to be fine. He just needed to rest after the maze. What little focus he had left drifted to Townsend's lips, trying to make out her words. "Stay with me, kid." Gabriel gave a wobbly smile as the world grew cold. His body fell limp. Eyes flickered shut. Where would I go? Chapter 44.
"Joining us so soon, Gabriel?" a voice mocked.
Gabriel couldn't recognize the voice, nor could he see the speaker. There was nothing but a black void around him. Where am I? Why is it so cold? What's going on?
"Couldn't even handle a little sand," berated another. "He failed himself just like he failed all of us," spat another with absolute disgust.
Voices swirled all around, cursing him, mocking him. Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest, or at least he hoped it was still in his chest. Did I die? It was the only explanation his mind could grasp.
"Why did you let go?"
Okumura's enraged whispers hissed in his ears.
"Why are you so weak?"
Alexander's voice joined him.
More and more voices joined in a maddening chorus, reminding him of his every failure. Frigid hands lashed out from the dark, covered in inky black tar, their bony fingers digging into his flesh, pulling him deeper into the void. Gabriel's eyes shot open with a sharp gasp for air. He lunged forward, only to slam against a curved, padded interior of some sort. He was in a container of some kind, one dimly lit by small lights lining the shell's padded walls. A thick, viscous amber fluid surrounded him, while a strange electric itch coursed through every fiber of his body. Something was strapped to his face. Gabriel reached up to find a respirator attached to it, with a hose hooked up to the shell. His eyes darted around his surroundings, looking for any sort of exit, a button, a lever, anything to get out. All he found was more soft padding to his rear, ducts he assumed flooded the container, and a small window to the outside world. Faint figures moved across the window. Gabriel pressed as close as he could to it, seeing pods of some kind lined up next to one another. It was difficult to get much detail of the outside world from within the pod, the amber fluid doing more to distort his vision than anything else. But if there were people outside, maybe they would let him out. Gabriel slammed his fist against the pod case as hard as the amber fluid would allow. It was like swinging a fist through a pool of mud. A pair of figures stopped and seemed to look at the container. Before Gabriel could hit the pod again, a bright light shone through the window. He recoiled, shielding his eyes. The container moved with a dull, mechanized hum. The fluids around him drained away as gravity pulled him into the padding below. The padded metal shell before him split open and slid away. Tearing the respirator from his face, Gabriel sat up, gasping for air. His eyes scurried across the blurred world around him, desperate to find out where he was and what happened to him. White and red pods marked with red crosses were neatly arranged all around him. Medical staff moved about inspecting the pods. They wore white uniforms made of some synthetic material. As he blinked the amber fluid out of his eyes, he realized the medics were wearing hardened suits resembling light combat armor more than anything else. They were only missing the headwear. The scent of antiseptic hit Gabriel like a truck as he wiped away the amber fluid from his nose. He went for another breath, only to suck that fluid in through his nostrils. Gabriel coughed and splattered the goop all over himself until he could breathe clear. His lungs felt like they were stretching for the very first time. "Easy, easy, recruit." A kind-looking nurse spoke, holding him down by his shoulders. She wore the same kit as the other medical staff he'd seen. She had a small carrier rig strapped around her chest, white, like the rest of her suit, with dark gray padding underneath and red medical markers. In it, she carried all manner of medical equipment. "What happened? Where am I?" Gabriel asked, his mind in a fog, heart racing in his chest. "Calm down, honey. Everything's okay." Her sweet voice tried to reassure him. "You're in medical. You got caught up in a pretty nasty flesh-ripper storm a few days back. It cut you up pretty good, but your company got you to us just in time." Fragmented memories came rushing back to Gabriel, surviving the final maze run, the storm coming their way. His eyes widened as panic filled him. "Sergei! Where's Sergei?" He tried to climb onto his feet, but another, less than amused nurse, held him in place. "He's in the pod next to you. Put this on if you want to see him," the nurse replied, and handed him a warm white towel. Gabriel looked down to find himself in the nude, other than the wrist comp still locked to his arm. The storm had been so bad the buttons were shredded, if not outright gutted in places. The metal plating stripped clean of its dark gray paint and even scarred in places. Jesus. After the shock wore off, he took the towel from the nurse and covered up. The nurse led him over to the next pod. Now that his mind wasn't racing 1,000,000 miles an hour, he read the nameplate on her rig. She was called Keller, while her less-than-pleasant backup, the muscle of the duo, was Henderson. Keller pushed a button on the pod's console. The viewport lit up, illuminating Sergei's face. Big guy over here took the brunt of the damage, but his vitals look good so far. Gabriel nodded, relieved to hear his friend was doing well. He tried to make sense of the colorful readouts and charts on the console's display, but they may as well have been ancient hieroglyphics to him. What are these pods? Medical pods. They fill up with a concentrated nutrient gel before running a current through it. Nanomachines run off that current and put you back together, inside and out. A warm smile pulled her lips. It's slower than surgery, but they'll leave you like new, so long as the brain's intact anyway. Gabriel furrowed his brow, the next question written plainly on his face. We can put the body back together, even the brain. Keller frowned. But we can't bring the person back once they're gone. Gabriel turned back to Sergei. His jaw dropped. Keller smiled. Don't worry about him. He was still crying when they brought him in. There's just a lot more of him to fix. Gabriel let out a relieved breath. That's good to hear. Thank you. If any of you two was going to come back as nothing more than a husk, it was you, Rivera, Henderson added oh so pleasantly. Dragomarov has a lot more muscle mass to cut through than you. A lot more blood to spare, too. You flatlined by the time you reached the pods. Gabriel had brushed against death many times during his training, but it was sobering to hear just how close he'd actually come to dying. Keller shook her head with an eye roll. You really need to work on your bedside manner. Henderson shrugged. Maybe he tries harder not to get himself killed next time if I scare him enough. Gabriel cracked a slight smile at the exchange. He shifted his weight to one side as a question crossed his mind. Jensen mentioned these pods before. Did one of these really help him get his arm back? He still couldn't believe the instructor's story. Patching someone up was one thing, but growing a whole arm? That was ridiculous. Keller smiled. We used one of these pods to fix his broken body before that, too. These machines work wonders. They sort of work like a 3D printer in the way they rebuild the body. As soon as you're in one, they scan you from head to toe, sample your genetics, and rebuild you from there. It works much better if the system has records of your body and performance, Henderson added. Just don't go thinking you can use this to build yourself a stronger body. Why not? Gabriel asked. The few experiments that tried this discovered it caused a serious disconnect between mind and body, Henderson explained. It's basically a quick way to cripple a patient, even if, on paper, they're stronger than ever. Gabriel pursed his lips and nodded. Right. Let's avoid doing that. Keller let out a soft giggle. Anyway, these machines are expensive to operate, mostly thanks to the medical gel. You two must have really impressed someone to authorize their use. Gabriel nodded, imagining Townsend and Jensen were behind this. He'd have to thank them later. All right, Gabriel, we have more work to do here. Keller placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder and pointed him down the hall. Go get yourself cleaned up. We'll grab you some fresh fatigues. Henderson stripped the busted wrist comp off him. Try not to come back here. No promises, Gabriel grinned, and followed their directions to the showers. To his surprise, he was the only one there. Even better, he had all the hot water all to himself. It gave him plenty of time to stretch out his strangely tight muscles. Apparently it was a side effect from the pod's healing process. It made sense if the pod basically rebuilt his body. Those muscles were factory new and needed breaking in again. Gabriel didn't want to imagine how bad he looked after getting through the storm to require that level of healing. It was bad enough to see the mangled state Sergei had been left in. Gabriel couldn't imagine he looked much better. An hour of relaxation later, he dried himself off and found fresh clothes waiting for him by a fogged-up mirror along with a brand-new wrist comp. Gabriel snapped the device on and brought it online. The device didn't waste a second in streaming information at him. "Congratulations on advancing to Phase 2 of training, Recruit Rivera. Your progress from F0 to D3 has been outstanding, as has your climb from the very bottom of the leaderboard all the way to 3rd place. The progress you have made, the actions you have taken, and recommendations from your instructors have brought your name to the board's attention. Company leadership may very well be in your future, Recruit. Congratulations once again. We will be watching your continued progress with great interest." Gabriel beamed. He may not have earned leadership yet, but he was definitely in the running now. Wait, D3? How did that happen? He pulled up his notifications. Ranking Assessment Update. Command, +1. Pathics, +1. Kinetics, +1. New rank, D2. Those strange skills he saw practically a lifetime ago were back, but now he had ranks in them. Pulling up his skills, he saw they were indeed there, each one at rank 1. Gabriel blinked and rubbed at his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. They were still there. He pushed them for more information. Access denied. Gabriel frowned. He didn't like all the secrets around the Crucible, especially when it had to do with his progression. He stubbornly prodded the skills again, but nothing happened. He sighed and just took the win of climbing up the ranks, even if he had no idea how or what they were. He checked out the rest of his progress next. Gabriel Rivera. Specialization pending. Anomalous status primed. Rank D3. Strength 3. Progress toward next rank 53%. Agility 3. Progress toward next rank 61%. Endurance 4. Progress toward next rank 21%. Willpower 4. Progress toward next rank 70%. Warning: suppression reduced to 51%. Intellect 1. Progress toward next rank 99%. Suggestion: read a book. Charisma 3. Progress toward next rank 29%. Gabriel had to admit he was a little disappointed he didn't rank up a single attribute after the final maze, especially his intellect being 1% away from ranking up. He swore someone was mocking him, probably the system itself. But it did show the difficulty curve of climbing up the ranks was quickly becoming a cliff. More curious to Gabriel was the anomalous status. That piece of his rankings page had only appeared once before, when he agreed to join the Crucible. It was redacted then, but now it said he was primed, whatever that means. Much like suppression and his 2 new skills, they were a mystery Gabriel didn't expect to get answers to anytime soon. A nagging voice deep in the back of his mind told him it had to do with the strange things he was seeing. But that couldn't be right. No one else had noticed any of that. My wrist comp did, he reminded himself, remembering the times the device warned him of anomalous activity. Activity he was fairly certain he was the source of. He glanced back down to his wrist comp. Anomalous status, the warning about his suppression, and even the 2 skills vanished, artificing like the device was struck by an error. That was not helping him at all in determining what was real and what was just his mind screwing with him. Gabriel decided not to worry about it. He was in too good a mood to let some mysteries drag him down. He wiped it clear and took a good, hard look at himself for the first time since leaving home. 2 months had passed since the start of training. He came to the Crucible as a pudgy kid, with nothing but his stubbornness to keep him alive. A lowly F0, just one minor slip-up from death. Today, he stood before the mirror covered in muscles that he never knew existed, proudly on display, and a strong jawline he never could have imagined hidden under all that extra cushion. Gabriel was stronger than he ever dreamed he could become, physically and mentally. But there were still 2 phases left in their training. They had a long way to go before they could become full-fledged reclaimers. That is, if the pack didn't find them first. Whatever challenges the Crucible threw at him next, Gabriel was ready to take it all on. This concludes The Crucible by Waldo Rodriguez, narrated by B.J. Harrison. Copyright 2022 by Waldo Rodriguez Santiago. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Waldo Rodriguez and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.